That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Volume 8. Prologue. Progress report. Talk about being mischievous, Granbell Summer.
You almost got me killed out there.
Surely you jest. Didn't you already flee before getting affected at all? Can that really be helped?
Have you not received the report from my subordinate?
I guess I did. That demon was a monster beyond my imagination. It won't matter even if the Empire sends out their regular army.
And judging from my knowledge, there wouldn't be a chance to win without using the Emperor's royal guard.
By the way,
these are exchanges between Damrida and Granbell. Sitting on chairs opposite each other, the two casually try to pry into each other's minds. Damrida, noticing that the battle plan has failed, decided to distance himself from the Rosso family until the tide settles.
Negotiation could have been more favorable for him had the plan been a success. Yet now that it has failed, the Rosso may deliberately use this as an excuse to pose obstacles for him.
That's why Damrida wanted to bail out and start over.
However, the situation has changed.
When Damrida was on his way to Tempest Federation, someone reported to him through magic communication.
Hinata was defeated, and she seemed to have made peace with the Demon Lord.
Among the many outcomes he had predicted, this was the worst possible scenario. Hinata is still alive and the Western nations are still under the influence of the Western Saints' Church.
It will be much more difficult to do business there now.
Moreover, since Hinata has made peace with Demon Lord Rimuru, it will be challenging to instigate Rimuru into trying to kill her again. Damrida only initiated the plan because his interests aligned with Granbell's, yet he could conclude now that the plan has completely failed.
But considering this from another perspective, it may be beneficial.
Although the plan has failed, it didn't cause any grave loss to Damrida.
While he may have lost a venue for business in the Western nations, there are still other channels for making profits. Cerberus is a huge secret organization, and has several trade unions as its cover. Besides, Damrida has no interest in whether Hinata lives or not.
That's why he isn't that angry at Granbell's miscalculation. His goal here, in fact, was to exploit the outcome to secure a favorable position for himself in future negotiations. Coming to that conclusion, Damrida changed his plan on the spot and decided to drop by to greet Granbell.
Granbell Summer's plan did sound a lot better in theory.
While failing to take care of Hinata is one thing, allowing her to build a friendly relationship with Demon Lord Rimuru is another issue altogether. Based on these reasons, Damrida avoids taking responsibility and shifts the blame on Granbell's group.
However, Granbell has likely seen this coming.
Right, I can't deny that. This upset in the balance of power can't be reversed at this point in time. The great historic kingdom of Falmus will eventually fall, and a new kingdom will be built on its ruins.
It will be all according to Demon Lord Rimuru's wishes, also meaning that your plan is a goner.
Granbell unapologetically agrees with Damrida's accusation, continuing to point out his perceptions of the situation.
Damrida's silence is his response that he also agrees with Granbell's views. What do you plan to do next then?
In regards to what exactly? Demon Lord Rimuru's goal seems to be to turn the Jura Great Forest into an economic hub.
It is something that us Rosso will not permit. Damrida begins to consider Granbell's words as he finishes.
He isn't planning on being hostile with the Rosso either.
It is in both of their interests to let go of any resentment between them. Granbell is of the same mind.
Moreover, he seems to be looking farther into the future than Damrida. Do we stand to gain anything with this infighting? Right now we simply don't have the strength to make a blatant move against Demon Lord Rimuru or Hinata the Saint.
Don't you agree?
Granbell continues, seemingly seeing through Damrida's thoughts. I've totally been bested, Granbell Summer. Yes indeed, there's no value in arguing who is to blame. We will continue our friendly relationship with the Gentleman of the Five Elders as always. Here's where I stand, though it may be true that we didn't profit from the war, that's a whole different story.
As long as we live, we are left with opportunities.
As expected of Damrida Dono, it's great that you are so reasonable.
Then let's unite to prevent the emergence of a new trade bloc on that land. There's no need for further explanation of Granbel's intent. He is trying to safeguard the power he wields in the Western nations.
Granbel's trump card, Mariabel, has foreseen the birth of a new trade bloc centered around the Jura Great Forest.
If left undealt, the influence of the Rosso will no doubt be diminished. How can Granbel allow such a flaw after spending more than 1,000 years building up this system of domination?
For this reason, Granbel plans to crush this flaw by interfering with Demon Lord Rimuru. Right now he is no longer part of the 7 celestial sages and can no longer act under the name of the god Ruminus. That's why, no matter what, he will require the aid of the organization Damrida's party belongs to, Cerberus.
Granbel's kin, the 5 other elders from his family, also support this proposal.
They each secretly influenced the Western State Council to prolong the aftermath of the civil unrest in Farmus. Even though they can't stop the enthronement of the new Farmus king, they'll at least try to stall for as much time as possible. There are some other aces that the Rosso have hidden, but it is still too early to show their hand yet.
With that being the case, it is only wise to properly make use of Cerberus. This is the ideal plan on Granbel's mind. However, well, hold on just 1 second.
Damarada doesn't intend to follow through with Granbel's proposal. The Rosso and the 5 elders leading them, these people are amazing business partners. He'd be lying if he claims to not want to maintain a tie with them.
But they are gravely mistaken if they think that Damrida would listen to everything they say. Damrida is a businessman, after all. He gets paid to do things, and his thoughts are ever-changing. There are trade blocs in both the East and the West.
Cerberus was able to accumulate great wealth by getting hold of these trade routes, so it's more beneficial for Cerberus to have as many different trading partners as they can. Thus, it won't matter to Damrida even if the influence of the 5 elders drops in the Western nations. I speak from my heart when I say that I hope we remain on good terms in the future.
But I can't help but disagree with what Granbel Summer just said.
After all, we have no reason to antagonize Demon Lord Rimuru. Damrida says, looking Granbel in the eye. Damn brat. He, this is but my respectful response to your proposal. Hinata had already found me to be suspicious, so it won't be that simple to continue our activities in the Western nations.
I will have to return to my homeland and send a replacement for myself.
Had you eliminated Hinata as promised, I wouldn't be tied up like this. While insulting Granbel with this implication, Damarada also refused to comply with his demand.
We'll continue the part of our business in trade as usual. But let us just pretend like all of this never happened. Leaving these words, Damrida rises up from his seat.
Granbel, having missed the mark with his proposal, cannot simply argue back at Damrida anymore. The organization known as Cerberus is way too powerful in the underworld of the Eastern Empire.
Angering any one of its leaders, such as Damrida, would lead to a splinter in their relationship. It will be too huge a loss for the Rosso at this point in time. It can't be helped. Then leave this matter to us. Just don't hold us back. That's for certain. Do put your trust in us considering our relations so far.
Damrida answers with a smile and departs after giving a polite bow. His sincere attitude makes him appear as an honest merchant, but had Hinata been eliminated, he would be long gone to go and garner Demon Lord Rimuru's support. Then he would simply weigh the benefits between the Rosso and Demon Lord Rimuru and wait to profit. The fact that he is able to achieve this under everyone's nose shows that Damrida of wealth is not just for show.
Yet Granbel is also a cunning man, who has accumulated his fair share of experience. He already understands half of Damarada's intent.
Their party is probably not going to hold the Rosso back just as Granbel proposed, but he can't know for sure whether Damrida would do business with Demon Lord Rimuru or not. But Damrida is rather upstanding as a merchant, for he does not lie.
Though in the eyes of Granbel, the ruler and head of Rosso, Damrida's attitude is unacceptable. How unpleasant. You dared to exploit our failure.
We will take care of you all by the time this whole ordeal concludes.
Granbel's mutters echo in the room after Damrida left.
His eyes, dyed with the color of humiliation, a surge of furious flame emerges and gradually consumes his eyes.
And just like that, I made the deal with the 5 elders, Damrada reports to the young man casually sitting on the chair.
Is that so? It's great that our tie with the Rosso is finally settled as you expected.
Now we can ensure a channel of communication with them in the future.
Although Damrada maintained an arrogant composure when negotiating with the Rosso, he appears rather humble in front of the young man. But that is only natural, for this young man is Damrada's boss, and commander-in-chief of the secret organization Cerberus. The young man nods leisurely after hearing Damrada's reports.
I see.
Having said that, those bastards are the type to force the quest to take on that type of monster on me without even providing any information.
Ahaha, I guess our luck is down.
But it is probably the most fortunate in this whole unlucky ordeal that you were able to retreat in time. He, indeed.
How lucky. Was he called Diablo or something? He could rival that primordial white, Blanc, that rampages in the Empire, such a terrifying demon. It shows that Demon Lord Rimuru is not the only threat. I suppose you can put it that way.
The speed at which Demon Lord Rimuru seems to accumulate strength is much faster than our reorganization.
Indeed. That Demon Lord has incredibly good luck.
Not only did he gather a group of powerful magians under his reign, he even tamed that storm dragon. Honestly, it would be the worst option to confront that kind of power head-on.
No chance of winning, although I wouldn't go so far as to call him unbeatable. Cerberus would definitely collapse if we came into conflict. Regardless, there is no use in rushing. Since there's still time, we should take our time to think about it. That should be pretty appropriate.
This chaotic situation may last for quite a while, and we may suffer some losses from striking under such a circumstance.
You have a point. I tried to intimidate them by using Hinata. But that strategy has failed as well. It is best that we stay quiet for a while before we dig ourselves into a deeper hole.
The young man comments jokingly and agreed to Damrada's opinion with some thoughts in mind. Suddenly, Damrada seems to have recalled something and begins to complain.
By the way, the 5 elders sure brag a lot. They promised to eliminate Hinata the Saint, and look how that ended up.
Both Demon Lord Rimuru and Hinata survived safe and sound with even their misunderstanding resolved. There probably won't be any more misunderstandings between the Western Saints Church and Tempest Federation.
Damrada says in quite the frustrated tone.
To that, the young man replied with a wry smile.
That's within my expectations as well.
I suspected that Demon Lord Rimuru would be too naive and wouldn't want to kill Hinata. If things had gone smoothly, that naivety would have destroyed him.
I was even looking forward to it.
But it appears that he's not as naive as I thought. The 5 elders seemed to plan to suppress the storm dragon, and it appeared that they intended to collaborate with Demon Lord Rimuru.
We wouldn't be in such a bind had things gone that smoothly.
I ordered careful surveillance expecting this failure.
I see, so that's the case. But speaking of which, I was saved thanks to it. If you didn't contact me then, I would have run into Hinata the Saint before she went to find Demon Lord Rimuru.
They could have kept their identity a secret if lucky, but it's simply wishful thinking considering that Hinata is their opponent. That's why Damrada is very grateful towards the young man who sensed the danger and informed him beforehand.
With that being said, there would be no danger of being exposed had the young man not tasked Damrada with lying to her in the first place. But such matters are trivial to Damrada.
As the commander-in-chief of Cerberus, the young man's orders take priority over anything else. After all, the young man who formed the secret organization Cerberus aims to dominate.
He wishes to conquer the entire world. Damrada resonates with his ambition and greatly admires him.
Even though he would laugh such a notion off in normal circumstances, Damrada has a hunch that the young man can make this a reality.
That's why he does not doubt the young man's order. The young man responds to Damrada frankly. My plans would have been wasted had I lost you as well.
Well, I'll at least try to figure out a way to escape if I really run into a life or death situation like that. Damrada replies with a proud smile after seeing the young man's concern for him.
One can't just become a leader of Cerberus with money alone.
They must also have tenacious strength, enough to at least back themselves up in order to convince the many powerful men in the underworld.
The young man also seems to know that, so he replies with a mocking grin. Ahaha, but seriously, don't go all out yet. It should be the last resort anyway.
Right now let's just enjoy observing this wrestling game from afar without brute force.
Going all out, in other words, if Cerberus were to give everything they had, it would require the presence of the other two leaders.
When that happens, it will no longer just be gentle manipulations in the background. Instead, it will likely lead to the outbreak of a great war involving all of the Western nations.
As the commander-in-chief, the young man doesn't want things to develop like that.
Damrada is very aware of it as well, so he answers without hesitation.
Then it is perhaps best for me to return to my motherland first. Right, that would be even better. Even though you weren't spotted by anyone, it's Hinata we're talking about here. She probably already has her eyes on you.
It will be more difficult for you to act in public, so it would be best for you to find yourself a replacement.
With that being said,
Damrada already knows what the young man is going to say. The issue is concerning one of the other two leaders of Cerberus who share a similar status as Damrada.
Don't get Vega here. That's why he can understand why the young man would make such an order. Understood. Then I shall ask Misha to replace me. Good, go do just that.
Wealth, women, power dash, each leader has a title that symbolizes a man's desire. Misha of women has a personality one cannot be careless with, but at least she can be communicated with. On the other hand, Vega of power can be a difficult one to deal with. Just like his title power symbolizes, he himself is also violence personified. Vega would completely ignore Damrada's order, for he only obeys those made by the young man in person. He is well aware of this as well, which is why he doesn't want Damrada to deal with such troubles.
Then I shall proceed as you wish. By the way, what resolution do you see fit for the slave trade business I've been promoting here, the West? I almost forgot about it.
It'd be too troublesome to deal with it, so just let the slave trade union, Orthrus, under your management bankrupt on its own.
I hate slavery anyway.
I don't object, but some rare monsters were supposed to be transferred to Misha's house of whores, Echidna. Should we release them as well? Moreover,
no, it's business as usual for confidential merchandise.
It's only natural for us not to waste such things after all the effort we spent maintaining a window of communication with the Rosso.
Understood. Then, please leave the rest to me. With that being said, Damrada leaves the location. The young man closes his eyes and delightfully plays a game of chess in his mind.
It is then that sharp footsteps reach his ears. A smile emerges on his face as he turns his back to speak to a secretary-looking woman. Did you catch all that, Kazarim? Loud and clear, boss. But why did you want to dismantle the slave trade union?
The person who has arrived is Kazarim. He is the trusted companion and consultant to the young man. Very simple. I wish to sell him a favor this time.
Is that the only reason? Isn't it obvious? The whole of the Jura Great Forest is now under that slime's rule. He will definitely ruin our business if we continue to hunt monsters there. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us to close shop early?
I see, that does seem to be the case.
It's the same as lizards cutting off their own tails, we only have to focus on protecting the important merchandise.
Isn't that right? Can I entrust this task to you? Selling him a favor. Oh, you are talking about that guy.
Boss's idea is interesting as always.
I see how this is. Please leave it to me then.
I'll be counting on you, Kazarim.
No problem.
And by the way, I hope you can call me Kagali from now on. The young man's eyes turn wide open at Kazarim after hearing his words.
Oh. Have you finally made up your mind? Yep. I only made my resolve after Clayman died.
Before I can take my revenge against Leon, the name Demon Lord Kazarim needs to be sealed up.
I see. Then, Kagali, this is quite the sudden request. But anyhow, I'll be entrusting you with the matter. I've got it covered, boss.
The two look at each other, both cracking a smile. And soon, a new wave of unrest is about to unfold.
Chapter 1. Reconciliation and Pacts. I am exhausted after the whole incident. Everything is finally settled. It was more tiring than fighting against Hinata, but let's keep that a secret. As for what happened during that time.
The Western Saints Church believes in the god Ruminas, whose real identity is Demon Lord Valentine. Her real name seems to be Ruminas Valentine, and according to her, she has previously granted her subordinate the title for him to proclaim himself as Demon Lord Valentine. However, Veldora revealed Ruminas's identity during the Walpurgis banquet and ended her disguise forever. The Holy Knight Order under Hinata's command was able to win the people's support by standing against Demon Lord Valentine.
Yet this was all pre-orchestrated, which Hinata seemed to know all along as well.
It doesn't seem wrong logically speaking, but is this really okay?
It really can't be helped. I tried to stop it but was defeated by Rumina's Summer.
However, Rumina's Summer seems to have no interest in gaining popular support at all.
Hinata explained rather helplessly, seemingly noticing my concern.
She doesn't seem to approve such practices either, yet she has no choice but to follow along after her defeat against Ruminas.
With that being said, Ruminas has agreed to not harm any civilians.
Hinata seemed to have made up her mind that as long as Ruminas sticks to that promise, she will obey her every whim.
Regardless, Hinata did not arrange this. Indeed, I was the one who drafted the plan. My brother Roy also backed me up. In fact, this whole thing has little to do with Rumina's Summer.
Hinata objected to it from the start and even tried to defeat us, so if you have a problem with this, talk to me instead of her,
said the man who arrived with Ruminas, following Hinata's words. I recalled that he had been referring to himself as Pope Louis.
Should I call you Pope Louis Dono? San?
Which one?
Louis replied to me with a dry smile and said, or you can just call me by my name, Demon Lord Rimuru.
He asked me to call him with whatever preference.
He didn't seem to mind at all despite being in front of all the holy knights, saying that it was only natural for him to act humble before me, for he saw me as an equal to his master, Demon Lord Ruminas. Louis then explained the whole thing from start to finish at a volume loud enough for the holy knights eavesdropping on the side to hear as well.
So, was the Demon Lord Valentine I ran into during the Walpurgis banquet your younger brother? He was. My twin brother, to be more precise. But unfortunately, he was murdered after that banquet. There wasn't much regret in Louis's voice.
Did you say that he was murdered? Although Louis didn't seem to mind, I was a bit surprised. After all, the power that Demon Lord Valentine possessed was no way equal to any average body double. Oh, about that. Roy was probably overconfident to the point that he lowered his guard. There are many hostile factions to the Western Saints Church, and there are even countries that consider the Holy Empire Ruberios to be an eyesore. I figure that assassins sent by these hostile forces probably got the best of him.
With that being said, his death was still quite pathetic, Louis added. He said without a hint of remorse, but it doesn't necessarily mean Louis is completely apathetic.
This Louis guy's power, which seems to even surpass Roy's, is not to be underestimated either. Even still, he probably couldn't view the murder of his brother, who possessed the power to rival demon lords, in an optimistic light. Lately we've been using Roy to train our new recruits in actual fieldwork. He was once careless enough that even Saray defeated him, meaning Roy was indeed slacking. Nonetheless, we still have to keep an eye out for the person that murdered Roy.
But that is of course none of your concern, Hinata concluded.
Indeed, this Roy didn't really concern me. But with this, the connection between Pope Louis, Demon Lord Valentine, and the god Ruminas has been clarified for me. Not only me, but the holy knights listening to their explanations seem to have figured it out as well. Everyone was stunned speechless, likely all hearing this for the first time. Seeing that I have understood the situation, Hinata turned to face her comrades. All right, did you catch all that? I really had no intention to deceive you all, but I sort of did as a result.
Hinata-sama. She raised a hand to stop the holy knight and continued speaking.
I couldn't tell you guys before, since the less people who knew about this plan the better.
I will have to dispose of any witnesses if the news of this leaks out.
Hinata cruelly declares.
I see. How reckless.
He.
I, Arno, will not be so easily fooled.
You must have been threatened by the god Ruminus, no, by Demon Lord Ruminus.
Am I wrong?
The holy knight called Arno interjected, yet Hinata immediately shot him down.
Not at all.
Didn't I just mention? Ruminus Sama protects the people, that is definitely true. It's why I made up my mind that as long as Ruminus Sama remains peaceful with humans, I would obey her orders. In other words, Arno, I won't allow you to speak ill about Ruminus Sama. Hinata glared at Arno while giving him the ultimatum.
No wonder she gets misunderstood all the time. It seems that Shizu-san's concern was not unfounded. Ah, don't get so worked up now.
I mean, Hinata, can't you be a bit more gentle with your tone? This level of explanation is not sufficient at all, is it? Shouldn't this be none of your business?
Hinata shot me a glare. I told you to stop doing that. How is it not my business? We would be very troubled if you all split up due to infighting here. Keep your hands to yourself.
Basically.
Hinata couldn't finish her objections before.
Don't worry, we will always have faith in Hinata-sama.
Indeed, Arno has a point.
Demon Lord Rimuru, we don't follow the god Ruminus. The order follows Hinata-sama and Hinata-sama alone, so you don't have to worry about us splitting up due to infights. Arno and Reynald seemed to be breathing out of the same nostril as both dismissed my concerns.
Even though they might have had some reservations, everyone still believes in Hinata.
It's a shared sentiment among the knights.
It's wonderful that they still have trust in each other. That's fine then.
Seeing that I was on the same page, Arno adds.
Moreover, after seeing such a sight.
Although he was vague, I was able to guess as to what Arno was referring to. That sight he mentioned must be referring to the fact that Ruminus and Veldora are engaging in a fierce battle just above our heads. Honestly, you two are giving me a headache, so please stop immediately. I have established a defensive network with absolute defense from Covenant King Uriel in order to prevent people on the ground from being affected.
But the area is simply too wide, there is still a chance for casualties.
It's not hard to imagine the reason behind Arno's quivering voice after witnessing Ruminus's intense and cruel attacks.
As in?
It's no wonder that Hinata-sama was defeated against an opponent as strong as that.
She's indeed worthy of the title of God. If she were to become an enemy of humanity, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything.
Compared to the conversations we've had, this sight alone seems to be far more convincing to the members of the Holy Knight Order.
It was then that Louis addressed them.
Rest assured.
Ruminus Sama has a generous heart, her grace doesn't take joy in abusing people under her protection. As long as humans refrain from antagonizing her, a friendly relationship can surely be built.
But she would indeed forbid anyone from revealing her true identity. Don't spread news that says the god Ruminus is a demon lord.
Louis urged them firmly.
Indeed, it was all because of Veldora that Ruminus's identity was exposed.
I would naturally do them this favor as well. While I am willing to help the Holy Knights, they seem to also be willing to keep this information a secret. The reason was probably due to the fact that it is Hinata's wish as well.
It seemed that their admiration of Hinata had far exceeded my expectations.
Now then, I guess there doesn't seem to be a need to worry.
The way I see it, Hinata is really cold and doesn't like clarifying her words.
Her personality makes her very easily misunderstood. Hey you, are you thinking about something rude again? No, I'm not thinking of anything.
Could this girl actually have some sort of superpower? She read my mind like a book.
Negative. No such effect is detected. Is that so?
Then, her instinct is truly terrifying. I should really stop thinking about these things in front of Hinata, so I came to this realization. Suddenly, a flying object hurtled towards the ground, striking a giant crater. That thing got up casually and ran towards me as soon as it saw me.
That was of course Veldora.
He snuck behind my back, staring up into the sky while using me as his shield. Above me, a silver-haired young beauty slowly descends from the air while casting furious glares in my direction. Raimaru, go convince that stubborn guy for me fast. I've already generously apologized, yet she completely ignored me.
Okay. But seriously, please leave me out of this. It was all Veldora's fault this time, after all. But, come to think of it, when did Veldora ever do any good?
I can only recall the many troubles he gave me after his recent revival. Just now I also witnessed how Veldora's apology method winded up triggering Ruminez even more. Veldora casually said to Ruminez, who was about to finish him off, "Gahahaha.
I didn't mean it at the time.
Everyone makes mistakes during his or her youth, so be the bigger person and just forgive me already."
Ruminez was livid after hearing it. Hand over the lizard. The oppressive tone of her voice sent shivers down my spine.
Her glare also terrified Veldora, who was hiding behind my back.
Honestly, I don't wish to become an enemy of Ruminez over such a thing. Besides, I can relate to her feelings. That was not an apology at all.
I think it's about time for Veldora to get some punishment and reflect for a bit one way or another.
That's why Here you go.
I grab onto Veldora's neck and without hesitation pushed him over to Ruminez.
No.
I can't believe you've betrayed me, Raimaru. Nah, that's no betrayal.
Aren't you the sole party responsible here? We've got to be reasonable on this type of matter.
I should distinguish right and wrong right now in order to clear any grievances that I may have with Ruminez. I handed over Veldora based on these considerations. Ruminez looks at me with surprise, but she quickly turns to Veldora with a cruel smile on her lips.
Very good. You seem to be able to grasp the situation, Demon Lord Raimaru.
That's night and day when compared to this lizard.
You're flattering me. But he has caused a lot of trouble for you this time, so you can punish him however you see fit before calming down.
But, I do hope you can forgive him afterwards.
I'll consider it.
Ruminez nods, a small smile escaping from the corner of her mouth.
And just like that, I made peace with Ruminez.
As Veldora shrieks, "Hold on.
Shouldn't you consider my opinion as well?"
While being dragged off, both me and Ruminez pretend to have not heard anything. Then I shall release all my hatred for you once and for all, embrace of death, embrace train. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It appears as if Ruminez has hugged onto Veldora, though not so much in a sweet couple way.
Even though the two are different in builds, it still can be considered as a type of bear hug. But that alone couldn't possibly hurt Veldora.
Perhaps only endangering his virginity, implying that Veldora isn't the biggest chad. Answer: it is speculated that it will be draining spirit energy from the target, meaning draining magicules, while inserting sensations of excruciation and sickness into target's body. If the transmission of such nervous signals are not intercepted, it will not be affected by pain nullification and will directly attack the soul. Well, in other words, it means that even Mr. Veldora, the astral life form, would sustain this attack of forced pain.
In some sense, it is far crueler than just eliminating him directly.
Veldora's magicule storage is beyond measurement, so he probably won't die no matter how much spirit energy Ruminez drains.
But he will become exhausted afterwards.
That, on top of excruciation and sickness, would make the perfect combo for torture.
Ruminez's attack continued for a while. Veldora cried and howled.
He even stared at me with sad puppy eyes, but I ignored him with a stone-cold conscience. This would be best for Veldora as well, or rather, it's quite cheap to sacrifice Veldora to please Ruminez.
This is the so-called political transaction.
Forgive me, Veldora.
It's fine.
Since Ruminez Summer also seems to be enjoying it, I feel happy that she gets to cleanse her resentment of late.
Louis commented flatly. Indeed.
Right now we are still not clear about who was responsible for killing Roy, nor do we hope that you will become our enemy, but there's something that's been bugging me. Could he actually be? Hinata agrees with Louis while turning to Veldora, asking a question out of confusion. Right, I now recall that he hasn't been formally introduced.
That's Veldora. It's hard to tell when he's not in his dragon form, but he's definitely the real deal.
Since he appears to be quite busy, getting tortured, at the moment, I'll properly introduce him to you all later. Hold on, Rimuru.
Please introduce me now. Oh? So there is still breath left in you.
Weibobobobo. Veldora's desperate attempts to escape were only met with more intense assaults from Ruminers.
Poor thing. You could have been fine with your mouth shut.
Is this the storm dragon that Ruminer's summer has been on guard against all this time? He does give off quite an imposing aura.
Among other things. Hinata muttered in shock. That can't be helped, I suppose.
After all, Mr. Veldora is in quite the hilarious pickle now. With his majestic presence nowhere to be found, it's hard to imagine he's a catastrophe-level monster. The rest of the Holy Knights share the same sentiments, all with confused expressions hanging on their faces. I can't believe this.
That is the real thing? The fearsome storm dragon. You gotta be kidding me? I kinda feel bad for him. There are many individuals who have already been fooled by Veldora's appearance.
Due to my clone, the one that uses the young Shizu-san as a model, Veldora is arguably a handsome devil with his mouth shut. Some girls would probably fall for it when some handsome guy like him is begging with those distressed eyes, but, don't get fooled now everyone. This guy is a spoiled, good-for-nothing dragon, creature. If I don't press stricter discipline on him now, it'll cause trouble for us, or rather me.
Report.
Probability of outburst of storm dragon Veldora's Yuki, demonic aura, has fallen to a safe range. Could it be that the series of actions Ruminers executed just now were all within Wisdom King Raphael's calculations?
No, how could it? It shouldn't be possible. There is no way it can see that far into the future. I'm definitely overestimating it.
I can't help but have high expectations, considering how accurate Raphael-san's predictions were during the fight with Hinata. I shake my head in an attempt to dispel such thoughts and get back in the right frame of mind.
I take a glance around and announce. We should change the venue next.
There have been a lot of misunderstandings, so let's settle down for now and discuss our future relations in detail. And so, I decide to lead the Holy Knights into our town. Rigido is waiting at the city entrance. It seems that he has hurried his way there after I sent Sue to inform everyone.
There is still plenty of time left, but that's just Rigido's personality. The man loves to rush to his duty. Thank you all for coming, and welcome to our city.
Rigido leads the Holy Knights into the city with a beaming smile. He may have learnt some new tricks from all the diplomacy lately, but that smile on his face will not lose to any professional attendant. He didn't display a single trace of hostility towards these individuals who we were just on guard against. How skillful. We will be preparing meals, so do tell if you have any dietary restrictions. He has also carefully considered people that may have dietary constraints due to allergies or religion.
His diligence in studying is truly admirable.
He must have learned about the human culture or mindset during his encounters with adventurers and merchants while I wasn't looking. No one would probably believe that he was originally just some weak goblin. No.
You don't have to be so courteous.
Hinata looks troubled and planned to turn him down, but we still have to discuss our future plans. Before we knew it, however, night descended upon us, so we may have to move meetings to the next day. Since such an opportunity is rare, I might as well show these guests around town while they're here.
Don't be so generous. Let's leave the detailed discussion for tomorrow. Today we should hold a feast in celebration of our peaceful resolution, and have some fun.
A feast.
That's a wonderful idea.
There will of course be wine as well, right? Veldora, who Ruminers has just finished beating up, happily seconds my proposal. It seems like he is fine, despite me never worrying about him in the first place. If you are hosting a feast, surely you would want to invite me as well, wouldn't you? Ruminers snuck up on me out of nowhere. I do intend to do that, but didn't you already say you would consider sparing Veldora?
Of course we will. Should I call you Ruminers?
Donno?
That sounds quite awkward, just call me Ruminers. She immediately approved, just while I was worrying. Since we're both members of the 8-star Demon Lords, Octogram, I should follow through and spare the courtesy.
Then Ruminers, call me Rimuru as well.
And about Veldora, who I will not forgive by the way.
But even if that's the case, I've only come today to clean up the mess my subordinates left behind. Rimuru, I shall judge that lizard on another day for your sake. Ho ho, Ruminers is calling me Rimuru. I thought she would be the arrogant type, but it turns out that she has quite the forthright personality.
Now we can live in peace.
Yet Veldora suddenly starts to complain again, which in effect causes Ruminers to.
What? Haven't you done enough? Stop nagging and shut up already.
I'm the one who's compromising here, okay?
Or how about we fight it for real right here, right now to settle the score once and for all?
Gahahaha.
Interesting.
I'll show you my power after evolution then.
The two start to fight, again.
Should I call them incompatible?
You really can't tell without seeing them get in a fight with each other.
But if I continue to allow the two to act so recklessly, this entire town may end up destroyed.
Idiot. You stop that right now. No fighting is allowed here. Having realized this, I invoke my authority to mediate the fight.
Ruminers seems quite satisfied, also having drained a large amount of magicules, among other things, degrees, from Veldora. Oh, I am concerned for Das.
Ken, our cute lil Veldora has grown into a man. Sniff sniff.
She seems to be finally done right now, so let's refrain from further agitating her.
If she's going to participate in our feast, I will have to treat her with the highest courtesy. Speaking of our feast, is it fine if we can't serve meals as luxurious as those during the Walpurgis banquet? Ruminers nods to affirm my question.
I didn't attend the feast last time because I had an ominous feeling, but that alone shouldn't be a problem preventing me from going. Chefs who work for me also served those dishes in the past, but I've already gotten tired of it since there's no need for me to eat anything. Is there any rare alcohol here? That lizard over there seems to be looking forward to it, which seems to be rubbing off on me as well now. Ruminers also seems to have a strong desire to attend the feast. Ruminers Summer, won't you be lowering your guard doing this? Seeing how Ruminers behaved, the old butler serving by her side spoke up.
His elderly character is only limited to his appearance.
His back is ramrod straight, and one can tell he is no ordinary man from his aura alone.
He is at least able to stand toe to toe with Louis. Ruminers turns to the man with displeasure.
Ha, Gunther. You are always nagging like this, so stop being such a nagger.
This is why I didn't want to bring you along. But that is my duty. Forget about it, it won't be a problem.
Rimuru here seems to be quite the reasonable man as well. I'm not interested in finishing things off with Veldora at this point of time, so there's nothing to be concerned about.
But how stubborn.
Don't you even think about ordering me, an ancient demon lord, around.
So be a doll and just leave. Ruminers rebuked him, illustrating her aggressive nature.
The elder butler named Gunther let out an exasperated sigh, but he probably couldn't defy Ruminers, so he decided to obey after a momentary period of hesitation.
Then, I shall depart first.
Ruminers lights up after hearing this.
Thanks for the hard work, Gunther. I have Louis and Hinata here, so you are worrying too much. It is only natural for me to worry about your highness. Gunther turns to Louis. Then I shall leave the rest to your care, Louis. Understood. Louis seems rather troubled as well. Even though his face remains impassive, it was the vibe I got from him. Ruminers probably toys around with them all day long.
I couldn't help but think that way after witnessing their interactions.
Gunther vanished the moment he heard Louis' response. Now that he has left, Ruminer's mood seems to be gradually lightening as well.
All right, that annoying fella is gone.
Now I can enjoy the feast all I want.
And so, lightly coerced by Ruminer's imposing aura, the Holy Knight Order is forced to join as well. No one dared to object since none of them wished to displease Ruminer's. After all, her duel with Veldora just now was terrifying. Even though I was able to stop them before it escalated, things would have gotten hairy had I left it unattended. Those wearing tense expressions seem to be very aware of this, while some still seem to be out of the loop with the whole ordeal.
I'll just leave things as they are.
It's only natural for the Holy Knights to feel confused after going through all of this.
Moreover, my duel with Hinata before was also at a superhuman level.
In addition to the elimination of the ex-hero's 7 celestial sages and the fact that the god they believed in was in fact Demon Lord Ruminer's. Now we had that Demon Lord Ruminer's battling against the storm dragon Veldora. While they have pledged support for Hinata and appear calm, these things probably still take time to digest. Anyhow, I'll let them relax for the day. Rigido is straight to the point as he delivers the instructions with a resounding clap. With that, the citizens on hold quickly move into action to assist the Holy Knights. Some are in charge of tending to the horses, some are safekeeping the weapons and gear, and others are distributing healing potions to the injured. Now that I look at these knights, their words about trusting Hinata were no lie.
Seeing that Hinata has accepted the services, the Holy Knights hand over their weapons without a moment's hesitation.
Some are even gasping at the effect of the medicine, most likely after trying them out.
And here I thought there may be more quarrels, but things have been surprisingly peaceful.
Then, since there's still time before the meal is ready, how about we have everyone clean off the dust of traveling by visiting the bathhouse first?
And of course, the lounges are all ready for use as well if you so desire. The Holy Knights respond with confused expressions. They shouldn't be strangers to the term bathing considering there is such a tradition in the Ingratia kingdom as well. There were also bathhouses in the inns where Hinata's party lodged. But these people probably didn't expect that monsters would bathe as well.
Humph, be shocked indeed. I am very proud of this after all, since the bathhouse in our nation is more luxurious than the royal bathhouse found in the Ingratia kingdom. It's more like a hot spring resort due to the fact that we have everything from a large bathing area to our famed outdoor bathing pool. We have all sorts of pools like those onsen towns, streets. On one hand, we get to promote ourselves, and on the other, they also get to wash away their fatigue. Moreover, their clothes are torn and stained after the intense battles, so we will be preparing replacements. It's a rare opportunity, so let's use it to advertise our nation.
We'll have someone prepare the newly developed kimonos made from hemp.
There are also yukatas for the ladies, so there are a lot of options.
Please leave that to us. Shuna-sama is already working on it.
Haruna says, beaming.
It seems like there's nothing for me to worry about. If that's the case, we have to hurry on to the next phase.
Then, I shall invite everyone to enjoy the proud hot springs of our nation. These are hot springs led directly from their source and can cleanse your fatigue.
Moreover, it is superb for skin care. I didn't forget to do a little touting. This seemed to have piqued Rumina's curiosity as well.
Oh, did you say hot springs? And skincare?
How interesting.
And as for my personal bathhouse, room, surely it will be the most classy in this kingdom? Personal bathhouse?
Ah, I suddenly understood what she meant.
The Dwarven Kingdom, Dworgen, which possesses advanced technology, mainly uses individual saunas. There aren't any bathhouses for multiple people to bathe in.
There are public bathhouses in the Ingratia Kingdom, but none in Brumund.
Since the average denizens there would use utility magic, daily magic, to purify themselves, there is little need for a water bath. There are also many people around major towns that can help with casting purification at a low price. In other words, water bathing is not common in this world, it's limited to only large nations with many other worlders as residents. There, The upper echelons can enjoy luxurious, personal bathing pools. I almost forgot the fact that here in our nation, every household has an individual bathing pool. Ruminers probably thought of them as some sort of private royal bath pool, which we happen to lack. If I lead Ruminers to bathe in a pool of a regular civilian household, there's no guessing how furious she would get.
For this reason, I decided to clarify the misunderstanding. We have bathhouses where everyone can bathe together, with the males and females separated, of course.
There is also a mixed bath if you so desire. I definitely won't stop you. I was trying to get the idea across to Ruminers first before someone else gave an unexpected response. A.H.H.H.
What did you say? Said Arno, unsurprisingly.
The male members of the Holy Knight such as Arno all turned to me with the same beam of light shining in their eyes. They seem to be quite the men of culture as well.
Degrees.
HMMPH.
If you guys are interested, just go ahead.
I was cut short midway when I noticed the icy cold glare Hinata was giving me.
No can do, but I've seen that one coming.
Rumina's summer, let's go bathe in the female bath.
I haven't taken a hot spring bath for a long time, so I'm looking forward to it.
Oh? If Hinata says so, I have no objections either.
I see, so it can't be helped after all.
It's quite the rare occasion for Hinata and Ruminas to bathe together. Hold on.
It's too early to give up just yet.
Arno and the rest look quite frustrated, but successfully inviting Hinata and Ruminas to a mixed bath is an impossible feat.
However, if it were just me alone.
Sorry I cast a sympathetic gaze towards the rest of my dudes before leading Hinata and the others to the location. Then, I'll guide you guys to the female bath.
I casually start walking.
But things don't go that smoothly.
Hinata pulls the brake and says, "Wait.
Why are you taking us there?"
Why do you ask?
Don't you need someone to guide you?
I can't panic here.
I put on a face of calm composure and answer, feeling all righteous.
Because none of you know the direction. Moreover, the baths are also separated based on their effects. We even have a sauna.
So considering all of that, it's best if I'm the one doing the explanations for all the details. I even boast about how I guided the two beasketeers there when they expressed their interests in the bathhouse.
Considering the good review I got last time, it will certainly go smoothly this time as well.
Based on all these reasons, I wish to introduce them to you all properly so you will know their benefits. Rimuru-sama, you should let me do it if that's the case.
Shion speaks up. However, her interference will prove troublesome for me. I will have to shut her down now somehow. No way.
Shion alone is not reliable enough.
How come? You, guests, don't have to be so courteous with me.
I wish to join you all as well during this rare occasion.
I answer as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Now, it's totally not strange for me to use the female bath.
Perfection, what a perfect plan. Now I can justifiably take the hot spring bath with Hinata and the others.
Didn't I tell you to hold on a second?
Weren't you a man in the past?
Why do you look so justified trying to bathe with us? My heart suddenly pounds heavily. I've been exposed. Reasonably speaking, I shouldn't have any cold sweat on my back, but an icy sensation is crawling up my spine. As Hinata pointed out the problem, Ruminas also narrows her eyes and responds with an O sound.
No, about that.
Just as I was getting anxious, an unexpected voice suddenly came to my rescue.
It won't matter.
Rimuru-sama is just Rimuru-sama. The one who backed me up was the Shion who I previously deemed unreliable. Good job, keep it up. I cheer for Shion on the inside, but unfortunately Shion is Shion after all. Can you guide us to the bathhouse too? Of course. Then, can I ask you to take us there?
But
don't you think this is the chance to display how reliable you are by showing off your ability in front of your master?
I see. And just like that, Hinata was able to quickly persuade her.
Rest assured, Shion-san.
We will come along as well. You have the two of us at your side should you run into any trouble.
Right, we've bathed there several times before so we know it like the back of our hand. The two Beastketeers say to Shion, putting the final nail in the coffin. Rimuru-sama, please leave the matter to me.
Okay. You go, girl. What a rare opportunity. I was hoping to enjoy the view of Hinata's beautiful, naked body. But since this is how it developed, I will have to give it up. And so I've lost a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
As I admit my defeat with tears in eyes, I leave the matter to Shion. To comfort myself, I turn to Benimaru and the others. TSK, it can't be helped then.
I'll go to the male bath which I've not used for so long.
This is one of my strengths, being able to quickly cheer myself up. Then, how about you help scrub my back? Bathing in this hot spring is even superior to the secret water springs hidden in the mountains when it comes to cleansing the sweat and weariness from your body.
I should be of service since you need a back rub.
The hot spring we built together is quite popular amongst Benimaru and the rest, so it will be quite nice to bathe with everyone every now and then. Gahahaha. Then Rimuru, how about you rub my back for me?
Why do I have to do it?
I don't feel the need to respond to Veldora's feel-good words.
I pretend to ignore him and move out while leading everyone else.
The percentage of males in the Holy Knight Order is quite high to the point of nearing almost 100 men.
But it will pose no issues for the grand bathhouse in our nation.
Even though it would be crowded if they were to visit the same spot, we have several different smaller bathhouses specifically for that occasion. Everyone will go to try them in separate groups. They all seem elated at the prospect of visiting the bathhouse, so I must astound them with its wonders.
As I am thinking, I run into Shuna midway through the journey. The clothes for changing are all prepared.
By the way, Rimuru-sama, why are you walking with the male guests? Although the tone of her voice is incredibly gentle, there is no smile in her eyes. Oh, I wanted to bathe with everyone else. I am somewhat confused by the way she talked, but gave my answer nonetheless.
Shuna cracks up a cute smile. Why does she look mad? What is going on here?
Shuna glances around as she speaks, her gaze lingering on Benimaru and Sue. Rimuru-sama still has things to attend to, so he can't accompany everyone any longer. In addition, Ni-san and Sue, I have something to discuss with you too. No.
Benimaru and Sue are cowed into silence under Shuna's pressure.
Although they don't know the specific reason, they've deemed it advisable to not anger her right now. As for me, I was dragged to bathe in our own private bathhouse.
I don't get it.
Confused slime, why is Shuna upset?
With that doubt in mind, I leave the venue at Shuna's urging.
After a quick bath I go to check on the feast preparations.
The venue is the banquet hall.
Since we've been hosting many feasts as of late, I thought it was a good idea to have a proper venue.
It's a brand new building.
The building's shape is a large round dome, about the size of a gymnasium. Once you enter, the interior is wide and spacious with tatami floor mats bedded all over. It can also serve as an emergency shelter if such a situation arises, since there's enough room to squeeze in quite the number of people. Because it's a building with a large open space, we built it with a sturdy steel frame, though over time it will probably transform into magisteel. In that regard, our country has a great advantage since we have many Majins who possess abundant magicules. The meals happened to be served on the dining table just as I was in the middle of considering this. The tables are all topped with delicate bowls only found in classy restaurants. I potted and heated clay bowls during my spare time, which led to the children learning about it too. Since then, we've had lots of new and fine-looking works of pottery. Some are even colored by either extracting juice from medicinal plants or by mixing strange minerals into the clay to make colorful and vibrant products. The bowls used by every household are all made by the children. You never know until you try. Even the dining tables that are being presented to us are all top-notch pieces of furniture decorated with delicate patterns. Dord handled the part that required processing wood material.
The children learned alongside him, and we've helped schedule labor time for them to do this as part of their game, entertainment.
Considering all of this, it seems that my interest for hot springs and food containers is being reflected in the products we have here. Looking back to the time when I was still eating grass, my life today is surprisingly comfortable. I even get to taste the delicacies of food these days.
I see it is indeed true that people would work hard in order to better their life. Today's cuisine is tempura. Amazing. I'm truly moved that we are able to make such foods. Not only is its taste exceptional, but it's also visually appealing.
This meal is a testament to the skills of today's head chef, Shuna.
And it goes without saying that Shion took no part in the cooking process. Anything Shion cooks will look absolutely awful to begin with. Even though she now has the unique skill chef, we can't let her risk it and be responsible for everyone's food.
These tempuras are some of the dishes Shuna developed after viewing my memories. Milim also couldn't stop praising the karaage, Japanese-style fried food, hamburgers, steak, and croquette. There's also ebi fry, fried shrimp. As someone who isn't well versed with the intricacies of cooking, I can't elaborate on the difference between ebi fry and tempura. To put it in simpler terms, ebi fry dips the shrimps in the coating ingredients first before frying with oil.
The coating would greatly alter the taste and texture.
There are also varying ways to fry them, so it was a lot harder than expected to recreate the taste and texture of the food from my vague memory alone.
Shuna endured a lot and worked hard for it.
It's all thanks to her efforts that the cuisine can be recreated to this extent.
There are many exquisite dishes in Ingratia too, but they unfortunately do not have Japanese delicacies.
The meal Guy prepared was also along the lines of classy Western fare, so I guess Japanese dishes are rare in this world.
There is one reason for that.
There aren't that many coastal nations among the Western nations, so seafood is a rare commodity. It would also be quite expensive to use magic to maintain the freshness of these products.
Even if there were otherworldly chefs from Japan, it'd still be difficult to make food if you don't have the ingredients.
Speaking of which, Yoshida-san also expressed his frustration about it, saying that there were too few varieties of alcohol, wines, which makes it almost impossible to recreate many different types of cake.
He was ecstatic when I told him I'll prepare them for him.
Considering all this, you can understand just how blessed I am. Even with relevant knowledge, it's still an impossible feat to recreate dishes in such a short period of time. Especially Japanese ones, since gathering ingredients is already a difficult task in and of itself. I had to catch a bunch of fish in order to make things like katsubushi, dried tuna. By using my skill to perform dimensional transportation, I was able to create a means to transport and maintain freshness, therefore allowing us to accommodate different types of ingredients. But I still wanted to figure out a way to transport without using skills, so it became a topic of study in the future.
Food is the essence of culture. If the food of a nation is not sufficiently developed, then such a nation's culture will be of no significance to me.
I believe that among the three pillars of life's necessities, food, clothing and shelter, food is the most important.
But everyone is entitled to his or her own opinion.
Based on all these reasons, we toiled to develop all sorts of cuisines. It was far easier to get cereals like wheat, barley, and oats than I had imagined.
I remember seeing white bread in the capital of Ingratia, which is considered daily fare for the rich. So by studying its production method, I was later able to produce them in my kingdom with relatively easier means. The research task at hand, for us, was white rice.
We haven't improved it to the point of having acceptable, good, taste. Compared to the Japanese rice that has been researched and improved since time immemorial, the quality of ours is definitely inferior.
But that is only natural.
I didn't expect things to go that smoothly anyways.
We were able to quickly harvest by using magic to grow them.
But with that being said, growing them in the winter season is no easy feat. Currently we only have a small amount growing in controlled indoor environments.
It will take a long time before we can show any results, but there may be a solution.
When I asked Raphael Sensei if there was a better way, I got an immediate response.
The method was to use Shion's chef to overwrite results.
Since she can overwrite results, improving the quality of the product should be a piece of cake.
But will it really work?
I don't think anyone would accept such a method since it's quite the devious way to do things.
But that's just me thinking.
Although at this point, it's probably already too late to be saying stuff like this.
We've used this method quite recklessly during the production of wines, so any intention of self-restraint is long gone.
Our appetite takes precedence over ethics. But we can't rely on Shion's power during every harvest, so we'll need to continue our research. However, that is excluding a small portion of, primarily for me, white rice. Shion was happy to help, so I handed the rice over to Shuna and told her to only serve it during special occasions.
Today is one such special occasion.
Demon Lord Ruminers is here, among other things, hence we will have to splurge lavishly. In order to ensure good relations from now on, we must demonstrate our country's value.
We have both a carrot and a stick to offer. Your impression of someone will skyrocket if you get treated well despite having a negative impression in the past. If a delinquent youth were to suddenly commit a virtuous deed, his or her reputation would be greatly improved. That's my thought process at least. If we're lucky, it may even make their previous impression of us turn a big 180.
Even though I don't think the Holy Knights are this shallow, it's still an effective and classic approach. With such a devious scheme in mind, I've made sure the night feast is served with only the finest delicacies. And regarding the matter concerning white rice, it's something I insist on having as an ex-Japanese, but it may be unsuited for the appetites of the Holy Knights.
With that being said, Hinata would probably be pretty happy about it.
After all, I was quite delighted when I got to eat the white rice that I had not seen for such a long time. As for tempura, I'm pretty sure everyone would think it was delicious after eating it. The merchants and adventurers sang their praises, and it has even won over Benimaru's approval.
I think it would be fine considering the level of satisfaction it has so far.
The dishes have all been served and were waiting on the table while I was buried in my own thoughts. The only thing left is to wait for the Holy Knights to arrive from their bath.
The seats are arranged in a reversed U shape, with 3 seats at the head of the table. I'm seated at the center, with Veldora and Ruminers to my left and right respectively. From this seat I can have everyone else in my line of sight. My own executives are sitting face to face with the Holy Knights. We intentionally arranged it this way so everyone may build up a friendly relationship through the feast. The Holy Knights are led to the venue of the feast.
All of them have finished bathing and are wearing either the yukatas or jinbase, bathrobe, that we had prepared for them.
Reasonably speaking, they should not be used to these clothes. However, they seem to have grown fond of them after having put them on.
But that's only natural, since these types of clothes would not lose to any sporty tracksuit in terms of comfort. Not only are they suitable for daily activities, but they also are able to serve as pajamas.
The Holy Knights nervously follow their guides to their seats.
They seem quite confused after noticing that there isn't any chair or table.
Moreover, chairs and tables aside, they seem baffled just by walking barefoot on the tatami.
These are simply cultural differences, so their confusion is logical. The gobliners, female hobgoblin, leading the way, on the other hand, are not nervous at all. They smoothly carried out their tasks, performing their duties spectacularly as if it was second nature.
This is all thanks to Vesta's training. The Holy Knights all seem astonished at the fact, and I can tell that they are embarrassed. The one walking at the front is Ruminers. She moves elegantly while I wait at the head seat. She is then seated next to me. Next it appears to be Louis' turn.
He looks exactly the same as Roy, who played the part of a demon lord, and gives off the regal air of a pope.
The third person arriving is Hinata. As soon as she sits on her seat, she turns to me seemingly with some sort of conviction. I sincerely apologize for the great trouble that I've caused you. Both for the last time, as well as today's incident. I acted entirely on my own.
I did not act upon Ruminus Summer's instructions, to say nothing of my subordinates who hold no responsibility for this incident. I don't think you can forgive this transgression with just me taking responsibility alone.
Stop.
I hurriedly stop Hinata just as she was about to bow and apologize to me.
I'll disregard last time, and this time it was a misunderstanding.
This time, the ones responsible were the 7 Celestials, and Ruminus has already executed them. I personally don't intend to hold anyone further accountable for the problem regarding the Farmer's Kingdom since Diablo has already dealt with it.
That's why I stopped Hinata. But I've also stumbled upon something incredible.
Out of the corner of my eye, I happened to notice something.
2 gently sloping mounds behind her exposed yukata. They are slightly flushed and glistening after the hot bath.
I definitely didn't intentionally look at them. It can only be said to be terribly good timing. Could this be the godly power of wisdom, King Raphael-san? Answer:
No. Am I thinking too much?
Also, the tone of its reply sounds so cold, but I don't really care about that type of stuff at this moment. Holy shit, my adventurous desires are flooding out non-stop. It's supposed to be time for my son to pop up, but he is unfortunately no longer with us.
But, you can't blame me for that.
Because men are creatures that will never forget their adventurous spirit. Times like these, how wonderful it is that I have a body that won't get a nosebleed. And by the way, bathrobe play, it's truly powerful.
The destructive power of it is astounding. Freshly bathed woman in yukatas, now that's the best combo.
Plus the fact that it's a beauty like Hinata only adds on to the terrifying effect.
I have been defeated. Defeated indeed. Absolute and total defeat. With this, all is forgiven.
But wait, I've already forgiven her a long time ago. It is at this instant that Shuna says, "Rimuru-sama, to where might you be looking?"
She pauses her serving and looks at me with a sweet smile. How does she do it?
Her voice was gentle indeed, yet it sent shivers down my spine.
Nothing. I'm not looking at anything in particular. By the way, Hinata. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, it's fine. At least, if you could give up your prejudice towards monsters, that would be great. I hurriedly try to cover myself.
Hinata shows a momentary expression of hesitation before wordlessly nodding.
Well, in reality, that will actually be quite difficult. Being a monster is no different from being a dangerous convict holding a gun.
It would be counterproductive if the public was to briefly believe that monsters are harmless, only to end up getting harmed by said monsters. We may indeed communicate with humans, but there is no guarantee that we can understand each other.
Yet in this city, such a fantasy is made true.
Because the monsters all had faith in my words, they wished to be friendly and coexist with humans.
That said, however, Shion and the Yomageri were once killed by humans.
About that, I understand it's difficult to give out trust so easily since there's no way to know what your opponents are thinking. That, and the fact that when you consider that some monsters can be extremely cunning, only makes it harder. The guardians of mankind cannot afford to be so easily fooled by monsters.
You are right.
Communication is the first step to understanding, but it is also a dangerous transaction.
You risk the danger of being mind-controlled and having your soul bound. Indeed.
That's why it's enough for us if you believe that not all monsters are bad. If you ever encounter any suspicious monsters that you have reservations for, just leave them in our custody. It'll be all right for them to come to this town even if they're not accepted in human societies.
This is probably where we'll find common ground.
Our town will take in questionable monsters since the residents here won't get shocked at unexpected situations that easily.
But that's under the condition that those monsters can actually be communicated with. I understand.
It won't be easy to change everyone's mind immediately, but I will ban the rule that allows people to deem monsters as evil and execute them without due process. Is that okay, Ruminus-sama?
It's but a minor matter, so do whatever you want.
But, don't raise anyone's suspicion towards his or her faith in me.
Understood. I'll have it as the number one priority for everyone to keep in mind. Ruminus seems to also have accepted it.
The Holy Empire Ruberios was a kingdom built on the people's faith in the god Ruminus. That's why doubts from the public would shake the foundation of the nation. It, the Western Saints' Church, is after all a religion with significant influence on the Western nations, so it would only be natural for Hinata to proceed with caution.
I, on the other hand, believed that Rumenes has underestimated her own influence. Even though she had said that such a thing cannot be tolerated, she didn't look like she cared at all. Perhaps it's not Rumenes' own wish to be worshipped by others as God. Or it could just be me overthinking it.
But she did seem to have given all the authority to Pope Louis and left the chores for Hinata.
The incident before was the same. It was simply due to the devious scheming of the seven celestials. But it shouldn't be like that.
This ancient demon lord suddenly returned after leaving the spotlight for centuries just to rule once more with the figure of a majestic overlord, yet she actually dislikes troubling herself. There's no way someone like that exists.
I'll be the king while giving the power to the people.
My thoughts naturally gravitated towards this direction since it's quite similar to the goal I have in mind. But I can't ask the question so openly in public, so I should just keep these thoughts to myself. As I was still mulling this over, Hinata turns towards my subordinates.
I need to apologize to you all as well.
I promise you that we will not be hostile towards others simply for the fact that they are monsters.
As she finishes, Hinata bows deeply.
Seeing that Hinata has made a move, the rest of the Holy Knights quickly do the same. We're sorry, all of them bow their heads and apologize. Don't mind it at all. If it weren't for Rimuru-sama's orders, we too would continue to treat humans as our enemies after all.
The one who spoke is Rigido. He said that it was because of my orders that they were able to abandon their prejudice. For the goblins who were desperately struggling just to survive, all other races except for themselves would probably have been considered enemies.
Personally speaking, I'm fine as long as you aren't hostile towards us. I saw your fight with Rimuru-sama, and even as I am now, I'm unlikely to win.
Benimaru says, smiling. He's still his same warmongering self with his head filled with nothing but combat.
I'm not sure whether Sue agrees with Benimaru or not, he simply nodded in response.
There is a tendency amongst monsters for the strong to prey on the weak, so even if enemies kill them the fault will eventually fall on the weaker creatures.
Sue seems to have this view as well, so he holds no grudges against the Holy Knights. As for Shion, she's behaving rather suspiciously, as if Hinata's apology only agitated her. Shion, you should forgive them too.
I understand your pain and anger, but not all humans are evil. There are bad humans and there are good humans, that's just how it is.
It's the same for monsters, and just like with monsters, you have to ascertain their nature accordingly.
Moreover, humans are creatures that can overcome their mistakes.
So aren't we the same just like them? Isn't it the character of one's soul that's most important?
Humans and monsters should not be differentiated by their races. The nature of an individual's soul is the most important factor. I hope Shion can understand this too. I said that to her with that in mind, yet Shion seems to be more confused. To her, all humans must be evil. But, I hope she won't treat everyone the same way. Right now Shion is still obeying my command, but I'm not sure whether the bottled-up discontent would burst out one day. That should never happen.
I hope she isn't just mindlessly following orders but able to act based on her own thoughts. At least that's what I initially thought, which is apparently just me being paranoid.
In an instant, Shion abandons all her reservations.
She's not good at thinking anyway, so it's quite like her to speak with such an open mind.
I understand now.
I'll learn from Rimuru-sama to judge good from bad based on their souls. Shion beams, a fierce conviction written on her face.
This may be an indication that she has overcome a major obstacle. Even though I can't see people's souls, it is good that Shion was able to open up.
The members of the Yomageri also seem to resonate with her, determined to think for themselves, in judging the nature of man, while abandoning their grudges against the Holy Knights.
What a bunch.
These are all companions that I'm proud of. Being able to accept others' apologies and let go of past enmities isn't easy. It's hard to determine to what extent they have forgiven the Knights, but the two parties have successfully made peace.
As long as we're communicating, we'll be able to accept each other. And just like that, we were able to reconcile on the matter.
Right then, it will be way too boring to continue with this solemn atmosphere.
It would be a waste if these fine dishes get cold along with it. Most importantly, If this continues, there won't be a chance for Veldora to show up again. He'll throw a tantrum and things will get dicey. Supposedly, he shouldn't need to eat food just like me. But for some odd reason, he became quite obsessed with it ever since his revival.
It's a known fact that he loves desserts such as cakes.
He's also quite the picky eater.
No idea if he knows what he's talking about or not. It seems like he's looking forward to enjoying this free meal, so I should probably get this feast started as soon as possible.
Since that's the case, let's raise our cups.
Now then, let's raise our cups for the amazing battles we fought against each other. I came up with a random toast and started the feast.
It feels the best to drink a cold beverage right after a bath.
And of course, I've prepared that all beforehand.
We're generously offering the secret wines produced in our nation in mass. Absolutely flawless. Wine is the mainstream drink, even in the Ingratia kingdom.
There's also yeast wine, beer, but it doesn't taste as good. Should I describe it as lacking in foam or carbonic acid? It's quite warm, so perhaps that's the main reason why the taste is poor. But when it comes to my nation, none of these is an issue. Don't underestimate my enthusiasm for food. I've researched day and night and have now developed more varieties than during the time I visited Dworgen. And the minute I mention I want something, people will immediately start researching ways to make it.
My current living environment is ideal to the point of being frightening.
Could it really be because I've become a demon lord?
No, it seemed to be the same before that too. Ah, never mind.
So this is basically how things are. My diet has become about the same as the time I lived in Japan thanks to the hard work of my dear monsters, friends.
My nation's food is truly delicious. The holy knights will definitely be satisfied. And my predictions were accurate. The female waitresses are all running around to refill wine for everyone. They have become quite adept due to the experience of holding the many feasts in the past.
The eyes of the holy knights widen in surprise once they take the first sip.
And as the food enters their mouth, they become frozen on the spot.
They steal glances at their neighbor to see each other's expressions, seemingly moved by the delicious taste of the food.
I chuckle to myself. I am finally relieved to see that they're enjoying the meal.
The main dish is tempura, but we've also prepared some seafood.
We're even serving the chopped up sashimi on the tables.
I got a hold of ingredients akin to soybeans and was successful in recreating soy sauce.
This is one of the many fruits of Shuna's labor. It has some differences from actual soy sauce, but only people who are already familiar with the taste can tell the difference.
For a first-time diner, this bootleg soy sauce is just as good as the real deal. Since there are different types of soy sauce as well, there may actually be one with similar taste to ours in Japan. All in all, I'm very pleased with the fine quality of our product. Sashimi is Hakuru's speciality. Even though Hakuru is not present at the moment, several other chefs have also inherited his skill. Since that is the case, it seems that the training of chefs has gone smoothly as well. These chefs were able to flaunt their skills in a variety of exquisite dishes and serve them one by one.
Even though we went for a Japanese-style cuisine, most people still enjoyed eating it.
Especially Hinata, she seems quite moved as she eats her meal in silence. Unlike the knights who were not used to using chopsticks, Hinata was able to deftly maneuver them to eat her meal. She turns her attention to me, seemingly suspecting that I was looking at her. I mean, aren't you going a bit overboard with all this?
How is it going overboard? And I thought she was going to praise me, but I got teased instead. I retorted as my anger quietly bubbled.
And soon after, Hinata begins to shower me with all of her doubts as if she was venting out all of her discontent accumulated over time.
It's the same on the road to here.
In serving ramen and dumplings, drinking areas with free water, grand bathhouses in the middle of nowhere, and now this. Why is there fresh sashimi when you are living in a giant forest? I've already tried very hard to accept this sansai, mountain vegetables, tempura, but this, sashimi, is suspicious no matter how you look at it. Hinata no longer has her calm composure as she finishes her sentence in one breath.
Ah, Oki, I didn't expect that she would ask about that. Because I wanted to eat. What? I mean, that's.
Because I wanted to eat those foods, so I put in the effort to recreate them. And about the sashimi, we did a bit of fishing because the beast kingdom Uarazania, who we're on good terms with, happens to face the sea. But right now we haven't figured out a logistics network for transporting cold storage products. That's why we are using skills to resolve the issue for now. I mean, I want to live luxuriously sometimes too.
Did you say skill? I nod and reply with a
About that, I utilized the transportation channel of the orcs through Geld's stomach from his unique skill gourmet. Transportation magic usually is unable to move food ingredients.
However, Geld's skills are an exception. With that being said, we've only prepared enough for this one feast.
The orcs can't be distracted from their construction project simply because of my stubbornness.
It was thanks to the people on vacation in the village who were willing to help that we were able to get the food this time.
This is the limitation of using personal skills to conduct transportation.
I will have to make this a research subject and improve on top of that.
Hinata is baffled as she listens to my explanation, not saying a word. I see, so skills can allow for the transportation of objects without changing their quality.
And since there are many people in this nation that can use that skill.
It's unbelievable how justified you seem utilizing skills of the public for personal exploit.
Hinata mutters, somewhat exasperated. How rude. But it's fine, I don't plan to argue with her.
Hinata shows an expression of revelation, yet I'm unaware that an issue existed in the first place.
Isn't it only natural to make use of whatever that can be used? It doesn't matter really, Hinata.
No matter what the cause was, the fact of the matter is that all of these are delicious.
Or at least, I like them quite a lot.
Ruminas seemed to have overheard the conversation and chimed in, ostensibly drunk with a wine glass in her hand. These dishes are probably all new to Ruminas, and she appears to be greatly enjoying her tempura. She's even using her fingers to eat them, yet for some reason, Ruminas looks elegant no matter how she behaves. It is basically the correct way of dining, so it's fine as long as it doesn't repulse other people. It is perhaps the hardest question we need to resolve when it comes to how to not force people who haven't even seen chopsticks before to use them. Benimaru and the rest already knew how to use chopsticks. Furthermore, the monsters in our kingdom have learnt it themselves after they observed how we had eaten.
But it is not the same case for merchants or adventurers coming from other nations.
Moreover, we wish to make our nation an attraction for foreign nobilities, so we don't want them to feel obligated to use chopsticks.
Coming from that point of view, Ruminas presents a case that is worth considering.
She's using either knives, forks, chopsticks, or her fingers. The hotter dishes must require chopsticks, but the rest can be eaten bare-handed just fine.
The methods of consumption vary depending on the dish. It would be meaningless if the guests don't enjoy eating, so they shouldn't be restricted to just one way.
It would be better to inform them of the different possible ways to dine and wait for them to slowly adapt.
With that in mind, I ask Ruminas.
Is our food suited for your appetite?
I like it a lot. Delectable dishes, and even better wines.
I didn't notice that she's been ferociously gulping down wine until after she mentioned it. Milim is a voracious eater while Ruminas is an impressive drinker. While using tempura as her appetizer, she has drunk a round of all the wines on the table.
That's wonderful. But it will be bad for your body if you don't restrain yourself.
Silly, even poison has no effect on me, so how can I lose to mere alcohol? I had to, however, go out of my way to lower the effect of poison nullification just to get drunk. My advice to Ruminas seems to have been meaningless. But did she just mention something about lowering the effect of poison nullification? Is that even possible?
You don't say? Stop talking silly there.
I ask Ruminas, who is looking down on me, to teach me the method. Wisdom King Raphael-san seems to have some issue with that.
But I don't care, so I did as what Ruminas taught and lowered my resistance. A sudden sense of drunkenness hits me the moment I did that. Here it comes, here it comes. Here we go. That's the feeling of getting drunk.
Gahahaha. Rimuru, How come you don't know how to do such a simple trick? I've already mastered that low level of trickery.
Mr. Veldora looks quite proud. I have no idea when he practiced it, but right now he has become a complete drunkard.
Right, then let's drink some more.
I'll drink with you then. You two are helpless. In that case, I shall accompany you as well.
Ruminers got on board arrogantly, making the feast even more lively.
Geez, Rimuru-sama.
Shuna says, somewhat vexed, but she continues to refill my drink with a pasted-on smile.
And as such we begin to booze up without a hint of courtesy.
There are a rich variety of alcohols, our supply of ice is more than sufficient, and there are also refreshing beverages available.
And of course, we have also prepared tea and juice for those who aren't adept at holding their liquor.
Haruna-san and Louis help to refill for Veldora and Ruminers respectively. As for Benimaru, Shion, and Sue, as well as the two Beastketeers and Holy Knight elites such as Arno, they seem to be competing in some sort of drinking game. The members of the Holy Knight Order started off all serious looking, but they began to loosen up after their captains chugged down a couple rounds. Some chatted with Rigard, while others made requests to the serving ladies for more food. There are even some among them who appear to be interested in Monster's diet and wish to try the food themselves. Isn't that guy called Fritz? I remember he is a captain of the Holy Knight Order just like Arno and that he is one of the 10 great saints. He seems to be more impressive than I thought.
The first step to understanding others is to take an interest in the food they eat. What a truly wonderful thing to do.
However, I recall that thing, food, there to be.
My drunken mind begins to race. That over there is black rice.
We took samples of graminous plants and used magicule fluid, the highly concentrated liquid magicule formed in the sealed cave, to grow them. I did the experiment out of sudden curiosity and as a result made black rice that looked like it had been blended with squid ink. In my established view, rice is just white rice, so black rice doesn't look particularly appetizing.
But its actual taste is without a doubt delicious.
It even possesses incredibly high nutritional value, and so I added it to the production line with the name Magic Black Rice. It has become the main fare in our nation, though I sort of remember a huge issue about it. Stop.
That thing is poisonous to humans. I shouted, suddenly sober. But Fritz's exclamation drowned me out. This thing can restore mana.
I couldn't stop Fritz from taking a bite.
Instead of being poisoned, this was how he reacted.
Oi, forget that. Is your body okay? Feeling anything wrong? Bodies of weaker individuals would be affected after ingesting large amounts of magicules. The magicule content in this magic black rice is quite high, so it would be the equivalent of poison for people of lesser abilities. But if ingested at an appropriate quantity, it can be used as both medicine and served as a main dish.
It shouldn't be an issue for everyone else, but whether or not it will be safe for humans to consume is anyone's guess. We can't be so hasty with human experiments.
However, judging from Fritz's reaction, the result is different from how I imagined. I thought before that the rice would be poison to humans, but could it actually be converted to medicine for people possessing a certain amount of mana? Answer. Mana restoration effect confirmed on individual Fritz. If target possesses resistance against magicules, mana will likely be converted to energy.
I see, so that's how it is. It must be because he has given his all in the battle and rapidly depleted his mana that the effect of the food seems so pronounced.
I snapped back to reality as the other holy knights begin to discuss the magic black rice as well.
None of them seem at all frightened.
Getting drunk sure is terrifying.
It can't be helped then, we will have to prepare the portion for all of them as well. Hinata probably has the same feeling I had, with the rice. She grimaced upon seeing its black color.
But she isn't complaining, instead she chews on the chazuk, tea/soup-soaked rice, made of the magic black rice. As for those who still aren't satisfied with chazuk alone, we have also prepared onigiri, rice ball. It also seems to be getting great reviews as more servings are ordered almost in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect the magic black rice to be more popular than the white rice we specifically went out of the way to prepare for me.
With that being said, it seems like only I have a problem with its aesthetics. In reality, it tastes wonderful. It may even be easier for people who have never seen rice to accept it. And because of it, I found an unexpected effect of magic black rice.
I'm also looking forward to the promotion our nation will get as our guests enjoy the food and beverages. Moreover, the important thing is that this feast will be an opportunity to communicate as I see monsters and holy knights chatting with each other.
Xion even arm wrestled 3 holy knights.
Apparently she achieved overwhelming victory, though the holy knights seem to react with laughter at the fact.
What a nice outcome, much better than my expectations.
Perhaps it was thanks to the alcohol, but if this can become a natural sight, we can probably get along with each other much sooner.
To good food and good life.
In order to reach that goal, I'll have to strive to do my job well.
It will be my duty in the future to protect these precious moments. I made up my mind at that instant. Yet as soon as I did.
What are you doing, Rimuru?
Come, let me help you refill, let's get hammered today. Most true indeed. I've come just to accompany you too. So let's drink to our heart's content. Hold on, Veldora. And Ruminers, aren't you a vampire? Why do you even need to eat and drink, and how did you end up so drunk? Humph, you're such a tool. Once I became an advanced species, higher vampire, I can replenish energy from normal food, but that's irrelevant, finish your wine already.
I told her that they are two separate things, but she's completely ignoring me. I'm getting crossfire from these two drunkards, and the determination that I finally made flew straight out the window. Hey, you two. I wasn't quick enough to stop them before my cup was refilled with the distilled wine made from magic black rice and forced to down it in one go. Hinata slants her cold eyes at us, seemingly muttering there should be a limit to all this monkeying around. However, there is a tiny smile curled along the corners of her lips, but that might just be my drunken delusions. Hinata's smile looks pretty cute too, but let's keep that a secret.
And just like that, it was tomorrow already. My head hurts like hell.
Answer. Of course.
It is the side effect of forceful reduction of resistance.
Thank you for your calm sarcasm. Speaking of Raphael Sensei's tone, it still sounds quite pissed. No, I must be thinking too much. There's no way in the world that I would get scolded by my own skill. As such, I shake it off and carry about as normal.
There is an important meeting today.
The future relations between the Tempest Federation and the Holy Empire Ruberios will depend on it.
Hopefully we will reach a conclusion afterwards. The venue moves to the usual large meeting room.
I take my seat while struggling to endure the headache. In reality, with the circumstances at hand, not only were we about to become enemies of the Western Saints Church, we may even have potentially opened hostilities with the Holy Empire Ruberios. It was also a fact that the Pope's ministry gave permission for the Templar Knight Order to mobilize, and it could have caused major damage to our nation. Given that this was the case, we will have to exercise caution when dealing with them.
With that being said, however, the real culprits in the Farmer's Kingdom have been executed.
As for the Templar Knight Order who aided them, there is not even one survivor remaining, but they, the ministry, should take responsibility as well since they aren't entirely unrelated.
However, I've already accepted Hinata's apology.
Moreover, the culprits responsible for the incident have already been taken care of. Unlike the Farmer's Kingdom, I don't intend to fight against the Holy Empire Ruberios. It's meaningless to ask them for reparations as long as a friendly relationship can be formed.
The monetary part is compensated with claimant's inheritance and the reparations from farmers.
And if we were to take any land, it will be too far away geographically anyways. It will be difficult to manage, plus having such a distant land to rule would give me another headache. They have already admitted their faults, so rather than demanding reparations, we should make an effort together to build a friendly relationship in the future.
And that is honestly my wish. I contemplate the matter as I await Ruminers and the rest.
On the side of Tempest Federation, there's me, Xion, Rigado, and Benimaru, as well as the officers in charge of the judicial, legislative and executive branches, the three chiefs Rugurdo, Rigurdo, and Rogado.
Veldora is here as well, but we can just ignore him. Getting through to him when he's reading his manga is simply an impossible feat.
On the Holy Empire Ruberios' side, the participants are Ruminas, Louis, and Hinata.
In addition, there are also the 5 captains. I invite them to introduce themselves.
We have the Vice Commander of the Order, Reynald, known as Child of Light. There's also the person that is said to be the strongest knight next to Hinata, Arno of Air, as well as Bacchus of Earth, Ritace of Water, and Fritz of Wind. Now that everyone is present, we, the two parties, sit face to face and commence the meeting.
First, we will need to clear out the misunderstanding.
Given this is the case, we will be listing out the circumstances of both parties to have some context. We will be exchanging this information as the meeting starts.
We check on these things while confirming progress with their party. There is no point in voicing our complaints. Right now we are only trying to verify the facts.
It is best to rectify any information that appears different from our understanding, to which Hinata also agrees.
The testimonies of both of our parties are mostly expected. It seems we won't have to do too much explaining. Everything began when the Fire Nation attacked with the invasion of the Farmers' Kingdom.
We will be maintaining our stance and only change our terms based on the attitude of our negotiating party. As for how things went down on the Saints' Church side, Hinata mentioned that there had already been a problem before Farmers made their request. To put it simply, it would be defying the doctrines of Ruminazism to acknowledge the existence of a monster kingdom.
It was an urgent matter that may have generated distrust among the believers.
If left unattended, the followers might even renounce their faith. It might even end up causing the downfall of the influence of the Western Saints' Church. That was why the monster kingdom must be eliminated. For this reason, they needed a reason to justify invading my kingdom. That's how Hinata put it. It was under those circumstances that Archbishop Rahim stationed at Farmus made the request.
Nicholas thus gave the permission.
I didn't have an objection at the time, and more importantly, I couldn't forgive you then.
These are Hinata's accounts.
Farmus, while trying to protect its national interest, grew greedy for profits and intended to eliminate us for that cause. At the same time, Hinata also wished to seek revenge.
Was it because of Shizu-san? Yes, that was the case. Now that I think about it, I seem to have been manipulated as well.
Although I still have no idea who was behind all this, the Eastern merchants must have had something to do with it. Merchants? Is that so?
That's gotta be the reason.
There were merchants going in and out on Demon Lord Clayman's side as well. Moreover, although Geld and his men are currently under my command, in the past they were all fully geared.
I suspected that they may have had ties with some other countries, and as it turns out their trading partners were the Eastern merchants. I nod as I come to the realization.
There were a large amount of business transaction records in the ledger I asked Shuna to investigate. The Eastern Empire produces most of the merchandise that Dworgen originally exported. The Empire was undoubtedly doing business with Dworgen, yet the problem is with the identity of its broker.
There wasn't any form of record.
Shuna has done a thorough investigation yet was still unable to find out the real identity of their trade partner.
We even interrogated the captives to no avail.
Demon Lord Clayman was extremely cautious and ordered his subordinates to be meticulous with their work, not leaving behind any evidence.
This was especially true for his associates in the moderate clown troupe, as there wasn't any record on them either.
However, on the matter of who the trade partner is, there are still ways to determine the identity of the person. There were many artworks and rare magic items stored in Clayman's castle that were collected from all over the world.
Yet most of his weapons and gears came from the Empire.
Because of teleportation magic, there wouldn't be an issue with transportation no matter where he purchased them.
Yet he specifically imported their goods from the Empire, meaning the two must be somehow connected.
Even though this can only count as indirect evidence, it is a decisive piece to victory.
In addition, the same logic applies to the food ingredients. There was an abundance of fruit, bread, and dairy products as well as other consumable goods, A large amount of food ingredients were stored in Clayman's base.
These goods cannot be teleported through magic alone and have to rely on physical transportation. Clayman's territory before his death was the puppet state Gistav. They seem to conduct agricultural work with slavery, yet the agricultural products do not match up with the food items found in their storage. According to Shuna's investigation, there were several food items that must require exports from other nations.
If that were the case, the prime suspect would be the neighboring Eastern Empire.
Since Milim has been self-sufficient in her land, she wouldn't even have had the thought of trading with others. Furthermore, neither Milim nor ex-demon Lord Carrion have the money to trade such goods with others. That is another reason why I suspected that the people who colluded with Demon Lord Clayman were from the Eastern Empire.
That's right. They were the ones that told me that you had murdered Shizu-san. They also mentioned that you happened to be in Ingratia at the time.
That was why I had moved out in hopes of eliminating you.
Indeed. The timing then was horrible, even now looking back at it just pisses me off.
My words shook Hinata a bit. Not only Hinata, but also Ano and the rest of the Holy Knights are cowed.
Quit intimidating them now.
Your Demon Lord Haki, imposing aura, is leaking out because of your anger, you rookie. Oops, my bad, my bad. I only realized after Ruminas pointed out that my Yuki, demonic aura, seems to be leaking out. I only recently learned how to perfectly control it, but I still can't suppress it entirely when I get agitated.
I immediately apologize and continue.
Anyhow, in reality, it was the Eastern merchant or something who was behind this.
So, do you know his name?
That person called himself Dharm.
But it must have been an alias.
An alias?
I guess it makes sense. But, the name doesn't matter here. The important thing is the fact that the Eastern merchant is the real culprit.
Demon Lord Clayman also had ties with the Eastern merchant. Moreover, it was probably the same party of people that instigated the ex-king of Farmus, Ed Marley's.
That was indeed the case. We were able to clarify that after interrogating Rayheim.
I nod with him and begin to connect the dots. Demon Lord Clayman must have secretly manipulated the Farmus kingdom. The two factions are not in a partner relationship, it felt more like the temporary collaboration between enemies. And the people doing the matchmaking were those Eastern merchants. As I was speaking, Benimaru opens up with a sudden realization. And for Hinata, she seems to be muttering to herself, and I was also used by others for this plan, while emitting a dangerous aura. Next, we need to find out who the mastermind behind all this is, however. All of the incidents are linked to the Eastern merchant, so based off of that, it doesn't seem like things played out this way simply because the faction's interests just so happened to align. Clayman always wanted to awaken and become a true demon lord, while the Farmus kingdom had its sights set on territorial expansion, which is why they intended to take our kingdom.
Moreover, there is that lord who is pulling the strings.
That lord, it was the person Clayman mentioned, wasn't it?
Ruminas and I nod to each other. What does that mean?
Benimaru and the rest know about this, but it's new information for Hinata and her party.
For that reason, I give a quick explanation.
In truth, Demon Lord Clayman seemed to have been following the orders of someone else. It was quite impressive for a nobody like Clayman to have not revealed the person's true identity even to the very end.
Is that so?
Could it be that the person's true identity is one of the 7 Celestials? I got the sudden inspiration as if God had enlightened me. It was just supposed to be a random guess, yet it surprisingly retained some realism.
What did you say?
You brat, are you suggesting that the 7 Celestials acted on their own behind my back? Ruminas glares at me, clearly displeased. Even though she personally eliminated the 7 Celestials, it must feel bad to have someone raise doubts about her old subordinates. I understand her feelings, and just as I was going to apologize. I see, we can't really exclude such a possibility. Louis, Ruminas's trusted servant, said. I didn't actually think he would acknowledge my point. Louis, now even you are jesting like him.
Ruminas shifts her icy glare to Louis.
However, Louis is unshaken and decides to continue.
Please hear me out, Ruminas Summer.
Those 7 celestials wanted to win your deep affection once more.
Surely you were also aware of something as natural as this? What do you mean by that? Your deep affection, in other words, the kiss of love, love energy. The last time Rumina's summer did the ritual for them was 100 years ago. Yet in the beginning you would have done the ritual every week. The interval has only gotten longer over time. Have you not noticed that?
Rumina scowls after Louis pointed that out.
I see how this is now.
Us immortals do tend to forget that they were once originally humans. Even though they won't die without my spirit energy, they will definitely age.
Indeed they would.
That's why they were striving to stop the aging and hoping that Rumina's summer wouldn't lay eyes on other adored individuals.
Louis continues in a rather flat tone.
It seems that the 7 celestials were once humans that won Rumina's special affection. Human lives, however, are limited, of course. That was why there existed such a ritual to overwrite this fact, the kiss of love from Rumina's. That's why those people probably came up with the plan to win Rumina's summer's heart again. If they had collaborated with the Eastern merchant while colluding with Demon Lord Clayman in the dark, it would not be strange at all. Speaking of those bunch, especially Master of Sun Gran, his ability would not lose to mere Clayman.
Louis concludes.
I only mentioned it due to a stray thought, yet somehow it managed to connect the dots.
Even I am astounded. How terrifying.
The pure, boundless wisdom just radiating from my body is truly formidable. Wisdom King Raphael Sensei seems to want to say something, but I'm probably just overthinking it.
It may just be jealous of my talent.
It probably felt it didn't have the chance to shine since I never asked it any questions. Could the 7 celestials really have considered me as an obstacle due to such reasons? Hinata asks, bewildered.
Perhaps. They may have wanted to help Clayman awaken and fight you. It was impossible at least for them alone to emerge victorious against you.
Thus it is highly likely they have chosen to resort to any possible means in order to defeat you.
But there's no way you can't reach a conclusion from there. First they will have Clayman defeat Hinata, then they will consider either eliminating Clayman, or manipulating him as a puppet. It's not clear what they were planning, but Clayman's loyalty was most definitely true.
If he could defeat Hinata, it will be up to the 7 celestials to attend to whatever they wish to do. They can have the Farmer's Kingdom eliminate us in order to consolidate the doctrines of Ruminaism.
And of course, they will reap a portion of the profits gained from doing so.
Once a powerful nation, like Farmers, gets on the move, to war, the Eastern merchants can sell their goods such as weapons, gears, and food at a high price.
And the 7 celestials would be able to have Rumina's affection once more.
It definitely isn't good to draw conclusions like this, but it is certainly one worthy of consideration. Did they also send me to provoke Rimuru in order to get rid of me?
It seems they tried to kill 2 birds with one stone, considering it would be abiding by the doctrines of Ruminaism by doing that.
Based on Louis' theory, Hinata continues, but during my first encounter with Hinata, she was too strong, so I ended up fleeing.
While we were on this topic, something suddenly comes to my mind.
About that, are the 7 celestials really the culprits behind all this? Reynold, who is sitting adjacent to Hinata, answers.
That's definitely the case. It was none other than the 7 celestials who acquainted us with those merchants. So he says.
If that's the case, there's even more evidence stacked against the 7 celestials. Since heroes recommended them, nobody suspected a thing, which is why everyone danced along to their tune. Honestly, I didn't think the 7 celestials would have thought that far ahead during my first battle with Hinata.
Yet they did intend for me to kill Hinata this time. It's quite troubling to deal with people that cunning, but there shouldn't be any worries now that they've all been eliminated. Wait, hold on.
If they are called 7 celestials, wouldn't it mean there are 7 people in total?
Doesn't that leave one surviving member?
This completely flew over my head given how Hinata and the rest seemed so laid back, yet upon careful consideration I realize things are not quite over.
The sole survivor must also be related to this whole incident.
I couldn't help but panic, yet Hinata replies to me with a scoff. You don't have to worry about that. Nicholas, who remained at the home nation, has informed me that the last person has been taken care of as well.
He also mentioned that he had found out that the crystal ball with your message was tampered with. He seemed to have used it as evidence to condemn and execute that remaining person. A frigid smile curls on Hinata's lips. Even though I'm just watching from the side, her expression is quite frightening.
It almost seems like a beauty is contemplating something devious. I suppose that's one of the reasons why Hinata is often misunderstood.
Let's put that on hold for now. Hold on a second. Who exactly is this last person?
It may just be my guess, but could he be that master of Sun Gran who is apparently stronger than Clayman? If that's true, this man called Nicholas is not to be underestimated either.
It should be the head of the Seven Celestials, Master of Sun Gran.
That man seldom goes on the offense, so he is probably the one remaining. Really? He actually managed to beat that Granbell.
By the way, isn't Nicholas the cardinal who pledged his lifelong loyalty to you? What method did he use?
It's nothing to brag about, but he seemed to have prepared disintegration beforehand.
He caught Gran off guard by casting the shot on him unexpectedly and took care of him. I see how it was. Granbell has gotten old to have fallen for a lowly trick like that.
Ruminus mutters lightly with a gentle sigh.
But this news brings me no joy.
My wish has fallen flat now that there's one more dangerous man out there.
With that being said, he seemed to have got the better of his enemy by surprise, so he doesn't seem to be as dangerous.
However, it's best not to get too careless.
I may be an exception, but disintegration is very dangerous to most other people. Cardinal Nicholas, I'll take note of that name.
About that, Ruminus Summer, the Granbell you just mentioned, is it referring to the Master of Sun Gran?
Hinata asks Ruminus.
She doesn't seem to recognize the name Granbell.
Right. That guy was originally called Granbell.
He was once the chosen hero of light and had even fought against me,
said Ruminus to Hinata, reminiscing in a slightly childish manner. It almost felt as though she was pretending to forcefully sound arrogant, or am I just overthinking it?
Even though I've been surrounded by ambiguous famous figures who come out of nowhere all the time, could she be? Just as my thoughts drifted towards this direction, I received a furious glare.
I must be overthinking it.
That's why I should just keep these doubts to myself.
I see. I couldn't have guessed, but Hinata seems to have something on her mind that she's concerned about, yet she couldn't manage to voice it.
He used to be very strong enough to stand against me.
Hinata. That's true.
Since people who become chosen heroes will be bound by causality, he may have resented me deep down in his heart.
It's all clear to me now.
Just as Milim mentioned, chosen heroes and demon lords both cannot escape the effect of causality. Granbell only pledged allegiance to her because demon lord Ruminus defeated him.
But perhaps he had a lot of other emotions bottled away.
Even though he was able to mentor many heroic and legendary figures, he couldn't escape the cycle of causality.
Have you heard the tragedy of Darth Granbell the Wise? It's not a story the Seven Celestials would tell you. It's a Ruberio's legend.
So powerful and so wise he was able to mentor many heroic and legendary figures.
He became so powerful. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his power, which eventually, of course, he did. It's ironic he could save others, but not himself. These, however, are just my guesses. But we can finally be reassured now.
Demon Lord Clayman, Farmer's Kingdom, the Seven Celestials, all of the troublemakers have been taken care of. Hearing my conclusion, my subordinates with Benimaru in the lead, all nod in unison.
That's one thing resolved now. Rigado laughs mirthfully.
Noticing that the previously tense atmosphere is gone, I speak cheerfully as well. He, that's true. Even though there were some tricky opponents, most of the problems seem to have been taken care of now.
However, it would spell trouble for us if there's still someone out there furtively plotting against us.
Had we not discovered the existence of those scheming merchants, I would have suspected the person responsible for all this to be Yuki.
Honestly, Yuki is highly suspicious.
He knew that I headed to Ingratia Kingdom and had connections with Hinata as well, so he was a prime suspect. That's why I still hold mistrust towards Yuki despite my heart telling me not to. Yuki? Are you referring to the head of Freedom Association, Yuki Kagurazuka?
I reply with a yeah since Reynolds asked. You can figure it out if you think about it calmly.
He may be the most suspicious based on the circumstances, but Yuki has nothing to gain from me and Hinata fighting. Since there was no motive, it doesn't make sense to consider Yuki as the mastermind pulling the strings. In other words, I can interpret it as someone intentionally framing Yuki.
Perhaps it was an elaborate trap set to make me suspect him.
This is something that those Eastern merchants are capable of.
They even had a hand in arranging conflicts at different locations. If the Seven Celestials are the masterminds, it would make sense why the merchants did it. However,
Yuki being the mastermind. It's definitely not him. Actually, I can't really say that. Hinata claimed so right after I had finally became reassured. Hold on, are you suspecting your fellow countrymen? Huh?
I'm just considering all the possibilities. Moreover, it may be too soon to conclude that the masterminds have all been eliminated.
After all, we still don't have a clue about the people who defeated Roy, not even their motive. And the most central faction of the Eastern merchants is still rooted in the Western nations. I feel as if a bucket of cold water was dumped on me as these blind spots are pointed out.
She's right, it is too early to conclude with confidence. You are right in considering that. We can't be too optimistic before everything is resolved. I reined in the casual attitude and said, it makes sense, so let's inform everyone else as well.
Benimaru nods along while the Holy Knights also seem to be on the same page. Just as Hinata has said, there is a high probability that the mastermind remains alive.
It was me who suggested that the Seven Celestials are the culprits, but those are just merely conjectures. We can't conclude anything without decisive evidence. We will have to keep our minds on the matter in the future as well. Everyone nods in agreement to my line of thinking.
Indeed, it's not good to draw conclusions so preemptively. Even though I was quite confident with my deduction this time, Wisdom King Raphael-san didn't agree. But nor did it deny, so perhaps it means that the possibility exists. However, evidence based on my thoughts alone is as good as nothing. That's why I should trust Raphael-sensei.
The Holy Knights agree as well, so this will do.
All right, now both of our parties have caught up with our understanding of the situation. Whether there's a true mastermind lurking in the shadows or not, we certainly need to figure that out, but that is for later. Right now we should focus on the immediate problem, that is, our future relations, as well as clearing out any subsequent enmities between our parties.
It just so happens that Shuna then came serving coffee and snacks. The meal of the day is scones with chips.
As expected of Shuna, her timing is just perfect. We naturally go on to grab servings of the food while the Holy Knight sat there, looking somewhat bewildered. Oh, is that dessert?
I want the ones on the large plate.
Valdora is quick to join at times like this even though he didn't participate in the discussion at all.
Yes, I know that. Shuna responds as if she's used to it too.
Wow, this also tastes delicious. Seeing that Hinata has taken a bite, the Holy Knights jump in as well.
The environment of the venue became somewhat of a period of break and leisure.
I take a breath of relief as I finish my desserts. Switching gears, I say slowly.
Next, we will discuss our future relations. Before that, we have to be clear on something. Hinata cut me off.
Regarding the incident, have you already accepted our apologies? Yes. I don't intend to hold anyone further accountable. That way, we can build a friendly relationship in the future. I answer. This is not only my will, but the decision reached by executives such as Benimaru and the others as well.
There is no need for further conflicts.
Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, we should just make peace. That's the answer we gave based on those considerations.
But someone couldn't accept it, that being Ruminers. That can't do. Being indebted to someone does not sit well with me. It is obviously our fault this time, so that's why we will have to compensate in some way or another. We will discuss peacemaking later. Ruminus glowers at Veldora while speaking.
To put it in simpler terms, she just doesn't wish to owe any form of favor to Veldora. Since Ruminus Summer has voiced her thoughts, I would like to inform you that I also still feel guilty giving you all the trouble.
This is also our chance to show the highest extent of our sincerity. Hinata chimes in following Ruminus. With that being said, however, regarding compensation. As I mentioned just now, we don't wish to resolve things with money.
Ruminus's party, or rather the Holy Empire Ruberios, if they are willing to recognize us. With an additional public announcement of a permanent ceasefire and we're all good. If that's the case, could you formally acknowledge our nation and form diplomatic ties with us?
As I bring the matter up, Ruminus immediately agrees. No matter.
But I don't intend to be too close with you guys since I'll punish that lizard one of these days regardless. Most of Ruminus's animosity seems to be directed at Veldora, so worst case scenario we will just have to throw him under the bus as a sacrifice.
If that is the price of eternal peace, I will make the choice without hesitation.
Hold on, Rimuru. Were you thinking about something super mean just now?
You're overthinking it, Veldora-kun. If you behave yourself and act intelligently, there is nothing to be worried about.
Wait a second, aren't you always thinking about something cruel whenever you add kun to whomever you address? TSK, Veldora has grown sharp as well. But, he's still too naive.
Don't be so uptight. I'll give you my scones, so just behave yourself around Ruminus. What? I should handle it well if that's the case. By the way, once I get serious, getting Ruminus's recognition would be a piece of cake.
Ga ha ha ha. See?
Veldora is very simple-minded. Even Ruminus looks dumbfounded by it. But, she doesn't seem to be retracting her promise.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Baka. Well then, I shall make this the exception and cease hostilities from this day onward for the next 100 years. We may even form diplomatic ties with you in the process.
This will be the sign that I indeed have compensated you. Ruminus immediately declared a truce like it was nothing. The level of her frankness is astounding.
Is this really okay?
I'm surprised. The same goes for Benimaru. Even the chiefs such as Rigado are shocked at Ruminus' decision.
The same goes for Hinata and the rest, though none of them seem to have anticipated this turn of events. It's okay if it's just a pact of non-interference, but are you really going to form diplomatic ties with them?
Hinata asks. However, Ruminus doesn't seem to want to answer. Annoying. I've already made the decision.
She throws out her response almost as if saying I'll leave whatever comes next to other people while taking another scone. Hinata really seems to want to express her concerns, but she also doesn't plan on defying Ruminus.
If that's the case, we can only obey.
She nods in agreement with Louis's statement and begins to contemplate how to conclude the whole ordeal.
However, someone just doesn't seem able to accept it.
Diplomatic tie?
If we do that. Reynolds says.
He peeks at Hinata, as if uncertain if he should bring up his issues with the proposal.
It's actually not bad.
If Rimuru Dono's party were truly evil, we wouldn't be alive at this point.
Indeed.
Rimuru Dono and his party are worthy of trust.
We should rid ourselves of the bias against monsters.
I concur.
For instance, Sue Summer has much the style and elegance of a gentleman.
Fritz responds somewhat frivolously while Arno and Ratais add on.
Even the man of few words, Bacchus, seems to have given the green light.
However, Reynold is still very cautious despite what his companions have said. As expected from the vice-commander of the Holy Knight Order, he is not willing to compromise that easily. But the circumstances seem to have given him some ideas, so Reynold speaks with determination.
However, there are still problems remaining. What should we do about our doctrines?
Due to its influence, the whole world will point fingers at the Western Saints' Church.
We can't allow such a thing to happen no matter what.
The doctrines, the prohibition of coexistence with monsters, is that it? Indeed, Once they acknowledge us, what would become of those doctrines?
Things seem to have become more complicated just when we thought it would all be over. Yet just as my thoughts went in that direction, Ruminas, the individual responsible, drops a bombshell. How boring.
I didn't make those doctrines anyway, so I won't consider it to be a betrayal if we stop following them. Those are basically just some signs of direction for the lost lambs of the civilian masses, which the people in charge at the time drained their brain in coming up with.
Ruminas's statement had quite the impact.
Not only the holy knights, but even Hinata is astonished as she mutters, "What?
That's the first time I've heard of it."
Is that so?
It's nothing strange really, even if you didn't know about it.
Even though the base scriptures of the doctrines are still available for browsing, the original manuscripts about its origin have long since been lost.
You should have an idea of how our religion came about after reading those manuscripts. Louis replies to her flatly. Here are Louis's explanations. It is said that the origin of the doctrines is for the protection of the people believing in Ruminas. It may be a different case for advanced species such as Ruminas and Louis, however lower vampires require raw human blood to maintain their livelihood. Moreover, it is rumored that the blood of humans overflowing with joy is particularly appetizing.
At the time when monsters in the world reigned supreme, people had to strive just to survive. And in terms of the vampires, they could only receive inferior human blood, which posed a life or death problem for the vampiric race.
It was because of that Ruminas took the opportunity to draft a plan to protect humans.
The reason why she moved her kingdom seemed to have been due to Veldora-san.
But I suppress my urge to inquire about it.
After all, trying to pry into the matter would simply be asking for more trouble. Because I need to protect my innocent people, I allowed them, humans, to live with joy.
Moreover, if there is ever any threat posed by demon lords, the humans would feel reassured that someone is protecting them. In this way they can peacefully enjoy their life. The people of Ruberios were thus protected in the name of God.
Although this may be a bad metaphor, they seem to be livestock. Demiurges approves greatly. Even though it is said that they need to suck out raw blood, they really only need a tiny amount, mostly unnoticeable by the donor.
And after all, there is an overwhelming amount of human citizens compared to the population of vampires there, so it is understandable.
The price of living a safe and secured life is by donating one's blood.
It's almost a win-win situation.
In other words, in the Holy Scripture, in the doctrines of Ruminasism, many entries were added in to prevent unnecessary casualties because of monsters.
Indeed, that is the case. To me, the important thing is having a heart of belief. Aren't you all capable of using holy magic due to your faith in me? It is a form of contract and an iron law.
The task of protecting my people is a duty for my vassals, something I don't really value at all.
In other words, her conclusion is as follows. No tolerance for coexistence with monsters. This doctrine is nothing but a cheap product in an attempt to control the people's faith. If that's the case, there is no need to follow such a doctrine strictly.
They can't afford to go to the extent of forcefully altering the doctrines, which would plunge the Western Saints' Church into chaos. To put it simply, they only need to find a reason to persuade the people to accept us. This is the solution, I guess, but Reynolds still doesn't seem to be able to approve, wearing a grimace on his face.
I can sort of understand that our doctrines didn't come from the divine will of Ruminas Summer. But there is a very real question at hand, that we have always been leading our lives following the doctrines.
There will be problems if we simply discard them. Indeed, if they are to completely ignore the previous directions, the followers and the current establishment of the church would no doubt experience extreme backlash.
Even if Ruminas showed herself before the public, there is no saying whether or not they will believe she is the real God itself. More importantly, there is no way Ruminas would ever do such a thing.
If that is the case, it will go against the long-established beliefs of people who still stand with the doctrines and cause internal division.
Reynolds seems quite troubled by this matter. Even if that's the case, we still have to do it.
I was trying to keep the situation down a notch until the issue gets resolved, yet you had already mobilized hundreds of troops.
The news has probably already spread to the other nations.
Moreover, didn't all the reporters from the Western nations witness the defeat of the three martial sages?
Hinata responds in a serious tone as she shifts her gaze, glancing over at me. Hinata has a point.
Diablo mentioned that he defeated a man called Three Martial Sage Sare. There was apparently someone else at the scene, but then he turned tail and ran. After the reporter's eyewitness testimony of this chain of events, the status of Hinata and the rest of the guardians of mankind is surely going to suffer a disastrous decline.
In addition to the news of the defeat of the Holy Knights, there will likely be unnecessary chaos.
Although according to how Diablo put it, he may be able to pressure the reporters.
How troublesome.
If that's the case, we can just resolve it by claiming that Hinata and I ended in a draw.
Since we discovered the evil plan of the Seven Celestials, we were able to declare a truce.
My true identity as a slime is already public knowledge, and if the broadcast adds on the information that I am a reincarnated otherworlder, shouldn't that, to some extent, be acceptable to the public?
That indeed sounds like quite the great proposal for us.
But, are you really okay with that? Wouldn't the news that a demon lord ended up in a tie with me tarnish your prestige, as a demon lord? Prestige?
I've got none of that. I feel like Shuna's been lecturing me a lot lately. Whenever I encountered anything troublesome, I just tossed it to Rigado to deal with it. All I did was travel and chill with Gobta.
That's why a tie or two won't really have an impact on my name. There shouldn't be an issue.
You can even say that I was defeated. Anything goes with things like victory or defeat.
I answered the way I did because it was simply what I thought, yet it seemed to have a profound impact on Hinata and the rest. I mean, if you consider carefully, there are very few real examples of humans defeating a demon lord.
There will be severe consequences if you just go and simply claim something like that. It may even cause the balance of power to collapse. That's exactly the case. You've just become a demon lord.
If you allow other factions to look down on you under such circumstances, you'd be asking others to intrude on you and your domain.
Hinata and Reynold both try to persuade me out of it.
Most likely because they are worried about me, however. Benimaru, do you know of any possible forces that may invade this land?
Not at the moment. Even if there is anyone foolish enough to invade, I shall destroy them for you.
How reliable. As for the Western nations, Diablo is making proper arrangements. The rescued reporters seem to have become his tools to exploit, so right now he seems to be pushing his plan forward with an iron fist. As reports have pointed out, sooner or later Yomu would be crowned as the new king.
Even the small neighboring nations near Farmus are helping to accelerate the process.
If that's the case, the only country left that possesses sufficient force to battle against us would be the Ingratia Kingdom. Right now, with Ruminas's promised 100-year buffer period, we've effectively conquered the Western nations.
It's the same with the demon lords.
I defeated Clayman in front of their eyes, which had quite the effect in setting an example. As long as I remain alive, even if the news of my defeat comes out, they probably wouldn't believe it.
They may suspect it is a trap and instead proceed with caution. How confident. I have no objection if that's the case. Then we shall take your proposal graciously and use it effectively.
While we're at it, why don't you make an announcement about how the residents of our nation are not bad people?
You are right. Honestly, the citizens of this town are all very kind.
It is hard to believe that they are goblins and orcs.
It is still debatable whether demi-humans are monsters or not.
But I think those are just discriminations caused by bias. Right. It would certainly be challenging if the humans become hostile against demi-humans while races such as dwarves are considered as an actual part of humanity.
If they are categorized as monsters, even the elves would fall under the same category.
Races such as ogres and lizardmen were originally considered as demi-humans, yet due to their hostility against humans, they were categorized as monsters. As for their evolved forms, Yuki and Dragonutes respectively, they are not categorized as monsters but instead as earth deities. In short, the only point of distinction is whether they are hostile to humans or not.
For this reason, it would be impossible to lump all monsters together as enemies.
We have had diplomatic ties with the Dwarven Kingdom as well, So it would be fine if we talk King Gazelle into making a 100-year friendship. Wouldn't it add some credibility to our promise to not attack humans?
Hinata nods, seemingly making her mind up as well. I suppose that's fine. It would be much easier to persuade them and earn their trust. Moreover, since we have the opportunity, we may also eliminate the people with deep connections with the seven celestials in the process. It seems that the Western Saints Church is not so unified either. But it isn't anything strange. I guess that's just what it means to be an organization.
Hinata's voice was ruthless and cold, so no one dared to object. She plans to take the opportunity and push all the charges onto the seven celestials. Even though this method seems dirty, that's Ruberios's business. It's not an issue we can have a say in, so we'll just let them have their fun.
Then we begin to discuss the details.
For future communication, Arno and Bacchus decide to temporarily stay here, though they will first need to return to their home nation for preparations.
They apparently plan to bring some civil servants along as well.
As for us, we plan to take the time to construct a Romanazism church for their accommodation.
I don't think it'll take more than 2 weeks' time.
We should be seeing believers of Romanazism coming in and out of our nation in the future as well. Although it is disconcerting to acknowledge religious freedom, it'll all work out in the end.
If there's a will, there's a way. Honestly, the monsters don't believe in any god.
There isn't a single almighty deity that is widely recognized in this world, which is quite different compared to my previous world.
There are indeed religions, but they are more like, for example, tributes to the earth deities.
In a practical sense, they believe in deities who would actually respond to their prayers with actual aid.
A good example would be the worshippers of dragons who revere Milim.
Among the many religions of this nature, Romanazism holds the greatest power. The hands and feet of Ruminers that are the holy knights would aid the weak, thus earning the trust of the public. If we change our perspective, we can just consider this as our nation receiving a branch of the Western Saints Church that will help the weak. I figure that even though there may not be such a chance, we may still help each other out if there is ever any trouble.
When any threats appear, we may fight alongside the Holy Knights. Then, we will have no reason to say no. Naturally, they will be under surveillance, but they can receive some freedoms. And just like that, we were able to come to a compromise on the whole thing. This concludes the difficult topic.
We've made a deal with Ruminers, and the plan for the Holy Empire Ruberios to acknowledge us has also been properly laid out.
Those would be sufficient as compensation. We will only have to build a good relationship through communication on top of that.
The duration is 100 years, so we will utilize this period of time wisely so both parties can better acquaint themselves. Given this is the case, we will be doing exchanges with the Holy Knights on a regular basis, starting with the sharing of our technology. This battle has greatly damaged their weapons as well, so I suggest that we will help repair them. On the surface, we're just demonstrating how high the technological standards of our nation are, but our real intention is to examine the properties of their weapons. We first got our hands on a set of those rare armaments of light. Wisdom King Raphael Sensei said it would offer the users mana, which is their spirit aura, to the spirit so that they can be materialized. Because the sample, has been destroyed due to overcharging, I exchanged it with a set of armor that Garm crafted.
The Holy Knights seemed to think it was a bad deal, but they still gave it to us without reservations since they felt sorry for the incident this time. I initially thought that Hinata would have objected, but it turned out she didn't.
That's why I decided to gift her a sword that I personally handcrafted. And speaking of the sword Hinata uses, its name seems to be Moonlight Rapier, Moonlight.
I heard that Ruminers gifted it to her and that it possesses great power. Or I should say, it's a little overpowered.
I figured that it was just a special grade weapon of the highest level, yet it turned out to be a legendary weapon. According to Kaijin and Kurobi, the quality of Magisteel will evolve over time. That's why after a period of time, first-class gears would apparently evolve as well, their quality increasing exponentially.
The evidence is the items retrieved from ancient ruins.
It is said that they've discovered ultra-quality gears that modern technologies cannot replicate. These things are crowned the titles of legendary and were even sealed, hidden, so normally there wouldn't even be a chance to lay eyes on them. Both Kurobi and guards seem to be aiming to craft such a weapon. The two were mesmerized after laying eyes on Hinata's moonlight rapier.
I hope they reach that goal someday. Moreover, due to how incredible the sword is, it is only used in crucial moments.
If she tries to unsheath the sword in the town, it will cause enormous hazards to the surroundings considering its level.
It would be like carrying a rocket launcher instead of a pistol for self-defense. There's no way you can just casually swing something like that around on a daily basis.
I gifted her a sword based on these thoughts, and she seemed to like it a lot more than I expected.
Hinata's rapier was destroyed after I devoured and recycled it, so I created a new sword after analyzing and improving upon her previous weapon. Its quality has reached special grade, so it shouldn't be much different in practice.
After all, even its special ability of Dead-End Rainbow was also recreated. I also took in the broken greatsword called Dragon Buster or something.
Its quality is surprisingly garbage.
Seriously, how in the world could that thing possibly defeat Veldora? There's also things like the Gears of Holy Spirit, but they wouldn't allow us to see that. It is unique to Hinata and the original gears for the spirit armament.
Or, I really wanted to analyze it. Notice.
Said information has been collected during combat and completed with analysis.
What?
See completely flawless in action, Raphael-sensei. Or should I perhaps address you as Grandmaster from now on?
You don't seem to be in the mood for that, I guess. I should just thank you nicely in advance.
Okay.
This is epic.
And speaking of which, Raphael sure is a ruthless character. With the result of the analysis of the inferior version of the spirit armament combined with information from my fight with Hinata, we seem to be able to recreate the Gears of Holy Spirit.
It seems to originally be a piece of equipment with holy element, but based on its principle of function, it may be modified to possess monster element. Sorry, Hinata.
Gears of Holy Spirit appear to be some confidential equipment on a national level, and now we have made it ours using analysis.
It doesn't seem easy to use, so I have to figure who to give it to.
And just like that, we've added another powerful item to our nation's arsenal.
It was evening by the time we finished reaching an understanding on the exchanges.
Since we are done with everything, I suspect the Holy Knights will want to return early, but I still invite them to dine with us out of courtesy.
Right, Hinata, and Ruminers.
It's quite late already, so why don't you set off tomorrow?
I was just saying, really.
After all, Ruminers can use dimensional transportation to return anyway. Hinata no doubt has already logged a location in Ruberios using the elemental magic waypoint transportation as well. And of course, it would be the same for the other Holy Knights. They are all powerful individuals above rank A, so they don't need to worry about how to return. They would probably answer with "We are truly sorry, but we should leave since our business here is done" or something along those lines to quickly bail.
However, "We are truly sorry." That's right, or so I thought, but what Hinata said next was completely unexpected.
To bother you, but since you've asked, do bear to accommodate us tonight as well. Yeah.
I liked that hot spring very much, and the food was delicious too. I'm looking forward to tonight as well. How strange?
Not only Hinata, also even Ruminers doesn't seem to be planning on returning.
Seeing that the two have made the decision, even the Holy Knights who plan to return have changed their minds. With smiles on their faces, they start to chat happily with their fellow colleagues.
Are the Holy Knights really okay behaving like this?
But those are just my thoughts. I can't take my words back at this point in time.
Since they are already looking forward to it this much, let's give them a good treat tonight as well. So, since this is the case, we are having sukiyaki today.
Whoa. How should I put it? Up until yesterday we were still enemies, yet now my subordinates are having a jolly fun time with the Holy Knights. That does put a smile on my face.
But there is just a small part of me that feels, is this really okay? In this world, clergymen who can't eat meat seems to be a non-existing taboo.
It must have been due to the lack of food that they are not picky about what they eat.
For this reason, I decided to treat them with chicken duck and cow deer we recently started to develop.
There are also freshly picked vegetables. Shuna has made this effort since they will be more suitable in a hot pot.
The bones of the chicken ducks would be brewed into broth soups while their meat would be served raw like sashimi. The main course would be the jowl meat of the cow deer, which will be served with the sukiyaki for everyone to enjoy. In addition, everyone will get one sanitized chicken duck egg as well.
That should do. They will definitely be delicious.
Well then, to the prospect of a lasting friendship, cheers. Cheers.
The feast today begins after my toast. First we have the cooked rice that was well received yesterday. Don't be so picky with its black color. It would be a waste to share the white rice reserved only for me with these people who don't know its value.
Only Hinata is looking at my bowl enviously, so I ordered to prepare some for her since we both came from the same place. Plain white rice is the most delicious rice after all, although fried rice tastes very good too. We requested Broom and Kingdom to provide us with rice to cook, but there was still room for improvement.
Those couldn't compare at all with our white rice. There's even white rice. Aren't you living too much of a perfect life?
Hinata says to me, seemingly displeased.
Her voice was shaking a little too. Could it be that she isn't contented still? If you have a problem, you can return the white rice. I never said that.
Hinata interrupts me while shielding her bowl. Are you really getting worked up over something like that? How childish, but those are just my thoughts, I'd better not say it out loud. But, it's truly astounding, baffling even how you were able to recreate the food from that world so perfectly. You managed to build such a comfortable environment in a mere span of 2 years. The things we desire, yet are incapable of accomplishing, you have done so easily.
It's nothing really. But you can praise me more.
Jokes aside, when I heard the rumors from Yuki, I thought he was exaggerating. But that was because even Yuki had only heard of these rumors through his espionage agents.
It's truly hard to believe without seeing it for yourself. Hinata says frustratedly.
It's no use telling me these things, not to mention the fact that I still haven't been able to reach my end goals anyway.
No, that is still not enough.
The transportation of goods is way too slow while the speed of information transmission is subpar as well.
Even though there is magic, the issues concerning our living environment and food have only been improved to some extent.
Geez.
It's like you are mocking all of our progress so far.
How dare you even say such a thing after recreating all these delicious dishes?
My statements seem to have ticked off Hinata. With that being said, however, progress will stagnate once you start getting complacent.
I am the king of a nation after all, so my ambitions should be grander.
King in name while also being a demon lord.
That's precisely why, even though the food aspect has been satisfying, we are still lacking in culture.
Our entertainment industry is also lacking.
Like the manga Valdora reads, that's the type of recreation I hope to make. Recreation? Seriously?
When people already have to give everything they have just to survive in this harsh world.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we are working on eliminating threats like monsters. There's no point in hiding anymore, so I'll make this clear now. I plan to make Yomu the king and build a new nation. Moreover, we plan to establish an influence on the Western nations. What are you on about? I want an explanation. Since you want an explanation you will get. I have a lot of ideas. First of all,
I begin to discuss ideas for the future while eating the sukiyaki.
The current plan is to have the human society accept us.
Given that all the leaders of the world have come to know us, this plan is halfway to success. There have even been reports of suspected spies being sighted in our nation.
We have thus showcased our harmless side to them without even noticing. The news should also be spreading among merchants and adventurers so that the civilians of different kingdoms will learn about the prospect of our coexistence.
However, it will probably take some time before such an idea takes root.
But we'll get there one day, so there's no need to rush. Next in line is the preparation of roads. We are working on that aspect as well at the moment. We are constructing trade routes that can be traveled with the guarantee of safety.
The roads to Dworgen and Brumund have been opened, and now we are planning to commence new construction projects to the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian. I also plan to work on the construction of the road to the Beast Kingdom Uur's Arena in the future.
Going hand in hand with this is the matter concerning communication. Since I had no concept for wireless transmission, I had to give up the idea.
Now, even though it may be easy to seek answers from Wisdom King Raphael San, it would be difficult to get everyone else to understand. The three Dwarven brothers and Kaijin could probably understand, but I can't rely on them for everything.
This will be a problem to study in the future.
I wish to place my hope in the children and build up schools for their education. Right now we are only at private school, Terracoya, level where we teach kids about writing and basic arithmetic.
But I hope I can use my network formed during my time as a teacher to hire some human tutors.
But going back to the original topic, let's talk about communication. Right now the available communication network seems to be formed by communicative crystal balls that only mages can operate.
Moreover, they stand the risk of being stolen given that they are magic items after all.
In fact, there have been several cases of theft involving them.
More importantly, we have to assume that there may be no available mage when an emergency call needs to be made. We have to find a medium which has no risk of being stolen, and is also accessible to anyone.
These are quite demanding terms, yet there turned out to be a solution.
I had my eyes on sticky steel web and magisteel. I've already tried it with Sue.
The conductivity of telepathic thoughts through my sticky steel web is extremely high.
There is also magicules within it, so the clarity of communication is of very high quality.
There's also magisteel, which also possesses large amount of magicule. That's why I suspect it has similar properties as sticky steel web. It turns out to be exactly the case after I ran an experiment.
That's why I decided to use them effectively.
I will process magisteel into strings that have a diameter of around 1 centimeter and connect them to all the major cities using Shadow Step. That alone won't do any trick, but in addition with the device that Vesta and the rest developed, it is going to convert one's thoughts into voice and image.
The device can be run even without mana, which is why the devices can be installed as soon as it's developed. Therefore all we can do is to start preparing the necessary magisteel.
Due to our nation having a huge population of monsters, the iron ores stored in our warehouses would become magic ores over time. We will be processing them into magic steel string and have individuals capable of Shadow Step to connect the wires. Since there isn't any obstacle, setting them up would likely be effortless. Depending on how much we can make, we will not be connecting wires exclusively to major cities, but also the villages along the main lines of the network as well.
We have that part planned out too. We just have to wait for the development of a transmitter.
Coming from a world thoroughly defined by the information age, I can't overlook the importance of transmission speed. What do you think? Won't it be convenient after it is completed?
I bragged to Hinata.
Once the communication network is complete, we will focus on creating recreation opportunities and developing our culture.
My dreams are getting grander day by day, and so there are tons more things left to do.
I hope that with the fulfillment of these dreams, we can finally live a safe and comfortable life.
Without noticing, the venue of the feast has turned dead silent.
It seems that I was too mesmerized in my speech that all the holy knights had been frozen out of shock. In contrast, the eyes of all my subordinates are lit up with enthusiasm. My ramblings seem to have motivated them. Seeing how we are acting, Hinata mutters, baffled.
I mean, normally shouldn't this kind of information be considered a state secret?
Especially the part about communication, you can't just tell people from other countries.
Never mind, this is fine I guess. Hinata's statement was like a bucket of cold water pouring over my head. I may have talked too much after getting a little too cocky. It's all because of the alcohol.
Such an idea, getting drunk, was another big misstep of mine. I was too busy thinking about how I screwed up when Wisdom King Raphael San takes things into its own hands.
Notice. Status ailment nullification reactivated.
In addition, I am afraid that the re-interference of said resistance is impossible to engage at the moment.
What did you say? There is no use making up for the matter by complaining now.
Moreover, this setting doesn't seem to be switched on and off based on my thoughts. While ignoring my personal will, the effect of wine's poison is forcefully nullified. Didn't I tell you that alcohol is not poison?
My complaints can't move the stone heart of that cruel skill.
Right, I was drunk yesterday and had a headache this morning due to a hangover, all because I let myself loose and got hammered a bit too hard.
Perhaps I wouldn't have spilled that much to Hinata had I not been drunk. I'll just give up my struggle and consider the incident my own doing.
But, it seems that I'm not the only one getting in trouble because of alcohol.
I peek at Hinata.
Aye, isn't this great, Hinata-sama?
That means he really trusts us. Anyway, let's forget about that for now. I'll happily take this meat if you don't want it.
The person in front of my eyes seems to be someone named Fritz.
The jubilant-looking man is combing through Hinata's plate for good quality meat. I recall him being one of the captains. His actions, of picking up the meat, is precise and on point.
This type of absolutely fearless behavior must be the result of someone getting far too drunk for his own good.
As the meat reaches Fritz's mouth, veins pop out of Hinata's temple.
It's only noticeable because her skin is so white and tender. Of course that's not the only reason.
Fritz. You have a death wish? How strange? Hinata-sama, what's with the serious look? He seems to have suddenly sobered up.
Fritz jumps up from his seat ready to flee, but there's no escape from Hinata.
His chin was hit by a knife hand chop, causing him to collapse like a puppet whose strings had been cut after suffering a concussion. I plan to use this fool as an example in the future for what happens when you drink too recklessly. Fast forward to the next day.
About the things you said yesterday, if your city is that extravagant, beware of getting attacked by the angels. Hinata gives me this last piece of advice that she suddenly remembered right before departing.
The feast last night was not suitable for discussing such matters, but she seemed to have decided to inform us after considering our future interactions. It must be the angel army Alalude mentioned to Gazelle.
According to Hinata, those angels with individual ranking of B+ would attack in an army of millions.
The magnitude of which is unimaginable. They even have established a commanding system with positions ranging from captains to commanders. It's rumored that they even have generals.
It is said that if one traces long enough back in history, they will discover that the angels have even once fought against the demon lords.
Their abilities are unknown, but even when compared to the demon lords, they are still undoubtedly strong.
The angels would choose monsters and civilizations with highly developed cities as their attack targets. Even the Western Saints Church doesn't consider angels as a friend of humanity. It becomes only natural if you look at it from a different perspective, considering that after all, the true identity of the god Ruminus is actually Demon Lord Ruminus.
I find those flying bugs annoying as well.
I'd love to take care of them myself, but it would also reveal my true identity.
But since that lizard fucked me over, the Holy Knights already know who I am. Even Ruminus doesn't seem to like the angels.
As for the Holy Knights, they seem to have sworn to keep Ruminus's real identity a secret. Given that's the case, we would likely have more room to negotiate the matter in the future. I've also heard about the angels from others, so I'm aware of it.
If they plan to take on my country, I'll have to fight against them. I have no intention of being courteous with them.
Whatever this army in heaven thinks is their own business, but if they want to force those views on us, we'll have bones to pick. I knew you would say that.
If that time comes, perhaps we will join hands in battle. The same goes for me.
I don't intend to have my capital destroyed again, whether it be from those flying bugs or that lizard. Rimuru, if you don't wish to become my enemy, make sure you educate that lizard well.
Leaving these words, they then depart.
This has been quite the meaningful experience considering the insights we gained from them.
We hope to build a friendly relationship not only with Hinata but Ruminus as well.
And so, the series of conflicts with the Western Saints Church and Holy Empire Ruberios is concluded with a satisfying ending. Soon after, some time later.
The Holy Empire Ruberios, which has been holding an attitude of silent acknowledgement towards the Dwarven Kingdom, suddenly made a public announcement that acknowledges the dwarves as friends of humanity.
They followed the statement up with the declaration of establishing diplomatic ties with the monster kingdom of Jura Tempest Federation.
Even though there was a time limit, they also expressed the signing of a non-aggression pact with us.
Not only demi-humans, but monsters as well were acknowledged to be a part of humanity.
With this incident as the trigger, people begin to explore the new relationship between man and monster. Chapter 2. Nations and Invitations. The news can't be kept a secret even if we wanted to. The rumor spread to the leaders of the nations surrounding the Jura Great Forest too quickly to be controlled. Hinata the Saint was defeated by Demon Lord Rimuru.
The information was released from multiple sources with great caution in order to prevent exposing the actual origin.
The news was spread with much vivid description. It of course has to do with someone's conspiracy.
Yet without anyone's notice, the rumors started to spread like wildfire. No matter how secretive the attack was, it couldn't have hidden from everyone. Tempest Federation is currently right in the middle of the public eye, and so the neighboring kingdoms have been vigilant in their intelligence gathering. Given the fact that the March of the Holy Knights Order has become an open secret, it only served to increase credibility of the rumor. As for the people who had received this news, there were all kinds of different reactions.
Some were fearful of Demon Lord Rimuru. Some were angered by Hinata the Saint's supposed incompetence.
Some found it to be rather unimportant and instead focused on what they could do to keep their own country safe. Some were taking cautious considerations to go about this. Not only were there rumors flowing around, information has also been released through official channels. Hinata the Saint and Demon Lord Rimuru battled and ended up in a tie.
The result of which was
Holy Empire Ruberios and Jura Tempest Federation signed a ceasefire and formed a non-aggression pact. This information being as loaded as it was, there were still more pressing issues that needed to be addressed. That is, the invitations sent out by said target of the rumors, Demon Lord Rimuru. The nations didn't really trust the information put out by the Western Saints Church at face value.
This event is already beyond comprehension. The entire world has and would be shaken by its occurrence. That is a common understanding among the leaders of the world.
Although no one knows the details, the Holy Knight Order doesn't appear to have sustained any casualties.
This has become a decisive factor to the decision-making of the leaders of the nations.
Troubled by a multitude of thoughts, the Western nations become ensnared in the upcoming turmoil. The location is the Dwarven Kingdom, Armored Nation Dworgen.
The top officials of the nation, the ministers of every department have gathered for meeting. That guy is up to no good again.
A rather imposing voice rings in the meeting room, one that belongs to Gazelle Dworgen, hero king of the Dwarven Kingdom.
For the past few days, his covert agents have been busy.
One by one they've reported in and the intelligence department has been working overnight to analyze all of the information they received. They have produced detailed documents and reports after analyzing video footage, making several copies before presenting them to the ministers.
The amount of information is enormous. As a result, the number of pages in the document is staggering. It's no wonder they've been working overtime.
Nevertheless, the current state of affairs is already much more favorable in light of what has transpired over the past few months. When compared to that time the slime Rimuru became a demon lord. They hadn't been able to catch a breath when, right after ascending, Rimuru dueled Demon Lord Clayman in a political nightmare. It was the same for the agents, intelligence department, King Gazelle and the ministers of the kingdom.
All of them suffered from a lack of sleep on account of that dire situation. Thinking back to that time, the current predicament is a piece of cake in comparison. We'll have to consider this as truth even if it's unbelievable. Your junior has defeated that saint.
Pan remarks, though in response, the commander of the Pegasus Knight Order, Dorf, a far more serious person, disciplines him. That's extremely disrespectful of you, Pan.
This is a public meeting room, not your own private quarters. Be mindful of where you are.
Dorf gives Pan a stern warning.
Pan on the other hand shrugs and nods carelessly. But looking across the room and receiving nothing but critical glances from other ministers, he lets out a dry cough, in response.
Don't blame him, Dorf.
Even I was surprised, so Pan naturally couldn't have made it through the news without taking a jab at it.
King Garzel intervenes to break up the tension and approves Pan's indiscreet remark. Perhaps everyone is really just so baffled by the reports that they now lack the fortitude to offer any criticism of Pan's comment themselves. Speaking of the information in their hands, it contains the entire record of the incident from start to finish.
The content is shocking. The so-called strongest human warriors, the 100 members of the Holy Knight Order, launched an assault on the Monster Kingdom in secret.
Even the covert agents led by Henrietta, whom Garzel takes pride in, only got hold of their movement in recent days. Or rather, they only started to notice after the conflict between the two parties broke out. However, since his agents have discovered it, the intelligence agencies of other nations must have found out as well, knowing that Tempest Federation has been infiltrated by many spies. Demon Lord Rimuru seemed to be aware of them already, but he simply let them be, likely for commercial, self-promotional purposes. With such a large-scale skirmish going on, no matter how stupid the covert agents may be, they had to be aware of the condition, and its result. The defeat of the Holy Knight Order. Demon Lord Rimuru's subordinates were victorious without any casualties. Thanks to the expansive report the spies assembled, Garzel and the rest had a firm grasp upon what happened, despite not having been at the battlefield.
Your Highness, my subordinate witnessed the battle in person. As she finishes, Henrietta begins to give the detailed report.
According to her, Hinata the Saint and Demon Lord Rimuru seem to have engaged in a one-on-one duel at the end. However, the magical content of the battlefield was distorted suddenly and it interfered with all magic surveillance. We also detected extremely powerful Yuki, demonic aura, at the scene.
I suspect our surveillance was influenced by it.
Couldn't it just be a magical storm that was powerful enough to interfere with the magic surveillance? Jane Summer, I don't think it was a magical storm. Instead, I think it was vast amounts of energy of opposing nature suddenly colliding that caused the interference on our signal transmission.
Regardless, you were not able to see the result of the duel, were you? If that's the case, how did you conclude that Hinata was the one who lost?
The court mage old lady, Jane asks. As commander of Holy Knight Order, Hinata is well known for her ferocity.
Moreover, Jane herself is one of many to have experienced that fierceness in person, so it is hard for her to believe Hinata's defeat to be the truth.
This may just be some form of indirect evidence, however, for the Western Saints Church, distinguished for their hostility towards all monsters, to suddenly revoke its long-standing doctrine as well as wanting to establish formal ties with us dwarves, possibly to gauge our intent.
There is no way a victorious Hinata would have allowed that.
In addition, their home nation Ruberios is also changing its stance, forming diplomatic ties with Tempest Federation.
They even went to inform every nation, which is basically the equivalent of an official declaration.
Therefore, isn't this sudden 180 evidence for the defeat of Hinata the Saint?
You have a point. If those stubborn-minded human supremacists suddenly decide to change their minds on this, it means that some factor is forcing them to do so, so I suppose we can consider this.
If that is indeed true, King Garzel, the likelihood of Demon Lord Rimuru having grown stronger than you has become a lot higher.
Jane says bitterly.
Although she doesn't want to admit it, Hinata the Saint and Sword Saint Garzel are similar in strength. If Hinata was defeated, it would imply that Demon Lord Rimuru has grown stronger than Hero King Garzel.
That's just nonsense.
Jane Dono, are you insulting King Garzel?
Even as the ministers begin to shout in response, Jane is not moved by it.
That's an undeniable fact after all, Jane thinks to herself.
Besides, Garzel agrees with her view.
In the span of a mere few months, is it possible to achieve that much growth? Garzel sneers at the lack of crisis awareness in Jane's question.
That can't just be called growth anymore.
This situation has started to genuinely worry Garzel down to his core. During their last encounter, he'd noticed that the newly ascended demon lord Rimuru was emitting a bizarre aura. He did not sense any sort of immense power, instead it was calm and peaceful, without much intent at all. While Garzel possesses the power to see people's thoughts, even with his unique skill dictator, he couldn't see through everything about him.
It meant that Rimuru has gotten complete control over his power. Indeed, he has evolved to a demon lord and possesses enough strength to rival me. It wouldn't be strange if he could defeat Hinata. Garzel says with much consideration.
Even though the actual situation is still unclear, his survival alone is already commendable.
Yet this still seems hard for many of the ministers to accept, as they respond to Garzel rather emphatically. But,
how could a monster born only a few years ago even compare to your highness, a hero?
Indeed.
Could there be a mistake? Moreover, if that is truly the case, won't Demon Lord Rimuru be way too dangerous?
They express their views one after another. Garzel lets out an internal sigh.
If they are really considering that, then Demon Lord Rimuru would not be the only person posing threats.
His eyes fall on the document.
According to their spies' investigation, Rimuru's lieutenants also fought against the 10 great saints.
And the report shows that the monsters under his rule did not suffer a single defeat. They fought against the humans on their own and achieved complete victory.
There was even a distressing report that one of them had suppressed several holy knights all by themselves. If they decide to trust this report, it would mean that the total military force of Tempest Federation has surpassed that of armored nation Dworgen. The magic item used to record video footage was not precise enough to make sense of the situation, which is frustrating. The video recording device is one of their proudest inventions, achieved only through the finest Dwarven technology, yet it was unable to operate in locations where magical content is distorted. Not only that, but the video was unable to record any audio either. This information alone would not be enough to analyze the power levels of the people being recorded. Trying to sort out the situation itself is already challenging enough.
With that being said, however, these documents are indeed important.
The footage did manage to capture some monsters that Garzel is familiar with. They are the Majins under Rimuru that Garzel conversed with once or twice in the past.
Have those guys grown stronger as well?
At this point, they must be hard to defeat even with all of our nation's might. The ministers continue to argue about the issue, taking sides against each other about the severity of the danger.
Garzel is troubled that both sides make valid points. Ignoring the arguing ministers, he begins to ponder. He's considering whether to eliminate the opposition before they become too much of a threat. No, Garzel rejects such an idea outright.
Demon Lord Rimuru is a reasonable monster.
More importantly, he wishes for friendly coexistence with human nations.
The proof of this desire is the fact that he has built a civilized town and helped humans, all while trying to cooperate with other kingdoms. Had Demon Lord Rimuru not been a monster that understands and respects humankind, humanity would have faced an unprecedented threat.
Such worries are probably unnecessary.
Kukuku, Rimuru would surely never consider destroying humanity. Garzel firmly believes so. Demon Lord Clayman was eliminated, yet Hinata remains unharmed. This is a fact. For that alone, Garzel believes Rimuru will not be an enemy to mankind. That's why Garzel decides to laugh off the minister's concerns. He, don't worry.
That Rimuru is my junior.
Moreover, unlike other nations, we were the first to support him, thus winning his trust. Are you all wishing for me to abandon this trust and the benefits that come with it just to doubt Rimuru?
His words are infused with ruler haki, imposing aura, so as to intimidate the ministers.
Thanks to its power, most ministers manage to regain their composure.
Indeed.
Now that I think about it, it is quite stupid to abandon the trading opportunities with this nation.
The imports from that nation are all quite charming. Even the production of healing potions is now dependent on that nation.
It is the same for their technology exchange, which can't be established if we don't have faith in them.
So why are we getting panicked now? That's true. We shouldn't be worrying so much at this point in time. The ministers look at each other awkwardly, and give an embarrassed smile.
Seeing their expressions, a smile emerges on Gazel's face as well. Being frank and honest is the motto of the Dwarven Kingdom, even if the other party is indeed a demon lord, that doesn't warrant discriminating against them. Seeing that everyone is reminded of this, Gazel feels satisfied as well. Rimuru has indeed acquired astoundingly immense power, yet anyone who has witnessed how he treats others in life would undoubtedly know that he is someone worthy of trust.
Right now they are on quite friendly terms with this Rimuru. Given this is the case, their relationship must be maintained in the future.
Rimuru mentioning that he was originally from another world is of great importance. He also has the ability to recreate the knowledge from the other world through his overpowered skills. His stubborn desire to be a bit more sumptuous became his motivation, for which he has come up with all sorts of inventions. Even thinking about it makes him intrigued. Moreover, his subordinates all greatly admire this trait of his and would carry out any task no matter how purposefully challenging they may be.
The proof is the construction of a road between Tempest Federation and the Dwarven Kingdom. It is a road that crosses through mountains and valleys, yet one that anyone can travel safely.
It was monsters under Rimuru's rule who were responsible for paving this road.
His idea needs only a single command to be realized.
Even things that the other otherworlders previously gave up trying due to a lack of funds or labor pose no problem to Demon Lord Rimuru.
He has the capabilities to push his plans through forcefully, and is strong enough to have many monster followers. It truly makes people envious, Gazel thinks.
No matter how hard the problem is, everyone, let's all work hard and find a solution. As soon as Rimuru gives off such senseless speeches, the monsters under his rule would strive with all they have. Everyone would deem such order to be natural and justified without question. That is the real terrifying side of that slime, his almost genius ability to win people's hearts.
For better or worse, that demon lord is truly intriguing. Perhaps I'm in that guy's pocket too.
But that would be fine regardless, Gazel secretly thinks to himself. What will happen if Rimuru tries to build a world according to his ideals?
To Gazel, it is a fascinating thought. He wants to see that one day.
It will undoubtedly trigger the Tenma Great War between heaven and monster. Rimuru is aware of that too, so he probably has plans to engage it. Tempest Federation is indeed strong enough to become a fearsome military power. They may stand a chance to win against the army of heaven. If that's the case, Gazel thinks he must give them his support. That demon lord Rimuru may not be related to me by blood, yet we are close like brothers. As long as that guy doesn't lose his humanity, I intend to support him with all we have. We will welcome the arrival of a new age, a cultural enlightenment.
Speak now if anyone has an objection.
The imposing voice of Dwarven King Gazel Dwargo resounds throughout the meeting room.
This is the Hero King's decision and his right. I support you, King Gazel.
You are our big boss after all.
The military commander-in-chief Pan replies laughing. My liege, I am your shadow. Naturally, I will obey your decision. Head of Covert Operatives Henrietta responds without hesitation. Go wild with your ideas.
I don't have many days left at this age, so I would like to live my life to the fullest during the last period of my life, to follow King Gazel to the end of the world and until my death. Old Granny Jane, who has lived since the time of the first king, says morbidly, however lively. Jane's declarations indicates her absolute support of King Gazel, no matter what.
There's also commander of the Pegasus Knight Order Dorf. He sighs rather helplessly and says,
Since everyone has spoken, I can only clean up after them. There's gotta be someone to come out and intervene in case he gets out of control, right? This type of responsibility always falls on Dorf's shoulders, but he doesn't begrudge them for that.
And so,
with these heroes and highest of officials deciding on this new policy, no one can object, but that is just on the surface. The ministers still hold on to some of their own doubts. Nevertheless, they would go on to publicly support the decision wholeheartedly, with the hero's decision as cover.
There is only one reason for that.
As citizens of a powerful tech nation, the cultural enlightenment the king mentioned earlier has excited them greatly. As a nation, There hasn't been much progress despite their continuous efforts in technological research. Yet that demon lord has uncaringly and fearlessly pushed forward research at an unprecedented rate. The report sent by their ex-colleague Marquis Vesta supported this as well. Some even envy the freedom he has in that regard. How can Vesta Dono get to do whatever he wants like that?
Unforgivable.
I know, right?
Have you heard?
It is rumored that the roads there have even had new anti-monster barriers installed, and street lamps.
I heard they are also developing some sort of communication device.
Developing potions alone must not be satisfying enough. It makes me outraged at what they are doing. Along such lines, the ministers reveal their actual feelings towards the topic. Gazelle smiles wryly as he overhears their complaints.
He coughs expectantly.
Almost like a signal, the meeting room goes silent instantly. The ministers turn their eyes to focus on Gazelle.
I've come to a decision. Our nation will trust the demon Lord Rimuru and move forward alongside him. We will be the ones to accept and carry out the duties of preserving their technology. Even if they get defeated by the army of heaven, their technology must not be lost.
This is the policy of mine, the policy of armored nation Dworgen. No one planned to complain about it from the start, since King Gazelle always puts his nation first, concerning himself with its future.
The ministers all bow their heads in expressing their agreement to his speech.
Kukuku, trying to capitalize fully on the benefits, I see.
It sounds a lot better to just say it rather than wrapping it in lofty rhetoric.
Pan's comment resonates with everyone present. They've also decided to accept the proposal from Holy Empire Ruberios, thus concluding the meeting. Some other civil officials can handle the procedures next, to form pacts with not only Tempest Federation, but also the Holy Empire Ruberios. Although it would probably be a future matter, but these two nations will probably collaborate with Dworgen to prepare for the Tenma Great War. It is still unknown whether this judgment is correct or not. But, this is good enough, Gazelle thinks to himself. As everything appears to be settled and King Gazelle makes his leave, one of the ministers raises his hand. Sire, may I borrow a moment of your time?
He hurries the individual with his eyes to report.
The thing is this, my liege, Rigido Dono has sent an invitation. It states that Rimuru Dono will be holding a public presentation announcing his inauguration as a demon lord to the world.
He wishes for you to attend the ceremony.
A presentation announcing his inauguration as demon lord? What in the world is that guy thinking? Gazelle is unable to guess Rimuru's reason for this and can't help but ask out loud. The minister being questioned, naturally, cannot answer either. He simply remains silent with his eyes wide open with fear. And instead, the other ministers begin to argue.
It must be an excuse.
He probably just wants to show everyone how close our nation is by inviting Sire there. Hasn't that ceremony, of his, been hosted in our nation already? Oh, so it's about that event. Marquis Vesta told me about it before. They are trying to hold a festival in order to change how people view the Monster Kingdom. I heard that Marquis Vesta acted as consultant in giving advice and even directing meticulously planned recreational programs. Pan's eyes start to glow after hearing the minister's words as well, seemingly intrigued.
Whoa, that does sound quite interesting. The hotel in that country was also rather amazing. You get to enjoy taking a pleasant hot spring bath. The food was delicious and even the receptionists had great manners as well. I believe they were mentored by Vesta and thus were truly impressive, so the entertainment programs you mentioned will probably be quite interesting as well.
Pan turns his eyes to Gazelle upon saying so, implying that he should accept the invitation. Judging from Pan's looks, even if Gazelle does not participate, he will probably volunteer himself in the king's place.
Gazelle contemplates for a bit.
That brat, Rimuru. I've got no idea what's going on in his head, but he ain't the type to play nice. Gazelle knows he is probably making an effort to have the Western nations accept their kingdom, but he can't see through Rimuru's thoughts to be sure.
But that's what makes it fun.
Gazelle is trying very hard to suppress the urge to laugh. It is after all, A difficult task trying to maintain prestige in front of the many ministers.
That guy.
He dares to set up this type of trap to give me a hard time.
How bold.
Garzel uses his newfound anger to mask his desire to laugh.
So what does your highness think?
Rigodono did say it won't be easy to get His Grace Garzel to be present, but if he is willing to attend the festival, we will be preparing the finest seat in hope of his arrival. They also seem to have informed the leaders of the other nations, so the available seats seem to be limited.
He also mentioned that since there will be many people attending, the venue will likely be in chaos on that day, so please respond as soon as possible. As a special reminder for us.
The minister, trembling, reports Rigodo's messages to the silent Garzel. Such a message is still considered quite inappropriate even while using a polite tone, which the minister worries may have angered Garzel.
Yet Garzel doesn't express anger towards such a thing.
In fact, he's actually somewhat confused by how the minister could have such a misunderstanding. Garzel's unique skill dictator reads the minister's thoughts with ease. And so Garzel speaks up to correct his subordinate's misunderstanding.
I shall attend the presentation and take the opportunity to tour the city. At his decisive answer, the other ministers begin to complain.
Sire.
No matter how close you are to this Rimuru Dono, you shouldn't say this.
I have no idea what extent are they planning to make these entertainment programs, but it should be easy for them to at least manage one seat.
Indeed.
Moreover, it may not be clear as to how many people they are trying to invite, but the royalty and nobility from other nations shouldn't have the free time to attend just like us.
I don't think they would accept their invitations so easily.
On top of that, Your Highness, attending in person will also lead to all sorts of problems.
The ministers do make some good points.
But Garzel ignores their views completely.
There's no such thing, rather I should say that he just has great confidence. You all only know what that guy was like from when he visited our nation before. He has changed completely since becoming a demon lord.
Rimuru is being very direct with this festival, so we can expect much.
Moreover, Tempest Federation has considerable military power now, so many must want to get some inside information on them.
It wouldn't be strange if some people feel compelled to go check them out after receiving the invitations. As Pan has mentioned, the accommodation, inns, in that kingdom is amazing, so the reason why they want to get a hold of the number of visitors is likely to provide specific kinds of services according to their needs.
That's how I see it.
As Garzel finishes, Pan adds on in agreement.
That's indeed true.
After becoming a demon lord, he gave off a powerful aura.
Besides, I'm also highly interested in what type of festival those monsters would host. Even without representing the nation, I would still like to attend personally.
Pan has already planned to attend the festival and he has already requested Vesta to get him an invitation, even if it's just for himself. Can't let others get the better of me. Garzel doesn't intend to back down either. He already knew that most ministers would oppose the idea of him attending the festival in person. That's why Garzel hopes to convince these ministers so he can participate without having to resort to drastic measures. I will not be attending as the king either, but as his senior to instruct him in person in case he gets looked down upon by people from the other nations. We must inform the neighboring nations that the most friendly nation to Tempest Federation is us, Dworgen. As Garzel says so, some ministers begin to realize Garzel's actual motive.
Indeed. We must be the faction with the best relationship with Rimuru, and we have to show off this point to the other nations.
I heard that the people from Sarian also started ingratiating themselves to Rimuru Dono after he became Demon Lord?
Then we shall let everyone see how close he is with Lord Garzel. It will also serve as a way to keep the other nations in check. Garzel hides his delight.
But as he is going to add on something to make things work out more perfectly. These are all minor issues.
I really can't take it anymore.
If we oppose his attendance, Sire will just sneak off on his own again.
It's safer for us to just attend the festival as a nation.
The elders from the Senate seldom raise their opinion on these matters, yet now they've given the ultimatum to the arguing ministers. This elder was probably traumatized from when the king snuck off after replacing himself with a body double. And as a result, with the words of the elder, the attendance of Garzel, and the rest is settled.
I have a problem with that statement.
But this way, I still get to attend the festival.
The conclusion is somewhat different from what he expected, but at least he got what he wanted.
Although Garzel feels somewhat dismayed, he still decides to accept the result.
To the invitation of Tempest Federation, they've decided to attend as a nation.
As for the ministers, this result is completely different from their expectations, yet remains to be the official and final decision.
Then I will also have to attend in that case, is what more and more are starting to think. The venue becomes more noisy as well.
Soon after, a bunch of people come forth to request their wish to accompany the king to the festival, which troubles Garzel in selecting his companions.
The location is Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian.
In the Emperor's castle, there is a large, beautiful and majestic garden containing a large number of rare, wild animals. The garden is maintained using a private fund from the Emperor, in other words, the Emperor's personal stash.
The Emperor enjoys many privileges, and so he receives enormous profits from them.
The maintenance cost only accounts for a small portion of the funds, and so this beautiful garden is of no financial consequence. Moreover,
the maintenance of the entirety of this majestic palace does not use a single dime of tax money.
It is evidence of the unimaginable wealth possessed by the Emperor, who stands at the peak of Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian.
2 persons are currently resting in this garden. One of them is Duke Elalud.
He is the father of the adventurer Ellen and a key figure of the nation, whose authority and power is among the top 3.
Sitting opposite to him is another person.
This individual is far more important to this nation and possesses authority well above Duke Elalud, this person being the Emperor, Elmesia Elea Sarian. According to official statements, this gender of the individual is unclear.
The Emperor was born with the beauty to rival that of a female. It is declared to the outside world as such, but in reality she is indeed a woman.
The only thing, however, is that her age is unknown. Her elven blood is extremely pure, which, in turn, prevents her from aging. She is also a living witness to history, so it is a major taboo to inquire about the Emperor's age.
Her noble appearance is also not lacking in tenderness. Often, due to her petite figure, she is mistaken for a young girl.
She has a pair of almond eyes.
Her jade-green pupils look as if they are capable of seeing through anything.
Her skin is smooth like water with its white color akin to fallen snow.
Her silver hair runs down onto her pink and soft cheeks. The distinctive pair of long ears with sharp tips peek out of her silver hair. It blends with the rest of her body perfectly.
She is the most authentic of elven race, so-called wind elf, high elf, the supreme existence. For an instant, Duke Elalud is also mesmerized by her beauty, but, considering that, the fury of his wife and daughter is far more terrifying, he quickly comes back to his senses.
He coughs and faces the Emperor once more. Emperor Elmesia holds herself with decorum, seated on an elegant-looking wooden chair. Duke Elalud says,
"Sire, as previously reported to you about the Monster Kingdom, they delivered an invitation to me this time." The Duke takes out the envelope from his pocket and hands it over carefully.
He has already checked it to ensure it is of no danger. He is aware of the content written in it, but refrained from speaking.
She hates it when people reveal things without confirming it herself. Elalud knows about the temperament of the Emperor well.
Yet still, he feels unease.
"I can't believe that guy actually got the recognition to become a official demon lord."
That aside, what is the meaning of calling me to his festival?
In fact, there was actually no need for Duke Elalud to show the letter to the Emperor, as it was meant for the Duke himself.
Yet the letter writes, "If you are attending, please reply with the number of attendees." If it is asking for the number of participants, it can be interpreted as an invitation to bring whoever one wishes.
Then, who should he invite along?
That is the problem. It is natural to bring guards along since the Duke can't attend it alone.
Some nobles caught wind of him having a meeting there in the past, so many have stated their wish to visit as well. The topic regarding Tempest Federation becoming a new trading nation has become popular among the high-ranked nobles in Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian.
Yet nobles are not the only ones interested.
In the past, when he reported the results of the meeting with Rimuru to the emperor, she glared at him coldly and commented in annoyance.
Oh. So you went to such an interesting place by yourself?
Well, aren't you a big shot, Elalude? You must have had a lot of fun.
Why did you ditch me and go by yourself?
Let alone proclaiming yourself my envoy and establishing diplomatic ties with them.
Given the significance of the matter, I would have wanted to see things for myself. This was how it went down. But Elalude had things to say in his defense as well.
He may have visited the Tempest Federation in the name of rescuing his daughter, it was still considered the real kingdom of monsters. Even though he had been using a homunculus, he'd had no idea what type of situation he'd run into there. He couldn't say with confidence that there would not be any danger, so how could he have invited the Emperor Elmesia to that kind of place?
Yet she still scolded Duke Elalude harshly.
With such an intriguing creature, slime, out there, I would have wanted to see it with my own eyes. I would have gotten to meet a new demon lord. In all my years of life I've never encountered such a thing before.
Yet you got to enjoy all of that by yourself? Do you know what snatching credit is? Even my trusted aide dares to treat me like that. What a sad life of an emperor I am living. Her complaints kept on firing without pause. I'm so envious. Hold on a second, isn't this just too out of line? There's no knowing how much fun you had.
No, actually, there's no knowing how dangerous it was, so how dare you act on your own?
Absolutely unacceptable. Something along those lines, a great tantrum was thrown. It was more like whining than a scolding.
In front of her subjects, her emotionless expression is like an icy mountain, and so people are led to believe that Emperor Elmesia is cruel and ruthless. The only time the Emperor shows the other side of her personality is if she's alone with Duke Elalude or with one other individual.
So it can be said that the responsibility on Elalude's shoulders is particularly heavy. Aren't you overplaying your feigned innocence a bit too much?
Elalude always complains internally. Nowadays his budget is frozen because of the Emperor's tantrum, and the plan for technological collaboration with Tempest Federation was put on hold. That's why he wants to pamper the Emperor back into a good mood so he can resume preparations to collaborate with Tempest. If he did not inform the Emperor about this beforehand, and went to attend by himself, he would definitely have pissed her off. At that point Elalude fears that the consequences would not be so simple as to freeze his budget. The letter states that Rimuru is hosting a presentation, but in reality it must be some form of intimidation. The goal is to show off how powerful Demon Lord Rimuru is. There seems to be a festival that will be hosted along with it with elaborately prepared recreational activities. It is unknown what will be included in it, but their programs seem to be quite substantial. Given that the event seems rather lively, there's no way Emperor Elmesia, someone who's been living an all too boring life, would miss it. It is foreseeable that she will inquire about the event from start to end and interrogate Elalude if he did not report to her.
The intensity of that fury would definitely be beyond his imagination.
Based on these considerations, Elalude decided not to hide anything and thus is showing her the letter now. As he is thinking about this, Elmesia lifts her head as she finishes the letter.
He quickly tightens his posture.
Elmesia stares at Elalude as he does so and says, "So, what do you plan to do?"
Plan to do meaning? Elalude is trying to play dumb. He knows what Elmesia wants to say. But he can't point it out directly. It would make national headlines if the Emperor Elmesia is to attend the festival. Knowing the significance of such an event, Elalude won't dare to say too much. I'll see what the Emperor decides to do first, Elalude thinks to himself.
Oh, are you trying to play dumb now? Did you know, Elalude, that the quality of the desserts we are importing from Yoshida-san's store seem to have improved immensely as of late?
Do you know the reason? Elmesia suddenly changes the topic.
Confused, Elalude has no idea what to say in response. You enjoy the reputation as a prominent advisor, yet you have no clue about the lives of the civilians?
How disappointing. My most sincere apologies, sire.
Isn't Yoshida-san the baker sire likes, whose shop opened in Ingratia Kingdom? Although he doesn't possess combat ability, he is still under protection due to his identity as an otherworlder.
It is the first time I've heard that you've been importing desserts from this Yoshida-san's shop. What does it have to do with Rimuru Dono's invitation? It is always all right to ask when you don't know.
People who aren't close to the emperor would most definitely lose their job if asking such, but Elalud won't be affected. He knows the most genuine side of the emperor, and that close bond allows Elalud to question her.
What, so you really didn't know? Ellen has been buying the desserts as souvenirs for me since a couple years back. You must have not received one. What? Elalud couldn't help but shout. He has suffered damage beyond repair learning that his daughter Ellen doesn't buy any souvenirs for him.
Seeing how frustrated Elalud looks, Elmesia laughs, satisfied, while saying, "Since I had the pleasure of seeing such a dramatic, miserable expression on your face, I won't spare any details."
Allow me to explain.
It seems that Yoshida-san's confectionery has been getting ingredients from someone else since then. Because the variety of items has increased splendidly, the quality of taste also seems to have increased. And most importantly, I've been getting goods from him by offering financial support.
And as such, Elmesia begins to explain in detail.
Elalud is aware of this person called Kaoru Yoshida. His identity as an otherworlder alone is enough to make him a target of investigation, so naturally he already knows the relevant information about him. According to his intelligence, Kaoru Yoshida runs a dessert place called Cafe Kisaten in the capital of Ingratia Kingdom. He allegedly doesn't have any skills, but whether this is true or not is unknown. However, his bakery skill of dessert making is top-notch.
It is rumored that even the head of the Freedom Association shows up to taste his food.
And according to suspicious sightings, Hinata the Saint has been spotted to have snuck in and out of the location.
The business there seems to be booming.
This is information that even Elalud knows, yet Elmesia continues to gush over the tasty desserts as she continues. "I once went out of my way to invite Yoshida-san here. Speaking of Ellen's souvenir gift, that cake was extremely delicious.
So I hope to make him the appointed patissier of our nation. Yet I was turned down.
No matter how much money I would offer, Yoshida-san was not willing to come here." According to Emperor Elmesia, the man named Yoshida doesn't seem to be moved by money. So she was forced to depend solely on the limited number of souvenir gifts she had to make it through life. "What have you been up to, sire?"
Elalud gasps internally.
Yet given how Elalud is already feeling, what Elmesia has to say next is even more impactful.
Recently, however, Yoshida-san said that he was closing shop.
Whether he is opening a new store or moving away is still under investigation.
With that being said, don't you think it is a big problem to not be able to eat desserts during break time?
I don't think so. What is the issue? Oh, how could you say such things?
Ellen really likes the desserts there.
If we can set up a more convenient way to purchase them, don't you think she would come back more frequently? Sire, what are talking about?
In fact, she has actively attended all of our regular tea parties.
A truly shocking fact. Elalud has always thought that his daughter didn't even want to come near her hometown.
To him, Elmesia's series of confessions have left him broken and depressed.
It's one thing that her 2 bodyguards have been useless, but it's an entirely different matter that the people he sent to watch over her have not reported anything of this sort.
Those guys.
I'm gonna teach them a lesson later, Elalud thinks to himself. First, however, it is more important to hear what Elmesia has to say. Now the matter is of utmost importance. Right? I've actually gotten hold of some very reliable information about it using my wealth and influence. Do tell. It's really shocking. The place he wants to move to is that Tempest Federation you visited. What did you see when you last visited that nation? After being pointed out by her, Elalud recalls something as well. He'd heard that the dishes served by that kingdom were all delicious, and his daughter Ellen was greatly moved by one of the desserts.
He recalls Ellen exclaiming excitedly as expected from Shuna-san, "You were even able to recreate that new dish."
Ah.
So that's what you are hinting at?
Elalud couldn't help but shout, to which Elmesia sighs, baffled. Seriously now, are you really as smart as they say? Hearing this, Elalyud's confidence vanishes with the comment,
I'm such an embarrassment. He apologizes earnestly. The reason why his boss, the emperor, has been upset is now clear. She misunderstood and thought that Elalyud wanted to have all the desserts for himself. Even though it would be for his daughter, there's no way Elalyud would go to that extent. How would I know whether you would have done it or not, with a father's love for his daughter and all that, you know?
Due to Elalyud's obliviousness on these many subjects, the emperor's suspicion towards him has gradually dissipated.
Yet this lack of knowledge has turned to her mocking him of such unawareness of these important incidents. Elalyud willingly endured the blow. He then switches his mindset to discuss another thing. By the way, sire,
we should get back on track. How will we respond to Rimuru Dono? Elmesia grins sneakily upon being asked by Elalyud.
About that. She's keeping him in the loop and isn't giving an answer.
Elalyud fights back his impatience. He is not stupid enough to cut in now. As mentioned before, once the emperor moves out, it will become a major state affair.
If it is initiated by Elalyud, there will most definitely be some objections. Things will undoubtedly become difficult if someone tries to intervene.
The powerful nation of sorcerers dynasty Sarian has prospered under the rule of Sorcerer King, Emperor Elmesia.
Under her are the 13 noble houses, each with their own lord. Everyone pledges their loyalty towards the Emperor Elmesia.
Basically, she permits each house to have executive power over their own domains.
The imperial house, on the other hand, relies on the taxations from the 13 vassal families.
None of the noble houses possess any military capabilities. With all of the military power concentrated within the imperial house, the emperor is the supreme commander of the military, responsible for mediating relations between states. Elalyud is from one of the noble houses as well.
His mother Elise Grimwald has long held the top position of the 13 houses. Elise is also the grandmother of Emperor Elmesia, yet another person that Elalyud has to bow towards.
Something off topic, Elalyud's brother, and Elmesia's father, was tragically killed during a battle against monsters. That was before Sarian was established as a kingdom and well before Elalyud was born.
To him, it is tale from ancient times.
In other words, his niece Elmesia is the same, a person from ancient times, who has lived far longer than Elalyud.
It is no wonder that Elalyud can't raise his head in front of her.
Now, to put aside the matter of his mother Elise, let's talk about the people from the other aristocratic families.
There are some mean characters among them as well. There are lords who hide in their domains without any official duty, and aren't willing to come out.
Then there are those that attempt to meddle in state affairs using their authority. Some even believe that Emperor Elmesia won't interfere with politics at all, emboldening them to the point that they would try to exploit opportunities in an attempt to amass power for their own house. As a countermeasure, it is one of Elalyud's duties as Duke to keep a watchful eye on them. It is precisely because of Elalyud's position that he needs to act cautiously regarding this current situation. A leisurely tour abroad may not be a problem, but this is the monster kingdom he is going to. He fears there may be some individuals laying in wait, ready to use anything as leverage in order to take him down.
Other than that, there isn't much that is likely to happen.
However, there is no way to rule out any devious assassination attempt on the emperor. Before they can even set off, thorough preparations are an absolute requirement in order to prevent such a catastrophe from ever unfolding.
You are worrying too much, Elalyud-chan.
Sire? No matter what those little boys have in mind, they won't go so far as to harm me.
The aura of Elmesia has changed.
She is emitting the unique aura of a ruler.
One that does not tolerate anyone's betrayal. It is the overlord side of Emperor Elmesia that the public sees.
To the eyes of Elmesia, who has lived a lasting life, those cunning lords, including Elalyud, are all probably like a bunch of cocky little kids. Elalyud is extremely nervous as he gulps over and over. The two have been holding a familiar conversation due to their blood relation, yet the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Even though Elalyud himself is a hero figure, he is someone of a completely different status.
It would be impossible for him to feel at ease during their conversation.
That demon lord is called Rimuru, right? He's no opponent to underestimate.
What do you mean? Of course he's a force to be reckoned with.
His personal strength alone goes without saying, yet his ability to exercise control over all monsters under his rule as well as having them obey his every order is no feat to be taken lightly.
Moreover, his strategies of building cooperative relations with the neighboring nations make him an unprecedented type of demon lord.
However, this is all common sense. There was no way that Emperor Elmesia would point it out without a reason.
Considering this, Elalud posed a question.
That demon lord called Rimuru, didn't he agree to build a road to our nation Sarian without so much as a second thought? Yes. They demanded some rights, for instance tax collection for people using the road, but they are willing to provide all of the labor.
That's precisely the point. That right alone would bring enormous wealth.
Dear Elalud, you should know just by looking at me, right? Elmesia turns back to her friendly self and after having it pointed out to him, a sudden realization strikes Elalud.
Should I call it a privilege?
Of course Elalud has noticed as well, that what Rimuru saw value in was the privilege. That's why after careful consideration, he was willing to negotiate with Elalud.
Yet Elmesia sneers at Elalud.
You are still too naive. Species with longevity like us must always plan with long-term profits in mind first and foremost. Surely you should know this principle?
Of course I do.
I've carefully considered both the toll for using the road built by Demon Lord Rimuru as well as the cost of building the road ourselves. Despite Elmesia's retort, Elalud still answered feeling justified.
Even though we need to pay toll, it is still a lot cheaper in comparison, or so Elalud thinks.
In fact, in order to construct a highway in the Jura Great Forest, notoriously plagued by monsters, it would require enormous funds and a lengthy amount of time. Between the border of Jura Great Forest and Sarian lies the Kostya Mountain. On top of it resides the aggressive tribe of Tengu, who hold disdain for whoever arrives. One can only imagine the difficulty in trying to communicate with them.
Even with that problem resolved, there are still many beasts and monsters left residing in the Great Forest.
Monsters would not be the only factor posing an obstacle. The complex terrain there is also another huge hindrance.
They will need to drill tunnels through mountains and put up bridges over rivers and valleys.
On top of achieving such difficult tasks, they will still need to prevent the workers from being harmed by vicious monsters. Monumental construction efforts of that magnitude must surely force a nation to undertake a 100-year plan. It would not be an impossible feat for a great nation such as Sarian. However, Elalud doesn't think the expense spent on such construction will be earned back smoothly. Demon Lord Rimuru's proposal was more than what Elalud could bargain for given all of the amazing terms. How hopelessly naive. Elalud's thoughts, however, are ruthlessly rejected by Elmesia.
Sure, it will be hard to explore that forest. To this day we haven't done so because there is no benefit in doing that.
Elmesia begins to elaborate upon her thoughts, attempting to enlighten Elalud. Just as Elalud thought, given the circumstances, making back the fund of construction would be unfeasible. The difficulties of doing so are numerous, yet there would be little meaning to constructing such a road.
However, that situation has changed. For the longest time, all roads from Sarian have led to one single distant nation, the Dwarven Kingdom, Armored Nation Dworgen.
Yet now that there is a newly emerging kingdom in the Jura Great Forest, the road will lead to Jura Tempest Federation.
Naturally, the purpose for constructing roads is trade.
Before, technological exchange with the dwarves would certainly help boost the nation's technological advancements.
But in the end it's just not worth the effort of having to accomplish such a colossal task. With that being said, the previous order has been entirely disrupted now that the Tempest Federation appeared.
The vast land of the south owned by demon lords has now become domain of Demon Lord Milim, while the two prominent figures Beast King, Beast Master, Carrion and Sky Queen Frey all became her followers. With the overwhelming military power to back themselves, their nation will no doubt become prosperous.
There are also the Western nations in the northwest and Armored Nation Dworgen in the north.
Won't the relay hub of these nations be none other than the newly risen Tempest Federation?
Indeed, you have a point. Elalude answers.
He has understood what Elmesia is trying to get at.
Though that is the case, he does not perceive any severe error in his judgment. Suddenly he was overcome with a striking realization.
As Elmesia has pointed out, there hasn't been any benefit before, yet now that land within the Jura Great Forest is creating an infinite amount of value. That nation is cluttered at the center of many distinct nations, in other words it will become the center of cultural exchange.
There is destined to be unforeseeable development taking place in the future.
That is what Demon Lord Rimuru wanted, and because Elalude had realized that, he wanted to confirm the diplomatic tie between their nations. Yet the construction of a highway is necessarily linked with grave danger and huge monetary investments. My judgment was made considering that the construction work will inevitably require him to invest both funds and armed forces. It is probably more ideal to just pay the tolls and reap the benefits. Such was the deduction that Elalude made, in order to justify his agreement to the plan. Elmesia's smile remains after hearing Elalude's answer.
You have a point.
Given any normal circumstances, that would indeed have been the right decision to make, with minimal cost to our own nation. Regrettably, you seem to have overlooked that these people are a long-living species, and there's a demon lord involved as well.
One must always think twice when forming an accord with a permanent impact on the nation. That's why, I'll give you 80 marks, for the decision. We should also participate in the construction.
Select some people and send them in a group to partake in the project.
Leave the matter of defeating monsters to them. If we are to at least be of some help, this effort would probably make our life easier when it comes to the negotiation of the toll.
All the rights derived from building the street will now permanently belong to Demon Lord Rimuru. If they, Sarian, don't provide aid, it will be hard to turn such a table around.
The opponent is a demon lord after all, rendering intimidation tactics through military force utterly foolhardy.
After hearing Elmesia's words, he couldn't help but to agree. Elalude was blinded by short-term benefits and failed to recognize his blunder.
I've told you that you are too rigid in your thinking, Elalude.
You did well to know that the situation would be changing, but you can't always be bounded by preconceived notions. Elalude couldn't agree more with Elmesia. His line of thought has always been that the construction would be too dangerous to carry out, yet if that wasn't something one needed to consider, the construction budget isn't really that high.
Moreover, if he sends his own people to help with construction, they may even do some technological exchange and learn from the monster's knowledge. Just look at what I have done. I can't believe that I lacked the foresight.
He can almost see Demon Lord Rimuru grinning from the shadows, but Elalude realizes it is too late to regret now. By the way, don't you still need to reply to their invitation?
Switching to a more serious expression, Elmesia starts to speak.
Elalude nods along in earnest. Whether it is the dessert shop or the rights to the road, Demon Lord Rimuru understands human society well. There is no denying his identity as an otherworlder, but moreover he has acquired the power and authority to apply his knowledge and experience.
To put aside his status as Demon Lord, the person alone is already very impressive.
The students of hero Shizu Aizawa, whether it is the head of the Freedom Association Yuki Kagurazuka or commander of the Holy Knight Order Hinata Sakaguchi, both have some power in the Western nations, yet they cannot rival Demon Lord Rimuru.
We will have to participate in this event if we are to get on friendly terms with such an individual. I never had a choice from the start. Emperor Elmesia has made her decision. Elalude has no more words to say. However, something is still on his mind.
Sire, I do agree.
I'll find a way to shut the others up. But, we can't ensure the security of that nation. Regarding the people to accompany you during the visit.
They were informed that there were some conflicts between Demon Lord Rimuru and the Holy Knight Order. The conflict ended with the overwhelming victory of Demon Lord Rimuru. But unlike the time that Pharmus' army invaded, the Holy Knights didn't seem to sustain many casualties. That was to show the public his confidence. though it also led to people spreading rumors about the naivety of Demon Lord Rimuru. For those who know about the inside story, the event would shatter the will of most people trying to make a move on Rimuru, but there are plenty of fools who would still like to try. Moreover, the powerful individuals of the world can no longer ignore him, for if they did, the number of conflicts against that nation would undoubtedly increase. It's unlikely anything would happen to Demon Lord Rimuru, but the security there may get worse. It's fine if it is just me, and the boys, going, but if we are to bring Sire to that kind of place. These thoughts were circling in Elulade's head, but since the Emperor has made her decision, Elalude can only brace himself and prepare for the upcoming trials and tribulations. Send out the mediator group under the Imperial House. You are free to pick some candidates from the Magus Order, Magus. Elmesia says casually while Elalude breaks out in cold sweats. About this Magus Order, they are the high-ranked military order also known as Knights of Purity. They possess the qualifications to act as mediators and are the plenipotentiary agents of the Emperor. All of the members are people with pure bloodlines going back many generations and care the most powerful military force of Sorcerer's dynasty Sarian. By the way, Elalude is one of them. The existence of the order is a carefully guarded state secret, yet the Emperor has generously ordered them to move out. Elalude faithfully obeys her order with caution.
Understood. We will proceed with the arrangement as you wish.
He leaves the scene after answering so.
The matter of the Emperor's outing has been decided and will subsequently be announced to the nation.
And so the series of sleepless nights for Duke Elalude unfold.
The location is the trading house of Brumand Kingdom.
Myo Miles slowly begins to feel anxious not knowing when he will be finishing all of his appointments. He is a very well-known merchant and can assess the nature of any man after just one look in their eyes. Some have come here to borrow money or discuss new business opportunities. Occasionally some nobles that have fallen on hard times would come to discuss suspicious trades. It is annoying to deal with these idiots, but sometimes they may indeed bring profitable business.
That's why he can't hand such critical work to others. He finishes dealing with a conman-looking fellow while thinking so and calls in the next guest. A well-dressed man enters.
However, his appearance cannot fool Myo Miles's eyes. Although his clothes are made of fine materials, its design is out of fashion. This person is only wearing old clothing for show while not being able to purchase the fashionable brands.
Moreover, this man will not bring Myo Miles any profit.
He is an impoverished nobleman who came to Myo Miles in the hope of selling shoddy items that he proclaimed to be antiques at overblown prices.
The memory of that incident is still refreshing to Myo Miles.
He's probably come up with some new devious ideas trying to swindle money out of me.
But he is a nobleman nonetheless.
His nobility has been confirmed after investigation, so he cannot be underestimated. Were Myo Miles to act arrogantly in the face of real nobles, he may get accused of irreverence and even lose his head.
That's why his job is challenging this time. How troublesome. Now I've got to get my nerves tense to face off against this guy.
While bearing this thought, Myo Miles decides to hear the person out. Unsurprisingly, he got even more annoyed after hearing him out.
The proposal turns out to be devious through and through.
This man, Viscount Kazakh, wishes to open a new shop with his slaves, so he came to loan some money from Myo Miles. Honestly, Myo Miles can tell it won't be successful from the onset. A business won't be turning a profit just because you bought some cute female slaves. It's of great importance to analyze the market and the target customers as well. It is also obligatory to find a decent location to open the shop as well as deciding on payment for the girls. However, giving such advice to him would amount to nothing more than casting pearls before swine. Huh?
It's your job to find the place.
And asking me to pay those girls?
What a dumb question. What kind of idiot would give salary to slaves?
Like that, Viscount Kazakh wouldn't listen to anything Myo Miles had to say.
Even if forcing the slaves to work without pay is the whole point, you will have to provide them with food regardless.
Then there's also clothes for them to wear and residences for them to live in that must all be planned out beforehand. The point is that buying slaves would inevitably mean a huge long-term investment. The beautiful slaves he wishes to find as an eye-catching attraction can only be found among high-quality slaves whose prices are exorbitant enough to buy entire estates. Rather than having these people run the shop, he'd be better off recruiting average workers. A good example would be the shop opened with Myoa Miles's investment in Ingratia Kingdom.
No matter how beautiful the woman may be, she will unavoidably age in the end.
The money earned through them will hardly be sufficient to recover the initial investments.
That is how Myoa Miles sees it.
If he is trying to increase the profit rate by also providing sexual services, it can cause the spread of disease in the region if appropriate preparations are not made. Should things end like this, not only would Viscount Kazakh face serious problems, but Myoa Miles would also become his accomplice. Myoa Miles sighs internally. He has absolutely no desire to participate in such a dangerous ordeal. My, Kazakh Summer truly has a pair of wise eyes.
Your humble acquaintance Myoa Miles is most impressed.
However, isn't the pivotal component, namely slaves, rather hard to purchase here nowadays? Since this country does not permit human trafficking, is it not arduous to try and find any good quality ones, when all you have to choose from are enslaved criminals? Myoa Miles tries to turn him down to prevent trouble, but Viscount Kazakh isn't buying it. Oh, about that.
I'll let you in on something. I've got ways around things, so if you are willing to invest, I may just tell you.
But, surely you get what I mean, this is some top secret information. All I can say is that those slaves are all elves.
Viscount Kazakh says so with an entirely serious expression.
Those words made Myoa Miles feel sick to the bone.
Through sheer willpower alone did he manage to maintain his composure.
He is a famous merchant after all, so he can't just show his dislike of others on his face. The type of merchant to do that can't even qualify as third class, they are a rookie who will never make their business big. Compared to that, Myoa Miles is more intrigued by the elven slaves mentioned by Viscount Kazakh. If what he said was true, then it is no longer some simple matter such as regular high-quality slaves.
In fact,
Myoa Miles is after all a prominent figure in the region. Since he is the head of an illegal organization, he wouldn't shy away from illicit affairs.
However, he would still know where to stop before things got out of hand. It doesn't mean he should be forgiven just because of that, but he still doesn't wish to cross that line of extreme evil.
This is how he instructs his subordinates to handle things as well. Precisely because Myoa Miles is intensely familiar with shady deals, he cannot ignore the grave danger that comes with buying elven slaves. Did he just say elves?
Those things are definitely related to a large criminal syndicate.
Elves are a species of longevity. Most of them are blessed with a beautiful appearance, high intelligence, and most of them are even talented in magic as well. It is unlikely for elven slaves to have been enslaved due to criminal activities, and since there's no way anyone can enslave elves that have citizenship, it would mean they preyed upon the reclusive ones living in the forest. A realization suddenly crosses Myoa Miles's mind. Hiring monster hunters. Whenever some wealthy people wished to get a classy pet, they would hire hunters to capture monsters in the forest. Yet considering the target here is demi-human, or more precisely, of the half-spirit race that elves are, most countries would not turn a blind eye towards such heinous deeds. The Dwarven Kingdom consists of demi-humans, and as for sorcerers Dynasty Sarian, the Emperor himself is an elf.
If this gets exposed, it will lead to severe problems, theft and fraud. It will be no petty crime like that. It bears the potential of becoming a diplomatic disaster.
Myoa Miles certainly does not dare to carry out such an ordeal so uncaringly. For the goal of profit, even taking human lives would be an option while having a terrifying criminal organization behind the scene as backup. Myoa Miles senses several red flags popping up. He drains his brain thinking, trying to find an appropriate excuse to turn down Viscount Kazakh's demands. Deep in thought without any good ideas yet, there is a sudden commotion that may or may not have just helped him out of this situation. Hey!
How have you been?
Myoa Miles kun. As they are halfway through their business, someone opens the door and enters. She's an angelic beauty with light blue silver hair and golden eyes. Wait, or could he be a boy?
Who the hell are you? How dare you butt in on our important business meeting, you rude piece of shit.
The voice of Viscount Kazakh seems very distant to Myoa Miles.
He is shocked to discover the identity of the visitor.
He can't forget about that face, the hero who saved Myoa Miles. It's the real demon lord Rimuru in person. He knows Rimuru is the ruler of the monster kingdom, and he also heard that Rimuru wanted to become a real demon lord. At the time he was quite surprised.
Yet Rimuru really managed to pull it off.
He is now a member of the 8-star demon lord, Octogram, recognized by the other demon lords. With that being said, demon lord Rimuru seems to have taken a liking in Myoa Miles. The two are very close, and have even collaborated in making money. He asked Myoa Miles to find ways to sell healing potions. Right now the profit margin has become quite stable. Soon after that he asked Myoa Miles for a favor to help him explore the market in order to sell otherworld food such as ramen.
They are now being served in restaurants and are receiving great reviews.
Later Myoa Miles also helped to taste test something called hamburger. Rimuru has made plans to open chain stores that sell them. Myoa Miles also took care to handle the plans responsibly. Right now he is finding new employees, doing employee training and attempting to arrange interior decoration for the stores. He's been extremely busy doing preparations in all these areas. He wanted to show his gratitude to Rimuru for all these things, but he seemed to have been busy lately.
It's been a month since they last had any contact.
Isn't this Master Rimuru? Didn't you say that it is currently a critical time period and that you have no spare time to stroll around? Myoa Miles couldn't help but ask due to his shock. Since this person, Master Rimuru, or Demon Lord Rimuru, is currently busy confronting issues between himself and the Holy Knight Order. After all, he previously said it himself that the circumstance may get quite dangerous lately, so you better stay away for now. There's also the Freedom Association branch leader Fuse, who has been very frustrated over the fact that he isn't capable of stopping Hinata the Saint himself. All of that was supposed to be the case, but how did the main person involved suddenly appear here? With all these thoughts crossing his mind, Myoa Miles has thrown Viscount Kazakh, who he was just dealing with, to the back of his mind. A moment later Myoa Miles heard his servant running in to intervene in panic while shouting, Please hold on.
Our master is still in a meeting. It seems that some people are still not used to it. One not used to looking at that beautiful face would quickly lose their minds over it. How uncourteous.
Although it was very impolite, it is something that really can't be helped. Myoa Miles is no exception either. If he doesn't make up his mind, he may easily get mesmerized as well. His face looks fine when he's talking to someone or when he's coming up with some devious ideas, but whenever Rimuru is acting normal, he appears to be a completely different person that gives off a tender sense of affection.
Myoa Miles can't really blame the servant for his behavior.
Did you just call him Master Rimuru? Viscount Kazakh tries to interject, but Myoa Miles ignores him. However, Rimuru seems to have found out about the guest, and looks quite embarrassed.
Sorry. So you have a guest here?
Then I'll stop by your estate to wait for you there. I'll see you later. Myoa Miles was still in a state of shock, until Rimuru's words brought him back to his senses. He feels somewhat sympathetic looking at Viscount Kazakh, who just shouted rude piece of shit at a demon lord. If Master Rimuru wasn't such a kind person,
this guy would probably be a goner by now.
Myoa Miles thinks to himself. The saying goes ignorance is bliss, but Myoa Miles is still troubled about whether he would inform Kazakh about this or not. While not knowing Myoa Miles' concern, Viscount Kazakh continues to shout rudely. Oi, brat.
Actually, little girl, I guess?
Are you supposed to be Myoa Miles' mistress or something? You barged in to eavesdrop without permission and interfered with our important business. How do you plan to compensate? Viscount Kazakh starts to spout such things as he sees Rimuru's face. Myoa Miles is immediately filled with displeasure as he hears it.
This guy.
How dare he talk to Master Rimuru in that way? Myoa Miles is on tenterhook as he sees Viscount Kazakh figuratively licking over Rimuru's body with his disgusting look.
How impolite of me.
No one managed to stop me, so I'm really sorry. Rimuru says in response and apologizes, lowering his status.
Yet Viscount Kazakh decides to pull rank and not forgive him. Oh, you are pretty good looking.
Mannerism is quite important, however. Luckily for you, I wouldn't mind giving you a private lesson on that. In the end, he only saw Raimuru's beauty and even dared to say such a thing. Now even Myoa Miles is angered. His feeling can no longer be described with being stunned. Why am I getting looked down on by this type of nobody? Myoa Miles is completely dumbfounded. It's one thing that he got looked down on, but he went on to call Raimuru, who Myoa Miles is indebted to, his mistress.
He can't allow the Viscount to insult people like that. The behavior of Viscount Kazakh has exceeded Myoa Miles's limit of tolerance.
Myoa Miles was, however, the one at a disadvantage. If he is to get in a spat with a nobleman, he may be accused of irreverence.
With that being said, there is no need to let him do whatever he wants.
Myoa Miles has been acting politely because he doesn't want any trouble, but if the person intends to antagonize him, he will face him head-on. Myoa Miles solidified his resolve. Oi, Kazakh, it is you who are being rude to my benefactor.
You are but a Viscount, do you intend to piss me off? What? My business with you ends this instant. Do not come to me for any favor in the future.
Ya bastard. A mere merchant dares to disobey a noble. Myoa Miles, have you lost your mind? Ha! Anyone who plans to collaborate with a criminal organization that may cause diplomatic issues is a certified troublemaker to me, who may even get this whole town to stink.
I hope a plague bringer like you would scram as soon as possible.
Myoa Miles, you bastard.
You've forgotten the debt of my prestigious visit before. Mark my words, I'll make you regret this.
Viscount Kazakh leaves these words after Myoa Miles's scolding. He sees that Myoa Miles's men are coming to check up on the noise and seems to think that the situation is no longer in his favor. Humph, he belittles others even though he's no better than a nobody himself. Myoa Miles kun? That guy seems pissed. Is everything okay? Like that, Raimuru casually makes small talk with the furious Myoa Miles.
This guy is not simple after all. He may have become a demon lord, but he hasn't really changed a bit.
Upon thinking so, Myoa Miles loosens up. Afterward, he rejects all of the people waiting to meet him in the next room and chases all of them out.
There are things in this world where you have to strike while the iron is hot.
Myoa Miles is not stupid enough to pass up important opportunities. He is a smart and capable man who would even go so far as to check for rough diamonds in a pile of pebbles, but it is also an undeniable fact that there are things that he would sacrifice everything for. All in all, the real reason behind his actions is that he doesn't wish to keep Raimuru waiting. It is not because Raimuru would bring him enormous profit, he isn't that short-sighted. Rather, he sees an extraordinary virtue within Raimuru, that being how he still has his trade partner in mind despite the difficult circumstances he himself is in. It is because Raimuru is such a person, Myoa Miles reaffirms his vow to never betray Raimuru. He can't think of any work that could be more important than spending time with Raimuru. Is he up to some new devious idea? Upon thinking so, Myoa Miles begins to feel excited. He is acting faster than usual and pushed all the cases to his subordinates.
A secret surge of joy floods his heart. And on that day, a new opportunity arises that will put an end to the frustrating life Myoa Miles was living.
Following Myoa Miles's lead, we move to his estate. Myoa Miles's butler immediately comes out to welcome us upon seeing me.
He must have gotten to know me after my several visits in the past. There's no need to be so courteous, that's what I say to him every time.
Myoa Miles doesn't seem to mind either and gives his servants the instructions with a smile.
As usual, he has ordered desserts and tea for me.
I'm really sorry, I seem to have interfered with your work. Myoa Miles gives off a wry smile upon hearing so.
No way, Master Raimuru. I wanted to settle things with that bastard long ago.
He used his position as a noble to burden me with difficult cases every time. Myoa Miles begins to complain to me with a ghastly expression. Oh, so that perverted guy was a nobleman? Now that I can completely suppress my aura, I can show my face directly when visiting human towns. It's rather convenient since I broke my mask again the day I became a demon lord and haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. That's why as soon as that mister saw my face, he must have mistaken me for a young girl.
But I won't lash out over such minor things.
Unlike Veldora or Shion, I know how to read the situation. I kept an extra eye out, having noticed how arrogantly he was acting. It seems that was the right call. Speaking of which, since Myoa Miles has cut ties with him, maybe I don't really need to worry so much. That noble promise to set out for revenge, isn't that kind of bad? Indeed, considering that man called Kazakh is hard to deal with. Speaking of his proposal this time, he is trying to use slaves, even elven ones. Elves?
I ask out of surprise. Speaking of elves, there are many of them at that nightclub in the Dwarven Kingdom.
I also heard that Ellen has an elven bloodline, but they are not considered to be monsters, but rather demi-humans. Legally speaking, human trafficking is banned, so isn't that just straight-up criminal activity?
Wouldn't that make him?
Yes.
It would be a crime. That man planned to make me an accomplice.
Although I've done some bad things in the past, I've not been stupid enough to capture and enslave elves.
So it is indeed criminal.
What would happen if it gets exposed?
That is hard to determine.
Despite how the man looked, Kazakh is still given the rank of Viscount. Brumund is a small kingdom, so there aren't that many noblemen.
Even suckers like him have considerable authority.
I can't believe that man just now was a Viscount. Well, it's no wonder that he would call me rude, but if that's the case, he would be a higher-ranked nobleman than Fuse's friend Baron Beeliard. It's no surprise Myoa Miles said that he's hard to deal with. Is it really okay?
No problem, I'm an underworld boss, after all.
There's no need for Master Rimuru to worry, I can sort things out with my own power. Myoa Miles responds to my worries with a smile. What underworld? Where is such a place in Brumund even? I guess he was referring to the slum, but that place is heaven compared to the environment where Yomu grew up, considering that Brumund Kingdom is a nation with relatively good public order.
However, I still have to give him some words of advice. Hold on, you really ought to be more careful since I'm here to give you an important job.
Indeed, I've consulted many things with Myoa Miles. If he ended up getting harmed because of grudges held by some strange noble, I would be really troubled. Wahaha! Rest assured. Myoa Miles have a lot of confidence in my good luck. After all, even Master Rimuru is in such a good relationship with me. Myoa Miles laughs out loud, seemingly wanting to dismantle my worries.
I've been defeated, but that's why I like him.
It would be too late if something happened to him, so I should send out a bodyguard beforehand to protect Myoa Miles. I just have to make sure he doesn't find out. I thought to myself while facing the laughing Myoa Miles. By the way, Master Rimuru, why have you come here today? Upon being asked, I recall my reason for visiting. We plan to gather all the monsters from the Jura Great Forest and the leaders of human nations to host a large-scale celebration.
The name of it is Tempest State Founding Festival. The date of the event has been officially decided.
Now that we've made peace with Hinata's party, all of the worries are gone with the wind. The date of Yomu's coronation has also been settled, which on the one hand is in hope that he will come to support us during the festival, and on the other to promote his crowning to the neighboring nations. Right now Rigido and his men are working intensively and sending out invitations to the leaders of the world.
In addition, Rigido's men are not the only ones working hard.
The monsters under my leadership have all heard of the incoming national celebration. Everyone is excited and all my executives have also come up with plans which were announced afterwards. Let's take Shuna as an example, who has been preparing a variety of new dishes to serve to the visitors.
Moreover, she's been working tirelessly to create colorful cakes in an effort to open up a cafe of her very own in my nation.
I've also introduced the renowned pastry chef Yoshida-san from Ingratia, who took care of me back then, to Shuna. It was a futile effort to try and convince Yoshida-san to open a store in Tempest. He wouldn't budge no matter how many times I tried to convince him, and regardless of what I offered, yet he couldn't help himself once he met Shuna.
Kaijin, get in line.
I received many people's care when I opened my store here, in Gracia, although I'd love to help you all, leaving this place is still.
I hope you may kindly make an exception on that part.
Shuna bowed her head politely to request the favor. Her hands fold beautifully as she bows, the elegance of her movements was mesmerizing. Yoshida-san tried to play cool on the surface, yet he was totally wrecked on the inside. It looked like we were about to finally win him over.
There is no chance you can beat me with seduction.
If you truly wish me to move no matter what, then show me how excellent your ability to cook is. If you can make dishes that would satisfy me, I may just reconsider things. Due to Yoshida-san's proposal, the whole thing turned into a culinary showdown somehow.
But it didn't pose a problem at all. Shuna's culinary skills are after all top-notch, to which everyone would agree.
Shuna-san, go ahead and demonstrate your mastery. Make your best dishes and this arrogant cafe owner will surely run out of words of praise.
Yes, I understand.
Oi, master, who is supposed to be this arrogant cafe owner now? Yoshida-san complained to me, which I ignored completely.
Shuna was highly motivated.
It's Yoshida-san's art of cooking that has ignited her fighting spirit.
She would use the kitchen to prepare cuisines beyond simply being delicious.
And the dish was Tomagoyaki tilde.
This is the ultimate delicacy that is rumored to show a chef's skill from its making alone. Yoshida-san gulped as he saw her serving the dish.
He then begins to use a fork to silently place the tamago inside his mouth.
Delicious.
Instant KO. After having a taste of Shuna's overwhelming culinary skill, Yoshida-san finally recognized her.
Thank you. A smile emerged on Shuna's face. That became the fatal blow.
Her smile dove straight into his heart, to which Yoshida-san has completely fallen for. TSK, it can't be helped then.
This is my special treatment for you.
The brawny man promised Shuna with an awkward smile. Against the cute girl with light pink hair that was Shuna, I think he was completely mesmerized.
Or should I call it love at first sight? I'd better keep that to myself. Since he's making an effort to play it cool, it would be quite pitiful if I pointed it out.
And so, Shuna and Yoshida-san became good partners.
Our business will definitely be going through the roof. I have a feeling that they will become the center of attention. There's also Gable. He seemed to have been collaborating with Vesta in hosting a presentation reviewing the history of the healing potion.
They don't intend to publicize any core technologies, and their intentions seem to be focused on attracting people who are interested and would volunteer to participate in their research plans.
Right now there are already enough people, but they're simply trying to find those who are passionate.
It is no exception for Kurobi and the eldest of the three dwarven brothers, Garm.
They will all be showcasing their proud work.
Gable and Vesta, Kurobi and Garm. I heard that the two pairs will be displaying their exhibits next to each other and compete on the grounds of who can attract more guests.
It's wonderful to see that they are having fun with their friendly rivalry during the festival. Kaijin will also return sometime around the festival.
As for Geld, I've told him to take a vacation, so the construction work would probably be put on hold for now. I've also told him to give a vacation for the captives as well, so they would probably be hosting a feast on that day too. Inevitably some people have to work during the holidays, so we've made special arrangements to have them rotate so that they don't have to work the entire time.
The feast will be lasting for around a week, so I hope everyone can have fun. Speaking of which, Shion isn't falling behind either, she seems to be planning something as well. Please look forward to it, Rimuru-sama. Seeing how confident she looks, I am both looking forward to it and worried at the same time.
In addition, it was the same for Veladora, he has made some bold declaration again. I gotta think of a way to resolve it before he gives anyone around him any trouble. Given what my companions have been up to, I figure I must do something as well. And the person who then came to my mind was Myoa Miles-kun here.
A servant enters to serve us red tea.
Because of my previous visits, He has gotten more skillful and has prepared the desserts that I like.
I crack up a smile after sipping the red tea.
It is tasty as always and can be used to switch up my mood.
Let's talk business then. It's really nothing, just that I've got some work here that needs your favor.
A piece of cake really, it should be easy peasy for Myo Miles-kun. Hee, have you got some new idea? Young Master's commission has always been interesting, but it's also been exhausting. Myo Miles responds to my words with a smile on top. Although he claimed them to be exhausting, his expression clearly states his interest in my proposal. We are after all working on the fast food chain expansion plan to sell food items such as hamburgers. I've handed that initiative to Myo Miles for his help in executing it. Earlier, due to the movement of Hinata's party, I let go of the plan temporarily, but I'm still rather mindful of its progress. In some sense I'm checking up on it here, since I plan to open that fast food store during the festival.
Don't put it that way, Myo Miles-kun.
Regarding the plan I handed to you previously, before shops are set up in Brumund and Ingratia Kingdom, I hope to open up a shop in my own kingdom to experiment. I was just wondering where to put the plan into practice, so the proposal came just in time. Speaking of which, since you've come to make the proposal, does it mean that the problem with the Holy Knight Order has been resolved? Myo Miles asks, worryingly hearing my words. It seems I've caused him some unnecessary concern. But even though we were no longer in conflict, the problem of the doctrines of Rimmonasism would still remain.
If we were to act in the Western nations in the future, we could not have ignored the problem of Western Saints' Church. Yet this issue has been resolved nowadays, so there's nothing to worry about.
It's already been resolved.
I've made peace with Hinata and Ru.
Ru? Rules. Yep, I mean rules.
We believe it was necessary to have a charter of rules and negotiated with their party. So everyone has made peace with each other.
I see. I thought that organization of Western Saints' Church would have been a bit more scary. I didn't expect them to be so understanding. Have I perhaps been worrying too much? Myo Miles smiles reassuringly upon saying so. I also start to give off a forced smile while thinking that was too close, wiping off my cold sweat in secret. Just now I almost spelt out Ruminas's name.
If I had done that, even I would come to be resented by Ruminas.
That alone may be fine, but it is possible that even Myo Miles would be silenced because of it. The opening festival would not only be welcoming Hinata and the Holy Knights, but even Ruminas, so I've got to be careful with my words. But whether that arrogant demon Lord Ruminas would attend or not is still unknown. Why should I attend such tasteless festival?
That does seem like something that Gal would say.
If she is really coming, reception would probably also take a lot of hard work, so would it be better if she just doesn't come?
Yep, you'd better not come.
Then I'll show you the progress of our training before officially opening stores. Myo Miles delightfully cut in as I was halfway through thinking about the ordeal with Ruminas. Since I'm not even sure whether she will come or not, there's no point in worrying about this type of people. I decide to discuss more seriously about the things I intend to push forward. Then, has the training been going smoothly?
Of course it has.
Now they are trained to the point where they can do anything with some level of professionalism.
You sure are capable, Myo Miles-kun.
Myo Miles and I look at each other and both give off a chuckle in secret.
It seems that the plan has been proceeding nicely, then there shouldn't be any issue holding the grand opening during the festival.
Regarding the shop opening this time, should we be selling hamburgers, hot dogs, French fries and all types of juice?
Good idea.
We will be able to attract plenty of customers with that barbecue kebab with the secret sauce alone. If we are selling them with rice balls, the sales would definitely increase. Has it, kebab, been getting good reviews? It has secretly become popular among the employees already. Myo Miles nods deeply and commented that the barbecue kebab with cow deer and chicken duck has been receiving good reviews. All right.
Let's put that in the menu as well.
By the way, are there enough people? About that, right now I can imagine a scale of around 20 shops. Although it will cost a lot of money, it is reasonable considering that we will need employees to rotate, so a training fee would be a necessary expense. Given that to be the case, we should have plenty to spare in order to open stores in 5 different locations. As expected of Myoa Miles, he really gets my idea and didn't even spare any expense on training talent.
Considering this,
if that's the case, I'm embarrassed to ask, but could you help prepare 5 people with the best culinary skill? 5 people? What do you plan to do with them?
The thing is, I have a friend called Veldora. Veldora.
About that guy, he's been very enthusiastic about opening a teppanyaki shop. Am I thinking too much, or did Myoa Miles's face contorted during my explanation? I see.
While replying to me, he has begun to sweat profusely.
I'm slightly concerned, but I carry on with my explanation. Given that's the case, wouldn't it be quite unsettling to have him handle the shop all on his own?
Probably.
That's why, Myoa Miles-kun, I hope you can send 5 of your best chefs to assist Veldora.
I say so with a big smile plastered on my face.
Having pushed all the troublesome things to him, Myoa Miles tilts his head upward and calls out to the Veldinava Lord above.
The personal.
Regarding the personal safety of the people who would be assisting, is it assured? Of course. Just talk to me if anything happens. I'll definitely give that guy a good scolding if he tries to act stubbornly again.
I believe you would.
But, about that, is this Veldora you mentioned that Storm Dragon Summer?
Indeed he is. Wow, even Myoa Miles has heard of the name Veldora.
Is there something wrong?
I guess.
It's not really a matter of right or wrong. I'm picturing how everyone would be unable to work, given that they would have already been scared to death by the time.
Ah, you have a point.
That's indeed true. To the uninformed, they may actually be afraid of Veldora. He's a catastrophe-level threat after all. So I guess it wouldn't work out.
I suppose you can put it that way. At least use an alias so everyone can help without knowing. That's it. Myoa Miles-kun.
Let's give him an alias to prevent anyone from finding out his real identity. Would that actually work?
Piece of cake, I'll just tell him do it or no deal. Right, let's do just that.
I'll be sure to give an extra reward for the 5, so please help me relay the message and let them know that I look forward to working with them. I'm greatly pleased with how the issue was resolved and don't give a second thought about Myoa Miles's shock. Veldora's stubborn tantrums are nothing new at this point, but there are important figures from various nations attending the festival this time. It would be embarrassing if any of them get food poisoning during the event, so I have to assign verifiable supervision and have people watch over him in order to be reassured. On the one hand, it would be too pitiful to reject him without reason, but on the other hand it would be terribly nerve-wracking to let him handle everything by himself. Given that is the case, I am quite lucky that the people found by Myoa Miles have already been trained. Myoa Miles seems to have something to say, but I doubt it's something important. That's why I should just let him handle all of these things whenever they come my way. Rimuru seems to be in a very good mood after resolving the issue. While on Myoa Miles's end, he felt as though he just had a giant bomb forced onto him. His mind cannot be eased. Can't believe it is Veldora Summer. I've heard that his seal was broken, but I never imagined I would have to cross paths with him one day. Myoa Miles is getting a major headache at the moment. It was fine at the start when Rimuru first came to discuss things with him. Setting up a stall may be a good practice opportunity, but it is a whole other matter if they have to surveil Veldora. Myoa Miles knows things have gotten serious, but seeing Rimuru laughing in front of him with a relieved attitude convinces him otherwise. Perhaps he should just let it slide. After all, he's been striving to live a life free of regret ever since he was rescued by Rimuru. Myoa Miles is cunning, and somewhat greedy, but he's bold enough to do these things.
Speaking of which, if you are hosting a festival at such a large scale, there are probably going to be a lot of participants.
From a businessman's perspective, I think this would also be a great opportunity to make some cash. Myoa Miles mutters unconsciously. Traveling merchants, adventurers and so on, there will be many people coming in and out of Tempest Federation. Moreover, given the plans to put on a pageantry, the neighboring villages and towns will likely be coming to join the festival.
This is indeed a tremendous opportunity to make money. He mumbled to himself as he thinks about it.
Oh? Is Myoa Miles-kun interested too?
Hey, honestly, despite how I look, I can relate to how you feel.
I've already had you working on the merchandise we are selling, but I also wish to have some main featured products for our nation. Rimuru sips on the red tea he was served. He must have overheard Myoa Miles's words and taken the look on his face as please consult with me.
A main feature, is it? Right. Speaking of our town, we are planning to turn it into a health resort. We've already prepared hot springs, inns and hotels to receive noblemen. My only gripe is the lack of recreational facilities. I see.
All right, Myoa Miles has decided to listen to his plans. Picking up on how Myoa Miles has reacted, Rimuru begins to explain with joy.
The content is as follows.
There have been many high-grade inns built in Tempest Federation, which Myoa Miles has already checked into before, so he's quite familiar with them. You will find all sorts of facilities for overnight accommodation in those places while experiencing a variety of different themes. There are inns where you can enjoy a beautiful garden scenery and meals at the same time, while others might offer open-air hot springs as well. It may be different for large nations, but in smaller nations, even noblemen would find it challenging to sustain a personal bathing pool. For nations without a tap water system, filling the bathtub to boil water alone would be a difficult task. For Myoa Miles, this is almost common sense. That's why he can only use astonishing to describe having hot spring facilities that can be used at will at any time.
Yet Rimuru is still not satisfied.
But, even if that's the case, is it really enough for a health resort to have delicious food and space to relax? Myoa Miles would agree that it is indeed the case, but Rimuru shakes his head. You are too naive, Myoa Miles-kun.
We can absolutely do better than that. I want there to be some programs so everyone can have more fun. For instance, let's say.
Approaching the topic, Rimuru brought up a so-called sightseeing tour of Jura Great Forest as an example.
The program entails sending guides as well as guards to accompany people on a day-long walk deep into the forest.
Other programs will include fishing competitions near the neighboring rivers, hunting conventions so as to get in touch with nature, etc. The items required would all be available for lease. This way he hopes the registered guests would all be able to have fun.
It sounds quite interesting.
This may very well pique the interest of nobles with too much free time on their hands. Also, the ones that are often very busy will surely find this to be a welcome break and a breath of fresh air. Will they?
That's fantastic. I was contemplating if there are any other programs we could set up for everyone to have fun.
Rimuru hopes that the opening festival will convince some guests to return in the future for more consumption.
For this to be a success, he has come up with a multitude of programs in hopes that the guests won't get bored.
Just how far into the future has this guy planned? Apart from being utterly baffled, Myoa Miles is also impressed. How about we take a page from the Ingratia Kingdom's book? The theatre in their capital seems to be quite popular. I've even heard that they put on an opera and a drama every day. In addition, the martial tournament hosted at the Colosseum is rather prominent. Oh.
Is that the one?
I heard that there is a Masayuki the chosen hero who is very popular.
Indeed.
Masayuki-sama has the title Shining and has dominated many martial tournaments. Despite how I may look, I'm actually a super fan of his. It turns out Myoa Miles is an idolater too. Completely overlooking Rimuru's repulsion, he enthusiastically begins to ramble about the tournament.
He has spoken a ton already, so that's how it was, since nobody could grasp the pattern of his sword swings. It's what earned him the title Shining. They would also fight to the death against captured monsters.
The chosen hero's companions are also very strong, yet I was so nervous that I got sweaty palms while watching that time.
If there is some recreational program like that. I'm way too passionate about it.
Speaking of which, Master Rimuru's subordinates also all seem like powerful individuals. I wonder which one is the strong.
Stop.
I won't allow you to continue anymore, Myoa Miles-kun. Myoa Miles's interest seems to have moved on to Rimouru's subordinates, in other words, Benimaru and the rest. That includes Rigido, who he had met several times. His body of muscle didn't seem to be just for show. He's also laid eyes on a bunch of other strong-looking Mijins. He must have always wondered which one of them is the strongest. Myoa Miles took the chance to ask Rimuru but was stopped.
Listen closely, I will only tell you about it here.
As he says so, Rimuru then whispers to Myoa Miles. If you are to say these words in front of those guys, there may no doubt be armed conflicts. Speaking of this, there was an asshole holy knight called Arno in the past who asked the same question as you just did, perhaps in another version of this story. Later they, my lieutenants, one by one began to argue over rankings and boring topics which almost led to serious conflicts. At the time, not everyone was present, so we managed to settle the matter peacefully, so be warned, you should not say such things that will provoke conflicts. Rimuru mentions as well that it was fortunate that those who were most likely to cause trouble happened to not be present, and so he was able to muddle through.
But since then, they've been deliberately avoiding that sensitive topic.
If those executives start a serious quarrel, the town they took so much effort in building would become a victim of as a consequence. Such an outcome should be avoided at all costs, and so Myoa Miles was advised to be cautious with his words. I see. Apologies for my offense.
It's fine as long as you keep an eye out for it. But, it's a rather peculiar viewpoint nonetheless.
Unlike the fearful Myoa Miles, Rimuru doesn't seem to particularly take it to heart. This person's values surely are different from any average person's, Myoa Miles thinks to himself while quietly waiting for Rimuru to speak. There's another empty block in the town. It should be pretty nice to prepare an opera house there. It may turn out that someone is aspiring to become a playwright. It will also complement the new recreational activities.
Now regarding a coliseum.
Rimuru turns to Myoa Miles. From Myoa Miles's point of view, Rimuru seems to be grinning. He must have gotten some devious idea again. While thinking so, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Master Rimuru, you are an absolute beauty when you are silent. Why do you have to put on this deplorable expression?
He was thinking something along that line.
Myoa Miles-kun.
Here it comes.
Myoa Miles's heart tenses up as he engages Rimuru.
What is it? You seem to be very familiar with the whole martial tournament thing?
Rimuru gets up off his chair and moves next to Myoa Miles.
He whispers next to Myoa Miles's ear while giving off a perfect voice of coquetry.
And then, he suddenly announces, they wish to host a martial tournament as well and hope that Myoa Miles would help with the arrangement.
Please hold on, young master.
It's far too late to suddenly tell me about such an important thing.
We will be preparing the Colosseum. Could you help me investigate what is required to host a tournament?
While ignoring Myoa Miles's protest, Rimuru informed him so one-sidedly.
Given it has already reached this point, there is no use in resisting.
Every single time, I can never win against Master Rimuru.
I understand.
Yours truly, Myoa Miles will sincerely attend to the matter with all my efforts. Myoa Miles promised rather helplessly.
But he said so with a thinly veiled smile.
Honestly, Myoa Miles doesn't dislike it. Or rather, having entrusted him with such monumental task, his joy is through the roof.
What do you need in order to host it?
Not only will he need to investigate, Myoa Miles also needs to put his ideas into practice. Never in his life did he dream to be tasked or even work on such a large-scale proposal.
I've got to do this one well. This must be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It doesn't matter even if it fails, Myoa Miles pulls himself together.
Regarding people like Rimuru, from Myoa Miles's past experience with him, he has realized that minor things won't be enough to anger him. Moreover, he keeps his promises and is worthy of trust. To a merchant, trust is the most important thing, and Rimuru is the type that garners people's trust. Just like he had promised, he will definitely prepare a Colosseum. Although it is hard for Myoa Miles to wrap his mind around it, Rimuru has complete control over the monsters he rules. They would serve and obey any order he gives. Even though that's how he acts, Master Rimuru is still a demon lord. If this proposal is lucrative, it wouldn't be difficult to gather the necessary materials.
And to have me to work on the plan.
Myoa Miles is extremely moved.
While he is entranced, the joyful voice of Rimuru enters his ear. Right, by the way.
Even though our goal this time is to receive leading figures from different nations, we are allowing normal civilians to attend alongside them. Like in the Ingratia Kingdom tournament, if you can't involve the public, there isn't really any benefit to reap, is there? Do you mean the average public? I plan to build a coliseum that can seat around 50,000 people. There is still a lot of empty land left, so it shouldn't be an issue. In the surrounding area we will be opening the fast food stores we just discussed. Sounds like we could generate a lot of sales, right? Wouldn't there be cash flow when there's human flow?
We should be expecting a lot of tourists.
What do you think, Myoa Miles-kun? In other words, Rimuru is saying that they would normally be providing recreation that the average public could afford too, maximizing their customer base. What do you think, Myoa Miles-kun? Upon being asked this, all Myoa Miles can answer is that's beyond my imagination. By constructing a coliseum that is large enough to include 50,000 people, it would be able to rival that of Ingratia Kingdom.
Or rather, it would be able to accommodate around 5 times as many spectators.
Rimuru must be really serious about this. We can have a standing area for people to watch from, that one we won't be charging anything for. When it comes to the rich, we will direct them to the designated seats and charge entry fees. As for the nobles who are generous with their cash, we will give them the VIP seats. Then we will prepare box seats for specific guests. Those are my thoughts on it. I hope you can help work out the profit margin per seat. And as such, Rimuru dumps all the work onto Myoa Miles with a smile. In order to allow peasants and townsfolk from the neighboring kingdoms to watch the fights as well, he's preparing areas that don't charge money. That's something even the Ingratia Kingdom isn't doing. So that's why they've planned it like that, Myoa Miles finally understands. I see, I was just about to say that 50,000 people are too much, so that's how it is. Right. This type of event only has value when it draws everyone's interest. Wouldn't seats be more valuable when you can sit elegantly while a bunch of others can only stand and watch?
Indeed it does. Reserving seats ahead of time would remove the risk of missing out on one entirely. It's definitely worth it.
The Colosseum in Ingratia acts solely as entertainment for the wealthy. The concept for Rimuru's is fundamentally different. All in all, its main purpose is to garner attention for the tournament in order to draw in huge crowds. Myoa Miles thinks things over and begins to admire the idea.
If an entry fee is not required, peasants during slack season would probably join the fun. As the news spread through these people, average citizens from nearby countries would get interested as well.
The point is, if the population of people flowing in exceed tens of thousands, the inns and the streets would no doubt make a lot of money. It would also be quite interesting to open up the fast food stores as mentioned by Rimuru on the way to offer a place to rest. Moreover, they can also serve the tourists and provide them with a residence to stay at. If Rimuru is able to monetize them with the restaurants, inns or hot spring in the town, the running of the Colosseum would be extremely profitable.
He can't help but imagine how the money spent by the people being attracted there alone would fill their pockets. As expected of Master, you've calculated it from the start. I guess so. Yep, it's all part of my plan. It seems that you have plenty of facilities to accommodate people overnight.
Then the problem will be ensuring regular demand later on, because if we can accomplish that, our profit margin would no doubt skyrocket. Anyway, let's do promotion first. Then our next step is the proposal that you entrusted me to work on. Yep.
That's it. I see. It will be my job to come up with entertainment that would draw everyone back.
Even if the martial tournament this time does not generate any profit, we will make the guests return regardless. If we manage to convince the customers to return, would it mean that our plan is successful?
How impressive that you read my thoughts so well.
As expected of Myoa Miles-kun, you are the only one suitable for the job. The proposed martial tournament that will be used to garner crowds makes Myoa Miles shiver in excitement. Rimuru says that arrangement and planning would all be handed to him.
This is too intriguing.
Miles wants to shout, but he endures.
He, that's making things rather hard on me.
Wouldn't such a thing be better handled by the hands of the professional? Miles-kun, could it be that you are not confident in yourself?
Ha 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 ha. How harsh, Master Rimuru is quite mean.
Ha 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 ha, right.
But if it's Miles-kun, surely you can handle it easily, can't you? The two start laughing out loud. Both give off a devious expression. I mean, then you will be mobilizing a lot of money. Surely you are aware of that?
Hey, please be reassured.
I am best at dealing with money. So I will definitely arrange the best result for Master. That's most certain. I see that it is the right choice to leave the matter to you.
As they laugh, Rimuru and Miles shake hands with each other.
The event will cost a lot of money. It will be hosted in just the way Rimuru described.
Seriously, this guy is terrifying, Miles thinks to himself.
It is horrifying alone to not know how far ahead he has already planned.
Miles proceeds to plan out the ideal blueprint in his mind, even though he's still got that concern in mind.
If that is the case, we will have another new usage for healing potions. No matter how severe of an injury they sustain, as long as they don't die instantly, won't they all be healed? That would mean that it won't matter if the contestants get serious.
Moreover, wouldn't it be super effective for promotion if we claim that the injured participant would become fully healed in time for the next match?
What do you mean? Have you not considered that?
Yeah.
Of course I have.
I just want to confirm whether your idea is any different from mine, that's all.
I see.
If it is Master Rimuru, surely such minor matters would be within your expectation.
I've got to catch up to you.
With these words said, Miles continues to express his view.
Then they start to talk to each other in right.
Yes.
And begin to discuss all sorts of ideas.
First is the use of the martial tournament to promote the healing potion to sell to the adventurers. Second is regarding the lending and selling of weapons and gears. Speaking of the weapons made by Kurobi, even failed works of his will possess incredible quality. And though they are not good enough to debut on their own, he has trained many disciples. It would be fine however to sell items crafted by those disciples, Rimuru suggests.
That's why he hopes they will give it a try.
Other things include, for instance, running a casino, which will be part of the national enterprise.
There seem to be ones running in Ingratia Kingdom.
There will be enormous profits just betting on a winner alone.
Not only human versus human, it will be interesting to have captured monsters to fight them as well.
Of course, there is a need to ensure safety, but right now there are many strong subordinates under Rimuru that can be put to use. That's why Miles isn't worried at all that it would pose a problem.
Or it, Colosseum, can be used as a practice field for rookie adventurers and lend the venue. They can deploy coaches and allow customers to pay for their instruction.
Miles's head is spinning at a formidable speed. He feels that ideas he has never had kept flowing in. With the help of Rimuru, he is able to come up with countless fantasy-like proposals.
There are so many ideas.
On one hand he feels that he has been entrusted with a great responsibility, on the other hand he is also immersed in excitement. Apart from shivering, Miles has made up his mind.
I'll do it then. I'll show you. My soul as a merchant predicts we'll be making a lot of money.
Wonderful.
What splendid confidence, Miles-kun.
Indeed, if it is you, you will definitely make enough money to satisfy me.
Having been praised by Rimuru, Miles flusters a bit.
Seeing this reaction, Rimuru follows up. By the way, if you don't mind, how about you come to our nation after finishing hosting the festival?
You are ideal for our commercial department, advertisement department or finance department. Regardless, I hope you will become an executive there under whichever sector.
As our nation grows bigger, we will need to finalize a set of laws, after the festival.
If we are able to achieve something great, Surely no one will dare to interject. What do you think?
Rimuru implies with his words that he is convinced the event will be a success, to which Myoa Miles is delighted.
What do you think?
That line is like a divine melody touching Myoa Miles's heart as it echoes next to his ears.
He nods his head firmly. I have truly been defeated.
Young master, no, Rimuru-sama. I, Myoa Miles, will assure the success of the plan no matter what so as to become a subject of Rimuru-sama. Myoa Miles agrees without hesitation.
That is only natural. He has so much faith in me. Failure is not an option.
After living for so long, Myoa Miles is once again feeling the sensation of having trouble sitting still as he feels his body and mind flamed by his excitement, hopes and dreams combined.
This sensation is too precious for him to lose. You are being too dramatic, Myoa Miles-kun.
Rimuru laughs while saying so. The two then proceed to do more detailed planning, during which Myoa Miles's excitement showed no signs of dissipating. I'll make this festival a success and become Rimuru's trusted subject. With this new ambition in mind, Myoa Miles swears to pledge his life to Rimuru even at the cost of destroying his body and soul. By the time Rimuru had left, Myoa Miles gathered all his lackeys and servants. Myoa Miles-sama, what did Rimuru-sama visit you for? The ex-rank C adventurer Beeth, who is now Myoa Miles's personal bodyguard, asks. Myoa Miles nods his head dramatically and says,
Beeth, we are going to be busy soon.
Is he making any forceful request again?
That lord's ideas are always interesting, but we always get ordered all over the place. I really wish he put himself in our shoes for once. Beeth laughs as he says so, but he didn't mean what he said.
Just like Myoa Miles, he was also saved by Rimuru and one of the people who were charmed by this demon lord. While he said that he was ordered all over the place, the person looking forward to it more than anyone is none other than Beeth. Beeth.
This time is not like that abusive stuff.
The ones in the past are but games with petty margins. This time it's gonna be huge. Actually, we are betting our future on it. Cracking a smile, Myoa Miles continues.
He was already born with a villain-looking face. It becomes much more terrifying with a bit of killing intent.
Nowadays his subordinates are no longer scared of his face, but they couldn't hide their shock at Myoa Miles's words. Master, what do you mean by that? The butler asks in everyone's place. Myoa Miles on the other hand briefly summarizes the conversation he had with Rimuru for them. He explains that Tempst is holding a kingdom-founding festival, and during which they will be hosting a martial tournament as a recreational event. And they would be testing the waters for the proposed fast food stores. The reason for the opening festival was to put on air for the public after Rimuru became a demon lord. Every single member of the Tempest Federation would be contributing to the festival, so naturally its scale would be beyond Myoa Miles's imagination. He excitedly announces to everyone that he has been given a crucial role during such an event.
At the end of his speech, he declares as follows.
I've decided to pledge my allegiance to Rimuru-sama. So the proposal this time has to be carried out successfully no matter what. His announcement causes his subordinates to gasp. Myoa Miles isn't planning to come back to Broomend Kingdom. After learning his resolve, his subordinates look at each, all looking confused. Myoa Miles-sama. Surely you are not planning to go alone, right? I may just be a common thug, but I am also a bodyguard. The lackeys under my command also admire Rimuru-sama a lot, so do bring us along. If we are really going there, you alone won't be able to protect me.
That's so mean.
But, if you are willing to help me, it'd be fine to bring you along.
Of course I will. I am willing to do anything. I may not be very smart, but I've still got some wits in me.
Beeth said given his past as a conman, witty trickeries are up his alley. But this type of speech only baffles Myoa Miles, who on the other hand.
I'm really hopeless against your type. Right, the more the merrier.
That includes those thugs. If they don't have a way to make a living, they seem at least capable of being guards.
I'll bring them along. As he says so, Beeth and the rest will be accompanying him. Next, Myoa Miles. What do the rest of you think? This house is all yours if you like it.
he asks his subordinates. Upon hearing this, they laugh in response.
Please allow us to accompany you.
All of these people were hand-trained by Myoa Miles. They have no attachment to this kingdom and no hesitation.
Having made that decision, they are left with tons of work to do.
Myoa Miles has gained the official recognition of this nation, Brumand, and is part of the Freedom Association.
That's why it is his freedom to leave this one for the next.
Myoa Miles's motto is to act as soon as the target is set, but there are things that he has to resolve first. Remembering this, Myoa Miles decides to ensure there is no potential trouble left behind.
He turns to one of the subordinates who also wish to accompany him and happens to be the head of a small group under him.
Oi, you should also be able to stand your own ground.
Is it fine if I hand this shop to you? Master. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? It's nothing really. I'm very happy that all of you wish to accompany me.
But, do consider this yourselves. We don't have any basis of livelihood on Rimuru-sama's side. I hope to plan this thing right and have Rimuru-sama promote me.
But I don't want this to affect you all and give you guys a hard time.
These are all courteous words. Myoa Miles, however, has something else in mind. If he abandons this estate, he would lose his territory that he put so much effort into building in this country. That's why he hopes to leave a few people behind so they can safeguard the base on this land where they can still operate freely.
This lieutenant should be more than capable of handling it. His name is Vasha.
He is the son of Myoa Miles's close acquaintance, who was first sent to his shop in the hope of him learning things. The man was smart enough and Myoa Miles appreciated him a lot too, giving him much care. But, the failure of Vasha's family business has changed the situation. Since he then became homeless, he was officially hired by Myoa Miles, making him a manager in his shop. Nowadays Vasha's family all rely on the income he gets as manager. Myoa Miles couldn't bear to have him fall on hard times like this.
That's why he hopes to leave Vasha behind. He is almost perfect when it comes to handling work.
That's why Myoa Miles is convinced that it will be fine to hand this shop to him as well.
Master. I'm truly happy that you want to hand me the shop. But, we also want to. Perhaps it is because he is young and energetic, Vasha couldn't accept it.
Perhaps he wishes to gain more recognition from Myoa Miles and so he couldn't make up his mind to go independent. Although how Vasha is acting is rather pleasing, Myoa Miles does not think this should go on.
Vasha won't be able to stand on his own if this continues. Myoa Miles will have to find a chance to let him go and now is the perfect opportunity. Vasha, I'm not your parents. I never mentioned giving you this shop, only managing it.
Listen now, even with me gone, you cannot allow this shop to go bankrupt, do you understand?
And then, in time you will buy this shop from me.
First run this shop to prosperity and get your actual parents here one day.
With a gentle smile on his face, Myoa Miles puts his hand on Vasha's shoulder.
His words may have sounded kind, but he would make sure to sign the confirmation document and be very clear with the money. Myoa Miles is a businessman after all. He is not that naive.
With that being said, however,
if he can't even make enough money to afford purchasing this shop, this boy will not make it big in the future. In another sense, he is also like a strict mentor.
Thank you, thank you.
I will strive for greatness in order to repay Myoa Miles-sama's gracious deeds. Manager Vasha expresses his gratitude with tears in his eyes. These types of words won't get to Myoa Miles' heart either way.
He nods deeply after replying good luck then.
Soon afterwards, Myoa Miles finished all of the procedures. After selecting who to bring and who should stay, he gives some final advice to Lieutenant Vasha.
In case of any trouble, just come and discuss things with me. I have faith that you guys will be successful in running things right. You better not let me down. Vasha and the rest who are staying at the estate nod after hearing this.
Myoa Miles is thorough with his teaching, so no one would dare to be reckless. They wouldn't go so far as to do something rude even against noblemen. Myoa Miles-sama, everyone here was trained from start to finish by you. Please be reassured. Myoa Miles nods after hearing Vasha's guarantee.
Hey, You sure talk the talk.
But, there's something you guys should know.
Please be reassured.
We will handle the trade route built by Myoa Miles Summer on this land with caution. We will prioritize reaching any of your demands first.
I'll be counting on you.
Just in case, Myoa Miles has made the deal beforehand that if there is ever any emergency use, they will focus on getting rid of, selling, their own merchandise first.
He won't get careless in that regards.
And Vasha isn't hesitating either. His thoughts align with Myoa Miles without word, and he quickly came to realize it. He's still lacking something for now, but I can tell from his eyes, Vasha is already starting to be his own man.
Then I can hand it to him with reassurance, Myoa Miles thinks to himself.
And like that, Myoa Miles has finished managing everything. With a group of followers, he sets off for Tempest Federation. I sigh with relief after leaving Myoa Miles's estate.
Wonderful, now he has finally taken the task. There should be a lot to look forward to now that he has made a direct response to my invitation. Our nation doesn't have any monster who is good at managing money. Right now Shuna has been in charge of accounting, but this probably can't continue.
Right now she can still handle it at village level, but if it rises to national level, even Shuna will have to surrender. Lilina from the management department and Vesta, who was a minister in the Dwarven Kingdom, were there to assist her, but it's undeniable that there is still an inadequacy of talent.
It would also be impossible for me to do it, since it's too troublesome. It was then that I recalled Myoa Miles Kun.
This man is a master of finance even in the human society.
He has traded with a bunch of nobles in addition to a few different kingdoms.
It is quite the waste to have someone like him be a mere merchant. That's why I think he will definitely be of use in my nation. And most importantly, Myoa Miles Kun knows how to be flexible. If I have him in charge of finance, I can ask him to spare more pocket money for me. I've collaborated with Myoa Miles in the past as well, making money in secret, so I look forward to grabbing tons of cash in bigger actions. Just kidding, there's plenty of that in our nation's treasury. But all the money has been taken by me and not distributed as salary to my subordinates.
This makes me feel sort of guilty and stuff.
All of this belongs to Rimuru Summer, everyone says, so I'm even more afraid to take anything.
I would definitely feel bad afterwards. All in all, I think that money should be spent on national development. However, we still need money.
Not that I am personally interested, but because I have to bring that brat Gobta to the night shop again. Veldora was also arguing that he wants to come along, which is super annoying. Visiting that type of store would cost some money one way or another. I'm, definitely, not personally interested, but Gobta and Veldora are really giving me headaches. This amount is nothing compared to the national treasury, but if it's just my pocket money, the expense would be so ridiculous that I'd be spending it all in one place. Moreover, Shuna always gets my pocket money for me, but as soon as she heard the location I had visited, she would confiscate my wallet immediately. Under those circumstances, how do I even dare to ask? Isn't the money from the treasury my money anyway? That's why I'm working on side projects to earn pocket money so that there will be no such concern in the future. I've even ended up with the intriguing plan to host a martial tournament. Myoa Miles Kun truly has an outstanding talent. I have no idea how he has interpreted my words, but his enthusiasm for planning has exceeded my imagination. Attracting crowds by hosting a martial tournament was his idea, and he also quickly came up with the plan to introduce merchandise as well as selling healing potions and equipment.
He is indeed a visionary. These are amazing pitches.
After I return, I need to tell everyone to construct a coliseum fast. While Geld is helping the Beast Kingdom rebuild their city, Merd will need to assist him as well.
With the two persons in charge of the construction department abroad, I have practically become the one in charge.
But that is totally fine. It's probably due to the continuous construction projects that our nation has gradually given birth to new engineering talents. That's why nowadays all I need to do is ask, without any need to do heavy work.
There is a craftsman called of Gobku, who is Merd's disciple. Now he has become a pillar of the town's construction industry.
If it is him, surely he will be able to build a gorgeous-looking coliseum. Under normal circumstances, Such a project would take up to 12 years, but with the strength of monsters, the time can be reduced tremendously.
With that being said, the time left before the festival is just barely more than 2 months. The remaining time available is insufficient. It would be impossible to complete all of the buildings. So we should just lay out the stages this time. As for the design.
Answer. Have extracted master's memory of Colosseum ruins from ancient Roman period.
Construction of blueprint based on this information. Successful.
Just like that, easy peasy.
There's still some paper left, so I start to sketch and add up my ideas on it. Normally speaking, it will take at least a couple of months to reach this level of design.
Field measurement, calculation of construction intensity etc. What makes it worse is that the time taken for these operations alone would be using the base unit of year, which would be more than common.
In addition, the design graph of it is supposed to be sketched on computer for a few days, but now all I need to do is draw it out by hand. The supports of Wisdom King Raphael Sensei on such details have also been boosted efficiency.
Although I still feel that this is somewhat beyond common sense, that is but my belated comment, I should have more of an open mind. Next, the design graph is done all right, but I still need to discuss with Gobq. Before that, now that I'm in Brumant Kingdom, I want to drop by the Freedom Association.
I should first hand the design graph to Gobq. When he has spare time, he can gather and lead the workers to the construction site. Then, let's deliver the message. Ranga, are you there?
Yes, my master.
I summon Ranga. He sticks his head out from my shadow and responds. Since the plan to conquer Farmer's Kingdom has been settled for a while, everyone except Diablo has returned.
But Ranga seems to have taken my shadow as his designated personal seat and immediately went into it.
I hand the sketched design graph of the Colosseum to Ranga. Hand this to a craftsman in the town by the name of Gobq.
By the way, could you help me by asking whether they have time to gather at the West Gate?
Understood.
Speaking of which, isn't Rimuru Summer returning as well?
No.
Since I've come all the way here, I want to visit Fuse first before returning. If that's the case, shouldn't you need a bodyguard to accompany you? Knowing that I am not returning yet, Ranga seems quite anxious. I see that his tail is hanging low, but you need not worry that much. Despite how I look, I'm still a demon lord after all.
At the moment I am not getting careless and have absolute defense running.
If I actually run into an attack strong enough to break it, wouldn't it be unsafe for me wherever I go? What Ranga is doing is called being paranoid.
There's not gonna be any problem. I'll just be going to have a little chat with him.
If anyone should warrant any worries, it would be Myoa Miles.
He seems to have become a target of some strange nobleman. There's no way of knowing what that type of person would do.
Oh, are you referring to that vulgar man from before?
Should I go and bite him to death? Stop you. Don't do that kind of thing in towns of other kingdoms. It's gonna cause huge problems.
Geez, you must have gotten so aggressive because of spending all that time with Shion. I think you'd better relearn some normal values.
How so?
Ranga is shocked at my comment.
It seems he isn't self-aware at all.
During your last battle, did you really adhere to my order?
Have you really not overdone things? There's no such thing, Master. Range seems kind of shaken, could it be?
The only things reported back by Gobta and Gable was as follows, and no problem at all, alright. We were lucky to have Ranga-san there, he was really reliable.
I felt something was suspicious but did not ask for details.
I had a feeling that it would just give me a headache if I had asked, therefore I left those matters for Diablo to take care of and, since that guy hasn't complained about anything, I'll just pretend everything was fine.
Grigori, it was not okay. This is what people call running away from problems.
But, if there really was any problem, someone should have already reported to me, so I'll just choose to believe them. I hope Ranga can be more cautious in the future to stay away from getting poisoned by Shion's mind. Ranga-kun? Do it as a favor for me, please don't act too reckless.
I caress Ranga's neck and gives him the caution. I understand.
Ranga nods obediently in response, concluding this ordeal. All right.
Next, I hope you can deliver the message.
One more thing, by the way, if there are any people available from the security department, send them to protect Myoa Miles.
Please confirm the matter for me as well. Understood. With that being said, Ranga once again sneaks into my shadow and sets on his way to return home.
I've decided at last to send a guard to Myoa Miles's side.
They will be protecting him in the dark without being noticed.
Although I'm not sure who they will send, but there are very few individuals in the security department who can operate on their own. It's safe to say it won't be any rookie. The person coming will at least be a seasoned veteran at the rank of squad leader.
The squad leader is the team leader of a 5-man squad.
In terms of ranking for adventurers, he will be at rank B. Tasking them as a bodyguard should not pose any challenge. During my stay in this town of Brumund, I need to get hold of Myoa Miles's trace so that I will be informed if he encounters any dicey situations.
Before the guard arrives, I will go see Fuse first.
I opened the gate to the building of the Freedom Association branch in Brumund and enter. I accidentally went overboard last time, which makes me concerned about whether I will cause a commotion.
But only a sight of who are you?
Greeted me. Since the person didn't say anything, I successfully made my way to the counter. Oh right, I came in last time with that mask, so there is no way they will know who I am.
Never mind, this is fine. If they aren't willing to help me contact Fuse, I'll just drop the invitation and leave.
With that relaxed outlook on my mind, I walked towards the counter. Heyo.
My name is Rimuru. Could you help slide a message for the branch leader Fuse-san? Ah, take this, it's my identity card.
As I finish, I take out my identification card from my stomach and show the reception lady. How is such a young girl an adventurer?
Usually I don't mind hearing this. All I feel is a shit, here we go again.
I've long gotten used to it by now, but luckily the reception lady still remembers me. She blushes and gazes at me mesmerized. Ah, you must be Rimuru-san.
Long time no see. How have you been? I'm doing fine, very lively. I see you are doing fine as well, how wonderful.
Yes.
I've been doing fine too.
By the way, Rimuru-san, I heard that you've passed the test at HQ and even ranked up to B+.
Impressive, I truly admire you.
Ah, right.
I wanted to go through the ranker test, but I've been busy lately. Actually, I just feel it is too troublesome.
Since I've already ranked up above rank B, my access increased with it, and with it comes more responsibility. I've already felt there to be too much trouble at B+, but I'll go for a higher rank when there is the need. I'm not doing it for the salary anyway, yet I still have to move out when crisis emerges. But in return, I get to access all the nations conveniently, and I also don't need to pay resting and dining at different branches. To be honest, it is indeed delightful to have so much convenience covered in so many areas, but it would be really troublesome to have restraints put on me by others.
But I don't need to say such a thing to shatter everyone's dream.
If it is Rimuru-san, surely you will make it.
I'll be cheering for you. Ah, is it now? Thanks a lot, ha 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 ha.
It's also very troublesome when she's gazing at me with those shining anime eyes, yet upon thinking so, the reception lady immediately drops the shocker. By the way, Rimuru-san, won't you be very troubled that you have the same name as the Demon Lord?
There's something called rename system, that if you are truly troubled by it, you can re-register your name at the association.
If you visit a location where no one knows you, you would be able to operate with the disguise of a lower-level rookie. What do you think? I totally forgot.
I've become a demon lord, and using my name directly in public. Nowadays, the name of the member of the 8-star demon lords, Rimuru Tempest the New Star, newbie, is known by the world. Wouldn't it pose a problem to be an adventurer with the self-proclaimed name of Rimuru? I should just stay away from the adventurer career.
I'll wait until whenever I am forced to move out as an adventurer to use my rename system.
It seems that for me I can move out when lowered to rank B, that should be enough. By the way, I never knew there was such a convenient system. Thanks. I've picked up a good bit of advice today. I'll have to trouble you if I need that. Anyway, are you able to reach Fuse-san? Yes. Please come by and register by that time. Then, I shall lead the way for you.
With all the other topics cleared, she immediately lets me go. Seeing that someone is personally guiding me, commotion begins to spread behind my back. Is this serious? Who is that young girl? There are some conversations mixed in the voices. The one talking seems to have witnessed my prowess in battle last time.
Hey, you gotta be kidding.
That fellow turns out to be such an adorable little girl.
Unbelievable.
So that's what the Rimuru Dono who defeated the lesser demon with ease looks like.
I heard he shares the same name as the Demon Lord. Could this be the real deal? Yeah, idiot, how could that be possible?
I guess you have a point, ah ha 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 ha.
Something along those lines. It seems more and more people are spreading rumors about me, though there is nothing to worry about. It's all within what I expected.
We only share the same name. It is fortunate that no one seems to realize that I am the actual Demon Lord.
It may be that the name Rimuru isn't that rare after all. Veldora, am I a joke to you?
Everyone, yes, as I think so. I walk towards the room Fuse is waiting in.
I enter the room casually.
Upon seeing me, Fuse was holding his head.
I didn't give much thought to it and greeted Fuse. Hey Tilda. I've come to play. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? What's that distressed look on your face? Everything was so peaceful up until just now, but a demon lord suddenly showed up.
Really?
That would be terrible.
Aren't you being too casual?
No, that demon lord is right in front of me. Now then, what should I do?
Is that so? I suppose you should serve him a cup of tea? And if there is any cake or food like that around, I think the Demon Lord would be pretty pleased to eat them too.
What cake? Do you think it is that easy to get luxurious food like that?
Seriously, why does Rimuru-san, even after becoming a Demon Lord, enjoy coming and going wherever you please? While complaining, Fuse didn't forget to prepare tea for me.
You can't judge a book by its cover. He is a serious man. I say my thanks as I take that cup of tea. With a sip down my throat, we begin to discuss business.
Rimuru-san, I'm really sorry this time. We weren't able to successfully stop the Western Saints Church which led to the March of the Holy Knight Order.
That really couldn't be helped. The masterminds seem to have been the 7 celestial sages.
Really? So no matter how hard we have emphasized that the people of my nation are harmless, they would probably not listen. It's the 7 celestial, those people were the guardians of mankind, they were great heroes in the past.
So I heard.
They had Hinata in their sights too, so after a series of incidents, she is luckily still safe and sound and our misunderstanding was resolved along with it.
But unfortunately, there was one casualty. One of the captains called Gerald was missing.
Gerald of Fire, although he was not as good as Shizu-san, he was still talented in launching elegant spear moves combined with the magic of fire spirits. That man was one of the 10 great saints who are the protectors of mankind. Fuse mutters regretfully upon hearing my words. The Gerald I saw was an illusion created as a disguise by the 7 Celestials, so I wasn't able to meet him in person and have no idea what type of person he really was. But since he appeared to be quite famous, Fuse would naturally know given how well informed he always is.
While I said that he has gone missing, I suspect he has probably been murdered.
I feel really sorry for Gerald-san, but all I can say now is rest in peace.
I then recount the events up until today.
Just now Fuse has been worried about me, so I also tell him about the Walpurgis banquet. I mentioned that the Demon Lords have been reduced to 8 people and their names changed to 8-star Demon Lord, Octogram. I also tell him about my conflict with Hinata and how the 7 Celestials died. Mindful of my promise, I brushed over the part about Ruminaz's true identity vaguely. Although people may say that my lips are never sealed tightly enough, I'm not thick-headed enough to have revealed such an important secret.
I see how it was. No matter how we had approached or tried to make contact with them, it would have all been obstructed at the gate.
I even sent people to the church headquarters after communication with the Western Saints Church branch failed. But I couldn't get in contact with anyone higher than the rank of priest.
I never imagined that the 7 Celestials would have been plotting behind the scene. Hinata said so too.
But their faith towards the god Ruminas was true. That seemed to have also been confirmed by Hinata. Humans are too fragile, that's why we want to rely on the power of God. Does Fuse do that too? Haha, I'm not like them.
When I run out of my last breath, it would be the end of me. I've lived all my life with that resolved in mind.
Although I do pray for miracles, I do not pray to any god that I've never met. I see, so Fuse is an atheist. In this world, monsters with supernatural strength will be worshipped as earth deities to be respected by man.
But they would only do so after meeting said beings.
It was no exception for Ruminas. In the beginning she seemed only interested in protecting individuals that she had known well.
Fuse has never met such a god before, that's why he relies on his own strength.
It may sound very pragmatic, but it is easy to understand.
I can indeed understand how people feel the need to pray to God.
But in reality, what God is capable of doing is probably only within their own abilities. To put aside God Ruminas, it is sufficient to say that the incident has brought us and the Western Saints Church together in peace. It is precisely because I know the true identity of the god Ruminas that I know praying is a meaningless action.
But at the end of the day, it is but empty talk.
Sometimes prayer alone would bring people strength. It is not something I can just simply rebuke.
That's right.
I personally feel as if a huge burden has been taken off my shoulders.
Fuse smiles as he finished. He seems to be quite troubled by achieving pitifully little while struggling to persuade the Western Saints Church in accordance with our deal.
Seeing how much he cares really makes me happy. I've talked from start to finish about all of the events as we chat.
I rise up as I bring the conversation to a close, but suddenly recall something. Then it is about time for me to leave. Here's something for you. I take out an envelope from my pocket and hand it to Fuse. The envelope contains the invitation for the Kingdom Founding Festival that is planned to be hosted in my nation. I almost forgot about it during the intense exchange. This is my purpose of visiting today after all. And this is?
We are hosting a celebration for the presentation announcing my inauguration as Demon Lord.
Being titled an opening festival, we plan to have some fun.
I've also sent out invitations to the royalties and noble in the neighboring nations. Fuse, you've got to attend it as well. Huh? Hold on, Rimuru-san.
Even if I attend, it's all right. We have an invitation for the King of Brumand as well, so help me deliver it along the way. Why don't you just directly, is it not convenient? Indeed.
I have people directly sending the invitations to the Dwarven King and Duke Elalud's side, but I'm not familiar with the people in other nations. A monster running directly towards them may cause a commotion, so I've had people send them to the Freedom Association branches in their respective kingdoms. I did meet the King of Brumand once, but is it really okay for a Demon Lord to go there in person?
I said with a smile. Fuse grasps the invitation with a wry smile. Things are already bad enough when a Demon Lord comes here. I've now indeed got the invitation. I'll make sure to hand it over to the king. Fuse changes his expression and makes his promises.
Now that my business is done, I do plan to leave for real now, but this time I'm interrupted by Fuse suddenly speaking up upon recalling something. By the way, the head of Freedom Association has been worried about Rimuru-san as well. He was drained during the negotiation with the Western Saints Church. I'll inform him later that the problem has been successfully resolved.
So Yuki has been worried about me.
A lot has happened since I last met that guy.
I get a nostalgic feeling.
I see, it seems I've given Yuki some unnecessary trouble.
It's not unnecessary.
Honestly, the association doesn't wish to antagonize the Western Saints Church, so he judged that it would be most ideal to find a way to peacefully negotiate.
Fuse told me not to worry.
But, I kinda want to give something to Yuki in return. Speaking of,
let me invite Yuki along. Or would it cause some problems? About that, I'm not exactly sure. Although I'm not qualified to say so, he is still quite the busy man. I'm not sure if he can find the spare hours.
I'll cover his transportation for coming and leaving. Is it possible for him to have one day off? If he can't, then I won't push it, I'll just go play with him later. That's all, please help me deliver this to him as well. As I finish, I start to write a letter in front of Fuse and put it into the envelope along with the invitation.
I hand it over to the shocked Fuse.
Rimuru-san, where did that paper come from?
Never mind. Besides, if it's only a letter, I can do the favor utilizing the magic of teleportation. Fuse seems exhausted. I may be a little bit too casual with asking people for favors. Ahaha, sorry. Then, I'll be counting on you.
I understand, Rimuru-san.
Just one more thing, Milim is coming to the opening festival too.
As I confirm Fuse has taken the envelope, I deliver such an astonishing statement. Milim?
Do you mean? I'll be leaving first then, that's just how it is, Tilda.
I smile widely as I bid him farewell to quickly flee the scene. Hold on. Is that supposed to be the Demon Lord Milim?
Oi.
Some tormented voice seems to be projecting in my direction, but I'll just pretend I've heard nothing. After leaving the location of the association branch, a man jumps out of my shadow to greet me kneeling. My name is Gobuemon, I've come to answer to my liege, Rimuru's summon. The man calls himself Gobuemon and is one of the hobgoblins that I named. He is quite ambitious. I recall hearing news about him fighting with Gobta over the seat of vice captain back when Riga was still captain.
Naturally, his strength is guaranteed.
Didn't you become a centurion? And didn't you move to another corps because Gobta became the captain of the Goblin Riders? If he is able to become a centurion, it means he is more than capable of being a commander. No squadmate has been given the title, and he doesn't actually have 100 men as subordinates. But of course, it is a higher position than squad leader. Compared to a squad leader who can lead 5 to 10 men, the strength of a centurion is far beyond that. Yes.
Honestly, I don't want to work under anyone. Right now I'm trying to work on my own.
I want to recruit direct subordinates that only answer to me and build my own troops. Oh.
This guy's got some bone in him.
Good, because he doesn't want to work under Gobta. That's why he is not interested in the position of vice captain of the popular Goblin Riders troops, so having such ambition is as expected.
I see, then I hope you can learn well.
My Miles Kun is someone I really rely on, so please protect him vigorously and avoid being noticed. In addition, his way of manipulating people's hearts is worthy of studying. Even though most people work for him due to the temptation of profits, that is definitely not the only factor.
You can learn from him while protecting him.
Yes.
I'll keep my liege Rimuru's words in mind and carry out my duty with dedication. Gobuemon is fully motivated.
According to Benimaru's observation, Gobuemon is too confident in his abilities and often looks down on the flawed traits of his subordinates and companions. That was also the reason why, despite his constitution and other results being superior to Gobta, he didn't make the part of the captain. If this mission can teach him to care about his subordinates, it would be fine to hand the whole corps to him.
Therefore I hope he will undergo some growth through it.
If you complete this mission well and learn something along the way, report back to me then. As your reward, I'll gift you this Dachi sword that I'm using right here.
Kurobi has informed me that my special sword has been crafted. Which means, I'll be bidding farewell to this Dachi.
At first I only had someone make it as a replacement. Nowadays its quality has become incredible after being intensely submerged in my Yuki, demonic aura. I had it repaired once after the battle against Hinata, even Kurobi was shocked by it then.
It would be pretty appropriate to make it a reward.
Oh really? Gobuemon is flattered, his eyes opened wide, bursting with excitement.
That's right. Considering your abilities, you should be able to wield this sword.
But, you must work harder to get my approval.
Yes, sir.
I, Gobuemon, will meet my liege Rimuru's expectations. Departing with these words, Gobueman runs off to guard Myoa miles. I intentionally dangle the reward before his eyes to lure him into doing my deeds. I wonder if Gobueman got the message, lesson, or not.
Winning a subordinate's trust isn't a trivial matter.
Just like the concept known since ancient times, the feudal system, if there isn't any mutual benefit, the relationship between the ruler and his subjects will inevitably crack. Speaking of this, I'm concerned about getting better myself, so I really shouldn't be seen as a role model. I hope Gobueman will prove himself in his own way and meet my expectations. All right, now all the invitations have been sent. Next, all we need to do is to ensure our preparations warp up before the festival.
I hope we can host a grand festival.
With my mood flying high, I outline the necessary matters in my head.
Chapter 3. Preparation for the opening. The location is a small, slightly disorganized conference room. Within stood two suspicious shadows. No, that's not all. There is also the shadow of a smaller person.
It is around 30 centimeters tall. It possesses wings similar to those of a dragonfly. With this tiny person's shadow as center, the other two sit opposite to each other.
It's Ramires and her two servants, Beretta and Thraini, Dong Tilda.
With an imposing aura, Ramires strikes the mini-table in front of her. Then, she shares her feelings to her two trusted subordinates.
This isn't gonna work. We have to move away. Maybe she hit it a bit too hard, she rubs her hand in pain. While looking at Ramires gently, Thraini says. As expected of Ramires Summer. What a great idea.
Right? Right? Ramires nods in satisfaction and responds to Thraini with a smile.
The person who speaks up to persuade them is the other person, Beretta. One moment please. Putting aside whether or not this is a good idea, where are you planning to move to? And could you share the reason? Why do I have to be that guy? Beretta thinks anxiously. Speaking of his colleague Thraini, she is kind and attentive, a very capable woman.
The spirits also really like her. All of Ramires' labyrinth is under her management.
These are abilities Beretta does not possess.
She is undoubtedly, to Ramires and himself, a useful talent.
However, there is still a problem with her, that being Thraini has been absolutely spoiling her master, Ramires. She agrees to Ramires no matter what she says without even a single shred of doubt.
That's why, before things get problematic, someone has to intervene.
I can't stand it.
I didn't follow Ramires Summer to be that type of character, the guy to intervene. Ex-Demon Clan member Beretta mocks himself. Beretta really likes Ramires and he doesn't feel any pain even after being toyed around by her. But, his colleague that stands together with him not only does not advise, persuade, Ramires, but even blindly spoils her in her palm, which is hard for him to accept.
Unfortunately.
That is the true nature of this world, the serious people tend to suffer losses.
This will be bad if it continues. Whoever stands up to hit the brake will also be responsible for cleaning up the mess. As such, Beretta will be playing the unfavorable role today. That is a great question.
Isn't it super boring living here, Beretta-chan?
There is nothing fun to do, unless you count making golems perhaps.
There aren't many visitors normally anyway.
But there is a lot of fun stuff over there. That's why we should go there and have fun. That's how it is. Ramires stresses energetically. Hearing this, Beretta sighs inwardly, thinking that's just what I expected.
Beretta has no direct reason to object to Ramires' suggestion. The only thing is, based on Demon Lord Raimuru's personality, he doesn't think the man would easily agree to it.
Even if she wants to move directly to there, it is possible that she will eventually get kicked out.
Reasonably speaking, Thraini should also understand this, but as his colleague, she keeps on caving to Ramires.
This has forced Beretta to take a stand.
But Ramires Summer, hasn't Rimuru Summer already rejected this plan?
Indeed, she has been rejected once already. That's why without a proper reason, it may displease him.
Ramires may not be so self-aware, it is however a huge problem to Beretta.
Beretta, you are overcomplicating things.
Rimuru-sama is a good and kind-hearted person. If someone as cute as Ramirez-sama makes a request, how could he possibly refuse her so ruthlessly? Beretta's useless colleague just likes to make such optimistic claims all day. She is extremely calculating and capable of encountering anything unrelated to Ramirez, yet right now she really cannot be relied upon. That's why Beretta has to think on behalf of the two airheads to come up with the right plan. After all, Beretta also wishes to move closer to Rimuru. Because of that, even in such a ridiculous situation, I can still find joy in it.
Beretta thinks to himself.
The face hidden behind his mask is smiling cheerfully. After Gobuemon departed, I returned to the town of Tempest Federation. I have been using dimensional domination to travel, as it can teleport me instantly to anywhere I've been before. Its magicule consumption is quite large, but it's a negligible portion of my total magicule storage. So it shouldn't pose a problem, and I can use it however many times I want given how convenient it is for traveling.
With that being said, it would suck if I entered stasis from overusing it. That's why I have put some restraints on its usage. By the way, as soon as I return to town, Ranga contacts me with telepathy net. Master, Gobq and the workers have gathered at West Gate, but... Ranga pauses upon saying this. What happened?
Feeling somewhat uneasy, I walk towards the West Gate. Despite just talking about exercising restraint, I use dimensional domination to instantly teleport. Then, I apply universal perception to sense the wide area beyond my visual senses to catch on to the location of Ranga. Next, I can easily activate dimensional domination as long as it is within my visible range.
It is a lot like exchanging coordinates. It is really convenient, but it should be pretty difficult to use it for combat.
The activation requires some time, during which I fear that I would be wide open.
It really depends on how you use it. In normal days, I gotta restrain myself. This time it counts as an emergency event. I appear near Ranga's location.
It is outside the West Gate. Gobq seems to be arguing with someone.
No, I've already used universal perception to find out who that is. I've already told you we are taking over this place.
Oi oi oi.
I hid aside to eavesdrop, and as a result they said something so astonishing. Even if you say that, we can't accept it, I'll be reporting to Rimuru-sama right now. Please do not move around by yourself and stay here for a bit. No way. We abandoned our previous labyrinth just to visit here. We are poor and homeless now, are you chasing us away? Even if you say so.
Anyhow, this land has been officially included under Rimuru-sama's rule after he became Demon Lord. So you have to get Rimuru-sama's permission first. TSK, it seems that playing the pity card didn't work either.
If that's the case, we won't mind resorting to violence.
I'll tell you now, my Beretta won't allow you to keep fussing over such trivial stuff. It is no use to keep watching, so I conceal my presence and sneak behind the problematic figure. With a swift motion I simply pluck her out of the air.
I look at her face. It is indeed Ramirez. What are you doing here?
Kia. How's life, Rimuru?
She greets me while avoiding eye contact. It seems she is aware that she's in trouble.
As for what this girl is up to, the secret lies within the small shack behind her. Ramirez declared that she had taken over the place, so there's probably something hiding in it.
By the way, how did she build this shack here? Ramirez-sama. I've brought new wood. My question is answered as I see Thrainy-san running here with wood in her hands. What are you doing here, Thrainy-san?
It's Rimuru-sama, long time no see. Thrainy-san sees me and starts to act dubiously. Don't you guys think that your scheme would get exposed immediately after you built a shack right outside the town gate?
What is going on here, Thrainy-san?
About that, you must be misunderstanding.
It's not Ramirez-sama's fault, it's...
Thrainy-san always looked very professional in the past, but ever since she began to serve Ramirez she has started becoming inept.
Sure enough, a servant will be influenced by their master.
Speaking of which, the only person who can explain this clearly is probably him, Beretta, who immediately kneeled upon seeing me.
Come and explain things a bit, Beretta. Ah, so I have to do it after all.
At my urging, Beretta gives up his struggle and begins to explain. According to him, all of this started because of a speech given by Ramirez.
Be Beretta. You traitor.
Ramirez escapes from my hand and shouts, but I ignore her to listen to his story. He said Ramirez wanted to move to our town no matter what, to which Thrainy-san also agreed. I glance towards Thrainy-san's direction and see that our eyes are downcast in embarrassment. Based on Beretta's explanation, Thrainy-san seems to be spoiling Ramirez.
This rings true given it was the same when they met before.
And since that Beretta can't object to the both of them, he was forced into this whole charade of forced house moving.
But in fact it is just as Ramirez-sama has said, we've sealed the entry to the previous labyrinth and moved here. That's right.
So Rimuru, if you chase me from here I'll be homeless.
Ramirez says pitifully, but no matter how you put it she clearly has it coming.
Also, Thrainy-san is saying how poor Ramirez-sama is.
Please stop spoiling the fairy.
But then again, now I understand the situation.
Gobq didn't start the quarrel. The fault was in Ramirez's party. Gobq, thanks for being so patient. There's no need, we are fine. It did give the men guarding the gate some trouble though.
Gobq turns to the ogre gatekeeper who is napping. Oi.
There's no such thing. I was just a bit too excited. It is not Ramirez-sama's fault.
It was all because that gatekeeper said something mean to Ramirez-sama, so I used magic to put him to sleep for a bit.
Thrainy-san jumps in and interjects to defend Ramirez. What kind of farce is she playing? It seems that she indeed used magic, apparently for Ramirez. Even Beretta seems dumbfounded. I'll listen to Ramirez and Thrainy-san later. For now I need Beretta to continue his explanation.
However, he seems to have already finished explaining the entire situation. He mentioned that Thrainy-san was preparing wood while Beretta was doing the assembling.
The end product is the small wood shack in front of me. They seem to be planning to build a balcony on its outside. Why build a shack?
Apparently, it's for creating the new entrance to the labyrinth.
Speaking of this, Ramirez had mentioned before about wanting to move to this town.
If all they are doing is setting up an entrance to Ramirez's labyrinth, putting such a small shack here doesn't seem to pose a problem. So, you were trying to build the shack when the gatekeeper stopped you.
And after he interfered, you ordered Thrainy-san to put him to sleep.
And in the end you were discovered by Gobq and the other workers who came here, is that the case?
That.
No, there's no
such thing. I guess you can put it that way, but it's not really the case. Probably the case?
In other words, my guess was correct? Gee. Aha, aha ha ha. Ramirez tried to laugh it off, but this is simply too reckless. This is my domain after all, even the other demon lords have recognized it.
What Ramirez is doing is undoubtedly infringing on my territory. Normally, it won't be strange if an incident like this developed into open war. But right now I have an idea.
Seeing the small shack in front of me, I had a sudden burst of inspiration. After doing a bit of outside-the-box thinking, it won't be so bad to let her create the labyrinth here.
My conversation with Myo Miles from a few minutes ago echoes in my head. We need to find a main event that will have people want to come back and see our nation again.
That's why we have the Opera House, the Colosseum, and the Health Resort.
But I've also been thinking about whether there may be other attractions.
After all, doing the same thing all the time will eventually get stale. Besides, martial tournaments can't be held every day.
At most we can hold 4 events in a year, considering it would be most appropriate to hold once per season. The same logic applies to horse racing.
Content for ordinary folk to watch can be played every day, but these shows alone won't be able to attract the nobles who have grown a hard to satisfy appetite. Considering this, our main customers would be average civilians and foreign adventurers. This town is designed with logistical flow in mind, so merchants will definitely be visiting. The adventurers acting as their guards will come too, so I hope they would consider this as a base. An adventurer has many jobs to do, one of them being eliminating monsters.
If I am to create a labyrinth here and fill it with monsters.
In this way, won't we be drawing a massive crowd every day? Speaking of labyrinths, there is none that can top an underground labyrinth.
If we invite people to try and conquer the labyrinth, there may even be adventurers visiting for the sole purpose of exploration.
Yes, this may actually work. I turn to Ramirez, who is looking up at me with an awkward smile.
She is kinda. No, very unreliable, but this may just work. I've made up my mind and decide to discuss my idea with Ramirez.
I ask GobQ to direct the workers to dismantle the shack. But since the work is already in progress, we should change this place to a resting shack for the gatekeeper.
Next we hold a strategic meeting.
With GobQ in tow, we went to the meeting room that is often used.
Q question please?
How do you plan to deal with the adorable folk girl and her companions? Probably due to being too nervous, Ramirez's phrasing has become weird.
It is probably because of her crisis senses. She keeps on peeking at me. You don't have to force yourself to act so courteously. Besides, not all of your words were as humble as you think, even the way you addressed yourself sounded weird.
That's why I hope she can just use her normal tone to talk.
I don't intend to do anything to Ramirez anyway.
If she accepts my proposal, I'm willing to overlook the whole charade put on by her.
But before that, I need to confirm a few things.
GobQ, I want to create an evacuation space under the Colosseum. Is it possible? Even calculating based on the strength of an individual executive, the area under the stage is still not very safe. Once any hole is made, it may cause the entire stage to collapse.
But it would be possible by shifting the position a little bit. I see. I also wish to build a gate in that basement area. Building a gate?
Yes.
Please make it thick and pave some stones to the walls to make it feel solid enough.
Will we be preparing evacuation space behind the gate too?
No, there's no such need.
The important thing is just the gate, right, Ramirez? Araimaru?
Could it be that you want to?
GobQ looks confused while Ramirez on the other hand is filled with joy as she claps her wings loudly. I finally crack a smile and nod to Ramirez.
Speaking of my proposal, it's really nothing. I just want Ramirez to use her power to create and run an underground labyrinth.
Rather than building the entrance in some shack, we should prepare something more fitting and majestic.
Since we've defined it as basement level, it shouldn't be a problem to build a Colosseum on top of it.
The Colosseum can provide amateur adventurers with lessons and instructions, and stores to sell healing potions are also expected to be set up. If we run an underground labyrinth like that, adventurers who are done with their business may grab a drink on their way home, so those stores, restaurant, would also prosper along the way.
Then I'll be able to grab money from the adventurers, and Ramirez will also have a place to live, not to mention a job. I will even give her pocket money.
This idea requires mutual cooperation, but it may just turn into something interesting. Ramirez begins to shout excitedly after hearing my words. Could you be saying that you are giving me some amazing job on top of allowing us to create the labyrinth and living here?
If you accept my proposal, that would indeed be the case. Then, do you mean that I have a chance to overcome this unbearable state of being a NEET? She seems very shocked after hearing my plan.
Ramirez's eyes widen as if she's been hit by lightning, even the way she speaks begin to sound incoherent.
Thraini-san sees this with tears in her eyes and says, "This is wonderful, Ramirez-sama." For some reason, I feel that Beretta seems to be smiling.
The exhausted look he gave before appears to be an act, now he looks positively delighted. Could it be that Beretta had hoped things would develop this way too?
It could be, or not. In any case, it's fine as long as he is happy. Q question. Did you mean it when you said that you will give me pocket money? She seems to have calmed.
Ramirez gulps and asks me prudently. She appears to be afraid that I will respond with "never mind that."
How would I say something like that? I'm not that mean really. But depending on the amount of income, I can't really promise you how much you are getting though. But that would at least reassure her a little bit. That's real.
The only thing is we won't know how much profit we are getting unless we try. Regardless, subtracting the necessary expenses such as promotional fees and venue rent, you get to keep 2% of remaining gains. What do you think? Be based on that, how much money would that be? About that, if we assume 1,000 or so adventurers visiting a day, your portion would be around 2 gold coins? Goo. I get to earn so much money? Those are just estimates, whether it can be carried out successfully is still unknown. After all, there's not much of a show to put on if there is no audience. That being said, since you are already settling in here, isn't there no loss to you regardless?
Ramirez nods heavily in replying to my question.
She came to live here without permission and I know, without her saying, that I'll have to maintain the labyrinth.
If that is the case, she'd be better off just accepting my deal.
After hearing my permission for her to live and make money, Ramirez had only one reaction, that is to hug onto my head and shout excitedly. Since Ramirez has already accepted it, Beretta and Franny-san naturally would not object. I.e.,
now I will become rich as well.
Never again will I be looked down on and get called the jobless broke demon lord. As such, Ramirez has been mesmerized in her own world.
I couldn't help but laugh at her state. All right, that should do it. Even upon seeing the silly looks on Ramirez, the loyalty of her 2 servants still remains the same.
She may have always been looked down on, but Ramirez's motivation and enthusiasm are really something else. The level of enthusiasm she has displayed for the project seems to be even more than mine.
It seems that I don't have to worry about her.
By the way, what's with Ramirez's obsession with money?
Putting myself aside, I've not heard of any demon lord that loves money this much.
Compared to having money or not, shouldn't the bigger problem be whether or not she has a job?
That's right, no one has been visiting Ramirez's labyrinth. Perhaps she was too idle and lonely. For Ramirez's and my sake, I hope there will be adventurers visiting. In order to achieve that, let's quickly come up with a plan to make that happen. After calling back Ramirez, whose mind has taken a trip, we begin to draft the design graph for the Colosseum construction. My plans are as follows: outside of the West Gate, there is a plaza at the end of the road. We'll expand the plaza first, then start the construction. Since there's plenty of space, we can also open up a stable for the travelers to rest their horses in the future. We will be adding tracks on the streets for trains to run on. I recall planning for trains in hopes that royalty would ride on them. If we can ensure the safety of travel routes, it would be easy to attract wealthy tourists. That, of course, would not be the only purpose of trains. With them we will be able to transport large amounts of cargo. This infrastructure will likely also contribute significantly to the city's development. Since part of this plan is a scheme with the hope of developing the city, I hope it works out well without complications. We may even set up a station near the Colosseum. It would become a burden for the tourists if the distance were too far, so the standard would be within an hour's walk from the gate. Having a location near the town would be better. Because the tourists will be walking, we will get customers at the inns along the route. Unlike my original world, people mostly rely on their legs to travel in this world. Most people can easily walk back and forth for tens of kilometers. So it shouldn't be an issue to have some distance between buildings. Keeping these factors in mind, I consider the location for construction. Why? Isn't there any empty lot in the town as well? Ramirez points out and corrects me. Those are used as shelters for the beastmen. The temporary residences set there would pose trouble for building a Colosseum. Can't we just chase the beastmen out of town for now and construct at this place until Geld Summer finishes building their new cities? As I begin to explain to Gobku, Ramirez suddenly proposes something unexpected. If that's the case, why not have them move into my labyrinth? You can move the area entirely into it without change, and it won't cause much trouble. Did you catch the drift? Gobku and I look at each other over and over. Do you mean that you can move the people inside there along with the buildings? Well, it's probably useless for living people. It requires personal permission before moving them to the labyrinth.
If the objects do not possess the personal will of the owner, it won't be moved, otherwise anything can be moved. Are you serious? Are you implying that except the beastmen, you can move everything including the residences and personal belongings all into the labyrinth?
Yep, that's the case.
Ramirez said so proudly, but it is indeed impressive. There's no wonder she seems so proud, this is an incredible skill. After more careful inquiry, Ramirez says that this is her intrinsic skill, named Labyrinth Creation, Mini-World. As the name implies, it allows Ramirez to create the interior of the labyrinth. She is almost omnipotent in that regard. The area affected by its power is also extensive. It is said that even the people and objects near the labyrinth can become its target. For instance, if someone is directly outside the labyrinth, she seems to be able to deprive the individual of weapons and gear. This skill may seem to be overpowered, but it does appear to have its limits. For example, if the person's equipment possesses personal will, or is affected by the user's mana etc., it will not be affected by Ramirez's power. However, people who possess such items are rare, so most would end up challenging Ramirez with only their bare hands. She is a demon lord after all, that title is not just for show.
How impressive.
And I thought that you didn't possess any combat ability.
That's so mean.
How dare you say such things to me, the menace to man and the strongest demon lord. Okay, don't get mad now, Ramirez-chan.
Let's put that aside for now and tell me what else can you do.
I start to ask some specific questions regarding labyrinth creation.
These questions roughly fall under 5 categories.
How many floors can labyrinth creation make underground? How many days will it take to create them?
What will happen to the monsters inside?
Can you change the interior structure randomly?
What happens when you die inside?
As such, Ramirez also switches to a serious expression and answers all my doubts.
First,
there doesn't seem to be any restriction to the number of floors it can construct, but in reality it can only reach around 100 floors or so.
Second, it takes around 1 hour to create a single floor.
The same goes for added floors, so it takes around 100 hours to spawn 100 floors. However, the energy consumption creating deeper floors seem to increase significantly, which appears to be the reason behind the answer to the first question. Third, not only monsters, even creatures such as insects can inhabit the labyrinth. I heard that there used to be spirits inhabiting the labyrinth before.
That location has not yet disappeared, but was stored in another level to isolate it from the outside world. It is also said that they are free to come in and out. If that's the case, we will be able to fill the labyrinth with monsters for adventurers to challenge. Moreover, if you fill it with an abundance of magicule, monsters will be born naturally.
By adjusting the magicule concentration, you can also conveniently predetermine the strength of the monsters.
Monsters on different floors can be banned from interacting, so setting up difficulty levels seems to not be a problem either. And the most important point is, we've come up with a way of filling the labyrinth with magicule. We will be doing that after we've prepared the contents for the labyrinth. Fourth,
Ramirez's intrinsic skill labyrinth creation has extraordinary efficiency. Its interior structure can be changed in around an hour. After one change, it will be fixed for 24 hours.
That is of course with additional conditions. You can't make something out of nothing.
It seems that there's no way to generate organisms such as vegetation, so we can only rely on creating inorganic walls to make the labyrinth. But it is not actually changing the whole structure, only the interior design of it that we've prepared. This way it won't cost too much time.
By the way, it is also very simple to swap floors.
The previously stated rules apply, meaning every 24 hours only one change is permitted, but it's still very convenient.
Fifth,
this is honestly surprising, but what happens when you die inside can be altered by Ramirez's will. Provided she is aware of the situation, Ramirez can even resurrect the dead. I was still contemplating what to do about the disposal of monsters' corpses and such, and how to deal with the unfortunate deaths some adventurers may suffer.
Well, as it turns out, I heard something very unexpected.
We don't have any examples of monsters born in the labyrinth to judge yet. However, Ramirez mentions that she has resurrected adventurers several times before.
The secret behind this is related to the permission of the target, as mentioned by Ramirez before. It isn't an exaggeration, but apparently the will of "I would like to go in" is crucial. It is a precondition, without which one cannot enter the labyrinth. It is the same reason why I was able to enter the labyrinth before. If you try to bring someone sleeping inside, you will be blocked at the entrance. Infants are exceptions.
Children of young age have yet to form free will, so they appear to be considered as goods and would gain protection. It is not impossible to force someone into entering the labyrinth, but this will also create a lot of pressure on Ramirez. Such an action may fail due to the repulsive effect.
So she isn't willing to spend time doing such boring thing. That's about it. The prelude stops here.
Ramirez has the ability to rule over the people who've entered the labyrinth.
With that being said, however, it still requires the person's consent. If they are willing to accept Ramirez's management, she will be able to keep track of their status at any instant.
That's right, didn't we really enjoy pranks? We just wanted to have fun watching how shocked people look, but my conscience won't sit well if they had actually died. That's why we always know when to stop and allow people to return alive.
Ramirez says so with her chest high. There were people who were unlucky and died, but that probably happened outside of the labyrinth.
After all, Ramirez had no intention of killing me either back then. And there was also the golem that tried to kill me. Did they put that thing there knowing that people can be resurrected?
I had wanted to say that what type of trial is this, but now it makes more sense.
In other words, even if adventurers enter the labyrinth to eliminate monsters, they won't get killed and can be revived? Yes. As soon as they are thrown out of the labyrinth, they will appear as if nothing has happened when they are resurrected from death.
But it would be problematic when the number becomes too large, so it should be best to have them where the items I've prepared for resurrection.
With the identification items crafted by Ramirez using labyrinth creation, people can revive outside the labyrinth even if they die. And so, the most worrying problem of safety has been resolved.
Excellent. This is wonderful, Ramirez-chan.
Really, really, really?
Am I not impressive indeed? Now ambition is as good as accomplished. Is that the case? I think so too. We look at each other and nod. Thanks for the help, Ramirez. No problem, just count on me. Now you can rest assured like you've boarded a huge ship. A huge ship, you said. I hope it's not made of mud.
Due to the difference in our size, we can't really shake hands, but we communicate with our hearts. I've accepted Ramirez's proposal, and I am now heading to the empty lot located at the southeast side of the town to build the Colosseum.
We will be building the underground labyrinth under the spot.
As for the Opera House, we will be building it at the northwest side where many classy health resorts stand. There are also a stadium, museum and other buildings constructed in the hotel area that we built beforehand in case they come to be useful in the future, so we decided to build one more to catch up with the festival. With the plans for the underground labyrinth and the Opera House finalized, the problem is with the Colosseum. Geld is absent, but Gobq and his men are quite capable too.
Before the unveiling of the opening festival, it can definitely be.
The situation is very dire, Rimuru-sama.
Ah, so is the schedule really that tight after all? But that is probably only natural.
Normally speaking, such construction projects will take years to complete. It is really asking too much from them to complete it in a month and so. No matter how powerful monsters are, it is indeed still a dire spot.
Saw that coming. I understand, I'll help as well. I'll handle transportation of soil, processing steels.
Despite how I may look now, I've worked at general contractor company before I was reincarnated.
Even though I was not so skillful in field work, having some knowledge of the discipline is better than having none. Moreover, I have Wisdom King Raphael Sensei with me as well, so I should be able to figure out something. I want to too. I'm gonna help too. Then, I should also assist as well. Indeed. We follow the will of Ramirez-sama.
Since Ramirez and her servants have also agreed to help, let's get to work soon.
We come to the construction site full of camps and lay out the blueprint. I quickly modify it and hand it over to Gobq. I see. Then there shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Great, I still have to let the beastmen know what we intend. First, we are hosting a meeting to explain things. Right now many beastmen are out at work, so I've decided to explain the situation to Sufia and Alvis. If that's the case, we will follow the will of Rai-Maru Summer.
Right. We don't have a reason to object anyway.
After hearing my explanation, the two agreed without hesitation.
It's shocking how fast they agreed to it.
They also told me not to do any further explanation for the beastmen. Is that really okay?
No problem, Rai-Maru Summer. We are in your care with residence and diet. We should be the ones to repay your debts, so allow us to help with the construction of the Colosseum.
Besides, Carrion Summer is also participating the festival that Rai-Maru Summer is holding.
So we have to help regardless.
After saying so, Sufia and Alvis agree to assist us.
I don't really feel well, so I'll hand the matter to Sufia.
Right, just count on me. After discussing with them, we decided to have Sufia lead the beastmen. Afterward, things progressed rapidly and everything was on point.
The process was so swift it was almost shocking. With Sufia's order, the beastmen all exit the tents. Glancing through the lined-up beastmen, we have Ramirez move the tents into her labyrinth. In the next instant, the location has been cleared.
While feeling somewhat hesitant, I activate Gluttonous King Beelzebub and bite up a square-sized notch in the ground to set up the steel structure. With Gobq and the rest lining up and paving the processed rock materials to fill in the walls, we were unexpectedly able to construct a flawless beautiful product in only a day. And as such, this massive underground space is created with a huge gate set at its entrance. Given my advanced knowledge, the speed of completion has been quick beyond belief.
Amazing. We are getting this as my castle.
Ah, right. I set it up so touching the door here will teleport you to the floor with all those tents just now.
Since Ramirez has said so, we immediately go in to have a look. The scene stretches out before us. The living space of the beastmen has indeed been moved here in one piece. There's even air conditioning which makes living inside more comfortable than living in the wild. Even Alvis and Sufia look surprised. Do we still need to set up tents inside here? Indeed.
There doesn't even seem to be any rain, so it shouldn't be an issue if we just directly sleep on the ground.
These are the two's conversations.
There doesn't seem to be any complaint, so there shouldn't be any issue. The beastmen appear shocked as they go in and out several times. As long as the thought I want to go in is present you can enter it, so there doesn't seem to be any inconvenience. Will it get dark at night in there?
Since it is connected to the outside, I can even make it rain. There's really nothing that will pose an obstacle to her.
Since they are not conducting any agricultural work, I ask Ramirez to only simulate the day-night cycle.
It feels more convenient than I imagined as it can be applied in other fields. It has prompted me to consider all sorts of possible plans.
The beastmen at the scene seem to be reassured and go on to assist the work outdoors.
They are apparently under Gobq's command to help constructing the Colosseum.
Although the majority of them are women and children, they are still beastmen who are much stronger than humans. They are an impeccable workforce and Gobq is also willing to only hand simple tasks to them. The beastmen who were previously receiving technical training have also returned to join in the construction. Thraini-san has carried some lumber here of unknown origin with Beretta correctly processing them into boards for construction use. He is able to greatly shorten the time normally required for this by using magic to dry the wood. I was under the impression that I've already thrown away things such as common sense, but upon laying my eyes on this site, I couldn't help but realize again, this is an Iekai all right.
If we proceed at this rate, we may actually finish by the opening festival.
The soil I just ate and spit out has also piled up as a small mountain. Surely they will make good use of it as well to make a majestic Colosseum. Rai-Maru Summer, leave the rest to me. I nod after hearing Gobq's words and decide to let him do his thing until the project is completed. When everyone officially started to work, Ramirez was left alone. In order to prevent the impetuous Ramirez from hindering everyone, I should give her a job. And if there's any job Ramirez can work on, it would be expanding the labyrinth.
Given this opportunity, we should be a bit more thorough. Speaking of which,
Ramirez, your labyrinth creation is really strong. It was a large area of land being moved into the labyrinth in the blink of an eye. Although I don't really want to praise Ramirez, this one thing has left me deeply impressed. Honestly, I think this thing called labyrinth is really awesome.
It's alright, just alright.
Right now there are only some secret rooms for my fairy friends, the level with aisles. There will be new floors added tomorrow.
I recall she said that it was an hour per floor. If we are building a 100-level labyrinth underground, it will pose a challenge even with modern technologies.
But it will become true by Ramirez's power. And given that is the case, a man should pursue romance, the things he desires. All right then, I'm counting on you to build the maximum 100 floors.
Do we really need that many?
Yes. I want to add in all sorts of contraption and change the strength of the monsters based on floors. It's a piece of cake for me, but can I ask about something?
What is it?
I've been curious just now, what exactly do you plan to do in spawning the monsters?
Where are you capturing them from? Ramirez asks me. It does seem quite exhausting to increase the floors to 100, it's no wonder she would question me. But I have my own plan in mind.
In order to convince Ramirez, I'll let her in a little about my scheme.
It's actually like this, but you'll have to keep it a secret.
With this magic word, I begin my explanation to Ramirez covertly. As I explain my plans for her underground labyrinth,
Ramirez's eyes become brighter and brighter.
Oh, so you mean. HMM, next we will be doing this, Ramirez-chan.
We whisper to each other and raise ideas, both of us are enjoying this.
We had a pleasant chat, and we are rushing towards a direction that ideally we should avoid. The unexpected idea of an advanced dungeon is gradually formed. Is it really okay? Although this crosses my mind, there is no going back on the matter.
All we can do is make it.
Ramirez is also full of motivation and promised me she will devote herself to making the labyrinth.
You can slack a bit while doing it. Humph.
Now that I've heard such amazing ideas, how will I be able to sit back and relax?
I'm doing it. I
intend to spark up Ramirez's motivation a little bit, so I spoke about it to encourage her, yet I didn't expect to light up her spirit completely. I'm happy that Ramirez can understand that sense of romance, that such a bold idea may have a chance to be realized is what I'm looking forward to at the moment.
Then please work hard. I'll do my best to collect the necessary resources. I understand.
Good luck, Rimuru. Right, the same goes for you, Ramirez. We exchange these encouraging words with each other, as a satisfying smile hangs on both of our faces.
I left after the conversation. The sun has already begun to set. We seem to have chatted for a long time.
The work today is concluded, and people start to pack up and cook food. It would be embarrassing to be a hindrance to them, so I told Gobq, Sufia, and the rest to return tomorrow and then left the construction site after that. I decided to drop by Kurobi's workplace.
He's been working on experimental weapons and gears out of interest.
My visit this time is to ask him whether he can give me the products that cannot be sold as merchandise. Right now, the southwest area of the town has become the industrial area. Kurobi's workshop is also over there, with the workshops of his disciples surrounding it as well as dorms for the apprentices who don't have their own shop. All these in addition to a large amount of warehouses. Moreover, there are also inns and canteens set up specially for the craftsmen and apprentices. Everything looks very prosperous. Kurobi's workshop is built at the central area. Seeing that I'm visiting, Kurobi comes out to welcome me delightfully. After greeting and sharing a dinner with me, I ask him to bring me to the warehouses.
Rimuru-sama, this way. The items stored at this warehouse are all very distinct, they can't be wielded by any random person.
Is that really okay? Kurobi asks worryingly, to which I nod in response, implying that it is fine. Just as Kurobi has said, some of these items are simply too strong for average men to use. Some of the items that he is keeping in the warehouse are too overpowered, others are items too difficult or dangerous to use. Some of the armor pieces are good examples to illustrate this point. For instance, there is armor that will absorb the wearer's mana in order to activate a magic, defense, barrier. It sounds pretty impressive, but in reality it will draw mana without a limit, so after some time the armor would kill its user. Even though it is amazing that it provides a defensive barrier, such gear has no use in practice. There are others, such as a sword that will absorb the surrounding magicule until no magic can be cast nearby and will then convert them into a huge blast.
The strength of the sword is guaranteed, but the safety of the user is not ensured at all.
These types of weapons are terrifying and cannot be used under any circumstances. There's also armor that will gift the wearer with extraordinary physical capabilities for a fixed period of time. But as soon as the time is exceeded, all of user's muscle tissue will be torn, rendering him immobile, and he will die without healing magic.
A savage armor indeed.
In short, there are equipments that will cause the wearer to die an untimely death. I believe there isn't anyone stupid enough to use them without first appraising their properties. That part I don't find necessary for myself to handle. Regardless of that, it should be fine in Ramires's labyrinth.
No, it's all right. Having those very obvious properties may actually prove to be valuable. In fact, all of these equipments are of very fine quality.
Half of them are of value above rare grade, and among them are also precious items that appear to be strong enough to rival unique grade equipments.
They are the same types of equipment as the scaled shield and Tempest dagger.
I pick up one of them, Tempest longsword, and say to Kurobi while examining it. Equipments of such amazing quality, just because they are experimental, shouldn't make us just store it here without using them. Surely these gears would also want masters who can wield them, right? I made sure to be extra edgy, making things sound extra deep, which Kurobi is deeply moved by upon hearing. Is that so?
Then please take how many you like. This is, definitely, not lying to him, though I feel my conscience, hurts a bit.
Kurobi takes out many pieces of equipment from the warehouses. As for why I am taking them, it is to put them into the treasure chests in the labyrinth.
The adventurers will get the equipment at the level corresponding to the strength of the gear. That's why I'm definitely not lying. I shouldn't mind that much and take them happily. By the way, they sure are capable of making so many of these. There are a lot more now than last time, with more than 100 items.
Not only is there bizarre equipment, there are also items challenging to use. If this assortment of items has anything in common, it's that they are all of higher class compared to the merchandise I saw at the capital of Ingratia. I feel that all of these weapons and gear could only be seen in an auction. After my evolution to Demon Lord, Kurobi was also blessed with the unique skill Godly Craftsman. Apart from his original unique skill Researcher, he has gained newfound ability to further his craftsmanship.
Now he has even surpassed Kaijin. If Kurobi is serious with his production, the quality of his work would often be special grade. They are at least guaranteed to be rare grade. That is why they are only showing the work of his disciples at the exhibition. By the way, you are really good.
I learned about blacksmithing before, yet I can't make such impressive items.
It's quite embarrassing to be praised by Rimuru-sama.
Oh, I should give this to you before I forget. Kurobi is very humble, yet his expression suddenly freezes as he runs into the further part of the room and returns while carrying something.
What is this?
Sir, I've kept you waiting for too long, it is finally complete. Kurobi says so while handing me the thing. It is a straight sword, Chokuto, with a dark blade.
Not too long and not too short.
The sword is made just for me with an ideal length, beautifully crafted.
This is?
Yes, this is my finest masterpiece. The blade appears to be fully dark and doesn't have anything special.
It is not emitting any incredible power, nor is it triggered using magic. But this will suffice. The focus of the sword has been its strength. It will not break easily or be bent and fits very well with my mana. Moreover, unlike Hinata's moonlight rapier, it will not harm things in its surroundings.
Based on these considerations for a weapon that won't cause me any concern, it is the best. Amazing, this is amazing, Kurobi-san. I'm also highly satisfied with the product.
The sword is not completed the way it is right now.
As I've explained to you before, the ideas proposed by Rimuru-sama, slots can be drilled in the root of the blade. Upon hearing so, I look at the root of the sword.
But there isn't any slot here? No. Other weapons will have slots drilled upon being crafted. But this straight sword is different.
After being immersed in Rimuru-sama's mana, it will grow, evolve.
And it will look the same as now, like an average weapon.
Kurobi says proudly.
I heard that afterward the quality of the sword will surpass legendary grade. I'm not sensing it in person just yet.
As of this moment, we are still researching with other equipment, and the crucial magic crystals for enchanting the slots have yet to be completed. Drilling slots alone would be meaningless, so it's no use for me to be anxious about it.
I decide to wait and look forward to the arrival of that day.
Having received my own special sword, I depart from Kurobi's workshop happily.
Additionally, I have the equipment I came for in tow. I'll put these items in the treasure chests and deploy them in the labyrinth.
The equipment with higher quality will be guarded by the floor guardians, boss of each level. It will be pretty interesting. This almost feels like crafting a real labyrinth, dungeon. How exciting. Indeed, these experimental or even failed works can still earn quite a lot of money from being auctioned off directly. If I ask Myoa Miles and Fuse for help, they will probably secure a tidy profit in their own way.
It would be more pragmatic, but we shouldn't do it. The important thing here is the exchange between monsters and humans. I want to attract people to visit my kingdom, and let them experience the beauty of Tempest Federation. In addition, I want them to feel the charm of this nation in person so that they will return again. We should consider the equipment as a small cost to reach that goal. Besides, things are not over after I deliver the items. I already have outlines for the future.
The adventurers infiltrate the underground labyrinth to bring back all sorts of items. Given it is extremely dangerous to use unappraised weapons or gears, it is time for the appraisal shop to shine. Since all these items are crafted in our nation, we will also have complete knowledge of their effects. As long as the method of using them are not mistaken, many of these items can be useful in their adventures. There are some dangerous items included as I've mentioned, but I think it would be fine if our nation buys back these items. Money needs to flow in order to have value. It's meaningless to only fill our own wallet. First, we need to buy back necessary ingredients, and then pay the expenses to some extent. The rest we can even give back to the adventurers. After some time, adventurers will naturally begin to spread the news, and so the reputation of our nation will increase. All of this hinges upon our ability to retain a steady stream of customers to make good use of the buildings we construct, not to mention the amazing promotional impact it will have.
We should strive to make out investments count.
The southeast area will have the Colosseum built with Ramiriz's underground labyrinth beneath it.
There are also inns and civilian houses charging a fair price on the southwest side.
Unlike the northeastern block with many classy inns, hotels, the facilities there, southwest, will be more down to earth. This place will primarily appeal to adventurers, with the added benefit of keeping different classes separate. It is also most convenient to visit the labyrinth from there, so business will definitely be booming. When Ramirez said that she wanted to move here, I was still worried about what to do.
In terms of results, I suppose I have made the right call.
As far as the Colosseum is concerned, we will be hosting 1 or 2 major events every year. Beyond that, we will organize all kinds of events on normal days as well, military training or events for adventurers to test their skills, to name a few. There's actually plenty of activities if I think about it carefully. Underneath in the underground labyrinth, we can also run field experiments and examine the results. Since we can't die while inside, we may even do some dangerously excessive and over-the-top training. Perhaps it can be for more than just commercial usage. There are plenty of areas it could be applied. Concerning these ideas, I decide to discuss things with Benimaru.
So we've got our bait. But right now it is too early to decide exactly how the underground labyrinth will be used. I want to ponder on it after it is complete.
In order to complete the final step, I decide to negotiate with a key figure. The key figure of this plan, Veldora-san. He is currently resting in the garden hut at my estate. The lone estate is like a tea room with a Japanese style of quiet beauty. In fact, this place has a secret. I'll put that aside for now.
Let's just say that Veldora has become used to staying there and considers it his home. Whatever really.
Hey, Veldora. I've got a request for you, is it okay?
What is it? I'm pretty busy.
I see that you are reading manga, so yeah, there's no way you're not free.
Is that so? What a pity then. That's a waste of such an interesting thing. But since you are busy, then it can't be helped.
It's such a rare chance for you to release your, you are busy.
Sorry that I bothered you. Saying this, I pretend to leave.
Although this is basically me leaving my own room, which makes me feel kind of bad, there's plenty of places to spend the night.
And even with that being said.
Hold up.
I'm a busy man indeed, but since it is you who came asking, it can't be helped. Tell me about it. So did he really bite? Gullible as always.
Veldora-san has the nickname of Gulladora, Gullible Veldora.
I've known for a while that he's tricked easily.
To me, outsmarting this guy is like twisting the hands of an infant, and given this is the case, what comes next is much easier.
I pretend to be deep while phrasing things very intriguing.
The thing is, I plan to design a home just for you.
What are you talking about?
Building a place just for me, is this true?
He's taken the bait. His eyes have left the manga, and he begins to pay attention to my words intently. That's right, built just for you. But, if you are so busy.
Wait, don't be so hasty. You and I go way back after all, so of course I'll prioritize your request, ha ha ha.
Veldora-san said that so arrogantly. But this is good.
Seeing that he is waiting for me to continue, I may just tell him now.
Veldora often doesn't listen, and I am forced into tricking him. Although it is troublesome, it is the necessary ritual to draw his attention. So, some people need to make friends.
Just speak your mind with the request.
The thing is this, Ramirez is moving to town.
We are building that girl's labyrinth right under the Colosseum, and then, while he is still interested to hear me out, I tell him about Ramirez moving in.
Veldora understands faster than I expected.
Oh, is it Ramirez? I'm not entirely sure about that girl's ability, but I think she has the power to create tunnels that will lead to the same location no matter which entrance on the surface is taken. Is she able to create a labyrinth with complex layouts? Right. She is also planning to add floors, and I am thinking about preparing different types of traps.
There are even floors?
I see, that Chibi Ramirez seems to be stronger than I imagined. Upon hearing me say so, Veldora mirrors my serious expression.
You really are so gullible.
Next, I share the entirety of the underground labyrinth creation plan with Veldora. Isn't it boring to just have an ordinary labyrinth? That's why I'm trying to make it something awesome, a national brand.
And today, I just discussed it with Ramirez.
She is now working hard on expanding the floors. Oh.
So what does it have to do with your favor from me?
Honestly, I need a king to rule over the underground labyrinth.
You say king? The management of the labyrinth will be run by Ramirez and me.
Then there is a gate on the 100th floor that leads to Ramirez's home within the fairy maze. A guardian is required for that gate. No, we need the strongest guardian. Don't you think that makes sense, Veldora-kun?
It makes sense.
I see, as expected of Rimuru. So you want to hand that job to me, am I right?
As predicted, Veldora has been fooled by my sweet talk.
Since he doesn't have much resistance against the word strongest, I figure I can definitely lure him into agreeing with that.
That's right, Veldora. Moreover, if you agree to this proposal, there's another bonus waiting for you.
Oh? Although I've already decided to agree, let me hear about this bonus first. He.
This is not just a bonus, it is actually the most important reason.
Didn't you want to release your Yuki, demonic aura, all the time?
And that you are almost at your limit? What could it be?
Bingo.
You don't have to hold back your Yuki anymore in the labyrinth. You can even return to your original dragon form.
Oh ho.
Think about it, a handsome dragon waiting at the depths of the labyrinth, giving off a solemn aura.
That's me, right? If that's the case, I also get to unapologetically say to people ga ha 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 ha, you finally arrived.
Welcome, pathetic bugs.
And show off a little? Veldora interrupts me while saying so.
He is already dying to give it a try.
At the beginning he didn't even seem to have a single scrap of motivation, but upon hearing that he gets to release his Yuki, he appears to be very excited.
How about I give it a final blow to seal the deal? Thinking about it, I begin to mention the final plan that I've discussed with Ramirez.
I'll also be deploying some of my men there to defend against the adventurers.
Yes, this is a game you've wanted to play for a while, I want to make it a reality.
So, does it sound like fun? I expect to make the underground labyrinth into something resembling a realistic simulation game. After hearing Ramirez's view, I suddenly got an idea, deploying my men, aka monsters, to fight and defeat adventurers. In order to guard the treasure chests, there will also be monster bosses.
Veldora's Magicule will flood the underground labyrinth. Starting at the 100th floor, where the Magicule concentration will be strongest, it will gradually thin out as it spreads across the floors above, which will have the desired effect of spawning relatively weak monsters in the upper floors, but progressively tougher ones lower down. The Magicules leaked by Veldora during his sealed state was enough to spawn strong monsters such as Tempest Snakes at rank A. If it is Veldora now, I can't fathom how strong the monsters will be.
Honestly, there really is no need to deploy Guardians. I don't see anyone even arriving at the 100th floor, so there shouldn't be such worries.
The most important thing is, we will have Veldora release his Yuki.
I figure that after telling him to endure, he is at his limit. If I leave him unattended, he may find a place to relieve himself without permission when no one is watching. That's why I have to keep my eyes on him at all times. If he accidentally releases it in this region, apart from my executives and myself, any average people would be unable to tolerate it. With the Magicule concentration spiking, people below rank B might easily be killed. It would be asking too much to hope that Veldora will understand restraint, so Ramirez's labyrinth will be a facilitating factor. After all, the interior of the labyrinth is an isolated space. I've confirmed that while exploring it in the past, there's no need to worry about Magicule leakage.
Moreover, even if Veldora releases his Yuki, it wouldn't shake the place.
Even the sealed cave was unable to contain the Yuki released by Veldora after his full revival. Now that we've got a research facility there, I can't allow him to release it in the cave again.
That's why the underground labyrinth is the ideal venue.
Then there's also the ultimate goal, the hope that Veldora will release his Yuki completely, simultaneously preparing high concentrations of Magicules to spawn monsters.
That is after all the core of this plan. Not only will we have Veldora release his Yuki, but we will be capitalizing on it effectively.
How do I come up with these amazing ideas? It's killing two birds with one stone. Actually, I should call it killing three birds. Not only will I be able to chase out Veldora, who has been laying his nest in my house, I can have him be the Magicule generator in the labyrinth to spawn monsters. Moreover, I get to give some work to this Veldora who has almost turned into a NEET. Sadly for him, I don't think he will ever get the chance to play the part of the king of the labyrinth, last boss. Alright, shall we see how he'll react? Veldora stands up and sneakily puts his manga into his pocket. He then extends his hand towards me, intending to shake my hands.
Interesting.
This thing sounds very interesting, Rimuru. Adventurers will fend off the minions and stand before me.
Then I will get to teach these strong individuals a lesson.
Of course, some adventurers will attempt to run away, but I will not let them off so easily. When times like that come, How about I say something like, "Ga ha 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 ha, you can't escape from my palms."
Don't you know?
No one escapes from the claws of the one and only storm dragon Dash. I always wanted to try this line. Now am I finally getting the chance to deliver the line that I've been hoping to declare for so long?
How exciting, I'm really looking forward to it.
Spouting things like that, Veldora has now even begun daydreaming.
Why yeah, you're right.
I give the affirmative to him without thinking, but I may have gotten Veldora too excited. Will this guy be alright like this? Since, you know, by normal logic, there's not gonna be anyone who will have the ability to make it to the 100th floor. Although I'm a little bit concerned, I'm keeping an open mind for the plan. I figure this honor can only be handled by you, so what do you think?
Of course I will do it.
Rimuru, you are so lucky to have come to me. I am after all the only one who could possibly fill this role. As he says so, Veldora nods his head earnestly.
I'm lucky that he's an idiot. I played him like a fiddle.
And like that, I got Veldora's assistance with ease. The next day, I pair up with Veldora to find Ramirez.
The construction work on the Colosseum started early in the morning. The site is full of energy. Even the beastmen, who went out for training, have returned to help, and are moving about under Gobqu's instruction.
Everyone is working their hardest, so in order to avoid disturbing them, we enter the labyrinth. Upon entry, we find ourselves in the same room Ramirez is in. As promised yesterday, she seems to be diligently expanding the labyrinth all this time. Oh, Ramirez.
How are you doing?
Ah, mentor, Shishu.
Long time no see, I've been good.
Ramirez looks worn out but very satisfied as she makes the response. It seems she has been working too hard, even though I specifically told her not to overdo her part.
Without me noticing, she has already sat on Veldora's shoulder. The two look so close, how wonderful. Despite the wonderful things, there are still some remaining problems.
Ramirez apparently wants to show off her skills some more now that Veldora has come, and she is completely ignoring my reminder. Just count on me.
I'll work hard.
I'll definitely complete all of them.
I just want Ramirez to calm down. The first thing we need to do is to eat breakfast.
After finishing breakfast, Ramirez explains her progress to me.
She has increased 15 floors.
At this rate, we will reach the 100th floor in just a few days. The internal structure will be changed as it goes, so Ramirez doesn't have to slow down for those plans. Anyway, the rest of the floors will be expanding by themselves. I'm pretty idle anyway, so why don't I do the interior design for the finished floors too?
Ramirez says.
It seems that even without Ramirez's conscious effort, the floors will increase automatically while consuming her power.
Then, let's prepare Veldora's room first. I plan to set Veldora's residence at the deepest level. In order to chase him out of my room, we will decorate the interior of his room first. The bottom floor right now is a room devoid of anything. There is no wall, and naturally no tunnels.
There aren't even any stairs, we can only see an empty lot with a gate.
This is truly empty, I see.
Oi, Rimuru, is this supposed to be my room? This really reminds me of the spot where I was sealed before. Veldora seems kind of repulsed.
That's somewhat pitiful really.
It's alright, mentor. If I want, I can easily create walls and stairs. Seeing how displeased Veldora looks, Ramirez replies grinning. Right then, regarding what type of room we are decorating, we will discuss through our telepathy net and decide.
With that being said, I connect the three of us with telepathy net. Then we begin to construct an outline for the style of decoration based on my thoughts.
Oh ho. That's it, Rimuru.
You are truly impressive. I see that there's really nothing for me to worry about when you are handling things.
Did your satisfaction rate just suddenly cap out just like that? Veldora nods while humming HMM.
It seems that Veldora is completely satisfied. Can we decorate it to this type of style?
Just count on me.
This is a piece of cake. Ramirez takes on the mission without hesitation. And just like she put it, The empty lot was changed in the blink of an eye.
The walls have been turned to thick and heavy stone walls, several small rooms and a hall appear. The hall is square-shaped with 100 meters for each side. The solemn atmosphere of the interior design resembles the so-called the Demon Lord level, final boss level. I transmitted the image in my head to her, and it turns out that she was able to recreate it wholly intact.
You are so strong. This is just perfect. Ramirez, now I am satisfied.
Right.
I am super strong after all.
Ramirez probably seldom gets praised by people, which is why she is overjoyed now.
But even with that being said, she has been truly impressive this time.
Building something like this in real life will likely not just take several years, but perhaps even decades to finish.
Yet she completed it in the blink of an eye.
It seems that Ramirez holds ultimate power over the underground labyrinth and has complete freedom in shaping it.
Ah, that's impressive indeed. I've completely changed my mind on Ramirez and now see her in a different light.
But next, being impressed here alone won't make any progress.
On the surface it appears that this hall is a room to confront adventurers. But its true purpose is to allow Veldora to restore his original form.
So if Veldora is unable to properly relax here, the effort would be meaningless. However, based on Veldora's recent activities, he does seem very relaxed even without being in his dragon form. Since transforming into his human, adult, form he can read manga and play games.
This must be the case.
After all, he decided to stay in my room without leaving. Based on this, I decided to prepare a room for his human form.
There are 2 gates in this hall.
One of the large gates connects to the stairs to the upper floor, and the other gate will lead to his private room for everyday use. Ramirez's ability to recreate things is indeed powerful. She can construct an exact replica of what I envision.
Oh?
Is this my room? While ignoring Veldora, who is intrigued, I take out a whole set of furniture from my stomach. I laid out the rug stitched by the gobliners and put out the tables and chairs built by the craftsmen.
I've even prepared benches, so he can lie down for a while if he wishes.
I've even put out a bed, though I'm not sure about whether it is necessary or not. In for Dujin. Oh, no, I assure you that it is probably far too late for that.
I think this will create a very comfortable space. There are also shelves set on the walls with copies of the manga that Veldora likes.
Unlike the solemn atmosphere the hall projects, this is built to be a comfortable space for private life that a commoner will enjoy.
Niku, very Niku, Rimuru-chan. I want that type of furniture too.
After hearing how envious Ramirez sounded, I promised her that I will prepare a set for her as well.
While I was originally worried about the size problem, they seem to be unnecessary.
Ramirez jumped onto the bench without hesitation and begins to flip through manga.
Speaking of this, it was the same during our last meeting. So I shouldn't overthink it and just prepare another set.
Without me noticing, even Veldora has begun to play around and started rolling on the bed.
He looks contented.
The hall will have an emphasis on atmosphere, the majesty of that in contrast to this room, and how Veldora is behaving sit in stark contrast.
Right, there are things we just can't force.
On this day we managed to sort out Veldora's room and with that dismissed our meeting. After then, it took another whole week. Although we have slowed down a bit, the labyrinth has finally been built to 100 floors.
The interior designs have been developed with modularity in mind. Thanks to this function, we are able to do an internal structural change every few days.
Adventurers trying to memorize the layout would soon realize how futile those attempts would be. This design is truly evil. Selling maps would be an option, however it would ruin the fun adventurers would have when they're forced to create a new map every time they enter.
But to put it in another light, they won't get bored this way.
The labyrinth will always have a certain level of difficulty when being conquered, so that will never get old.
We at the very least have some measures to save progress. We place a save point for every 10 floors.
I didn't expect that in Ramirez's labyrinth, you can conduct dimensional transportation upon fulfilling certain conditions.
More surprisingly, the act is said to be unaffected by magicule.
It can even transport rations, which makes it an extremely convenient function. Of course, the same applies to humans and can transport them freely to any specific location.
That is a save point. Once you reach it, you get to start from there in your next run.
The same transportation method can be used by your companions too, so you can basically also cheat by having other people send you to a certain location. We have differing views on this issue, but in the end we took my suggestion to see how things would shape up before deciding on anything. Honestly speaking, cheating using save points will only give the people doing this a hard time.
Since we are planning to put a boss on each floor.
As the regional ruler of Jura Great Forest, I think floor guardians are necessary components. Especially before reaching the save point set every 10 floors, I want to deploy some especially strong monsters. In other words, you can't use the save point unless you defeat these powerful individuals.
If they are capable enough to break through, the companions brought by these strong individuals surely won't be reckless. But if there is truly any problem, we will think about what to do by that time.
In addition, I also want to prepare some treasure chests as rewards to incentivize defeating the bosses. But is it okay if the bosses are defeated?
Indeed, that is an important question.
One of the abilities of Ramirez's labyrinth creation is the power of resurrection.
Thanks to this skill, the adventurers inside it get to be revived.
As explained before, it requires the will of the person, but the step will not be required if the individual has a ruler-subject relation with Ramirez.
To my surprise, through the labyrinth created by labyrinth creation, Ramirez's subordinates seem to be immortal.
Ramirez will disappear upon being killed, but her subordinates are able to be revived at the save points. As for the subordinates we are referring to here are only those who have forged a pact with her or people that Ramirez acknowledges. This skill is undoubtedly a ferocious power beyond my imagination.
That is the biggest reason why she wanted Beretta. Rarimus herself is not that strong, but Ramirez's army inside the labyrinth is invincible.
That was why to Ramirez, who didn't have a single subordinate, this invincible skill was as good as none at all.
It's no use if it is a golem without will.
The reason why the golem of Holy Spirit, elemental golem, was destroyed is due to the fact that it was merely a doll, considering that Beretta is no mere doll. After becoming Ramirez's subordinate, Beretta practically became immortal within this labyrinth. With the addition of Thrainy-san now, Ramirez packs quite a bit more military power than I had initially expected. After all, the two were already very powerful before. Now given the attribute of immortality, it is hard to say who will win even if I send out Benimaru and Shion to confront them. Powerhouses such as Beretta and Thrainy-san now are also very busy, but they have no complaints as they assist the construction of the Colosseum outside. Thanks to Ramirez, the labyrinth has smoothly entered a stage of near completion. Once this thing is settled, I'd better find them both to discuss the defense mechanisms inside the labyrinth.
However, that will come later.
Ramirez, how is the item I asked you to prepare coming along? Oh, you mean this?
I've been trying to craft one.
The thing I asked her to prepare was the resurrection item. In order to obtain the attribute of immortality from Ramirez's labyrinth creation, she must first receive confirmation of the individual's will.
But it is to be expected that everyone who wants to enter the labyrinth will use one.
Since this is a facility accessible to anyone, it is simply too hard to confirm the personal will and form a pact with everyone. If there aren't a lot of people, Ramirez should be able to maintain control, but if too many people come in at the same time, Ramirez may not be able to keep up.
That's why she has designed a single-use disposable item. That's how she described it.
She takes out a bracelet that, upon first glance, seems like nothing special.
It looks like a braided bracelet that you can tie on your wrist. About this thing, have you confirmed the effect? It works great. I tried it on Beretta last night. Hold up, why are you so mean to Beretta?
I never expected that Beretta would say I'm a demon, so I won't get eliminated regardless at the time and offered his help happily. Although this is a request from me, they were still too reckless.
But that was worth the try. It was very useful in confirming the effect of the bracelet.
10 seconds after Thrainy-san had pierced Beretta's core, his corpse was transported outside the underground labyrinth and was completely revived.
It seems perfect. I appreciate Beretta's courage.
This is my first time making a single-use disposable item. Although I've guessed it would come out smoothly, it is truly wonderful that I was actually able to make it. Ramirez nods smiling. It does sound like it is her first attempt.
It's worthy of celebration that it has been successful, but it is truly frightening to think of what would have happened had it failed.
At least do an animal experiment first.
I should be mindful of her doing something this reckless in future requests.
Regardless, the resurrection item has been prepared. The emergency escape item for returning to the surface also seems to have been finished. Revival bracelet, return whistle. These we will be selling at the entrance of the labyrinth to prepare for the unknown.
Whether the customers buy them or not is their choice.
However, please take responsibility for dying or getting lost in the labyrinth without the purchase.
It is a buy from me, absolute buy. I'll think about the price tag for it later. Regardless, the preparation work is done for now.
By the way, this resurrection item called Revival Bracelet actually only temporarily materializes Ramirez's power. That's why you can only be revived at the entrance after dying inside the labyrinth to be reset. In order to prevent anyone from misunderstanding its function and therefore expecting it to be able to revive them at any location, including outside of the labyrinth, we need to give a thorough explanation.
There are a lot of people in this world that ignore other people's advice, so I'm a bit worried. If they really mistake things and end up dying outside the labyrinth, it will be their own doing. With that being said, I still can't bear to see that happening. I should just specifically remind the people to be careful with it. With that, the underground labyrinth is almost complete. How impressive that it only took a week.
Perhaps Wisdom King Raphael Sensei can even recreate that incredible skill. Upon thinking so, I try to ask it. Answer. Intrinsic skill of individual Ramirez cannot be recreated.
And like that it immediately turns me down. Such majestic work can only be achieved by Ramirez.
At this point, I feel that I should tell her thank you for moving here.
You have worked real hard, Ramirez.
Now we can finally commence the next phase of our plan. That's without saying.
I always give my all when I need to.
After praising Ramirez, who is clapping her wings and flying around, I turn to Veldora. Kept you waiting, huh, Veldora-kun?
It seems the time for you to release your Yuki has arrived.
Oh, finally after all the waiting. Gahahaha, leave it to me.
The moment I've been expecting has finally arrived.
There are air vents in this 100-level underground labyrinth and stairs that connect the floors. If people ask me how there is any air flow 100 floors underground, I will answer by saying it was all because of magic. So honestly, there isn't really any need for air ventilation, but I still asked her to open them, reason being to have the magicule permeate to each floor more easily.
There in the center of the 100th floor's hall, Veldora reveals his true self.
And with it, his long-suppressed Yuki is released.
Then, here I go.
Hiya. He doesn't really need to scream like that, but it's probably because of his mood.
The vicious Yuki blows towards me and Ramirez.
Fearing an emergency, I've covered Ramirez with absolute defense as well.
The next instant, a shockwave arrives, as if something has exploded. That was close.
If Rimuru didn't protect me, I might have been blown away.
Ramirez mutters while quivering.
Indeed, the shockwave was far more powerful than I imagined.
Moreover, any average person would have been instantly killed by the concentrated magicule that filled the chamber.
Ha ha ha.
I am here.
The final boss level, correction, the deepest hall in the labyrinth takes up a wide space, but after Veldora restored himself to his original shape, it feels awfully narrow. After not seeing Veldora in his dragon form for so long, that appearance is indeed filled with majesty.
Seriously, he's so authoritative when he shuts his mouth. However, I feel so good. Aren't I just so magnificent? If I did this outside, it might not be a good idea. He says so casually. It will be a catastrophe if you do this outside. While you are saying that it feels so good, You are still leaking out Yuki. Mentor sure is strong.
I didn't expect that my own labyrinth will get knocked crooked by others. Just as Ramirez said, the walls have been bowed outwards by the ferocious wind. It's probably due to the strong internal pressure, but that's not the reason why the attack was so shocking.
Should I call you impressive? You must have been holding back for so long.
Before things end up like this in the future, you've got to remember to release your Yuki occasionally. Not only the Yuki he leaked, the magicule concentration alone is already sky high.
It can only be imagined just how incredibly large Veldora's magicule pool is. That's why it is truly no good to wait for him to release it.
In the worst-case scenario, he would have to start relieving himself more often one bit at a time.
By the way, the magicule concentration is truly immense.
Just then an amazing idea crossed my mind. Should we perhaps set another room on the 100th floor and turn it into a warehouse? We can then store the iron ores and other products from the mine in this room. Then by having them immersed in large amounts of magicule, they will be turned to magisteel ore very fast. Magisteel ores are the rough stones of magisteel, its value can rival that of gold. The demand for them can't even be reached by iron ore, and to us they are also very useful resources. Ramirez, can you create an additional hall next to this one?
Piece of cake.
And so, I hurry her to do the preparations.
Next time when I visit, I'll bring the iron ore from the town here as well.
As I think of these cunning schemes, the magicules have spread to the other floors as planned.
Right now there aren't any walls set up nor any other sort of aerial partitioning.
That's why there aren't any obstacles that hinder the magicules from permeating to every corner of the space.
Even around underground level 50, the magicule concentration is also beyond that in the sealed cave.
Its effect has exceeded my expectations, so basically it's an absolute win.
Next, we just have to wait for monsters to be born. The concentration is so high that it's terrifying, so a lot of strong individuals should be spawning. With that hope in mind, we dismiss the meeting for this day.
The next day, both Beretta and Thraney-san are present. Veldora seems to have maintained his dragon form to release magicules and is resting on the ground. Hey, Rimuru, I haven't been as comfortable as I was yesterday for a long time.
That's great then. You don't have to endure it anymore in the future, let go as much as you like.
Just remember not to release any to the outside. Gahaha, I know.
Do you though? I'm a little skeptical, but I'll choose to trust him.
It isn't convenient to continue our conversation like this, so I ask Veldora to return to his human form.
Then I start to explain the situation to Beretta and Thraney-san.
Now we can get to work. I do want to say that indeed, there's still something before that.
I want a final confirmation from Beretta.
Beretta, did you swear in front of Guy to pledge your loyalty to Ramirez?
Has your sentiment changed since then? Beretta looks at me in shock. He must be showing a rare change of expression under that mask.
Rimuru-sama, please forgive my rudeness.
As I have said before, I hope to serve you and Ramirez-sama. Yes, I remember that.
But, wouldn't that be breaking your vow with Guy? Yes.
When that day comes, I'll take the responsibility myself. No, you don't have to split hairs like that.
As you have wished, Ramirez has moved to the town too.
Now she is also responsible for running the labyrinth. Do you wish to help her?
Of course.
If that's the case, there wouldn't be any problem. In terms of results, you are basically pledging your loyalty to me too.
I'd heard about this before, so I've had the idea for quite a while already.
If Beretta wishes, I'll let him change to serving Ramirez.
Since he has made a deal with the so-called strongest demon lord Guy, if he breaks the vow Beretta won't be safe.
Won't you mind that? Then, I will serve Ramirez-sama. Beretta replies without hesitation. I feel as though all of this has been part of Beretta's plan. Well, never mind, that's fine either way. This cunningness, who in the world did he learn it from?
Answer.
It's of course. I don't want to hear that answer. How careless.
What does Wisdom King Raphael Sensei think of me? Seriously, if it is anyone with such cunningness, it would be Raphael Sensei. It seems to be slightly displeased, but I don't care.
That's fine. Then, Beretta, pledge your loyalty to Ramirez in the future.
Even though I will become Ramirez-sama's servant, I will not forget the gracious deeds done by Rimuru-sama.
If I am ever of any use for you, just say the word. All right, I'll count on you then.
As I finish my words, I deactivate the Creator Order, Master Lock, on Beretta and transfer Master Access to Ramirez. After the transference, I will only have access as the Creator.
If anything ever happens to Ramirez, the commanding right will return to me.
But, as long as things don't end up that way, Ramirez will always be Beretta's master. Now I can be reassured. I won't get bad-mouthed by Guy, and Beretta as Ramirez's guard is also trustworthy.
I feel that there are surprisingly plenty of ways of using the labyrinth.
On the surface, it appears to be a promotional media to attract adventurers. Further behind the scenes, it is a channel for Veldora to relieve himself. Lastly, as its byproduct, it turns iron ores into magisteel ores using high concentrations of magicule.
This will do. It seems that by researching the mysterious substance known as magicule in this world, we get to run this labyrinth effectively. That's beyond my expectation, which raises the importance of this labyrinth.
I'm not entirely sure about handing the mission of protecting the place to Thraney-san alone, but now with Beretta, I am a lot more assured. As for Ramirez, who gained commanding power over Beretta,
the quick turn of events has made her a bit hysterical. Beretta has really become my subordinate.
Now I'm finally not alone. Ah, Ramirez-sama, you still have me. Oh yeah. There's also Thraney, now I have a big family. Ramirez seems overjoyed as she flies around Beretta.
Thraney-san couldn't help but smile, admiring the sight of her.
Ramirez has been alone all this time, she must be very lonely.
Even though she only has 2 subordinates, she still says they are a lot. This worries me. It worries me greatly.
Thraney-san is a very reliable person, yet she spoils Ramirez too much.
So Beretta will have to take on even more responsibilities, but I hope someone with common sense like him will work hard too.
He has the cunning and calculative side as well and will probably respond to my expectation.
Beretta, don't mind me for now. I'll have you take care of Ramirez. Please protect her well in the future. Yes, sir. I shall guard her with my life. I have confidence in him.
I can rest assured as long as Beretta is there. The management of monsters inside the labyrinth will probably keep Thraney-san's and Ramirez's hands tied if they handle them alone. So it won't be a problem if they do encounter such things since Beretta is here.
Things worked out smoothly.
Veldora and I feel somewhat agitated by Ramirez, who is making excited noises, but then again the sight put a smile on our face. Given that an official master-servant relationship was made, Beretta has become immortal inside the labyrinth.
Even without revival bracelet, the mechanism can still be carried out perfectly. Thraney-san is without exception.
The items such as revival bracelet and return whistle that possess Ramirez's power are all watered-down versions of her skills. But, since Beretta and Thraney-san are now her followers, they can avoid the hassle of using them. The same logic applies for the location of resurrection. As long as the save point has been set beforehand, it is said that they can revive wherever they want and don't have to be expelled out of the labyrinth every time. In addition, they can also do simplified transportation through the save point on each floor. Speaking of Ramirez's intrinsic skill labyrinth creation, it really has little use for herself, but instead is highly beneficial for her subordinates.
By the way, infinite revival, the thought alone sounds terrifying already.
Right now she only has 2 subordinates, and once this number increases,
in the future, there will gradually be monsters born in the labyrinth. If she can tame them, she may be able to form a Ramirez Legion.
Then it will become a major power, so people won't look down on her and call her chibi. Such an army with the attribute of immortality will pose a force to be reckoned with.
From a standpoint of defense, Ramirez's skill cannot be any better.
The only problem with it is the user of the skill is Ramirez herself, who to this day has not been anyone's concern. But, I guess it's just Ramirez after all.
So there shouldn't be a problem, and there is nothing to worry about. Such a cute fairy, she's just a chibi that is afraid to be lonely.
That's why I don't think she will go lead a huge army and plot something like that.
Now we are entering the next stage. It's time to plan out the internal structures of the labyrinth.
Since there are as many as 100 levels, designing the labyrinth really is a laborious task. But it's not really a labyrinth if it doesn't have traps, so let's be interior designers for a while. By the way, the first level of the labyrinth is square-shaped, and the 4 sides are of 250 meters in length. It is large enough to rival Tokyo Big Egg, Tokyo Dome, but the deeper you go, the narrower it gets.
Structurally, it has an inverted pyramid shape.
Since Veldora is releasing his Yuki on the bottom level, we built it like this so that it will be convenient for Yuki to spread out evenly. Almost every condition we considered has been fulfilled. It can be said that the structure we designed goes beyond common sense.
But there's no point breaking our heads overthinking such things.
Now, time to confirm what sort of traps to deploy. Poison arrow. Arrows smeared with poison will fly your way out of nowhere.
Poison swamp. Welcome to Fair and Keep 2.0, super poisonous swamp that you will recognize instantly from the mere look of it.
Stepping in will give you element status and HP reduction due to poisoning. Spinning surface. You spin me right round to disorientate me.
Please remember the importance of drafting maps.
Shifting surface. Floors that will run away on their own. How terrifying. Dismembering razor string. If you run into it without noticing, you will get your head chopped off, among other limbs.
It's gonna be quite vicious when paired up with shifting surface.
Booby trap pit. Compared to the injuries you get from dropping into it, you should be more concerned about what you will encounter down there. Mimic chest. Amazing, it's a treasure chest? Sorry but, Kono Mimic DA. Megumin's chest. Flat amazing, it's a treasure chest. Explosion.
Monster cabin. Howdy. Are you our delivery? It's pizza time. Sealed room. If you start a fire here.
Dark level. Shouldn't bringing torches be common sense? If you didn't, I can sell you for, say 3,000 souls overpriced tag each.
What? Filing complaint?
Sorry, but this is just one of our many surprise mechanics. Low ceiling floor. Wow, didn't expect to encounter any monster while crawling on the ground now, did you? Terrain effect level. WTF? Why is there a volcano in this labyrinth? Rimuru Tempest. Arguably the most deadly trap.
That's about it, something along these lines.
I've listed all the traps I can come up with to her, and it turns out that almost all of them can be created.
You are truly capable, Ramirez.
Are you really able to make these types of traps?
Inside the labyrinth, I can make whatever I want. Indeed, it is just like how Ramirez put it.
Now even though we are 100 floors down, the air composition is no different from that on the surface.
This is all thanks to Ramirez's skill.
It makes me sense once more how super strong her skill is. By the way, what is this sealed room?
Can it really be a booby trap? To her question, I crack up a smile and reply. Air, or I should say that there is a substance in the atmosphere called oxygen.
Humans, or perhaps most creatures, will take in oxygen by breathing.
Veldora and I, dragon and slime, are exceptions.
If the concentration of oxygen drops too low, people will suffer hypoxia and may even die on the spot.
That's why adventurers should be cautious when faced with a room like that.
After all, that's a fixed rule of exploration. Normally speaking, it is fine that a room is sealed, but if lighting a fire inside, it will lead to a state of oxygen deprivation or may even cause the room to be filled with poisonous gases. Even if you discover this type of room in ruins or labyrinths, you can't immediately rush in. You must analyze the components of the atmosphere first and hold a skeptical view regarding whether there is poisonous gas remaining and assessing the concentration of the oxygen. That is the basic rule of exploration. If an adventurer can't even do that, he won't last long.
And since magic exists in this world, at least do the breathing with wind element magic.
I explained these in a way that Ramirez can easily understand, although she doesn't seem to understand at all.
Okay, I get now that it is some vicious trap.
But it doesn't really affect us, so we don't have to pay too much attention to it, right?
By the way, I had the feeling before that you were a pretty scary guy. But, you also seem very capable.
If it was me, I won't be able to come up with a trap like that. Knowing that themselves won't have to worry about being harmed by the trap, Ramirez seems to be reassured.
She exclaimed so and praised me. She seems to really believe what she said, and that kind of embarrassed me.
If it were people who enjoy gaming from my original world, they should be very familiar with these traps and even feel somewhat intimate with them.
But making them real is a horse of a different color. It is nothing like some amusement rides, you may pay with your life because of them. Moreover, attempting to overcome a labyrinth with these traps will likely take a couple days.
They may even take a few days just to take on a few levels, in addition that the terrain will alter. One must try to go all the way to the save point at the 10th floor. If someone is like us who has poison nullification and does not require breathing, eating or even sleeping, they should be able to conquer it using brute force by just tanking the damage. But, this is not something average people are capable of.
Even those who are worthy of the title of hero will need to rest.
I personally also think that it will be quite the vicious labyrinth.
Are we perhaps setting the difficulty too high? Is it? I find it okay.
Yeah, Rimuru.
This is really nothing.
My worries were laughed off by Veldora and Ramirez.
If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem.
I was persuaded and continued brainstorming the labyrinth routes.
A few days passed after that, during which Ramirez has been joyfully preparing all sorts of traps. Beretta and Thraney-san have been deploying them alongside her. I have planned out the labyrinth route with Veldora.
We've come up with several different models and have registered them first so we can make the change anytime we need. Everything has been going smoothly, but when we attempted to add terrain effect, Ramirez raised an objection.
No. I can't sustain that much energy. To put it simply, she has a problem with it. Actually, it makes sense.
In terms of the layout, we want every level to have a specific natural disaster theme that would cover the entire level. For example, a fire level, frozen level or a storm level. Yeah, I guess creating a volcano is a no-go. I've come to believe that anything can be done with magic, but what I was asking for is simply too much.
I see you have a point.
Sorry, Ramirez, I was being too difficult. I give up and decide to apologize to Ramirez.
But then,
can't that be solved if you capture a fire or ice dragon from somewhere?
Do you need my help to catch some?
What a familiar voice, but that person shouldn't be here. I turn around to see a pair of pink blonde, platinum pink, ponytails.
It's Milim. What are you doing here, Milim? This is level 100 underground.
In other words, this is the very bottom level of the recently built underground labyrinth.
We've not even made this location public, so by any rational logic, she shouldn't be able to enter.
Yet she just did. Demon Lord Milim stands there with a smug smile. By the way, Wisdom King Raphael Sensei seems to have noticed that, but since Milim didn't have hostile intent against me, it intentionally didn't report to me.
But actually, it was me who told it to do that, though I should still reassess the command.
It's all because Raphael-san doesn't know how to be flexible. What a headache.
That will be a topic to discuss in the future. Right now let's deal with Milim.
Upon thinking this, I turn to Milim. And soon after, she says complacently, Fufu, I know that you guys have been up to something interesting, so I came by to see. And you've ousted me without notice. How dare you, Rimuru. Milim finishes with an arrogant posture while straightening up her plotless flat chest. She is wearing her usual highly revealing clothes, but the area covered by clothing seems to be more than last time. After being dressed by Shuna and Gobliners, she may have become a bit more self-aware about dressing up in public.
On her fists are the pair of Drago knuckles that clash with the rest of her attire. The light reflecting off its rough surface is emphasizing their existence.
It's very much Milim's style. She really is just a punk kid after all. I couldn't bring myself to reject her, so if she really wants to join the development. So it's Milim.
You are just a brat, How can you understand the sublime work of us adults? We are not playing around here, don't get in our way.
Veldora slants towards Milim and says so while feeling justified.
I didn't have time to respond before he interjected.
It is work in name indeed, but this doesn't seem like serious work at all. Not only him, even Ramirez decides to chase after Veldora's footsteps.
Mentor is right.
We are working here, so an idler like you should just go home.
Yelling that, she starts to confront Milim.
The poor chibi is immediately trapped in Milim's iron grasp. Her courage was commendable, but Ramirez, you don't really have the strength to back it up.
I lack that sort of courage, so I decide to ask in a normal way. You mentioned that we are doing something interesting, what were you referring to? It was all because of your letter that we are holding this grand festival. What?
Didn't you ignore my letter?
How is that possible?
Seriously, we are doing this to receive demon lords, so we can't just offer the bare minimum, can we? Up until now Milim was looking displeased, but after learning that she hasn't been ignored, she immediately regained her jovial mood.
But someone is discontented by that.
Hold on, Rimuru.
I'm a demon lord too.
I'm just like you and Milim, a member of the 8-star demon lord. Seeing that Milim has received different treatment than herself, Ramirez begins to throw a tantrum. Ramirez, there's no such thing as receiving you at all, didn't you move here without permission?
What? What do you mean by moving here?
Ramirez, could it be that you are living with Rimuru now? After being pursued by questions from Milim and I, Ramirez is now the one who has lost her cool.
That's right. I was not invited, but that's not important at all.
Also, I'm not gonna be alone in the future anymore, now that I'm living with Rimuru too.
Or so I thought that she has just lost her cool, instead she dropped this easily misunderstood statement. How cunning and cheeky of you. I want to live here too.
Hee.
I came here for work.
I'm helping Rimuru, not a guest like you who can only give trouble to people.
What? How dare you say that, you are just a...
Milim is furious and begins to argue with Ramirez, who is not backing down either, even though she has no chance of winning, she has accepted the challenge. As for me, I just stand back and watch to avoid being affected.
With that being said, if Milim begins to resort to violence in her confrontation, there will be no need to use verbal arguments. That's why their conflict is but a verbal quarrel.
The two are arguing against each other, but it looks pretty pathetic since both are lacking in the vocabulary department. Their exchanges of insults were all awful, and would probably only make any bystander laugh. Sometimes Ramirez will deliver a flying kick at Milim, to which Milim would chase after her in an attempt to grab onto Ramirez. It is like a game of tag. To any bystander, they will feel that they are just playing around with each other and they're actually on good terms. These two fellows have long been acquainted, so perhaps this is also a reflection of their affection for each other. Soon after, they suddenly hold back midway through their quarrel, putting an abrupt end to the argument. Because Shuna came by with desserts prepared in hands and scolded the two upon seeing this.
No dessert for anyone who's fighting. And because of these words, the two suddenly quiet down. The two who have made peace are now eating desserts together with much love.
The scene suddenly became so harmonious, but I still have to ask Milim what she came for. By the way, Milim, why did you come here anyway? Fufu, didn't I just say?
I feel as though you guys are doing something interesting. No. Is that really the only reason? Yep. But, I'm so lucky to have come. This thing called cake is the best, and this labyrinth thing also looks quite interesting.
I didn't expect that Ramirez would have been so useful. Fufu.
I'm just like everyone else who has kept my power a secret. It's just that you didn't manage to discover it.
Even though you say that, you yourself didn't discover it either, Ramirez, that's just my thought, I should keep it to myself. By the way, this girl Milim is really keen to spot an idea of this size.
There is really nothing that can be hidden from Milim.
She's already someone who has ex-demon Lord Carrion and Freya's followers, and the speed at which she got here is truly shocking.
Basically, Milim is a wild card.
Normally speaking, How is it possible for someone to run around outside all by herself? But it is not that surprising if that someone is Milim.
It is really nothing to be astounded by if she shows up here. I'll need to keep this in mind.
All right, now that we are done eating desserts, it's about time to get back to work. Also Milim, if you won't interfere, you can stay and play. How rare, Veldora-san has given a mature response. Now that I think about it carefully, it will be a problem if these two, Veldora and Milim, start arguing.
Because her opponent was Ramirez, Milim held herself back. But it might not have been the case if it was Veldora.
The labyrinth facilities we put in so much effort to set up would be affected by their brawl and probably be destroyed instantly.
It seems that Milim doesn't hold a grudge against Veldora, so we're safe for now.
Since Mentor has said so, I don't object either.
It seems that Ramirez has also agreed.
Speaking of this, Milim is surprisingly on good terms with Ramirez. She was just intentionally playing tricks on her from the start. Just count on me. I won't be a hindrance, so give me some work as well. Milim's mood has become great as well and shows a look that she is willing to join us. I personally don't have an objection. I was going to agree without hesitation, but there's something on my mind.
There's a point I need to confirm first. If that's the case, can we have Milim join as well? Such an interesting thing. You should have come for me during the planning phase. I get it, but, putting that aside.
Milim, weren't your subordinates object? Did you actually get the permission from Carrion-san and Frey-san? Although she appears to be so wild and carefree, this girl is still a demon lord after all. Moreover, she has now taken the two ex-demon lords Frey and Carrion as subordinates and even took Clayman's territory to become an overlord ruling over a huge area of land. Though the management of the land has been handed to Carrion and Frey, she should have gotten much busier, at least in comparison to how it was before. Is Milim right now really allowed to stroll around like this so freely? That goes for me too.
I'm honestly fine. My subordinates are all very capable, so I should just avoid interfering with them.
Moreover, I really am doing and carrying out plans. I'm even doing planning now to attract tourists, so I'm definitely not slacking.
Putting my own matters aside, the focus is on Milim.
After being asked by me, Milim averts her eyes. I guess?
You see, I'm very bright.
Right? I definitely didn't flee here because I hate studying.
Milim says these words incoherently. I see. Frey has been in charge of investigating and summarizing reports on different nations.
She must have handed the data she collected to Milim in hope of teaching her about ruling.
But Milim escaped because of her dislike of it. That seems to be the truth. I don't care. I just want to join no matter what.
I wasn't able to say anything before Milim opens up first, rejecting me.
Very impressive. Milim's instinct is exceptionally keen.
Honestly, I should contact Frey or Carrion now, but, never mind, I guess.
I won't be the one getting scolded anyway. I know nothing of this, that's how it will go. Compared to that, something Milim has said made me very curious.
All right.
You are the one getting scolded anyway, so I'll drop the matter. Let's talk dragons, dragon.
Just now you said something about capturing a dragon, right? Is that really possible? So I will get scolded indeed?
No, but it can't be helped. As the saying goes, adventure always comes with risk.
Milim is like a kid who isn't scared about getting scolded for skipping classes and homework to play outside.
Honestly, I can't save her. This is the road she chose for herself. Standing by observing is part of the duty as an adult.
After some internal struggle, Milim chooses fun over work.
You mean the dragons? They can be captured. Should I go find some?
She answers without hesitation and seems to have switched up her mood.
While saying it as if she's going to catch some beetles, she proposes we go catch some dragons. That's just what I need right now.
Can I ask for that favor from you? If that's the case, what types of dragons are out there? Are they related to the true dragons? Since she wants to help by catching some, of course I'll ask for this small favor. I bear such thoughts in mind while asking, to which Milim and Veldora both react. Rai Muru, dragons are different from true dragons.
Right. It's not as if you are ruminers, it's simply wrong for you to mix me up with those lizards. The two object strongly.
So as a follow-up to the conversation, I inquire about the details of the dragons. Basically, all of the dragon races in this world originated from my big bro, the strongest true dragon, Star King Dragon Veldenava. They are just monsters born carrying a diluted version of his likeness. Veldora begins to explain in detail as our conversation proceeds.
There is a basic but critical difference between the two kinds, that is the difference between material life form and spiritual life form. As a monster, the dragon possesses a physical body.
It is only called a dragon due to its similar appearance to a true dragon, but its nature is more akin to that of a dinosaur, or in simpler terms, a giant, fierce lizard.
While it is said that there are in total 4 true dragons in this world, right now only 3 remain.
Veldora's elder brother, Milim's father Star King Dragon Veldenava, was destroyed due to nutting in the wrong species certain reason and has shown no sign of being resurrected anytime soon. True dragons are immortal beings, however, people believe that there is more to that attribute.
But anyhow, let's put that aside for now.
The origin of dragons can be traced to this Star King Dragon. More precisely, it can be traced to the pet gifted to Milim by the Star King Dragon, Spirit Dragon, Elemental Dragon. Comparing this to the story Ellen told me, that Spirit Dragon is no doubt the deceased Chaos Dragon. Nowadays, in regions with concentrated magicules, there seem to be lesser dragons spawning, and dragons with more elements of Spirit Dragon inherited became greater dragons, archdragons. In addition, there are also more powerful dragons among the archdragons. They are the dragon lords that represent the 4 elements. After living hundreds of years after evolving to an archdragon, and then having their wisdom increased even farther, these are the dragon lords. After evolving, they seem able to utilize part of Spirit Dragon's power and no longer age as they grow older.
They are nearly a semi-spiritual life form. But unlike true dragon, once they are eliminated, they are dead for good.
I recall that the sky dragon I beat was an archdragon. Its threat level was at rank Calamity.
Dragon Lord is stronger than that. They can probably rival a demon lord.
In other words, perhaps they can compete with Clayman and Greater Spirit, or are perhaps even stronger than them. If they have that large of a Magshul pool, they should be able to easily gain control over the terrain effects of each floor. Hold on, no matter how strong I am, I won't be able to capture the mighty Dragon Lords.
Milim says so quickly, afraid that I may have misunderstood. If she says so, then it must be the case. It would be impossible to tame dragon lords who possess intelligence.
We may persuade them by asking for a favor, but the problem we are facing this time does not require us to go quite that far.
You have a point. Then which ones are you catching?
Although they cannot rival dragon lords, there are archdragons who do possess elemental attributes. We will be catching and taming those guys and let them consume Magicule and help change the terrain.
I see.
The dragons seem to make their own nests, so they may modify their domain based on their needs.
All the necessary components have been prepared, and the Magicule is filled to the brim. So I'll take Milim's suggestion. Can I count on you? Leave it to me. Some of the dragons with elemental attributes may soon evolve to dragon lords, so I'll capture one for each element.
According to Milim's explanation, there are 4 elements that developed from the spirit dragon. For each element, the dragon lords of earth, water, fire and wind are at the top of the food chain, followed by elemental dragons, forming a tree diagram.
There are 4 types of elemental dragons as well. They are the fire dragon, ice dragon, wind dragon, and earth dragon.
The sky dragon I beat seemed to have been a subspecies that failed to evolve into a wind dragon. Unlike spirits, they don't have the element of air. It is also said that there are mutated dragons and ones that receive special evolution. In humans' words, they are called having too much personality. Anyhow, now we can expect levels with terrain effects.
If Milim does catch the dragons, we should put them at lower levels. By the way, the elemental dragons are stronger than their non-elemental cousins.
A rough estimation of their strength is around special rank A, a powerful species.
Even though they can't really compete with Charybdis, they are still very strong. I didn't put too much thought in it.
But in fact, a normal dragon can already rival 6 holy knights, or it is said to be able at least. But elemental dragon, even sending out a whole squad of holy knights may not necessarily be able to eliminate it.
Still, that's none of my business.
I'm not gonna care about that, but I've decided where to put my focus. The counters among the 5 main elements of spirits are as follows: earth counters air, air counters wind, wind counters water, water counters fire, fire counters earth. But the strength of elemental dragons don't seem to be affected by this countering effect. Although the elements counter each other, combat experience seems to be far more important. In simpler terms, an older dragon surpasses a younger dragon.
So I can put them wherever I want. Level 99 is the level of Inferno Flame. The final level surrounded by scorching flames. You must wear heat-resisting equipment, but what could be awaiting ahead? Level 98 is the level of Ice Prison. Pause your footsteps and you will die.
Will you make it with cold-resistant gear?
Level 97 is the level of Sky Thunder.
Thunder from the heavens is posing an omnipresent threat. Whether you can overcome it will depend on your luck.
Level 96 is the level of Earthly Destruction.
As if it is mocking the people arriving at the level, vicious earthquakes greet you.
Behold the fury of dragons. That's about it.
Before they are able to fight the final boss Veldora, we will prepare these terrain effect levels with ultra difficulty.
Then there will be no problem at all.
By any stretch of normal logic, there's no way anyone can defeat all these. Nice job, Rimuru. Kukuku, so you are deploying low lives before me. After seeing those imposters, the adventurers will lower their guards, and it will be my time to shine.
Ah, it is so awesome to have someone like Veldora to play that type of character. I want to try and be the final boss sometimes. The 3 each have a point that makes them satisfied.
I'm also very happy about it. The only thing is, these pivotal dragons have yet to arrive, so I hope that we are not celebrating for nothing. Upon thinking so, I decide to patronize Milim a bit.
What are you talking about, Milim? It is all thanks to you that we are able to complete this final trap. Exclamation mark. That's right, Milim.
I'm relying on you this time as well. Remember to catch some strong and handsome dragons and bring them here.
Count on me.
Seemingly having noticed my intention, Ramirez joins in to assist my ploy.
It appears to have worked as Milim was suddenly bursting with motivation. Now I can rest assured for a while. As long as we have dragons, the traps can be smoothly deployed.
It's fine to not put any effects on these floors, because as soon as Milim captures the dragons to build their nests here, they will become ferocious traps themselves. As a result, Milim went out to catch some dragons.
And then the captured dragons will become Ramirez's servants. A few days have passed since the day when Milim suddenly showed up and left.
The setting of traps has been completed. All we need to do now is for Milim to return with the captured dragons. Ah, Beretta-san, Thraney-san, thanks for your hard work. There's no such thing, all of these are for Rimuru-sama and Ramirez-sama.
Indeed. I also feel overjoyed to work for Ramirez-sama.
Beretta is acting very humble as usual in his response.
As for Thraney-san, she has Ramirez sitting on her shoulder while looking thrilled. It seems that she's willing to take any command from her.
All right, now most of the things are completed. Right, Rimuru-sama, these things have been left with me for a while. After saying so, Beretta displays some special grade weapons and gears.
These were liberated from a certain magic doll subordinate from Clayman.
I didn't have the chance to hand these to you then, but I think they will be quite suitable to be put in the treasure chests. Oh, now that you mention it.
It's from that greatest masterpiece of Clayman or something like that. Was it called Pia?
Pia was strapped with weapons all over its body, which Beretta has taken the entirety of as loot.
He had offered them to me previously, which I refused, because the demand he gave was the permission to move here.
At the time Beretta complied to my decision and brought those things home. Didn't you offer them as gifts to Ramirez? Someone reacted to my doubts, not Beretta, but Ramirez. He. I figure that I can't really use them, so I'm not really that interested.
They are indeed very strong weapons, but they can't be modified too much.
But even so, we kept them in hopes that they may be useful one day. That's the decision we made after I discussed it with Beretta. Is this really okay?
You should be able to make a lot of money by selling them.
It's okay.
Because I have a job to do now too.
I'll probably be collecting money and troves in the future, so why be so petty now?
Besides, we get to have a place of residence by doing so too. In this way Ramirez offers the weapons and gears to me, to which I express my gratitude, and decide to put them to good use. So that's how it went down.
Let's get started with setting up the treasure chests soon and confirming the progress on the labyrinth.
We begin by examining the condition of the dungeon starting at underground level 1. The initial level is just for testing out your skill.
It is designed so that even rookies can proceed safely. The width of the hallways inside the labyrinth area is also very large, so structurally it won't easily cause people to get lost.
With that being said, 4 sides, each being with 250 meters in length, is quite spacious. Investigating the hallways alone will be hard work, and there isn't even much loot after walking all this time. This type of floor will likely lead to these situations.
Having empty hallways alone probably won't attract any customers, but luckily there's a large number of weak monsters patrolling the area, so it shouldn't be an issue. People can get magic ore from these monsters and practical items from their corpses.
There are still a lot of rewards. This loot will be purchased by us.
There isn't a Freedom Association branch in this town, and the nearest is the Brumand branch, which will be too tiring for adventurers to reach, so I figure that our nation can buy it at a cheap price with a cost difference that cancels out the transportation expense.
It seems like a pretty good idea.
I was going to discuss with Yuki to ask him the favor of building a Freedom Association branch in our nation, which is also a good idea anyway.
Until that is done, we'll adopt this method for the time being in their stead.
Until underground level 5, we are only making the labyrinth slightly more complex without any major changes.
However, the situation will become dire from level 6 onward. All sorts of traps will be lying in wait. With that being said, up until underground level 9 there may be vicious traps, but no one should be killed by the traps alone. If these are skillful adventurers, they shouldn't suffer too much.
If the difficulty is set too high, we won't get returning customers and we won't be able to negotiate anything with them then.
That's why the first 9 levels will be more beginner-friendly. Next up is the indispensable floor 10. That floor has a slightly stronger monster placed in the room. This is the so-called boss level. By defeating the boss, the gate leading down to the lower floors will open.
Rimuru, what type of monster will you be deploying there? About that, I'll decide depending on what type of monsters are born.
But I haven't spotted one?
That's right, in fact up until level 10 underground, I haven't seen a single trace of a monster. Although it has been 10 days since Veldora released his Yuki, there isn't any sign of monsters spawning. Answer.
Even while hiding his Yuki, monsters can sense the aura of individual Veldora, deducing that no monster dares to approach him. Ah, I see.
Veldora's release of Magicules seems to have helped spawn some monsters, but they seem to have sensed Veldora's aura, making them too frightened to dare approach.
What? So that's why. It's no wonder monsters showed up in the sealed cave.
After hearing my explanation, Veldora suddenly realizes. But, weaker monsters can't really endure the aura either, so that was probably the main reason. Alight, just try to find one when you are available next time.
I estimate to put at least a rank B monster that is slightly strong on level 10.
Oh, got it.
But if there isn't any intelligent fellow, we shouldn't add it to my servants.
Just bring it to the room and put this collar on it.
Since Ramirez has spoken, I decide to take the collar.
It is said that by wearing it, one can revive an infinite amount of times, even without making a pact with Ramirez.
Then there will be no need to find replacements once they are defeated, how useful.
Oh, this is so convenient.
It will save a lot of work.
Right? Anyhow, in this labyrinth, I can do anything.
It is indeed the case as how Ramirez put it.
She can also change the ability given on each item. Ramirez's skill is truly versatile.
I once more lament that I can't recreate her skill. Now the problem with the bosses is resolved as well.
Level 10 will only have the boss room, and it will be safe after defeating the boss. After this level, there will be a save point and the stairs leading to the lower levels, just these two. Right, I can't forget about the treasure chests.
There is no trap in the treasure chest. The only difference is that we will be moderating the drop rate of weapons and gears.
I estimate there to be hidden rooms after that floor, so I'll set up treasure chests with traps, and following level 20, there will even be fake treasure chests. This is somewhat distasteful, predatory, but I suppose you can call that giving a sense of clarity and a reminder during the exploration of the labyrinth.
When they experience it in the field, they should come and thank me instead. It is not entirely a bad thing entirely.
The inside of the labyrinth is full of magicules, so the equipment may even become magic swords or magic spears after some time. Since they are getting such precious rewards, encountering danger should be expected. They won't die as long as they have revival bracelet, so it will be more exciting to be cruel, and reasonably speaking, more interesting.
I am really looking forward to what type of reaction the adventurers will give. And like that, the inspection work for level 10 is complete. What should we do next?
Should we create a facility to buy back the items obtained by people from the monsters or for them to deposit the items?
Do we really need that? Because, if we have that type of facility, Return Whistle will not sell well. I suppose that's right too. Ramirez's comment was an on-point rebuttal. She does have a point. It seems that Ramirez is quite perceptive when it comes to money.
Indeed, putting this type of facility on a level with a save point does make it meaningless. Should we perhaps pick the middle ones, to make levels ending in 5B safe zones? That should work. We should make them available for storing items looted by adventurers and selling healing potions among other items at high prices.
Building a meal area will be nice too.
We don't have to put all these facilities on different floors, we just need to make sure these floors all have access to the same location.
This is so creating them will not take too much work.
Maybe there are many who want to rest outside instead of inside?
Well, that depends.
Return Whistle is an item for emergency usage, so it will be fine to sell it at a higher price.
That part I can think about after the festival concludes.
That's about it. Everyone is taking the opportunity to shoot their opinions at each other in the discussion while examining each floor. As such, we did a thorough check as we smoothly built up the labyrinth.
We later were able to finish confirming level 100, and the result was satisfying. Simply describing the completed labyrinth with the word vicious would not do it justice.
Based on the strength of average adventurers, labyrinth set with low-level monsters already poses sizable difficulty. In addition, with cruel traps and high-level monsters spawned, it is significantly insufficient to describe it with the term viscous. What?
I didn't catch you clearly. Raphael-sensei seems to be quite baffled by it. But of course, it must have been me thinking too much. I will later have a profound experience that proves I wasn't thinking too much at all.
I decide to pick the bosses from the spawned monsters, but it turns out that the monsters in the labyrinth are already overcrowding it.
What the hell?
I shout, but it is all too late.
I went through a very hard time trying to adjust the difficulties, but I suppose I had it coming. Whatever, it doesn't matter if I have a problem with it. I will consider this as a minor miscalculation and quickly toss it to the back of my mind.
Many things happened in between. The rest will be handled by Veldora and Ramirez, who are fully motivated. The dragons caught by Milim have been placed in their respective levels, and the magicule concentration of each level has also been moderated. There are also the automatically spawned monsters, who likely due to the deployment of dragons are no longer so concentrated. After such influence, right now the bosses are only planned up to level 30, so I won't think too much over this.
On the surface, The construction of the Colosseum is still underway. The speed at which its skeletal framework is proceeding is incredible. It should be able to catch up to the opening festival after the snow melts.
And as for this labyrinth that lies underground, it has become an amazing recreational facility that far exceeded my expectations. Even though people need to purchase Revival Bracelet first before entering, as long as you have that, anyone would want to check it out at least once. I intend to make it our main attraction in the future to capitalize on its expected effects. There are still many ideas of mine awaiting to be carried out, but we will be done for now.
We all give off an evil grin and look at each other nodding. With that, the preparation work for the labyrinth is concluded for now.
Though the preparation work for the festival is still going on, there are already some unfamiliar faces showing up at the town. The snow is beginning to melt, and the visitors from all over the Jura Great Forests are arriving one by one to our nation.
The prelude to our nation founding festival is soon to be unveiled.
Chapter 4.
Reception Ceremony. The labyrinth is nearly complete, so I ran back to the town.
Veldora and Ramirez are still in the labyrinth. As for Milim, she'll help with the building process as well once she's caught enough dragons. Speaking of it, is it really all right for her to not return to her nation? While these doubts crossed my mind, at the end of the day it's Milim who will get scolded, so she can do whatever she wants. The other three deemed their respective flaws unsatisfactory after seeing the traps that I had set up. Until flaw 30, we can't make the traps too harsh. On one hand, if the traps are too forgiving, we won't be able to properly mess with the visitors. On the other hand, setting all the traps on hard mode will cause the adventurers to lose their interest.
If they don't have a good time at the start, the amount of customers will gradually decline.
Based on these considerations, I'll set the traps myself for the first 50 levels. As for Veldora and Ramirez, I've handed the lower levels for them to design. They must be trying to come up with even more devious traps after seeing the evil traps I set when I'm serious. Rimuru, it seems I've been mistaken.
Apparently traps are not to be set individually. That's not fair, I want to do one too.
I focused too much on power, and it seems I didn't pay much attention to making it easier for the traps to lure people in.
I gotta be more serious with the arrangements in the future.
Their comments on every single little thing is driving me nuts. I'm too lazy to care after all. Level 51 to 60 have been assigned to Ramirez, while Veldora got levels 61 to 70. As for Milim, she will be in charge of level 96 to 99.
These rooms will all have dragons, which will be the most difficult levels with the addition of terrain effects.
I'll let them modify the floors to their heart's content, fully aware that they might devolve into pure insanity, but right now the adventurers can only get to level 50, so there shouldn't be any problem.
If you're curious, level 95 has been made into a shelter for the beastmen. It will become a resting place in the future that provides expensive accommodation services.
We'll take a wait-and-see approach, so I'll keep a mental note of this. As for the remaining floors from levels 71 to 94, we'll see what we can do with them later. For now, we'll leave them as they are. However, since there's still a dense magical content in that area, some monsters may end up spawning there, and as such, the rest of the work was handed to the trio who seemed to be more than happy to do the job.
A few days pass.
After avidly scanning the city, I notice Myoa Miles's party headed our direction. It seems they have prepared and hurried their way over as soon as possible, as they've arrived earlier than expected. Rimuru Summer, I've arrived late.
I'll be in your care from today onward.
Myoa Miles-kun.
You are finally here. Let me take you to your house first.
I welcome Myoa Miles and bring him to his newly built estate that I ordered Rigido to construct beforehand. The house is ready to be checked in any time now due to his comprehensive preparations. He carries out all my orders without hesitation. How capable he is indeed. I should acquaint Rigardo and Myoa Miles sometime along the way. But though I say so, Myoa Miles has already been doing business with our nation for the healing potions for quite some time, so the two are already very familiar. The chores will thus be delegated to the Gobliner guides and Myoa Miles's lackeys. I then visit Rigido's office with Myoa Miles. Rigido, excuse us. Oh, isn't this Rimuru-sama? Even Myoa Miles-san is here too. To what do I owe the occasion? Rigido was probably very busy, yet he still welcomed us with utmost haste.
I see it is Rigido Dono, long time no see.
Young master, I mean, Rimuru-sama, has always given me good care, so basically things went.
Without me having to do anything, Myoa Miles avidly begins explaining. We moved to the guest room and immediately dove into the discussion.
We first talked about the construction progress of the Colosseum as well as the conditions of the inns in the southwest area.
Next, we touched on the future plans for the stores that we plan to open up near the aforementioned Colosseum.
Finally, we brought up the recently constructed labyrinth designed to attract adventurers to our town.
That's about it.
While the preparations for the underground labyrinth are all complete, we still need a little bit more time before we can call it finished.
With that being said, however, as of right now there's not many problems left with it. The Colosseum is not yet finished, but the stage has been constructed.
Moreover, only the VIP area needs to be extravagant. As for the commoner seating, we can just drape the staircases with sheets.
If that doesn't work, we can just turn it into a standing area. We don't have enough time, so we'll save the work for the original standing area for later.
The exterior of the building has yet to be decorated, so we will have to wait until Murd returns. But since we've been meticulous about the security, even with the construction itself being only halfway through, the Colosseum has the necessary stylistic elements of a building. Rigido and Myoa Miles listened to my words, enraptured.
The three of us then began to plan enthusiastically.
Rigido raised the issue about how to deal with foreigners visiting our nation.
He also vowed to properly educate the residents of the town by then.
As for the martial arts tournament and the underground labyrinth, Myoa Miles has planned out how the events will unfold. He has been brainstorming a lot of ideas after my visit, so he's quite confident about it. After he finished speaking, he put on a proud smile.
Later on, we helped to check for any flaws in each other's plans.
We've also reflected on our own plans to see what else needs to be done in advance. With the addition of Myoa Miles-san into the equation, our little undertaking just got wings.
Rigido commented, smiling. Isn't that true?
Myoa Miles-kun is a very capable man after all. If our opening festival concludes successfully, I intend to hand over our finance department to him.
I mentioned the most important point to Rigido.
I told him that I intend to appoint Myoa Miles to be in charge of the financial department.
In addition, he will also be managing the commercial and advertising department. I hope he will do his part for this nation.
Rigido doesn't seem to have any qualms about this, promising that he will be selecting candidates to become Myoa Miles' subordinates.
Thanks to Vesta, the literacy rate here has increased across the board.
But even in spite of that, not everyone is capable of reading, writing and counting. Our country will continue to grow in the future, so talented individuals such as Myoa Miles are of great necessity. Rigido probably understands this as well and is not simply blindly tagging along with my proposal merely because I wished for it. That's why he himself also supports Myoa Miles' appointment as an official of our nation.
He's likely aware of the shortcoming of our countrymen when it comes to math. While it has nothing to do with our plan, festival, he still welcomes Myoa Miles' addition for that reason. I see, that's a great idea. No, I'm not that good yet.
But, Myoa Miles, will do my best to fulfill my duty. Myoa Miles responds humbly, but this man has always been ambitious. He joined the operation with intent from the start. If he makes the opening festival a success, Myoa Miles' dream of becoming an executive will surely come true. But, I will still need to show some results first, or else the others may not approve.
Indeed.
Although if Rimuru-sama gives the order, everyone will obey regardless.
I don't want to do that at all.
Honestly, I think that I've been interfering too much in this whole thing already.
That's right.
A non-citizen of our nation becoming an executive, this matter alone will have a very good publicity effect. But in order to achieve that, Myoa Miles-san has to make some outstanding achievement.
That's right.
Although I feel pretty bad asking so much from you, will you be willing to try to accomplish that, Miles-kun? Indeed, that's where the difficulties lie. With the only criteria being capability, gaining approval from the monsters becomes a trivial task. Diablo is a good example of this.
When he wanted to be my number 2 secretary, no one had any objections.
More accurately speaking, Xion objected, but that was more because Xion is an airhead. Diablo's strength is comparable to mine, that is an undoubted fact.
No one dares to complain about the actions of such a dangerous person.
That's why for my military officers, as long as I've acknowledged them, they can become an executive.
It's all fair game as long as they are strong enough. But the same cannot be said for civil officials.
They are supposed to be recruited through examinations, but sadly we have yet to develop to that stage. People with prior experience such as Vesta are obviously welcomed, but they will still need to show actual results. After all, even Vesta is still just a consultant, in other words, he is considered as a guest. I'm thinking it is about time to promote Vesta to an executive too, but Miles still needs to show some actual results. If possible, I hope to recruit them both as ministers into the national organizations that aim to update the structure of our kingdom. Almost as if he's trying to blow away our worries, Miles is wearing a very confident smile.
I don't dislike this mischievous-looking grin.
He, Rimuru-sama.
Please do not underestimate me.
I, Miles, promise that I will meet your expectations and complete the job successfully. Miles, you are a truly reliable man. Your experience as a black market boss doesn't seem to be for show. His thick-skinned attitude is really reassuring.
Miles-kun, of course I have faith in you. I'll be counting on you then. Although there may be failures along the way, I see that you still wish to boast about your future success.
That being said, if you dare to betray Rimuru-sama's expectations, my iron fists will not be generous with you. Hold on, Rigado-san?
You can't do that.
Shouldn't you be encouraging Miles-kun to work hard?
Please be assured, I won't leave any evidence. Geez, Rigado-san is so scary. I'll be counting on you then. I am really going to turn a blind eye to you.
Although this is what we said, both of us have evil grins on our faces. Rigado is no stranger to Miles, probably having long since accepted him.
This fact alone is very comforting.
At the end of the day, as long as everyone can accept Miles, any justification goes. And so we chatted amicably until the meeting concluded, with everyone leaving behind their closing thoughts.
Afterwards, we began the preparation for the opening festival.
As such, the preparation work is proceeding bit by bit.
Fast forward to tonight. How is this possible? How can this be?
This house is 1,000 times more comfortable than the upper-class inns found in the capital of Ingratia. Miles exclaimed the moment he moved into the new estate.
It seems that he is very satisfied with his new home, which pleases me as well.
There's tap water, a magic-powered stove, and a bathroom.
There's even a toilet here.
It's like every single facility from all the classy inns is present here. Miles is astounded after hearing the elated reports from his subordinates.
Why, young master?
Rimuru-sama? Is it really okay to be so extravagant? There's no use asking me this, as this is the standard issue facility of this nation. But, since Miles' subordinates are staying at his place as well, his estate is a lot more luxurious than the average citizen's indeed. I asked people to build a house with the same standards with references to the estate Miles resided in Brumand Kingdom. There are around 10 rooms in total and some of them come with mini kitchens and toilets. There's also a large bathroom, bathhouse, and canteen for communal use. Structurally it should accommodate a large number of residents.
Is there such a need? It is a lot cheaper than preparing a home for everyone after all.
Those who want to own their own house should start saving up right now to buy one in the future. I can't manage to prepare a home for everyone, so I've used the house exclusive to the executives instead.
It's great to see that everyone is satisfied. I'll be covering the expenses, of course.
I did this in consideration of the fact that Miles-kun has assisted me in making profits, so surely we will continue to collaborate in the future as well.
With this in mind, I'll just consider this a necessary expense.
Compared to the potential profits, the cost of covering his housing is quite insignificant. I see. In this kingdom, is this the standard issue? Then, do the cheap inns in the southwest area also have this standard?
They do.
Although not every room has a bathroom, they are built with toilets. After all, there are large, cheap bathhouses nearby.
Some inns even have free-to-use bathhouses. I see.
I recall during the discussion at the start of all this, didn't you mention that you intend to make this city a spa resort? Now I finally understand, not only are these amenities exclusive to the wealthy, but even the inn service for commoners has reached this level.
It's no wonder why the adventurers keep coming back.
Isn't this living environment too comfortable?
That's not just comfortable, compared to the entire Western continent, the lodging here is the pinnacle of luxury.
Now with a stable income from adventurers, this country surely will prosper as time goes on. Dash. I get it now, so that's what this is about, Rimuru-sama. Huh, what do you mean? Mayo Miles shouts excitedly, completely ignoring me who seems to be out of the loop with the whole ordeal.
That's why you are building the underground labyrinth.
As expected of Rimuru-sama, I am completely vanquished against your peerless intellect. Oh ho, yeah that's right.
What are you on about?
Adventurers will come to hunt the monsters that spawn in the labyrinth. I originally thought that you were doing this to give them relief after they've lost their jobs as the Jura Great Forest became safe.
Ah, how impressive, I've not expected you to think so far. Giving relief?
What now?
Hold on, the monsters in the Jura Great Forest did decrease, but the underground labyrinth is just intended to be a purely recreational facility.
That will work, that will definitely work.
Because of the declining number of monsters, adventurers who are already having trouble making a living will be out of the market.
As a result, there are probably people who will choose the underground labyrinth as an occupation. We can also sell equipment and healing potions as such.
We will not only be able to make this a health resort for tourism, but some may even start settling down in this nation. All the inns provide wonderful services, and there's also the tourist attraction of the Colosseum, in addition to meeting the demands for recreational and occupational needs.
I mean, is this the purpose of building the labyrinth? I do intend to buy up the items that the adventurers collect, but that is essentially somewhat similar to buying back the little trinkets you earn in a carnival game, but some of what Mayo Miles is saying is indeed worth considering. You've only just arrived today, yet you already have such a solid grasp on the situation, Mayo Miles-kun?
That is only natural.
I'm confident that my ability to sense business opportunities will not lose to you. I have truly been defeated, Mayo Miles-kun. Ha ha ha, surely you jest.
It is all thanks to young master that I am like this.
I'm not as confident in taking care of all this alone, that's why I wanted to have you handle the project. Oh, is that true?
I'm happy to help.
The plan to turn the underground labyrinth into a workplace for the adventurers, Mayo Miles joyfully accepts. He now has a huge workload on his shoulders, but man is he energetic.
How capable. I had never considered the possibility of having adventurers settled down here until Mayo Miles pointed it out.
While some people might think they can earn a profit through the labyrinth, most will just spend their money and leave. This recreational facility has somewhat of a gambling factor. I see, so the idea is to have the adventurers settle down and let them hunt the monsters in the labyrinth. Mayo Miles sure is astute, and he has an interesting way of looking at things. Unlike the animal inhabitants, having the adventurers stay here will not disturb the ecosystem of the forest. In fact, we do need their help to clear the labyrinth before the monsters start running rampant. It will also give us time to buy and prepare the necessary ingredients.
There is no issue with the replenishment of magicules with Veldora present.
In other words, the monsters will start to gradually fill in. This may turn out to be an amazing project.
Adventurers will earn some money first before spending it in the town. Not only would we be able to line our own pockets, but we will also be able to support the adventurers.
The bought-back materials can then be processed and exported to other countries. As for the magic ores, we may even export them directly. We might need some of the magic ores, so we don't really need to export them all at once.
Moreover, it may help that the Freedom Association will come to set up a branch in our nation.
When that time comes, to avoid cutthroat competition, we'll need to loosen our stranglehold to prevent boycott. If the Freedom Association would pay the adventurers, it will help us to acquire foreign goods.
We will then use that money to import things from abroad.
Right now our trade relations with the Beast Kingdom Uazarena are on hold, and with the vegetables and grains produced in our nation alone, we won't be able to feed the numerous adventures either. That's why we'll need to import things from other countries.
Even if that's not the case, it will still be fine as I plan to turn my kingdom into a trading powerhouse. We'll stick to the plan this time around, but I still have to figure out ways to transport more goods per run.
Given that is the case, I've formed a rough outline.
I've had a plan in mind to increase the width of the road. The roads were only half paved, with the other half still having exposed dirt. I plan to fit train tracks on the unfinished half, so we can run cargo trains on them. The only thing left now is the promotional work.
I was lost in my own visions of grandeur when Myoa Miles's words brought me back to my senses. Oh yeah, there's no use in rushing things now.
Putting aside the train tracks, simply developing trains will already take some time.
However, we first need to commence the opening festival successfully to leave a good impression on the other nations. This isn't enough to be called a promotion, but I've sent invitations to several heads of nations. Some reporters from varying countries have also agreed to help, so I figure that we will get plenty of guests. As expected of Rimuru-sama.
If we are arranging the transportation of the royalties and nobles, we should do that before the snow melts, which is now. It seems that I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Then, let me get in touch with some other renowned merchants to inform them about the festival being held in this nation.
Can I trouble you to do that?
Just count on me.
I've actually already made some preparations. I wanted to check out the condition of this nation first before confirming whether I should do so or not.
Myoa Miles cracks a smile as he replies.
I knew I could count on him.
Ah, Myoa Miles-kun is too amazing.
Your shrewdness always impresses me. You're flattering me.
It is Rimuru-sama who deserves these praises.
Compared to how much of a visionary you are, my skills are nothing.
We exchange looks, smiling. No, Myoa Miles-kun's cunning mind is the actual thing that none can rival.
As I thought that.
Rimuru-sama, this plan will not fail. With all these amazing conditions in our favor, success is all but guaranteed. Myoa Miles proclaims with a serious expression. Overconfidence is a common fatal flaw, but hearing it from him makes me feel reassured. Myoa Miles seems to have also been attracted by the food, environment and comfort of this town.
That's the reason why he reacted that way. It's like foreshadowing the success of our plan.
I stood up and extended my hand towards Myoa Miles.
I'll be counting on you, Myoa Miles-kun. Leave it to me.
Myoa Miles reaches out and clasps both of my hands, giving me his solemn oath.
While secretly praising him, I have faith that the plan will be a success.
That night, I was invited to dine at Myoa Miles's estate. After the meal, Myoa Miles and I enjoyed a bit of leisure time while drinking red tea. It was then that Myoa Miles gave his men the order to bring some people in. The ones who arrived are Beeth and Gobuemon. Considering Gobuemon's personality, he should still be carrying out his bodyguard duty while keeping Myoa Miles in the dark.
So why did he come here?
Does it mean that he is reporting directly to Myoa Miles now? Disregarding that, a more pressing issue has become apparent. Rimuru-sama, speaking of this Gobuemon Dono here, he seems to be a bodyguard you sent. I was going to play dumb, but it seems that Myoa Miles has already figured out my little scheme involving Gobuemon. That's true, but let's put that aside for now. Gobuemon, what happened to your arm? Since the cat's out of the bag, I decided to instead focus on what actually concerned me. It is about Gobuemon's right arm, all of it below the elbow is gone. Maru Summer. Truly.
Truly sorry.
It was all my fault for being reckless and getting discovered by Myoa Miles.
This lost arm is the punishment for my foolishness.
As he finished, Gobuemon got on his knees to beg for forgiveness. I was at a complete loss until Myoa Miles came forth to help mediate. Don't get so emotional, Gobuemon Dono.
Please get up and have a cup of tea to calm down.
Myoa Miles had Gobuemon sit on a chair and had his men serve the prepared tea. After Gobuemon regained his composure, he began to elaborate. According to Myoa Miles, he seemed to have been assaulted several times after our meeting. Myoa Miles is no fool, so he gave orders to his own bodyguards such as Beeth to remain alert. But in the face of several crises, they were only able to avoid them with the help of a secret guardian, Gobuemon of course, who intervened. The ambushes were more frequent than I imagined, so they were able to deduce that someone had been secretly protecting them. From there, they were able to figure out that the only one who could be responsible was me, which is why Myoa Miles pretended that he hadn't discovered Gobuemon.
But he didn't expect a key event that took place later on. In an act of vengeance, Viscount Kazakh decided to resort to outrageous violence.
I found someone to inherit the store in that nation, Brumond, and came here straight away.
I was thinking that we would be safe once we got on the road, where the attackers wouldn't be able to strike as easily. We thus lowered our guards, but I didn't expect.
The roads are overseen by patrols and there are many other merchants as well as adventurers around. To avoid accumulating snow, the street is also cleaned every day, letting people travel on it even during winter days. There shouldn't be an assault incident on such crowded streets, and even if there were one, the patrols would hurry over. Myoa Miles was very aware of that after traveling on the road several times before.
For this reason, he lowered his guard, and as a result he was taken by surprise. He was ambushed at the corner of a street in a certain town. Village?
Was it the one Beeth tried to con? Was it the village where Beeth and I first met each other?
Right.
That was the village Maru Summer and I first met.
About Beeth.
He is now Myoa Miles's bodyguard, but during our first encounter, he was still a conman committing frauds. It's probably not appropriate right now to bring these things up from the past, so I'll just brush it off. Beeth came to our side while helping to steady Gobuemon. He then stood directly behind Myoa Miles to eavesdrop on our conversation. After listening to our conversation, Beeth realized he had something to add. It was reported that a black carriage carrying a swarm of aggressive, rank B monsters appeared out of nowhere. Beeth, who was originally rank C, and his companions were no match for those monsters. Each of them was prepared to make his last stand.
With that being said, they still tried their best to assist the villagers in taking shelter and buying time. It was then that Gobuemon showed up.
It was then that brother, Aniki, Gobuemon saved us.
That's right, not just me, everyone back at the scene is grateful towards Gobuemon-san.
Beeth and Myoa Miles commented, but Gobuemon still looks dejected. But, it's still an undeniable fact that I failed.
There's no way that Gobuemon would have lost to those monsters. He took care of them in an instant.
He was going to pursue the culprit afterwards, but it was then that a wild rank B+ basilisk appeared. Gobuemon's right arm was caught in the spray of the petrifying gas. He was forced to immediately perform an amputation at the elbow.
The black carriage escaped during that interval.
So the failure you were referring to was that you let the culprit flee? That's part of it, the other being that Myoa Miles discovered me. So that's the failure you were talking about?
It's really no big deal if you were discovered really. The bodyguarding was your main task. By the way, you should hurry and heal up your arm.
As I finish, I took out the healing potion from stomach with the intention of giving it to Gobuemon.
Yet he bit his lips, unwilling to accept it. No, it was all because of my immaturity that I was injured.
I wasn't able to defeat the basilisk on my own. It was with the help of Beeth and the rest that it was defeated.
It was too embarrassing.
And even though leaving me with one hand is inconvenient, it will regenerate over time anyway. Gobuemon is very stubborn, Or rather he is very prideful and relies too much on his own strength. Gobueman, do you think that it was shameful to ask for help from Beeth and the others? I guess. It was my mission to be their bodyguard, yet I put the people I was guarding in crisis. Hold on, Gobueman.
You've got the wrong idea.
Did I get the wrong idea? Yes.
You've gone too far playing the Lone Ranger. That is where you and Gobta are different.
The difference between Gobueman and Gobta is as simple as that one sentence suggests, the ability each person has to cooperate alongside their subordinates well.
Gobta won't take on all the duties by himself. Even when against powerful monsters, he will order his subordinates to have everyone fight together.
During simpler missions, it will appear that he is skipping duty and not doing much at all, and honestly, he really does slack off a lot, doesn't he? Yet considering the growth of his subordinates, Benimaru thinks that the way Gobta commands his men is superior. If it were Gobueman encountering a powerful monster, he would probably attack alone to get all of the spotlight, most likely because he is confident in his strength. Although Gobueman has his reason for doing that, taking action alone won't help his men grow.
Moreover, if Gobueman were defeated, it would probably be impossible to retreat relying on his subordinates alone. It may even lead to their total demise. It is for this reason that Benimaru favors Gobta's style. And that's also why I hope that Gobueman would learn to trust his companions more. Myo Miles is a man who excels at leadership. I hoped wholeheartedly that Gobueman would see him as a role model.
That's why you should learn the importance of teamwork. With that being said, this is not me forcing you to do something with your companions, but to reserve your strength at times and only strike during times of crisis.
You are strong, everyone would agree to that.
But, strength alone is not enough for me to hand an entire army to you. Gobueman seems frustrated after hearing my explanation. I tossed the healing potion at him as I saw this. Gobueman's right arm started to regenerate immediately. Gobueman, you should stay in Myo Miles's care for now.
Whether you decide to train Beeth and his men over there or just chill around, either is fine.
In this town, Myo Miles doesn't need a bodyguard, so you should face your inner demons first.
Why, Your Highness?
At the end of the day, you will amount to nothing by fighting alone.
You must have also learnt that from your failures this time. When you put your mind to it, I'm sure that you will know what to do next.
As I say that, I smiled towards Gobueman.
I then draw out the tachi on my belt and hand it over to him. His eyes are wide open, yet he can't believe what he is seeing. My gift for you. But
my mission. Didn't you bring Myo Miles-kun here safely? Moreover, I hope that you will improve yourself in the future. So consider this sword to be a mirror that casts light over your heart so you can reflect on yourself every night. If Gobueman can let go of his ego and arrogance, he will definitely grow to become more reliable.
I understand.
I, Gobueman, will definitely live up to Your Highness Raimuru's expectations.
Gobueman's eyes burn with passion.
He is already very ambitious and will quickly grow after setting goals.
I'm confident that he won't disappoint me. Then,
Myo Miles-kun, is it okay that I entrust Gobueman to you? Ha, no problem at all.
I was going to ask the favor from you anyway.
All right, Beeth, now Raimuru-sama has given the green light as you had wished. Gobueman Donna will be training you guys. Myo Miles agrees as well, although it was after the decision was made. It seems that Beeth and his men are all very welcoming of Gobueman. And just like that, Gobueman has now become a guest in Myo Miles's care and is free to act on his own will from now on. After leaving Myo Miles's estate, I lifted my head to gaze at the night sky. The constellations of the winter season shine brightly above, their locations seem different from what they were on Earth. I'm still somewhat wary of the incident with the ambusher. Was the culprit really Viscount Kazakh? He is merely a noble of the rank of Viscount, so is it even possible that he has enough status and power to prepare several monsters for an ambush?
Moreover, while it's one thing to control rank B monsters, controlling a rank B+ monster is a completely different matter.
Only extremely wealthy people from large nations contain these monsters. Wait. Hold on. Can you even purchase a rank B+ monster with money? Answer.
Previously rank A summoner Zeges was able to summon a rank B+ lesser demon. It would not be unthinkable that someone has domesticated a basilisk.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be that hard with summon magic.
It would certainly be a lot faster than using carriage to transport monsters. But under these circumstances, there's the barrier Shuna set up to interfere with magic, which the roads just so happen to be lacking. I should order people to tighten security, I muttered as I left the scene.
The citizens of Tempest quickly welcomed Myo Miles with open arms. I've already mentioned him to the executives, and Rigida will be responsible for informing the rest.
With that being said, however, the progress has been surprisingly smooth.
Myo Miles handled his work flawlessly.
He has already become familiar with the subordinates I gave him in a blink of an eye, appropriately delegating work to all of them regardless of race.
This also includes Myo Miles's original followers, which immediately created a brand new organization.
A competent man sure does things differently.
Even though he is tasked with so many different jobs, Myo Miles is still full of energy. Apart from running the new organization, he has also utilized his own network to send out invitations to some influential figures. For instance, powerful nobles from landlocked countries and affluent merchants from all the large cities.
There are also powerful figures from the capital of Ingratia, etc. It seems that the nation-founding festival that we plan to hold after the snow melts is going to be larger in scale than we imagined.
And of course, we haven't been idling on these projects. We've been rehearsing for the plays that will be screened at the Opera House, establishing the rules and procedures of the martial tournament, discussing the entry fee for the underground labyrinth, and calculating the prices of all sorts of goods found in the labyrinth.
Moreover, we're also keeping tabs on the importation of marketable goods, as well as how we're going to sell them.
This doesn't seem like a first-time operation at all with how smoothly Myo Miles is handling it.
I had also introduced him to Veldora.
Regarding the matter of opening up the teppanyaki shop, Myo Miles was also willing to act as his consultant.
I made the right choice.
Among all the ideas that I came up with, it would seem that the appointment of Myo Miles has been my best decision yet. Without his help, these plans would most likely have ended in failure. Just us alone would not have been sufficient to properly handle it.
To have met him under some miraculous twist of fate, how lucky of me. I admire Myo Miles at work with delight. Time passes fast. The whole town is teeming with an atmosphere of festivity, full of enthusiasm and energy.
The construction plan of the Colosseum is proceeding without a hitch as well, in part due to Gobq's leadership skills. In addition, the youngest of the three dwarf brothers, Merd, has returned from his vacation to help modify my blueprints. Thanks to his talent and input, the Colosseum has become a gorgeous building of great artistic value.
As expected from a true artist, I am truly impressed.
I personally was never really gifted in the art department, so he was a huge help.
The end product will definitely be enough to even satisfy royalty.
Regarding the additional parts Merd added, we'll have it all done by the time the martial tournament starts.
Moreover, Myo Miles's subordinates are attempting to set up stores using the hard-working citizens as their practice customers. That's going smoothly as well, and business seems finer than ever. Things should be fine then. Both me and Myo Miles are relieved.
The underground labyrinth is handed over to Ramirez and Veldora.
While I want to work on that too, I frankly don't have the time.
To celebrate my inauguration, or just to check out who I really am, the representatives of the tribes in the Jura Great Forest began to gradually gather at this town. Their goal is to pledge loyalty to the Demon Lord and stand under my protection. However, if they discover that the Demon Lord doesn't really have any real power, they would immediately bare their fangs and rebel. Staying by the side of a Demon Lord without power will not only do them no good, but it may even lead to their quick demise. As such, it is only natural to take the necessary actions to avoid such a reality. Until now, Jura Great Forest has always been under the protection of a Veldora.
This inviolable domain has now come to be ruled by a new Demon Lord.
Moreover, this Demon Lord has just come to power, so it is still a mystery as to what central ideology he upholds. This is the reason why the representatives of the tribes feel unease.
And that's how things are as of now.
Today, I am dressed in formal attire and put on an altar to be worshipped.
I'm in my slime form, treated no different than a decorative ornament. It feels like I've become Kagami Mochi offered on an altar. Can't we just put my clone on it?
I tried to suggest this and everyone shot me down with a smile. Times like these are when the executives are especially united.
They've probably made the decision behind my back using telepathy net.
I was helplessly toyed by them, and as a result I've been so weighed down with decorations that I'm basically immobile. They've even specially prepared clothes, for slimes, on this day, to which all I can do is feel dumbfounded. Not only that, but they've also prepared several different types of outfits for each day. In the worst case scenario, they would be changing my outfit every morning, noon and night. I really hope that they will show some restraints, but these people claim that it is vital to make me look majestic. In other words, they are basically saying that the natural me, in slime form, has no majesty at all.
Right, never mind then.
As for the people attending the reception ceremony, everyone will be dressed like guards of honor.
They will all be fully armed, and unlike when they wear their normal clothes, their current attire holds an air of prestige.
Under this solemn atmosphere, Rigido and Riga, who are dressed in formal attire, are receiving the guests. They told me that all I need to do is remain silent and gaze down at the envoys. Since the magic of my appearance will be broken once I speak, this suggestion is most appreciated. Minimaru and Shuna flank my left and right sides respectively. Behind me, Shion, Sue, and Gable stand in lines. Ranga is lurking in my shadow as always.
On the right lane are the 100 members of the Goblin Riders led by Gobta.
On the left lane are the 100 high-ranked members of the Kurenai led by Gobua.
The remaining 200 lower-ranked members are responsible for maintaining the security of the street.
They are more fierce than the average security force, so even when encountering suspicious individuals, they should be able to handle it themselves. And in the town, Shion's Yomageri are patrolling undercover in disguise.
Even if someone starts a commotion there, they can respond to it before the situation spirals out of control.
On another note, Diablo and Hakuru have still yet to return from Farmus. According to the ones that have returned first, namely Gobta, Ranga, Gable, the two will be finishing their work at hand before the opening festival.
They seem to express regret at the fact that they won't have a chance to see me in my majestic outfit.
But they do have things to deal with on their side too, since Yomu is soon going to be crowned. Once that happens, the kingdom name of Farmus will also disappear, and in its place a new kingdom will be born. That's why they seem to be preoccupied with preparation work, so their inability to return is reasonable. Even Diablo has been so busy that he's rarely shown up lately. As for Hakuru, since he doesn't have the skill dimensional transportation, I haven't been able to see him for a while either.
When the two return, I shall make sure to reward them properly. I'm not the only one who has been working hard.
Although my current state is extremely embarrassing, I'll have to endure it.
I got the feeling that I should finish this reception ceremony as soon as possible. The most interesting thing honestly has been the reaction of the different tribes.
While I serve the role as a very competent decorative object with nothing else to do, I focused on observing the monsters coming to greet me. There are 3 types of reactions they are giving:
reverence, observation and fear.
In addition, among the people who are observing me, some even seem to look down on us.
It is an attitude often displayed by the newcomers from the opposite side of the Emeld River. It's not that big of a deal, and as long as I can show my strength, they will surely submit on the spot. The problem lies with those who are afraid.
Right before me are people from a certain weak tribe whose expressions are filled with fear, the Rabbitman tribe. They are cute-looking demi-humans whose appearances closely resemble that of a human's, with the exception of their elongated, rabbit-like ears. Unlike the beastmen, the Rabbitmen are an inferior species that can't use transformation. Their strength is no different from that of an average human, and judging from their equipment, they may even be considered weaker.
But they've still somehow managed to survive in the Jura Great Forest.
It seems that their danger perception has been greatly enhanced, which is probably the reason why they weren't fooled by my appearance.
Dealing with people who fear me is quite difficult. Some are even panicking.
The priority here should be to calm them down first.
Tea today. An honor to be invited. It seems that they're so nervous as to be unable to speak properly. It's fine.
I permit you to meet with our ruler, the great demon lord Rimuru-sama.
Please raise your head.
Rigido spoke up, yet the Rabbitman representative remains unresponsive.
Actually, he doesn't seem to be moving at all.
Even with my cute slime appearance, he still doesn't dare to raise his head to look at me.
May.
But I guess it's true that he can't make eye contact with me anyways since I don't have any in the first place. Maybe I'm stretching the topic. I don't intend to rule over others with fear, so I hope this misunderstanding can be resolved. However, to these people, this demon lord looks pretty weak is probably setting off every single one of their danger alarms. So this is the so-called fear due to Gap Mo. Simply getting them to agree to cooperate with us on maintaining their domain and sharing their culture took quite a lot of effort. While this cooperation might be a little forced, I hope that in the future they will come to trust us. When the Federation was first formed, we had to deal with something similar with the Halfling and Kobold, Doghead race, tribes.
When I allowed the Kobold tribe to travel and do business with us, they began trusting us.
Nowadays, their representative Kobe has become a steadfast comrade, and we often exchange profitable trade information. Whether it's this Rabbitman tribe or other weaker tribes, I will declare that all are equal under my rule. I don't want to imitate other demon lords and their philosophy of might makes right.
I'll have to repeatedly bring up this point to hammer it in. It will be difficult to gain their trust immediately, but that will be a task for the future.
It seems that I've gotten lost in my thoughts while staring at their rabbit ears.
The Rabbitmen right now are all groveling on their knees with their heads bowed. There's no need to be afraid.
Rimuru-sama is a man of leniency.
He has said that all is equal for those who are willing to pledge their loyalty. You can greet him with ease of mind.
After Rigido said that, the representative is finally willing to lift up his face. He seems quite young and has a handsome appearance, but dark circles hang under his eyes.
Is it because he is working too hard, or is it because he is too nervous? Great Demon Lord Rimuru-sama, please grant us Rabbitmen the permission to pledge our loyalty to you. I nod with a hum as he finishes.
My reaction seemed to have eased their tension a bit. The young man's shoulders visibly sagged in relief.
I've told you just now, there's no need to be so nervous. Why yes sir.
I brought my daughter here too, but she was too excited when she reached the town, and by the time I realized it I'd already lost track of her. Gained item, spoiler-free ticket to read Momono no Kuni no Arukakata, just kidding, keep reading the lane, no, don't leave, please. Ha ha ha, our town right now is alive and brimming with an atmosphere of festivity. She's a young lady after all, so her curiosity is only natural.
This is too embarrassing.
My daughter is always giving me a headache as she would run off to different places as soon as I stopped paying attention. I was afraid that she would be an eyesore to Your Highness Rimuru, so I wanted to keep her at the village, but she kept begging me to bring her along.
The tribe chief, who is also the representative, must be very concerned about the disappearance of his daughter.
Although she won't run into any trouble in this town, he still seems to be very worried. I feel somewhat reassured to learn that I was not the source of his fear. I don't want any weak tribes to be fearful of me anymore.
By the way, a Rabbitman lady.
Bishoujo, beautiful girl, with rabbit ears.
I've got to meet her sometime.
While contemplating about the issue, I accidentally let out some of my genuine thoughts. Since she is so naturally curious, wouldn't she also be able to adapt to times of turbulence and change as well?
She seems to show promise in growing to be a reliable successor.
Due to the fact that I personally spoke to him, the Rabbitman representative looks deeply moved.
Thank you for your gracious kindness.
If such a chance emerges next time, allow me to introduce my daughter Flamare to you. The chief bows his head, which seems to indicate that the awkward situation has been resolved. Afterwards, Rigido went through some rough explanations on how things would work before the Rabbitman tribe come to officially pledge allegiance to me. The chief bows to me several times before he and his men departed off into the distance.
By the looks of it, he will also inform the other tribes that I am no fearsome demon lord.
After being guided out, the next batch of visitors arrive. I turn to face the monsters who are kneeling before me, requesting a meeting. Among them is a familiar face, Gable's father, Lizardman tribe leader Abil. Rather than feeling nostalgic, I get the feeling that he's a completely different person. Abil now looks like a warrior in the prime of his youth with a face full of energy.
By the looks of it, due to me naming him, Abil evolved. He has now evolved to a dragonute that more closely resembles a human in appearance, but speaking of which, Gable's appearance never experienced such a drastic change. His sister Soka evolved to obtain a human form too, so I think it may have to do with human will.
Long time no see, Rimuru Summer. It is an occasion truly worth celebrating now that you've become a demon lord. No, we also.
Abil's body tenses up due to nervousness. This must be the feeling that comes from deep reverence.
Just as Gable had mentioned before, demon lords are fearsome existences to both men and monsters. However, despite knowing my personality, he's still reacting this way.
That's why I decided to say something to break the ice. Long time no see, Chief. You don't have to be so tense.
We are all good pals within the Federation after all, so I look forward to your guidance in the future as well. Benimaru gives off a dry smile while Shuna lets out an exasperated sigh. However, I don't really mind.
No, that can't be right.
Right now Rimuru Summer has become a demon lord, so things are totally different. As long as you are our leader, you are in effect the dominator of the Jura Great Forest.
Abil is still the same as always, so serious all the time. But that's also why he's so likable. It's all right. There's no other tribe present here, so you don't have to be so stiff. Chief, your son Gable has been working hard under me.
He's now an official and plays an integral part in our community. I decide to bring up Gable's name so Abil won't feel the need to be so tense. I also emphasize on the parent-child relationship between Abil and Gable, hinting that it's time for him to make amends with Gable. Geez, seriously. I've been defeated, Rimuru Summer. Gable, that kid.
Has my son been of service to you? He really is my hopeless, silly son. Abil nods with gratitude, seemingly sensing my intention.
On the surface, Gable and Abil have cut ties with each other. Since Abil thinks he shouldn't publicly display concern about Gable's well-being, he didn't bring that topic up.
However, once I started it, he no longer felt reservations and continued the conversation.
It seems like he's finally eased into it, once again displaying his heroic characteristics.
Not at all.
He is now working very hard and is in charge of the entire research department. Ain't that right, Gable? Huh?
Yeah.
During my conversation with Abil, Gable has been frozen up on the side this entire time without saying a word.
He seems embarrassed to the point where even his ears are blushing red.
His voice even jumped up a pitch after I called him out.
This silly boy.
While ignoring the panicked Gable, I let a little bit of my demon lord haki leak out. This act alone turned the atmosphere solemn. Leader of the Lizardman tribe, Abil, I hope you will assist me, the demon lord, as a member of the Federation.
Understood.
I swear by my name that I shall pledge my eternal loyalty to Rimuru Summer. Abil got down onto his knees and bowed, declaring his loyalty with conviction.
The way he made his declaration was quite warrior-like, resulting in a glorious display.
I nodded towards him as my gaze fell onto Gable, who is still in a state of panic. Gable sure is slow.
Apparently he didn't understand what my glance meant.
But slimes don't even have eyes, though that is probably not the reason. Rigido, who can no longer bear to watch, made a move as he whispered to Gable. Rimuru Summer hopes that you and your father can have a good chat together to close the gap between you two. If you don't take this chance right now to mend your relationship, opportunities are going to be hard to come by in the future.
Moreover, Abil Dono will be put in a difficult spot if he has severed ties with an executive.
Rigido knows his stuff, all right. Unlike Gable, he has completely understood the meaning behind my words. After Rigido pointed this out, Gable seemed to have finally understood the situation.
He hurriedly bows and accompanies Abil in leaving our location.
Next in line are the chiefs of each High Orc clan who came to greet me with several subordinates. They must have put a lot of faith in us, seeing that they didn't even bring any guards.
The subordinates are their children. The improvement in the food shortage situation is only natural, and even their lives as a whole have been improved. The most important thing, for them, is the birth of new children.
Rumor has it that the fact that the newborns were also High Orcs, upon birth, gave them a pleasant surprise, which is why they decided to report this to me in person.
Isn't it normal for the High Orcs to have High Orc children?
I thought so too, but it turns out to not be the case. Under normal circumstances, the High Orcs will only give birth to regular Orc children. The mutation is only limited to one generation. Due to the declining birth rate, they must be putting more effort into raising their young. I hope that this is indeed the case, as more children will lead to more future labor for our nation.
Children are precious. Even in a different world, with a different race, this is still the unwavering truth.
I was somewhat worried about the name inheritance, but it sounds like things went surprisingly well. Even though the names I gave them are randomly made up, and they have now gotten a bit complex.
But they seem to think that those types of names are quite common. Wonderful, wonderful. While I believe that this is the case, it may just be that they've gotten used to their names.
After being addressed by these names all the time, it naturally became the norm.
They've never had a problem with being unnamed in the past, so it seems like I was worrying too much.
I heave a sigh of relief and ended the reception ceremony with the High Orcs.
Finally, the last group of people for today.
Apart from the Lizard Man and High Orcs, there's one last major faction of the Jura Great Forest left. The Treants have also come to greet me. With that being said, however, the only people who are actually here are Thraney Sand's two sisters, the Dryad Tria and Doris.
But since the Trent are immobile, this can't really be helped. Moreover, the Dryads are the representatives of tree people anyways, so it doesn't really matter that they aren't here.
Speaking of the tribe of the Trent, I often visit the place since Zejan and Apito guard the tribe.
Not only do they guard the tribe, but they also deliver high-quality honey to me.
It's probably due to these reasons that the reception atmosphere is pretty relaxed. It's been a while, Rai Sama.
We've come to congratulate you on your inauguration as Demon Lord. Please continue to protect us in the future. The two aren't holding back either as they greet me, with all smiles. This is good for me as well.
We began to chat about our recent conditions, and so far there don't seem to be any major problems at hand. If anything, the magicule density in the Jura Great Forest has gotten thinner, and as a result, movement has become somewhat more inconvenient.
It's as if the two are made from the same mold that birthed Thraney San.
They give off the usual aura of an abundance of powerful mana.
But the reduction of magicule concentration does still have an effect on them. In fact, the body of this Doris in front of me has become more transparent. I see. That part is my miscalculation.
It's probably because of the barrier applied on the roads.
I gotta figure out a solution. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
It's just that our sisters are affected because we utilize magic body, made by magicule that are susceptible to environmental changes. Speaking of which, Rai Sama.
We have some urgent matters. They claim that the reduction in magicule concentration is nothing significant.
Monsters being affected by the thinning of magicule density is very rare, but the Dryads, who feed off magicules, mainly have their lives tied to the Treants. Since they are the last group of people I plan to meet for the day, I decided on a change of venue to continue our discussion. I arranged another place to meet them that evening. It's night time, and as soon as I enter the room,
the thing that we really wanted to discuss was, we want to follow Nei San's footsteps, to serve the beautiful fairy queen. The two spoke at the same time. At this point, what's more on my mind is the title Fairy Queen. That's quite the dramatic name that doesn't suit that chibi at all. Also, the term beautiful is just Ramirez's innocent smile crosses my mind. No way, there's no such thing.
My impression of her, compared to those two, couldn't be more different, that I am absolutely certain of. If Ramirez is considered beautiful, then my appearance that resembles Shizu-san can only be described as godly. Even though I've begun to get used to looking at it lately, I still occasionally get mesmerized when I look at myself. Not only me, but Benimaru and Shion by my side also share the same sentiments.
However, Trier and Doris don't seem to care at all. It isn't just our hope, it's what all the Treants desire as well. We heard that this town, Ramirez Summer, has moved and settled here.
If that's the case, we hope to contribute our fair share of effort in serving Her Highness. The two talk in turns, either about following my leadership or about serving Ramirez.
How can I take these people as subordinates when they're shouting about pledging loyalty to someone else?
Seriously. Well, I guess since their sister Thraney-san is already serving Ramirez, I don't really have any reason to object. Then, would you guys want to ask her directly in person? Can we really?
The two reacted quite enthusiastically.
As such, we walk together to where Ramirez is. Beretta is working quietly on something while Thraney-san is busy tending to Ramirez. Beretta seems to be buried in a mountain of work.
I think to myself, while on the other hand, Ramirez Summer is indeed beautiful. She is beautiful and noble as always. There is indeed no other who can be our master.
They were just like this before, and as soon as they saw Ramirez, Trier and Doris went full fangirl and began to cry out of excitement.
Thraney-san sees this and nods in acknowledgement. Who are these people talking about? I'm completely baffled. Especially the part about noble quality. Because no matter how you put it, Ramirez seems to be quite lacking in that regard.
Did you hear that? Hey.
I'm talking to you, you know. Didn't you hear what they just said? Are you going to see me in a different light now?
I see that Ramirez is once being cocky and acting boastful.
How troublesome.
She's even flying around me looking all delighted, almost as if saying, how about that? Never mind, I don't want to deal with her anyways.
It is indeed something to be happy about when you get praised. But she's seriously taking it way too far.
How do you see it, Ramirez? Not only these two, but the entire tribe of Treants wishes to serve you.
But...
She seems to be aware that she is a guest who's just temporarily staying here as she looks around, indecisive.
That's why I decided to lend her a hand.
How about moving them into your labyrinth? Since you could move the shelter of the beastmen with ease, surely it'll be a piece of cake to move the Trent tribe, right?
Or perhaps it's too hard due to the distance involved?
But I recall that she mentioned something about the labyrinth being connected to all parts of the world. Can I? Then we'll have them move in tomorrow. With the power of my mentor, expansion of the labyrinth is super easy.
I feel like my power has increased as well.
There are still empty floors right now, so perhaps it'll be a great idea to turn one of them into a forest. Ramirez accepts my proposal with joy all over her face.
With the power of her mentor, that line kind of concerns me, but whatever, that'll do.
But, we are residents of the Jura Great Forest, so shouldn't we follow Ramirez Summer? Although, I still have some reservations about it. Even Thraney-san seems to be concerned, though her facial expression says otherwise. I can tell that she wants to live with her sisters as well. I've stated this several times, I personally don't object.
In fact, the interior of the labyrinth is the domain of Ramirez.
The region managed by me and the residents of Ramirez coexist at the same time. This is the so-called special zone. It is why the area run by Ramirez inside the labyrinth can enjoy extraterritorial judiciary. I explained the matter to them and told them that I won't hold them accountable for anything if they migrate now, since Ramirez's subordinates are immortal inside the labyrinth. Moreover, I think it is best for them to serve their original master, so I made the suggestion.
We Treants and Dryads hope to move here and seek the protection of Ramirez Summer.
We know that this is sudden, but will you grant us your permission? Trier and Doris request.
And without a doubt, I permit.
And just like that, the plan to move the Trent tribe into Ramiri's labyrinth has been approved.
They'll live on floor 95, which is currently serving as the shelter for the beastmen.
This dome-shaped floor is the largest of its kind, with a diameter spanning 5 kilometers, so there's plenty of space available. Another reason is that I was planning to make that level a resting zone anyway, and this just happens to help make things smoother. After all, we already have the so-called forest hot spring, so the resting area can't be too shabby either.
The issue concerning their migration is settled quickly.
Ramires went to where the treants lived and created a new labyrinth gate to directly move the entire tribe inside. Since the treants travel very slowly, she opened up a gate in front of every individual Trent in order to speed things along. And with that, Ramires got a bunch of new subordinates.
They even helped to stabilize the interior of the labyrinth as well.
Managing the magicule concentration and the air conditioning has also become easier.
Not only that, but the treants seem to also be content with their living conditions. The increased magicule concentration has made everyone more lively.
As for the beastmen who are temporarily residing there, they don't seem to care much about it either.
The treants are all very well-behaving people, spending most of their time sleeping.
In addition, they look no different from normal trees, so there's no wonder why no one minds. The beastmen will have to return to Eurazania someday, so sharing their residence won't really bother them. With a more comfortable living environment, they may actually come to welcome the treants instead.
The Dryads also agreed to work on managing the labyrinth.
Well, I should say that they're more like volunteers instead of workers. We after all have the honor to build an amusement park here, so it is an easy task. Since Thraini-san put it that way, her sisters and the rest of the Dryads have no objections.
Now we got some unexpected assistance. ... And so, a small forest has been added inside the labyrinth. Level 95 is a multiple of 5, so it is a safe zone.
Plus, we still have some empty floors left, so we can turn level 91 to 94 into warehouses, flower beds or processing factories. To be more specific, level 91 will be warehouse for iron ore, level 92 will be the manufacturing factory that refines the ore to magisteel, level 93 will be the flower beds, and level 94 will be the honey processing plant. Anyone from level 95 can directly reach these floors with ease due to convenient transportation. There is a save point at the center area which is set with gates that lead to different floors as well as stairs to go to lower levels. It is thanks to the fact that the labyrinth completely negates physical laws that we get such a convenient structure. As soon as someone defeats the boss at level 90, the stairs to level 95 will immediately appear. We all agreed that there was no harm in letting the people that have made it to that point take a little shortcut if they so desired.
After which,
from floor 96 onwards is a grueling series of the most challenging, hellish levels.
Before attempting them, adventurers need to take a rest and inspect their equipment.
We didn't forget to set up gates and caution signs before the stairs leading to the lower levels. We've also opened inns, weapons, and gear stores surrounding the gate.
The inns have gates leading to all the safe zones.
Given that to be the case, it's very convenient in times like these. Now let's check out the stores selling weapons and gears. During their opening hours, the shops will only display the rare equipment exclusive to the labyrinth. I don't think we'll have too many customers, so they'll most likely become stores for the blacksmithing enthusiasts. Should I sneak one of my own work onto the shelf as well? While daydreaming about this, I decided to discuss the plan with Myoa Miles.
And that's how it is.
After the end of today's reception ceremony, I suddenly became the lil helper for Ramires and her men to migrate.
This floor will later become a city of forest.
Only people who have weathered through the trials of the underground labyrinth will be able to gain access here and take a rest to receive some motivation. In moving forward, this so-called city of labyrinth will become a prosperous city of fantasy.
With that being said, at the time, I've not foreseen that at all. The next day,
according to today's schedule, we seem to be starting off with stronger species. These are the most powerful bunch among the newcomers, therefore I can expect some more intense stares to be directed at me while being observed, as if on cue. There is already a commotion taking place outside.
Members of 2 different tribes, seem to have started a conflict with each other.
Shuna frowns unpleasantly at the sight while Shion widens her eyes, forcing herself to endure her anger. Geez, I hope things can be settled peacefully.
The people visiting are the Ox Head, Gozu, and Horseface, Mezu, tribes.
Both sides brought around 10 young warriors who are already engaging in a standoff. It is said that both tribes have been fighting battles against each other for over 100 years without ever reaching a point of reconciliation. The reason they are arguing this time is probably to determine who gets to go in first for the reception. Perhaps they think that whoever comes first will get the upper hand, but I am staying out of this mess no matter what. The day has barely started and I've already gotten a headache. With their relationship being this tense, I'm honestly worried about them kicking off a brawl any moment. They attempt to pull each other back as they move in front of me. Naturally, for the high-ranked tribe in the Jura Great Forest, their strength is reflected in their arrogance. The Majin with ox horns is the first to speak. Yo, Demon Lord Summer, we are the ones that will be of real use on the battlefield. With us Gozu tribe in your alliance, we can definitely stand tall in this forest.
If we eliminate those weaklings from the Mezu tribe, no other race in this forest can stand against us.
As expected from a race with impressive strength, not only is he not afraid of me, he even begins to brag. Actually, compared to the Ogre tribe and Lizardman tribe in the past, they, Gozu, do possess a higher magical content. Just giving them a more careful look will reveal that several of them are already at rank A. There's no wonder that they were able to continue a war for as long as 100 years. Based on combat capabilities alone, they may indeed be the strongest in Jura Great Forest. Before I can make any response, the Mezu Majin begins to shout angrily as well.
Humph, bunch of fools. If you are a demon lord, surely you have a grander vision.
So do not hesitate and collaborate with us Mezu tribe. Let us slaughter not only these Gozu, but any monster who dares to defy us. Both of them are spouting unreasonable nonsense and their type of explosive personality already has me frustrated. It seems that the rabbitmen who weren't fooled by my appearance turn out to be more distinguished.
But, hold on a second.
They are indeed irritating, but upon seeing these guys, an idea suddenly popped into my head. Honestly, whenever we think about a labyrinth, the first thing that comes to people's mind should be Minotaur. In Greek mythology, there was a famous ox-head labyrinth monster called the Minotaur. People thought that it was a legend or a fable passed on by generations, yet in the early 20th century, they actually dug up the Knossos Palace on the Crete island. The palace had a complex interior structure with its basement resembling a labyrinth. Anyway, putting aside whether the Minotaur actually existed or not, the palace was supposedly filled with various paintings depicting an ox. That's how the Minotaur became the iconic staple of any self-respecting underground labyrinth. It must be my lucky day, because the Gozu race, resembling the Minotaur from people's fantasies, is just the thing our labyrinth was lacking. Upon seeing the giant creature that is likely their leader, isn't he a good candidate for that?
I thought to myself. The weakest part of our underground labyrinth is the selection of bosses.
Right now we've only captured some rather impressive monsters and placed them at levels 10, 20 and 30. This guy, Gozu, would be most suited to defend levels 40 to 50, that's how I see it.
I would love to appoint him a boss on some floor. Such thoughts continue to pour out of my mind.
But, reality is often disappointing. These monsters don't seem to have much loyalty towards me.
At most they are thinking this guy could be a pretty good employer. Moreover, their intention of using me to eliminate their rival is obvious. They would be of so much use if they just behave themselves a little. Such are my honest opinions.
That's why I decide to activate some of my Demon Lord Haki. I hope that they will realize how strong I am and pledge their allegiance. These people completely missed out.
They continue to argue against each other right in front of me.
Although it would be quite rude, should I perhaps dull their spirits a bit so I can recruit them?
I was just about to put that thought into action. You punks, how dare you act so rude in front of our king? I, Rigado, shall show you all your places.
While flexing his muscles, Rigado moves forward. While he usually treats people kindly and actively attends to national affairs in town, I know that he has been secretly working out. In fact, He has already outperformed youngsters such as Gobta and Riga. He even volunteered himself for the fight against the Holy Knights. He clearly has an aggressive side. I'm confident that he could beat the leaders of these two tribes.
What did you just say? How can a mere civil official be so pompous?
You're just a lackey of some weakling demon lord, quit bluffing now.
The two leaders rebuke, the rest of the youngsters responding in a similar manner.
They've been underestimating me before as well, the only people to be so pompous are them. All I needed to do was release some of my demon lord haki before, and any monsters who encountered me until now has obeyed nicely. These people, however, are clearly itching for a fight and totally lack awareness of their situation. Rather than fearing me, it is better that you look down on me since it's easier to deal with that way.
But I might have to re-evaluate my policy now that they've crossed the line.
Surely they will settle down once we've ruffled them up a bit.
Rigido is looking at me, as I was about to grant him permission. What is that? This is.
Geez, there seems to be something troublesome.
Humph, it's probably nothing.
A shockingly imposing sensation is emitting from outside the town. The barrier constructed by Shuna has been shattered, followed by monsters with immense yuki, demonic aura, and large pools of magicule appearing. No, they are Majins. From the hostility they are giving off alone, it is evident that they've not come in peace. Even the Gozu and Mezu tribes, who didn't notice my demon lord haki, turn pale immediately after sensing this.
Such power.
Hold up now, Demon Lord Summer, could it be that the other demon lords have invaded? The Gozu and Mezu tribesmen start to shiver after they say so. Before this, Jura Great Forest has always been under the protection of the pact formed by the demon lords.
The reason they are so conceited is because they've never seen the world beyond here. They've been forced to re-evaluate their own abilities upon facing a real threat.
Although the romantic concept of a Minotaur boss is one of my top priorities, I've suddenly got bigger fish to fry. I immediately use transformation to turn into my human form and tell Benimaru and the rest let's go.
Yes, sir. Understood.
As I hear everyone's response, I head straight towards the direction of that powerful aura. Dot. 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 Upon arriving at the scene, there are around 10 members from the Kurenai surrounding the 3 men responsible. A couple of guards, gatekeepers and members of Yomageri are lying on the ground.
Ah, Gobje is there too. He seems to have done his best, but running straight at these intruders was just reckless. The people who weren't injured are assisting the townsfolk and guests to take shelter. They've received training on how to handle emergencies, so things are going smoothly without stirring up too much chaos.
The fact that anyone got hurt kind of pisses me off anyway.
I turn to the 3 culprits.
One of them is a slim and tall, polite-looking man who wears an ear ring. There's also a brawny man with bulky muscle who wears a nose ring.
And the last one has quite a large build.
He's a short and plump man who wears a mouth ring. Their hairstyles are all very bizarre and each of them a different color.
Like delinquents with dyed hair, that's a rather appropriate metaphor for the trio.
Who the hell are you people? Have you come to cause trouble knowing that this is Demon Lord Raimaru Summer's domain? Shion, who followed after me, demanded from them.
In response, the ear-ring guy steps forward with a smile. Get lost and out of my way. I've got no interest in scrubs.
I was planning to kill that claimant to take the Demon Lord's seat, but it looks like someone screwed that up for me and now I'm quite pissed about it. I don't do needless killing, but if anyone dares to get in my way, I won't be so nice no more. His attitude is rude and imposing, but given the sights of the people lying on the ground, none of their lives were taken. Considering the difference in magicule storage, not even a Yomageri would not survive if he really did intended to kill them.
His claim about not doing needless killing was apparently true.
It seems that I may have judged them too harshly based on appearance alone. They are not as wicked as I imagined.
But since they've come to stir up trouble, we will have to strike back.
Especially at times like this when we are hosting the Demon Lord inauguration. The opening festival is drawing nearer, many merchants from various nations are already visiting. Causing a commotion in these delicate times isn't something I'll punish lightly.
What a troublesome affair, but it cannot be helped. I shall take them on myself then.
Rimuru-sama, please hold on.
Leave this to me.
As I was about to act, Shion speaks up to stop me. Benimaru wanted to go first too, but after his eyes met with Shion's, they seemed to have decided the sequence of their showdown. Benimaru probably conceded because Shion's subordinates were beaten by them. Oh, are you Demon Lord Rimuru's entourage? My old man has told me about you. Aren't you the female Kijin that beat the shit out of that asshole Clayman?
How interesting. You'll get me warmed up.
Hold on, big bro, Aniki. The Demon Lord is all yours, so at least spare some of his entourages for us. That's right.
My tummy is hungry too, so even one is fine. It seems that the three are brothers. The eldest brother is the one wearing the earring, the other two are his younger brothers.
However, not only did their father tell them about me, they've even heard of the battle between Clayman and Shion. In other words, the father of these guys is either a demon lord or someone close to a demon lord. All three possess magicule to rival that of unawakened Clayman. It is likely that they are sons of a demon lord.
Then, who would that be?
Guy, Milim, Ramirez, Ruminers, it's definitely not these four. Dagrul, Dino, and Leon, is it one of them? Dino and Leon are unlikely as well. Does this perhaps leave Dagrul to be our prime suspect? As thoughts go through my mind, Shion steps forward.
Silence.
We are busy hosting the reception ceremony for Rimuru-sama, so time is precious.
Let me take on the three of you all together. Ah?
Oi oi oi, are you looking down on us?
I was going to hold back since you are a woman, but never mind that. You gonna cry, you definitely gonna cry.
My tummy just reacted to your words a bit.
Now I can get the grand meal I've been missing to fill my stomach. Shion's words caused me to gasp out of surprise.
No matter how you put it, it is still a stretch for Shion alone to take on three persons beyond her ability at once. I was going to stop her, but she has already been angered, so there's nothing I could do to stop her now.
Why is Shion so heated today? Be Benimaru-kun? Just let Shion do her thing, she does a better job than me in holding back.
The
swiftness of Benimaru's answer made me speechless. If that's the case, I'll just have to give up. I'll let Shion do whatever she wants and hope for the best. The town must not be destroyed. I suggest to change the venue. Surprisingly, the three agreed without hesitation.
They observe the city's appearance with intrigue as I guide them to the recently constructed Colosseum. Hey, woman, I admire your boldness. I'll let it slide if you retract your words right now. Shion sneers at the suggestion of the ear-ring dude. She even provokes the trio with such hard-boiled statement with her hot-blooded spirit that came out of nowhere. I'll give you a lesson on how one's combat prowess is not determined by the amount of magicule they have. A lively crowd has already gathered to relish the battle breaking out between the trio, who just came to settle a score with the Demon Lord, and Shion.
The result is the overwhelming victory of Shion.
The fat man with mouth ring was unexpectedly agile, launching himself like a cannonball at Shion in a manner unfitting for his build. Unfazed by this, Shion countered it with a roundhouse kick and sent him hurling towards the ear-ring guy. Using this moment as an opening, while the nose-ring guy was speechless, at the sight, she snuck in to grab onto his arm and collar to deliver an over-shoulder throw. Nose-ring guy's head smashed squarely onto the stone pavement dash. No more motion seemed to be coming from him anymore. How dare you harm my bro? The mouth ring guy sprang up from behind and tried to grab and lock her, yet Shion's superhuman strength would not allow him to do anything of the sort.
What the hell? Am I not the stronger one?
While glaring down at the shocked mouth ring guy, Shion laughs with disdain. She turns around to face the fellow and begins to twist his arms, testing his strength. Arg, gigigigigigi.
Snap.
How pitiful, the two arms of the mouth ring guy were folded into an abnormal angle, though since this guy is a monster, I'm sure he'll be fine. He was obviously in a lot of pain though, so he must have suffered heavy damage. Yet Shion wouldn't even give him another look before finishing him off with her iron fist. The mouth ring guy didn't even have time to lament before Xion punched the living soul out of him. It is then that a strong kick was launched by the ear ring guy. Xion narrowly dodged it by leaning back slightly. However, a grin emerges on the ear ring guy's face as he stops his leg. Danger, as the thought crossed my mind, it was already too late. The leg that the ear ring guy just stopped midair rushes downward like a vicious axe in an attempt to crush Xion's head.
Thump. A heavy sound was made.
Yet Xion's head was hard as a rock, breaking ear ring guy's foot instead.
Xion then launched a lower sweep kick to break his other leg, forcing the ear ring guy to collapse onto the ground.
She crossed her legs over him to sit on his body and proceeded to lay down a series of punches without mercy. As such, Xion emerged victorious. She didn't even have the chance to unsheath her beloved sword Hercules X before giving the three a beatdown.
Her power has obviously increased.
She has beaten opponents with a higher magical pool than her without even getting tired. And she took care of three in one go. How terrifying.
Be Benimaru-kun?
Xion is.
Yes, it is quite astounding, all right. But it seems that she has mastered the way of controlling her strength.
That's not the issue at all. This isn't Milim we are talking about here. Where is this strength even coming from?
Benima's view seems pretty strange, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Never mind, there's no use saying anything more. By the way, Xion, she's truly strong.
From this fight, it was proven that by utilizing mana in a different way, even when you are confronted by a rival on par in strength, you can still defeat them with ease.
The experience she gained from giving Clayman a beatdown must have helped her improve greatly.
Benimaru also believes that this is only natural as he seems unfazed after witnessing the scene. Although I still can't quite accept it, Xion has brawled with an ex-demon lord after all. I suppose that Benimaru and maybe even both Sue and Geld can do the same.
No, I'm definitely thinking too much.
I seem to have been overwhelmed after witnessing Xion's growth.
Pardon me, is this still not enough?
I'm not sure whether she has misunderstood the shock in my heart or not. Xion slants her eyes at the trio lying on the ground.
I immediately reply no, that's plenty. To stop her. How is it not enough? You are actually being excessive. Now that you've learnt your lesson, you better not bother us ever again.
Also, the other demon lords are less forgiving than me, so don't try your luck with them. I tell the trio, who are still unable to get up after getting punished by Xion's iron fist. The nose ring guy who has regained consciousness nods heavily in response. This advice is for their own good, after all. These people seem to have gotten full of themselves to have attempted to challenge a demon lord.
It was fortunate that they came to me.
If it was any other demon lord, they may have suffered more than they just did at the hands of Xion.
She's stronger than how the old man put it.
It seems that they've woken up as the ear ring guy whispers to add on. Big bro, that would mean Demon Lord Rimuru is.
Yep, he's gotta be stronger.
I'm so hungry.
The three start to look at me with respect.
One of them acts pretty weird, but I shouldn't really think too much of it. So, who sent you guys? I don't want any more trouble, so I decide to clarify the relations behind them.
If they are willing to tell me honestly, I didn't expect this concern of mine to be resolved as well. Yes, sir. We are the sons of Demon Lord Dagrul. I'm his eldest son Dagura. I am his second son Yura.
I am the third son Debura. The three decide to spill the beans altogether without hesitation. As I expected, they are indeed Demon Lord Dagrul's sons. Oi, you just admitted it so fast like that. Is it really okay? Yeah. In fact, our old man wanted us to go train under Demon Lord Rimuru.
We were just messing around for a bit, but he lost his temper big time.
We were chased out by Dad.
Why are you admitting everything now? Also, excuse me, what?
So to put it simply, he couldn't discipline his delinquent sons and decided to push the babysitting work to me.
Dagrul, you bastard. We aren't even that close. How dare you make this decision without asking for permission?
But, isn't it not half bad to sell him a favor first? Our faction has yet to have a firm stand yet. We don't intend to antagonize an established faction at this point of time. I personally think they are quite troublesome, but there happens to be the devil of a drill sergeant Shion. I've seen her training for Gobje and the others. Her methods were crueler than her Kuru. Even I was a bit terrified. If I hand these guys to Shion, they will eventually run away after they can't bear it.
When they leave by themselves, I would have done my part as well.
Then Dagrul won't have any basis to complain about this to me, no problemo. Alright, then you guys can go train with Shion. With my words out, I turn to Shion. She probably doesn't want to take them, but I've already tossed the conversation to her.
Unexpectedly, Shion nods to me with an evil grin. Her reaction was different than I expected.
Just now, Rimuru-sama has appointed me, Shion. Even softies like you three can more or less have some growth in my hands and turn into first-class warriors. Just rest assured and follow my lead.
Yes, ma'am, that's just what we want. Understood.
Allow us to follow Big Sis's lead and work hard.
I wanna too.
But before that, please give me something to eat. Surprisingly enough, Shion takes on the job eagerly. It's great that she has no objection, so I'll just go with her flow.
Then we leave Shion and the trio and return to the reception hall.
There seem to be voices coming from behind my back. Sensei, actually, allow me to call you Master, Shishu. You guys, remember to follow my teaching well.
Best that I pretend not to hear them. ...
Back at the reception hall, I see that the Gozu and Mezu tribesmen kneel there shivering with pale faces. The youngsters who were brought along all imitate the leaders and bow their head on their knees. Their previous arrogance is all gone and they look awfully powerless now, as if they were some pathetic tribes from somewhere.
We humbly await your Highness's return.
We've decided to pledge our loyalty to Demon Lord Rimuru-sama. What type of emotional rollercoaster have you guys been through?
Their attitudes are completely different from before.
I returned to my throne and turned back to a slime. I thought that they were going to switch back to the conceited attitude, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of that. You guys serious?
Oh, of course. Please command us at will. It seems that they've really changed their minds.
They are trying very hard, seemingly to get on my good side from the bottom of their heart.
I see.
After witnessing the commotion just now, they must find Shion quite terrifying.
Then there is no need to be courteous with these people. Now I can use them to whatever end I want.
After all, they've been fighting a war for over 100 years and are troublesome tribes. They must really enjoy combat. If that's the case, surely they will not complain to have the inside of the labyrinth as their battlefield. I heard that they would even rob weaker species and commit other bad deeds, so everyone would be happy if I quarantine these people. I see that you guys seem to be full of energy. How about I help you all prepare a stage to fight on? Are you forgiving them? I was going to punish these people in Rimuru-sama's place. Rigado's reply is tinged with regret after hearing my words. The commotion they just caused has been resolved like this, but Rigado seems to be pissed about it.
With that being said, since I've already taken in these people, I might as well give them the chance to work for me. It is better that way.
Geez, don't get mad, Rigado.
In my eyes, these people were just being ignorant. So don't fuss with them over this one incident. I'll leave things in your care if these people underestimate me again. Since you've spoken, I don't have any objection. You guys are really lucky. If Rimuru-sama were any less gracious of a man, you would have already been taken care of. If you dare to defy again, it will be your demise. Consider this as a lesson to reflect and learn to restrain in life. Fortunately, Rigado seems to have accepted it. Count yourself lucky today. If not for the commotions just now, not only Rigado-san, I would have struck too. The balls you had to say those distasteful words. I planned to cut out your tongues so you couldn't say such grotesque things anymore. You guys need to appreciate Rimuru-sama's kindness and work hard from now on. I wasn't able to reply before Shion suddenly piped up. The Gozu and Mezu tribesmen nod heavily while shivering. We will not fail your expectations. That's why, we hope that you can forgive us for our offense.
Seeing how unanimously they declared that, surely they won't dare to defy us ever again. Since you've pledged allegiance to me, I can consider to promote you guys. But first you need to stop causing conflicts with others.
You have to behave yourselves before my order.
Although I'm not required to make this warning myself, this is my ultimatum for them. I'll find one of the Gozu leaders later and negotiate to have them work at the labyrinth.
Now things are going smoothly again. I uncaringly threatened them and admonished them hard. These people should obey nicely now.
It looks like I'll be getting my Minotaur after all. This incident has left me overjoyed to the point that it relieved the built-up stress and exhaustion from the past couple of days. After that, the reception continues smoothly. The news of Xion taming the sons of Dagrul has spread out, and seeing how powerful races of Gozu and Mezu were in fear, there were no other races that dared to look down on me.
I hope this continues until the end of the reception ceremony.
In front of me, it's the elder of the elven tribe, who seems to be a youth in his prime no matter how I see it. He also brought several servants.
Not one of them is female, which is a pity since the elven females are usually beauty to be behold.
Basically, the elves are a species with a long lifespan. Spirits after becoming materialized, or perhaps fallen, will turn into fairies and possesses a body. They are the ancestors of elves and dwarves. A race such as the goblins are also distant relatives of ancient fairies. The ones possessing earth element became dwarves. Water element became mermaids.
Fire element became goblins. And wind element became elves.
These are all results of crossbreeding between ancient fairies and other races that made up their ancestors.
The goblins are the species with the thinnest bloodline, which makes their lifespan shortest. It is about the same for their evolved race of ogre. Their lifespan is around 100 years.
Upon evolving to Kijin, the power possessed by their spirit ancestors will be awakened.
They then get to utilize powerful skills such as psychic power. Back to the topic of elves. It is said that they can live up to 500 to 800 years. Even human half-breeds can still live for nearly 300 years.
Basically, the lifespan of each elf varies greatly in accordance to how much fairy blood flows through their veins. They will not age anymore after living 20-odd years into adulthood. Around 20 years before their natural lifespan expires, they rapidly begin aging until the day they die. They enjoy hundreds of years of youth, which to humans makes them appear like a fairy tale species. Notable, however, is their low fertility rate, likely due to their longevity. They lack the desire to pass on generations.
As a result, they are few in number. This is all the information I learned from the ladies at the Dwarven Kingdom night shop, Night Butterfly, although I'm not sure whether it's true or not. By the way, fairies still exist as their own species.
They are not even rare, but in fact a very common type of monster. They are about the same size as Ramiris, and enjoy pranks. They evolved from lesser spirits due to the influence of magicules. While they do possess intelligence, they are limited to one generation of descendants and have very short lifespan. While they are all fairies, these ones cannot rival those evolved, materialized, from greater spirits, so they are categorized as two different types of monsters. Some people often mix Ramiris up with this type of fairy, but in reality they are not the same creature. She fell from the high-ranked species of Spirit Queen, which is likely far more advanced than the ancestors of elves and dwarves. Ramiris seems to reincarnate a lot, so I probably can't get an answer even if I ask her.
I went on a tangent. Let's hear the elder's greeting. We are honored to have you receive us.
Today we've come for congratulations. Moreover, allow us to show our gratitude.
The elder saluted me first before saying so. Normally speaking, they would first greet me, then announce their allegiance to me.
As for the people who have joined the Federation from the start, some of them will express appreciation due to my effort in ensuring their safety and comfort in life.
But this is the first time the elven elder and I have met each other.
I feel somewhat bestranged after hearing his thanks, so I ask Rigardo to inquire about it.
Oh, that's because.
The elder claims that it is related to the Gozu and Mezu tribes.
The two races have been fighting each other for over 100 years, and it is said that the biggest victim of it were the elves. The elder states,
"The elves rely on the resources of the forest to survive. To them, the expansion of the war zone is an issue that concerns their livelihood. In order to prevent themselves from being harmed by external threats, the elves will apply a disorienting barrier around their hidden residence. However, the war has damaged the forest, as the trees were chopped down and the barrier was destroyed. Without the vegetation, it's futile trying to disorientate invaders, which left their hidden residence completely exposed to the outside world. They managed to quickly relocate the tribe and were able to avoid the harm, but they didn't expect the scale of war to gradually increase.
The war has caused the animals and monsters of the forest to flee.
Edible vegetables and fruits cannot be grown, and there were elves that ran off to seek jobs in the Dwarven Kingdom. Now that I think about it, the elven ladies at Night Butterfly must have left their home for that reason, to make a living working in foreign land. Later, due to the increased severity of the outflowing population, their residence became hard to maintain. They were forced to plan to move again, but given how large Jura Great Forest is, it is not easy to find a new location of residence. That's why, we were hoping to report the matter to you so you may come up with a way to deal with those thugs. But before we could have made the request, Your Highness managed to make the judgment. Now all we need to do is to find a new place to move to.
By then the people who have gone abroad for work will probably gradually return as well. These are the elder's claims. Upon hearing his words, an idea popped up in my head, a new place to move to. That's right, a place to move to indeed. We have that right here in our town. The elven population is said to be no more than 300 people. There were more of their race in ancient times, and at that time they apparently also built a kingdom that prospered for a while.
But their past glory is no more. The elves have become nomads that scatter all over the world.
If they only have 300 people, we do have a pretty good spot for them to move to.
Indeed, it is the mini forest we just finished building on level 95 of our underground labyrinth.
We just have to make them move there.
As for their job assignment, we can make them assist Apito in raising bees and grow rare plants which can only be collected from forest with high magicule concentration.
Or we can have them assist management in the planned inns on level 95.
We can also invite them to manage the weapon shops. Moreover, though I don't think such a thing would happen, but if there are ever monsters on level 95, it will be more reassuring with elves to protect the village. I heard that they get along really well with the Treants, so Thraney-san and the others shouldn't object. There are tons of work over there to do. They can also use this opportunity to call back the scattered tribesmen from around the world. Perhaps those girls making money abroad will return too. By that time, will the Elf Club for special members only no longer just be a dream?
Amazing, this is amazing. There are bars in our town too, just that they serve as restaurants as well. Doing it this way was most suitable for the adventurers. When I want to enjoy a drink in peace, however, that only leaves me with the executive's restaurant to go to.
I can always ask Shuna to help me prepare drinks in my own room, but I'm not that desperate for a drink.
I just want
to catch a breath sometimes. The reason isn't that I can't leave myself open when Shuna's present. Or that I won't be able to chat nonsense with Gobta, or that I can't find a suitable place to have secret meetings with Myo Miles Kun. None of these are the actual reasons.
It goes without saying.
Seriously, no, I'm telling the truth.
If we have a shop like Night Butterfly, I will be able to find venues for all sorts of things. But that's just an idea.
Seeing that the elven elder looks rather confused, I decide to raise the idea and give it a go. Chief, I've got a suitable place for you to move to. Due to me speaking up personally, Rigido steps back to be a listener.
Perhaps he has found the time to train. No matter what situation he runs into, he's always able to respond without a sweat. Even if I slide off onto another tangent, he will probably help to round things up perfectly. How reliable.
Oh ho. Is that true, Your Highness?
Since there are just 300 of you, we can take in all of your tribesmen, thank you.
Then please wait for me to return and bring all the tribesmen together to meet you. Got it. Before you return, I will also modify the living environment to accommodate your residence. But, I have some work that I want you to handle, is it all right?
There's certainly no problem.
If us elves can contribute for Rimuru, your highness, it will be our greatest fortune.
The elven elder is happier than I expected. He must have gotten a huge burden off his chest now that they don't need to worry about roaming in the dangerous forest in search for a place of residence. He immediately sends men back to have the tribesmen prepare for the move.
That's how we decided to allow the elves to move into the labyrinth. It would be fine if things just conclude like this, but the elder brought up something that concerns me. He mentioned that many people who had gone out to earn money recently have not returned. He also added that the elven race is very united and that he didn't think these people would abandon their hometown like this. Some people even didn't return after going out to hunt monsters, which concerned him, but it may just be due to elves' keen inclination towards the idea of individualism, so perhaps they suddenly had the urge to leave, as the elder put it. So, this suddenly reminds me of something. It's what I overheard at Myoa Miles's shop. Viscount Kazak of Brumand Kingdom once went to discuss business with Myoa Miles. I recall that he mentioned opening a store that will use elven slaves.
Some of the elven youths have not returned for long.
Their disappearance seems to be linked to Viscount Kazak, who got hold of elven slaves, actually, linked to some criminal organization.
If this ominous prediction of mine is true.
Hopefully I'm just worrying too much, or else the problem will be severe. I went so far as to push forward my dream of opening an elf club, but it seems to be necessary to thoroughly investigate this situation first.
I see off the elven elder who thanked me and is about to leave as I contemplate in heart.
Then through thought communication, I command Sue, who is awaiting orders behind me. Sue, go investigate Viscount Kazak of Brumand Kingdom.
Understood.
Sue immediately dispatches his clones to handle the investigation.
That should do it. Hopefully before the end of the reception ceremony, I can more or less get hold of some information.
I can then find Myoa Miles and ask him about how much information he has on the criminal organization that trades slaves.
If we find out in the end that they are related to this, we will not spare them without a payback. It is a challenge to my love for elves after all.
My personal ambition is to open an elf club of my dream and be the owner of the place.
I'll just have to defeat whoever dares to get in the way of my business. I make up my mind and decide to open an investigation on the matter.
The last day of the lengthy reception ceremony finally arrives.
If I make it through today, the Nation Founding Festival will then be hosted in 3 days.
After the meeting with the elves, there hasn't been much issue. Everything went smoothly and the monsters that have temporarily settled in the town have not caused any major dispute either. The incident caused by Dagrul's sons have become public knowledge at this point, but these idiots who tried to show off their power have also become tamed. Although I don't want to praise Shion, sometimes her lofty violent behaviors can be of use too. Geld, who has been on vacation since a few days ago, has returned to the nation. Diablo and Hakuru have also returned yesterday. Oh, Rimuru Summer.
I see that you are as majestic as always.
It's been so long since I get to meet you, the joy in my heart is overflowing. Diablo started to say this nonsense, followed by a series of kufa-fu-fa-fu laughter.
What prestige does a slime have?
This guy's eyes must have some problem, I thought to myself internally.
I really want to hear his report, however we will have to discuss that later.
Diablo looks disappointed too, but today we have an important meeting. The guests we are having a meeting with today are VIPs, drawing much attention from me. I definitely can't get careless.
It is imaginable that this will be the toughest reception yet. That's why today I have all the executives present to participate in the ceremony.
As for these VIPs, I have Benimaru working on welcoming them. The fact that my right-hand man Benimaru took the task, from that alone you should realize how important this tribe is. A heated aura like burning fire gradually approaches outside the entrance.
It seems that the rumor is true. As the door opens, a group of armed militia enters.
They are the race that Benimaru visited in person as envoy.
The Tengu race.
They reside on the Kostya mountain at the border of Jura Great Forest, an independent faction outside of my territory. Technically speaking, this is no reception, it is more like a conference.
The armed militia arrives at the reception hall. Their leader is a beautiful young girl.
I thought that they were called Tengu because they have long nose. Tengu race is the heavenly dog. Tengu, in simpler terms, they are the mixed race between angel and mountain wolf, Okami.
Notice. The correct term is not mixed race.
The angel race incarnate into the body of mountain wolf race to have formed this race. Oh yeah, they seem to be a race originated from incarnation. The mountain wolf is a type of beastman. They are born to be lonesome and prideful. Their name Okami, mountain wolf, has the same pronunciation as great god, Okami. And so the name Tengu has become a metaphor for person with extraordinary sense of smell. By the way, about this race that seems to be worshipped as mountain deities.
Notice.
Correctly speaking, it is not the race that is worshipped.
It is like individual Ranga who due to his individual ability caused him to be categorized into the subgroup of deity. Right.
I'm actually completely out of the loop on the whole thing, but basically these are mountain wolves who were born as deities that are crazy strong. Due to the incarnation of angels using their flesh, they were able to give birth to the race, Tengu, that retains their personal will. That powerful individual is the biological parent of this young girl in front of me, the elder of the Tengu race.
This elder's power has declined greatly due to the birth of said child.
It was for this reason that this young girl has become the chief of the Tengu tribe.
Since we shouldn't call this a reception, it is more appropriate to call it a conference. Moreover, there's something more important.
Benimaru paid this Tengu tribe a visit before. They were kind enough to have allowed the High Orcs to move over to their region, but in reality this race is extremely prideful. If we are to demand of them to fall under my control, they will definitely dislike us.
It may inevitably lead to war.
Of course, I never plan on doing that in the first place. This powerful race is strong enough to be worshipped as mountain deities, so it is not necessary to fight them.
Benimaru is well aware of that too.
It was to obtain their permission to build the road from our kingdom to Sorcerer's dynasty Sarian that he went to visit them.
I've successfully established contact with them.
The Tengu tribe cannot ignore Raimaru-sama. They apparently wish to pay you a visit. Benimaru reports so to me after returning, yet in contrast to his report, he looks very exhausted.
Was there any problem? No, that's not the case.
I asked him worryingly, to which Benimaru bit his tongue and didn't give a direct response. There's also Alvis who went along with him as an envoy. After returning, her body, actually, her mood, was very bad. The atmosphere then didn't seem to be appropriate to ask questions. I couldn't do anything about them, but I decided to force Benimaru to answer my question. It is quite inconvenient to make him talk in front of the rest of the executives, so I went for a drink with Benimaru in private.
These were the things I managed to get out of him.
Benimaru and Alvis brought a dozen Kurenai members and arrived at the hidden village of the Tengu tribe. Their journey has been smooth, up until they were halted by some young warriors of the Tengu tribe in front of a cave on the top of Kostya mountain.
The young warriors were wearing all white with a tachi sheathed on their belts.
They had a pair of white wings sprouting from their backs and adorning their heads with triangle-shaped ears, like you'd find on dogs.
They even had a tail.
Observing their well-trained stances, it became readily apparent that they were proficient in martial arts. Benimaru wasn't oblivious to this fact and informed them about their intentions, seeking permission to be let through the barrier deployed in the cave. The young warriors approved their requests and led Benimaru and Alvis inside.
Through the cave, they were greeted with flowers blossoming in what can only be described as an Arcadia.
It is not too cold nor too hot, the weather is always perfectly comforting, as expected from the residents of a powerful race. This is a beautiful village. The warriors led him to a location where a beautiful girl came out to welcome Benimaru. This girl, unlike the other Tengu tribesmen, looks fairly similar to humans. Her pure white hair reaches her shoulder, with the hair near the sides of her ears turning bright red. Her small, cherry-colored lips seem very soft.
With pupils that resembles that of a wolf's, her narrow pair of eyes gaze at Benimaru inquisitively, without turning, as if she were analyzing her prey.
This person is not to be underestimated. Benimaru thought to himself. Her presence could rival Demon Lord Carrion, who he had met before, or maybe she was even beyond that.
My name is Benimaru.
I am visiting as a representative of Demon Lord Rimuru Summer.
Welcome, Envoy Dono. I am the daughter of the Tengu tribe elder.
Mumiji, Autumn Leaf, is my name. So, what is the purpose of your visit? Do you plan to take over this land? Despite the glamorous smile on her face, the response she gave to Benimaru's greeting was anything but friendly.
We are not welcomed here, Benimaru could sense that. But he was not going to let such a minor thing hold him back. We have no such intent.
We only wish that you will grant us the permission to pass by and cross the Kostya mountain between here and the border of Jura Great Forest. If possible, I also hope that you will permit us to dig a tunnel in this mountain.
Humph. So you claim that you have no ambition to expand, I see. You may have permission to pass. But what do you mean by digging a tunnel?
Mumiji was not interested in hearing Benimaru's explanation, but the word tunnel had caught her attention. Honestly speaking, Benimaru was not too sure about what this tunnel thing was either. The rough explanation Rimuru gave him was that it is about opening a hole in the mountain. In fact, this tunnel plan hasn't even been tested yet, ever since Rimuru proposed it.
If they are connecting with the capital of Sarion, digging a tunnel would create the shortest route.
Technically there is no need to go that far, connecting the road to one of Sarion's towns along the border would suffice.
There is really no need to dig a tunnel.
Benimaru was aware of that plan B, but he still decided to bring it up. This tunnel thing, it is something about opening a hole in the mountain so that the road can extend to the opposite side.
We won't press it if it is not convenient for you.
Hold on. Opening a hole in the mountain? Are you serious?
Indeed. That's how the plan states it.
But, we don't need to dig any tunnel for the road being constructed this time. I only asked beforehand in case of it becoming a necessity in the future.
If you are not willing, we will not force you to do so.
Benimaru answered swiftly.
However, the Tengu tribesmen began to sway.
To them, the mountain is holy, things like digging tunnels is blasphemy.
You are truly awful.
We don't care for whether a slime becomes a demon lord or not, he can do what he wants as long as he does not interfere with us.
We even planned to close one eye for you, and that stinking snake you brought.
But, we can't just sit here and endure now that you dared to belittle our divine mountain. Upon saying so, Mumiji rose from her seat. Benimaru didn't mean that at all, but given the circumstances right now, continuing negotiations with them seems impossible.
What a misstep, Benimaru thought to himself. Even if Benimaru tries to talk them out of it, the other party won't back down.
He decided his best course of action would be to remain still for a while longer, an opinion Alvis clearly didn't share as she broke her silence with words of indignation. You mentioned a snake that stinks, were you perhaps referring to me?
She was secretly boiling in fury as she stood up from her seat to stare at Mumiji.
A fight was about to break out as both persons began to emit a dangerous aura. Oi, stop that at once. Benimaru tried to hold her when Alvis's sharp gaze was shot at Mumiji. Extra skill eyes of heavenly snake, snake's eye, effects of paralysis, poison and madness etc. began to corrupt Mumiji, who had been directly gazed at by Alvis.
Yet Mumiji wasn't concerned at all. Petty trickeries.
I am the daughter of the Tengu tribe elder, status ailment doesn't work on me.
With those words said, Mumiji closed her hands to draw out a fan.
The Tengu are semi-spiritual life forms.
Just as Mumiji said, they have high resistance against status ailment.
Moreover, Mumiji's extra skill sense of heavenly wolf, Tenrukaku, is always activated.
It possesses analysis ability that surpasses the 5 senses, and has effects similar to an advanced version of extra skill magic perception.
But that is not all. Sense of heavenly wolf can also nullify all illusion and conjuring magic. That is why a sneak attack on Mumiji, like that, will not work. It is almost as if she's saying it's my turn. Mumiji raises her fan and launches an attack at Alvis as if she's dancing. Alvis blocks the first hit with her golden Karkara, yet was hit on the side of her stomach by the immediate follow-up, sending her flying to the corner of the hall. Although it was just a casual hit, Mamaji's movement was extremely skillful. She reopens the fan that was closed due to the previous hit and elegantly use it to conceal her mouth.
A moment passed before Mamaji broke the silence. Is that all?
I see the prestigious biscuiteer isn't that strong after all.
Now that hurt Alvis's dignity.
Don't underestimate me now, you hick. I held back since we are negotiating with you, but it seems there's no such need anymore.
Alvis's wounds have all been healed, as she stood up uncaringly.
She glared back at Mamaji with cold eyes. As a high-ranked magen of the Beast Kingdom Urzarania, she began to demonstrate the proper style to stand off against Mamaji.
Holding back? That's my line. I've put an effort trying not to kill our envoy.
Or is it that you intend to truly anger me? The two stared at each other as the temperature in the surrounding room began to drop noticeably. Even the young Tengu warriors standing guard in the hall fell victim as the whole room is filled with concentrated yuki that tenses their nerves. Under such circumstances, only Benimaru was drinking tea on his seat.
This could no longer be simply described as a misstep. Things have gotten problematic, he thought to himself while drinking. You are indeed strong.
But this world is not so pretty as to allow some little girl with no combat experience to triumph. Van try?
As you've said, I want to accumulate combat experience too. You happen to be a pretty good target to experiment with. The animosity was ever increasing between the two until it reached the breaking point. At that instant, with the flash of a sword, the fan in Mamaji's hand is deflected. Silence fell upon the hall.
The speed was so fast that no one was able to respond when Benimaru intervened in the duel.
That's it. It was my fault to have spoken things that displeased you. With that being said, I will not allow you kill my companion. Benimaru declared calmly. Be Benimaru-sama? Are you implying that I would lose?
Yes.
Had I not intervened in time, you would have been cut in half. That's a lie. I did control my attack power. No, your control of Yuki is not skillful enough. There was too much strength. How could this?
I lost?
Mamaji and Alvis both unconsciously collapsed at the same time at the scene.
It was then that a door deep into the hall is opened as a beauty with large dog ears appeared.
The young Tengu warriors quickly kneeled. Mother.
As she cracks a smile towards the panicked Mamaji, the Tengu elder and Mamaji's mother slowly stepped forward.
She then stepped towards Mamaji.
Silly girl.
The elder scolded her loudly while approaching.
Everyone changed the venue and the two parties sit face to face again. It was a Japanese-style room with tatami and futon, Japanese bedding. Deeper into this room is another U-shaped room without a door. It is specially arranged so that the Tengu elder who is often ill, in bed, can take a rest as soon as possible when she needs it. After the incident, the elder gave Mamaji a lesson with her fists, she still holding her head with tears in her eyes. Although she still looked quite indignant, she didn't appear to complain anymore.
It's all right, you don't have to force yourself. We've only come here to greet you.
Although their goal was not reached, the atmosphere at hand is no longer suitable for any negotiation. Moreover, Alvis was also dejected, so staying any longer will only make the situation more awkward. Benimaru decided to leave before the elder herself came forth to halt him. Don't mind that, young man.
Speaking of which, your swordsmanship was extraordinary.
Could it be Oboro Ryu, School of Haziness?
Why do you, actually, I see how it is now.
Mamaji Dono's fan dance also had elements of my style.
Could it be? Indeed.
I've also studied Oboro Ryu, from my mentor, Byakuya Akari.
What?
Benimaru was shocked. Seeing his expression, the Tengu elder smiled contently. My name is Cade, Maple. After saying this, Tengu elder, Cade began to tell the story of her past. According to her, around 300 years ago, she seemed to have stayed in the ogre's village. She hid her true strength, went on journeys and happened to encounter Byakuya and studied sword art under him. Cade had a senior back then, The man could only be described as a genius who was born for the arts of the sword.
He was also Byakuya's grandson. How upsetting that I can't grant him a name. Apparently this was Byakuya's mantra.
Naming monsters on a whim may end up costing you your life.
Byakuya was human, so he would have definitely died.
At the time, Cade also didn't have a name, so she couldn't understand how he felt back then, yet she could nowadays.
The hope he held was to leave something for his loved one. To monsters, it is normal to not have names, but it is different for humans.
Later, Byakuya's life came to an end and passed away from this world, leaving his grandson, who then became the demon swordsman, Kenki.
His strength quickly approached that of Cade, and his technique was already far beyond hers.
Moreover, Cade was mesmerized by his dashing swordsmanship.
And so she confessed her love to him under a large maple tree.
After sharing a night together, she departed from the ogre village. The climate in the Jura Great Forest was very unstable. That maple tree, however, has always grown tall and beautiful.
Its autumn leaves would be dyed with a pretty red color. It had become a symbol of the village, which even Benimaru remembered. He recognized that she was speaking the truth.
Hold on, wouldn't that make you Hakuru's? Benimaru became anxious and his mutter slipped out of his mouth unconsciously.
Cade replied.
Oh, so is he called Hakuru now? I see, my senior Kenki Dono got a name.
To be honest, however, it's quite surprising to learn that he's even still alive.
Benimaru was getting more and more nervous, seeing Cade finishing her words with a smile on her face.
Hold up.
Does Hakuru know about this?
All sorts of questions like that crossed his mind.
But what happened next made Benimaru even more bewildered.
With that being said, I can finally be reassured now.
Hakuru Dono has trained a reliable and courageous prodigy, and he will be the husband to my daughter. PFFFT. Benimaru was trying to drink some tea to calm down, but he has accidentally spit it out now. Benimaru seldom loses his cool, yet this whole trip had been full of surprises ever since they arrived at the village. Benimaru is, however, not the only one to lose composure. Alvis next to him became speechless, dropping her teacup, which shattered into a million pieces. Upon hearing this, Momiji looked at Benimaru first with her face blushed before turning to her mother Cade. Wait a second, mother? She helplessly tried to cover up Cade's mouth, but Momiji was no rival to Cade. She suppressed Momiji single-handedly and turned to Benimaru with a serious tone.
Then, Benimaru Dono. The proposal you just raised, we will accept all of its content. Moreover, we can pledge allegiance to Demon Lord Rimuru. However, the condition is that you will marry my daughter. That point is really without saying, but I suppose I should ask for your perspective. How do you expect me to respond after asking so directly about such an important matter? Benimaru thought to himself. Hopefully, they would give him some time to consider. The other person who managed to save Benimaru was the girl of the hour, Momiji. Hold on. I know that mother has already acknowledged this guy. But I haven't. He does indeed seem stronger than me. If that's the case, I hope that he would not be forced by mother, but to truly like me. A good woman should move the heart of the man she likes, didn't mother always say that? Momiji flustered for some reason after saying this. She used her fan to hide her face before running away on her own. Cade laughed out loud at the scene. Alvis raised her head with some form of revelation, while Benimaru felt a bit embarrassed seeing how Momiji had acted. Speaking of this, Hakuru has always acted very gracefully. Now that I've lost my cool over such an insignificant matter, it only means that my training is still lacking. He did some self-reflection, but this whole incident just happened too abruptly. And so his marriage with Momiji was brought back to be discussed. Basically the whole deal has been Cade's own personal wish, not actually something she wanted to impose on Benimaru. At most she was just delivering a message. It would be a huge gain for her if Benimaru had agreed, but that's just a thought. The rest of the requests from the Tempest Federation were also passed after brief discussion. There wasn't much of a problem. The tunnel digging on the mountain was discussed separately. They've permitted us to build the road to Sarion.
However, there are other issues to be discussed.
Putting aside whether Benimaru and Mamaji can get together, they hope that the Tengu tribe can build a good relationship with Demon Lord Rimuru. Cade proposed as much.
Despite how she looked, Cade was in fact extremely ill, or so they proclaimed to the public.
It was however not the case, being ill.
Cade was pregnant with Mamaji for too long and passed most of her power to Mamaji. After giving birth to her 15 years ago and giving her a name. This caused her, the worshipped earth deity, to consume almost all of her magical storage.
Now she can only await her end. That's why Cade hoped to find her cute yet inexperienced daughter a strong backing. That was her only wish. And Benimaru happened to visit that land. To Cade, it was a sign of hope.
Cade thought it was the last string of hope left by the man she loved, Hakuru.
It won't matter even if my wish is rejected.
So Demon Lord Rimuru had you by his side? I thought that you would have passed before me. What a delightful miscalculation.
Surely it will draw back your memory when you see that child Mamaji.
Cade thought to herself, and so she agreed to discuss the issue in the future. And so, it was Mamaji's turn to visit Demon Lord Rimuru.
About that,
Benimaru seemed to be getting a serious headache over the whole thing. It was probably the biggest crisis Benimaru had ever faced since he was born.
He claimed it was even scarier than our initial encounter, which I'm really not sure how to interpret. Perhaps it was Benimaru's way of joking. Putting that aside, however, even that Alvis was easily suppressed. That woman's combat ability is not to be underestimated. It's fortunate that we didn't antagonize her. No, I'm running away from reality, that's not the issue.
I never expected Hakuru to have a daughter.
A huge problem has emerged, and what truly unnerves me is that the conclusion I reached in resolving it is that we won't know how to deal with the matter unless we meet them.
After all, this issue cannot be resolved by me and Benimaru alone. Hakuru will also play a key role in this. I'll have to hear him out.
But at the time it was not convenient to summon him back.
That's why before Hakuru's return, we decided to push these questions back for now. And soon after, last night, we found Hakuru, who had returned from Farmer's Kingdom, to discuss among the three of us. Right now we have no clue what type of demands the Tengu tribe would make.
There's no telling what may happen, so we plan to receive them on the last day.
That's why I was about to summon Hakuru back if he didn't manage to get back in time.
But it seems there's no such need. With that being said, however, he did manage to return in time, but the problem remains unresolved.
Whether Benimaru will be marrying Mamaji or not, it would be their problem.
Even if they are getting married, it is fine. Basically, it's none of my business.
Please hold on.
I have my own considerations as well, or perhaps should I stand my ground? What are you talking about? Could it be that young master thinks my daughter is not worthy of you? I never said that.
By the way, you've never even seen her, don't even know she was born, so don't act like a father now. It is because I know that fact that I'm gonna take responsibility from now on. And just like that, Benimaru doesn't know what to do while Hakuru is acting abnormally.
Things have gotten a lot more complex. There's no way this meeting can continue. We continued discussing without any rest, but there was still no conclusion.
Afterwards we just decided on directly confronting the issue, which is how things have progressed up until today. Dot. Dot. Dot.
A table has been temporarily set up in the reception hall.
A beautiful young girl is sitting across from me. The color of her hair transitions from beautiful white to vibrant red. This young girl is the Tengu tribe's representative, the fabled Mamaji. She is looking at me arrogantly and greeted me in a bold tone. Demon Lord Rimuru, nice to meet you.
I have come in place of the chief of Tengu tribe. My name is Mamaji. I look forward to our future interaction. You are too kind. I am Rimuru, who just became a demon lord. What you see now is my human form, but I'm actually a slime.
I'm practically a pacifist, so you can discuss with me if you ever run into any trouble.
You may spare the concern.
It is truly impressive that you've united Jura Great Forest in this short time.
I acknowledge that you are the ruler of this forest, so I hope you will be a good neighbor. However, do not interfere with us. Mumiji declares in front of the many executives of mine. Shion was about to react as her body shook a bit. But surprisingly she endured it.
I didn't tell her about the whole story, so it must have been Shion herself who decided to hold back. It seems that there has been some change in her mind, that she's no longer pursuing every minor matter. That's a good sign, but it's also a bit eerie.
I hope she won't endure too much and have an outbreak someday. And about this Mumiji, she's looking quite nervous while waiting for my response. It would not have been noticed if I hadn't pointed it out.
While she looks quite casual and relaxed, internally she is probably on the verge of being crushed by extreme unease. That's probably because she couldn't tell whether I am friend or foe. If that's the case, all you guys need to do is show your willingness for allegiance.
But how could such a thing be allowed by their prideful race?
After all, an inexperienced leader is done for if she's looked down on by others.
I can understand her sentiment.
But speaking of this, the young warriors of the Tengu tribe do all seem to have given their fullest loyalty to Mumiji.
I see. I understand what you are getting at. We don't intend to interfere too much.
I believe Benimaru here has also explained, we just want to conduct some road construction work at the foot of Kostya Mountain. There's also another thing that I want to confirm with you. Will you give the High Orcs the permission to stay now that they've moved their settlement to the lower mountain region? All right, all of these are fine.
We've never claimed ownership to the resources of the mountain and forests, so they can do what they wish with the minerals. Those things are beyond our ownership. We simply dislike being interfered with, that is all. About that.
The lower mountain region is part of the Jura Great Forest, so I expected that she would complain about it. While bracing myself for their answer, it seems that they don't have a problem with it either. If that's the case, what could the Tengu tribe really be on guard about? It seems that Alvis also dislikes them a lot. Could it be some conflict with Beast King Carrion?
I'm rather mindful of it, so I decide to cut to the chase.
About that, I'm not sure what you guys are wary of, but we really don't hope to be hostile against you.
Why should I believe you?
Even if you were to claim that we have ambitions to expand our territory, do you really have any evidence to warrant your suspicion? Mumiji turns to me immediately upon hearing this, trying to determine whether we are friendly or hostile.
Then she replies boldly.
Aren't you guys on good terms with that sly bird Lady Frey? Her desire to usurp our land is the best evidence.
The so-called unforeseeable surprise perfectly represents this type of situation. Time out. In English.
Tamu, what now?
What does that mean? Time out means time out. Please hold up while I discuss with my men for a while, that's what it means. I gather all the executives and begin to discuss. Mumiji agreed without hesitation, but it seemed to have been mixed with some complaints. I must have heard wrong. While leaving aside Mumiji, who's muttering something, we gathered in a circle. Right, what do you guys think?
Ex-Demon Lord Frey's territory is connected with the Kostya Mountain, so it wouldn't be unheard of if she has caused conflict with the Tengu tribe.
To my question, Sue quickly replies.
Indeed, I checked the map in my mind as I thought so. The Tengu's residence is not within the Jura Great Forest and therefore not within any Demon Lord's agreement of protection. They are very easily invaded by others. But, what could have been the reason?
Indeed, there's no reason to invade. To my question, Benimaru followed up.
He has gone to the actual location and knew that there weren't any resources there.
I've heard something before.
It is rumored that Frey likes to go to move around locations with high altitude. Perhaps it is just as her nickname Sky Queen suggests. Could she be trying to move her city to the highest location? Hakuru pondered while raising the case, but it still sounded a bit weird. Since according to Benimaru, only by going through the cave at the mountain top will you reach the Arcadia that is the hidden residence of the Tengu tribe. In other words, it is actually in a tiny alternate dimension.
I figure that would be quite different from the city that Frey would hope for. Everyone fell silent while contemplating. And then.
You people, stop treating me like air.
I I got spooked when someone suddenly shouted next to me. Mummaji had come over to vent her rising frustration. Now I can't pretend that I've not heard her. So I decide to give up struggling and return to my seat. I open up directly facing Mummaji. I have a question to ask.
Has Frey ever schemed against the Tengu domain for the purpose of expanding?
Ah? What nonsense is that? Mummaji looks at me dumbfounded.
But after realizing that I was serious, she mutters, "You gotta be joking." I see that we seem to be developing a grave misunderstanding, so to alleviate that, I ask her to give a detailed explanation of her own situation.
Here's what Mummaji has to say.
The place Frey has had her eyes on is the capital of Sorcerer's dynasty Sarian, city embraced by the divine tree, Elmin Sarian.
She's not pursuing territory, but height.
Can't believe that's actually her goal.
It's quite like Frey's style, and it's not joking around.
Judging by scale alone, Sarian is undoubtedly a powerful nation with military power exceeding that of Frey. However, though the Sarian army can utilize its geographic advantage to look down on land armies from above, they couldn't avoid the harsh battle against the great army of Frey who can fly freely in the sky.
In other words, Frey has not given up on the divine tree.
It was then that Frey took interest in the Tengu tribe. She wanted to recruit the powerful Tengu race to bolster her arsenal against Sarian. However, the Tengu are a prideful race.
They wouldn't listen to Frey's command that easily.
On the other hand, Sarian has also predicted how the Tengu would act. They simply observed the other two factions battling each other until they deplete their strength. Sarian didn't intend to collaborate in fighting their enemy, but sat and enjoyed the profit of their conflict. Of course, Frey also realized this and didn't make a move without caution, and so, a twisted triangle relationship was thus formed. It was then that the war between me and Clayman broke out, and soon enough Carrion and Frey became Demon Lord Milim's subjects.
A powerful force was thus born.
One that the Tengu tribe is unable to defend against. Every day since then they've been discussing where to migrate to in the future.
Benimaru and the others happened to visit at the time.
The unlucky part was that the Beastkatir Alvis was with them. It has caused Mummaji to have misunderstood that we are quietly pressuring them.
What's the situation on Frey-san's side? I asked Geld. He was in charge of the construction of their new capital, so Frey probably has made many requests from him. Among my allies, he is the man most familiar with Frey.
Yes sir, about this Frey Summer, she's very satisfied with Rimuru Summer's design. She's even able to communicate smoothly with Murd-san who doesn't like to talk, even holding detailed discussions in the past. Oh, so she can even communicate with Murd.
I'm rather impressed by Frey. I see. Then she probably won't be interested in the divine tree. Indeed.
Actually speaking of that, Frey Summer's interest has turned to, I've spoken too much. What happened to Frey's interest?
Yes sir, actually. We've not seen Milim Summer for a while.
Frey Summer, who was responsible for educating her, didn't pay attention for a second and she ran off to God knows where. Ah, right.
I know where she is. But, I'm gonna pretend I know nothing of it.
The saying goes, don't go look for trouble yourself. I don't want to get dragged in that mess.
So that's how it is. Frey Summer's new hobby. Or rather, focus, I think, has been her search for Demon Lord Milim Summer. Geld's explanation ends there.
The skyscrapers of the new capital, that gigantic building that reaches for the sky, has completely mesmerized Frey. Surely at this point, comparing it to any other city would just be stupid, so she must have lost interest in them as well.
Compared to that, Milim is the bigger problem.
After which, Mummaji absorbed the entirety of our conversation.
The dichotomy between her imagination and the reality is so large to have caused her to become speechless, not knowing how to react. I guess that should be the case. That's just how the reality really is.
They were just keeping up their guard against a certain enemy that may cause crisis to their race, but it turns out she has switched her focus long ago. Learning this today will definitely prompt people to try and escape reality.
I understand the whole thing now. Anyway, that's how it is. It is enough for me to have been able to resolve your misunderstanding. It is likely because the Tengu has kept away from the world and are less informed on current affairs. They were still worried about being surrounded by enemies.
Such anxiety caused Momiji to misjudge. Indeed, she had her reasons to make such judgment under those circumstances.
I can't believe that it was me who thought too much. Mother has always said that I was worrying too much about the matter.
After finishing her words, Momiji felt relieved. She collapsed on the spot, having been so exhausted. Seeing how she reacted, we've gained a very profound insight into how terrifying it is to cause too much misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, the meeting quickly concluded. In place of the frustrated Momiji, a young warrior of the Tengu tribe confirmed the content of our pact. I thought that he was just Momiji's guard, but it seems that he's also a capable civil official.
The tunnel part is reserved for now.
Their argument is that if we cannot prove that the construction will be absolutely safe, they will not allow us to work.
I found it reasonable and easily agreed, so there aren't any problems with that. We still need to talk with the executives from Sarian regarding us building a tunnel, but we will plan for that after the train development has concluded. There's no immediate need to make a decision at this point in time.
The Tengu tribe hopes that we will not interfere with them, but they only said so fearing that we might rally and invade them. Now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, there's no reason why we shouldn't communicate. And so we reached common ground, at last, where we will help each other out no matter what problem we run into. Then, is that everything? Yes. We are extremely grateful for your understanding and participation in this helpful meeting with us. Thank you, Demon Lord Rimuru-sama. The young warrior of the Tengu tribe bows to me courteously. Momiji is no longer misunderstanding us, and we've also signed a pact.
The only thing left is
the relationship between Hakuru and Momiji, as well as the marriage between Benimaru and her.
We've discussed a ton last night to no avail.
From what happened today, Momiji seemed to have suspected we are enemy throughout the session, but those misunderstandings have now been resolved. Now then, shouldn't we let the people involved sort things out by themselves? Just as I was worried about how to approach the subject, the young Tengu warrior takes out a sealed envelope.
There's one more thing. Please have a look at this.
It contains a letter written by our leader Kade-sama to Your Highness Rimuru. As he finished, he handed over the letter to me gently. Rigido takes the letter and hands it to Shuna for her to open.
She begins to read the content of the letter out loud.
The letter opens with some abstruse words of greeting, followed by some humble writing that seems to be trying to get on the recipient's good side.
But then the word choices become more and more casual.
As Shuna reads it, a sense of confusion arises on her face too.
Even though she's a headache to deal with and misunderstood you, I'll entrust my daughter to you.
That child even bragged about letting Benimaru Dono fall in love with her before. She really doesn't mean any harm. Are you sure this is a letter for me?
No, it doesn't seem to be, no matter how you see it. Had I known that this is the content of the letter from the start, I would have the honor guard leave the scene. But it's all too late at this point. Mother, what is this?
Momiji, who was on the ground, suddenly jumps up to take the letter from Shuna's hand.
That's so rude. But I can't really blame her. Since I can't blame her, I'll just pretend I saw nothing.
If I switched places with Momiji right now, God knows what type of thing I would have done. This has long since passed a matter concerning reputation, and is challenging the limit of shame.
So there are actually 2 letters.
That's so rash, mother dear. Momiji cried out loud and collapsed on the ground, burying her face in her hands.
Ah, I see.
It seems that the letter for Hakuru was mixed with the letter for me.
Missy, please stay strong.
While the Tengu tribesmen are coming and trying to comfort Momiji, it seems to have been doing the opposite effect.
It's best to stay away from her for now. But it was at that instant.
That does seem like something she would do. Hakuru walks towards Momiji with a wry smile.
He then takes over the letter held tight in her hand and scanned through it. I see how it is now.
Although that child possesses powerful strength, her techniques are below expectations. I hope that my senior and the father of that child, Kenki Hakuru Dono will instruct her by hand and train her well. To my beloved husband, Cade, I can't believe that girl is still in love with me. He, living a bit longer does have its plus side. Upon saying so, Hakuru begins to laugh joyfully.
Are you?
My father?
Indeed. I am your father, Hakuru. Dad.
Tears begin to drop from her black eyes that share a striking resemblance with Hakuru's.
Momoji crushes him in a hug.
Hakuru and Momoji have given us a moving scene of a father-daughter reunion. Momoji is no longer holding any suspicion against us or Hakuru. Momoji, I am quite strict when it comes to training people. Got it?
That's good. You will overcome the challenges with flying colors, and have young master fall in love with you.
Yes. I nod quite frequently with a moved heart when hearing their conversation, but without my notice, the conversation started to stray into some strange direction.
What is this called again?
You have to fill the moat before taking the castle? Hakuru is usually very calm, but now with the sudden appearance of a dad, he has suddenly turned into the idiot dad that spoils his kid. Oi, Hakuru. Benimaru's words can't seem to reach him as the two are enjoying their own little universe.
It happens at that moment.
Shuna adds up whispering, there's also this. Everyone's eyes fall on Shuna.
She doesn't mind a bit as she gazes at Benimaru. Ni-san, Alvis Summer has left you a message. With these words said, Shuna look up to Benimaru directly. What is it? He asked rather unpleasantly.
I understand how you feel.
I think he hopes whatever it is to be put on hold for a while.
However, the cruel reality is that Shuna rolls her eyes and announces the message.
Its content is as follows. Benimaru Summer, I've made up my mind.
I wish to triumph over Momoji Summer and become your wife, and even if I am not so lucky, I still have the option of concubine.
I will not give up, please make your resolve. Shuna announced it while imitating Alvis's tone. The honor guards gasp. The executives are all worked up by it. Benimaru, on the other hand, has his arms crossed and remains silent throughout. You should be getting a bad headache right now. Benimaru sure is something. Actually, hold on.
He has actually been petrified and shocked speechless. His prowess in the battlefield is next to none, but his ability wasn't enough to handle this situation. I seem to have discovered an unexpected weak point of Benimaru. Sorry, Benimaru. My experience with love affairs is not enough, it's zero, I swear.
To be of any help. Speaking of this, it's so hard being a popular guy. I couldn't help but blurt out.
Raimaru Summer, are you serious?
You aren't exactly outside his league.
Seriously?
I don't even have a gender. Gobta Shaw is an idiot.
Kufa, I have no interest in getting into any relationship. My heart only belongs to Raimaru Summer. No, I've heard nothing, I'm not interested either, so you can do whatever you want.
I'm definitely not thinking about something else. I start to catch up on the whispers of the executives.
As expected from Benimaru Dono, he's so popular. I heard that the subordinate of my sister also really likes Benimaru-san, but they are both having a hard time to win over Alvis Dono and Momoji Dono. Are you talking about Tuka?
Actually, not just Tuka, even Saika has a crush on him too.
That's right, I heard that they don't want to compete with Soka and so they gave up on Sue-san.
What nonsense are you on about? No, it's all true.
Gable and Sue are whispering to each other.
However, what Gobta then said is the key.
Does that mean Benimaru's gonna have a harem?
I'm so jealous.
After that was pointed out, I suddenly began to see things in the same light.
What the hell? I'm so envious.
I'm starting to get jealous of Benimaru as well. Alvis-san is the beautiful and reliable big sis type girlfriend while Momoji is the cute and Sonia Imoto, lil sis. Not only these two, there are many other girls who also like Benimaru.
Gobta had a point, in a sense it is just like he is collecting a harem.
But, Benimaru himself seems to be quite troubled over it.
A harem, that does make me envious.
that may not be the case. Despite how Benimaru looks, he's a pure-hearted virgin that doesn't know how to deal with girls.
He may look like a Chad to everyone else, but internally he must be very troubled.
Gable looked at him with jealousy while Sue gave his response.
I think he nailed the interpretation. Even if there are many female pursuers, they are just a cause for concern to Benimaru. Moreover, he will be really mindful of how Shuna sees him.
Benimaru seems to be somewhat of a siscon, surely his mind is shouting oh shit internally. It is then that Geld interjects and adds on.
I think this is a wonderful matter.
Benimaru is very manly, so naturally females in this town would admire him. Alvis Dono is naturally strong as the head of the Beasketeers while Mumiji Dono is Hakuru-san's daughter, both are impeccable choices. I need to follow in his footsteps. Geld apparently supports Benimaru in having both wife and concubine.
But whether he will have a harem or not, he hasn't given a comment on the matter.
Compared to women, Geld seems to focus more on work, so I'm really skeptical about whether his claim about following Benimaru's footsteps is true or not.
By the way, Geld is actually quite popular too.
He is a serious man of few words with an unyielding sense of responsibility. Not only among the female high orcs, many women from the other races also admire him a lot. That's why if Geld ever does take a chance, he will probably end up with a girlfriend pretty fast.
Seeing how Geld reacted, Gable has something to say too.
No, Geld Dono is good enough already. Tuka and the rest are just as how I described, they won't even look at me.
For some reason the subordinates who admire me are all men. You must have not met the right person. I can relate to your feeling to some extent.
Geld nods. Indeed, his workplace is mainly the construction field which has a higher percentage of males. Monsters like me who have no gender and are as hard to differentiate as some amphibian may be exceptions, but if in a working environment there are female coworkers to work alongside the males, they might just be a bit more motivated.
That part we will have to discuss later.
That's not really the case, there are several female dwarven herbalists working with me.
If it is true we would have the chance to see to each other.
Then there shouldn't be much of an issue.
Hold up, isn't there still a problem? They are of different race, after all.
It's not as if the problem is solved if the number matches up, right?
There's quite the big issue actually.
Those ladies said that I can't seem to physically accept something like a lizard, that's why I'm not popular at all.
I see. I'm a bit speechless. It seems that his obstacle is bigger than just the race difference.
There's no wonder why Gable can only choose to give up. Well, it is supposed to only be like that, but Nansao and Hakusu often get invited to meals and picnics in the forest.
That really frustrates me. Now we can't use racial difference as an excuse. That's just...
Even Geld ran out of explanations and is troubled by how he can comfort Gable.
Yep. That's why I want to try a human form too.
My old man got more handsome through transformation, but I may have a chance as well.
No way, there's no such chance. It's not just about appearance.
I've lived for nearly 40 years without a girlfriend, despite looking very handsome.
The point is... how boring. That's all because you never took the initiative yourself.
Right, Sue-kun, bingo.
That's exactly the case.
Just being a nice guy being a bystander is not enough.
How will any girl fall for Gable if he only complains like that all the time?
Don't fantasize about girls coming after you, instead you should man up and take the initiative. Though I only realized this after becoming a slime. There's no such thing, I mean, you're not wrong, but... Sue-san has a point. I've heard the dwarven big sis saying Gazard is so cool right tilde, the quiet type character is the most attractive, he's like my pet lizard, so cute to praise Gable-san's subordinate.
That's why I don't think the problem is appearance. Gobta is so straightforward. Gazat is a subordinate of Gable and a member of Hiryu.
That man is a few words and is good with spear arts, but he's also very clumsy. That's why I didn't let him participate in the research program but instead act as the bodyguard of the researchers and the herbalists. It is obvious that he was originally a lizard man. After his evolution to dragon newt, nowadays he looks quite similar to Gable, whose appearance resembles that of a lizard. Now even appearance can no longer be an excuse. Gobta Shaw is quite mean. Gable seems very frustrated, and Sue dishes out the decisive blow.
Moreover, it is actually surprisingly easy to get the affection of women. What do you mean?
How is that possible? I asked based on this thought, and as a result Sue responded with something extremely unexpected with a cold face. There was a female knight who seemed to have had some sort of misunderstanding and developed strong feelings for me, Sue commented, so almost like a complaint with disdain in his tone.
Are you serious? What did you do?
Oh?
That sounds so interesting. Please give us the details.
Sue's words have also caught my interest as I was eavesdropping on the side.
About that female knight.
Right, what did Sue do to that lady called Rutace?
I was curious but forgot to ask.
For some reason, she blushes every time she sees Sue. Surely it can't be that. Rimuru-sama is also interested?
Of course I am. Moreover, you haven't reported about the situation yet.
Oh, about that, so basically, I used sticky steel string a bit. Using sticky steel string a bit for what? As I thought so, a sudden surge of killing aura appears behind me, followed by a loud cough. Ahem.
We were whispering just now when we suddenly froze to switch back to a serious expression.
As I shout internally, oh snap, I turn back to slime form in secret to flee, but was hugged by a pair of white and slim hands. Rimuru-sama, you sure like jesting around. Let's stop talking about that and discuss about my brother's affair. Oh yeah, there's also that.
I accidentally went on a tangent. I will die a horrible death if Shuna gets pissed. We decide to drop the small talk and contemplate seriously.
Then, although I said I would contemplate seriously, there's no way I can give an immediate answer.
Benimaru, what do you think yourself? About that, it is really too early to discuss it, that's all I can say. I think one spouse should be enough. He does have a point. Of course he will feel bewildered to be suddenly engaged. If someone asked me to accept an arranged marriage, I would definitely refuse.
That might be how they did it in the old days, but we are living in the age of free love after all. Moreover,
basically, us greater Majins can't bear children so easily.
Some may find several partners to pass their seed and have them compete against each other, but I'm really not interested in that whole thing. That's why I don't want any concubines. In front of us, Benimaru says so with determination.
Mamaji looks at him with sparkling eyes. Which means, you won't have a harem. Not just harem, we don't even support polygamy. Unless the situation forces that to happen, for instance if there are too many widows, otherwise our nation does not apply such a system.
Just as I thought the whole thing was over, even more trouble emerges.
I understand, then I will take on Alvis-san's challenge.
The one who is going to become Benimaru-sama's wife will be me.
Mamaji declares with motivation.
That's not how you get in a relationship, although that's how I see it. I suspect that Benimaru has already given up and is not saying anything. Rimuru-sama, what do you think?
Why are you asking me? You can only let her do whatever she wants. That's fine, I guess. You shouldn't just duel each other, but put in effort to let the person you like fall in love with yourself.
But, if he still doesn't like you, you may just have to give up.
As long as you don't become a stalker or something like that, there isn't much of a problem. I understand, then I'll do just as you said. As Mamaji finishes her words, Shuna cracks a smile. Why do I have an ominous feeling? I won't lose to you, Shuna-sama.
Same here, Shion.
Shion and Shuna said so while giving each other a smile.
I'm very confused, but I also got to flee from Shuna's hands. By the way, Alvis has always been in a state of observing. It is from today onward that she begins to take action and tries to win Benimaru's heart desperately. Mamaji is not backing down either and goes forth to battle against Alvis. The rest of the females who admired Benima ceased to remain silent too and joined the competition one after another. It became obvious to see that the battle for Benimaru among the female army has become more and more dire. From this day onward, there began a bizarre custom in Tempest Federation that is to force the person you have crush on into submission through a display of strength.
The battle for free love thus unveils.
Epilogue. Concluding meeting. It was near evening on the last day of the reception ceremony that we concluded our meeting with the Tengu tribe. All the executives had gathered in the meeting room after a somewhat early dinner. I was looking forward to that part, and I wanted everyone to give a report on their recent activities on this rare occasion. I've also invited certain guests to this meeting as well. There are Veldora and Ramirez, accompanied by her servants Beretta and Thraney-san.
Milim will be officially visiting in 3 days.
Fearing the reveal of her recent activities, she quickly returned.
It was a smart move considering there's no telling whether Frey will scold Milim or not, but keeping Milim in this town will definitely anger her. I don't really want to get involved in that whole mess.
Right, there's however one more guest.
I want to introduce someone before the meeting starts.
He is a candidate for executive, Mayo Miles-kun. If the opening festival in 3 days goes without a hitch, I plan to officially appoint him as the Minister of Finance, Head of Financial Management Department. I hope everyone can get acquainted with him beforehand. I declare so, since everyone is here, might as well take the chance to introduce him. Mayo Miles can also summarize the whole ordeal, regarding the festival, and give his explanation. I am guard Mayo Miles. I am quite nervous right now given the important duty assigned to me by Rimuru-sama. Nonetheless, I hope to have a good relationship with all executives in the future. Mayo Miles is quite obese, so he doesn't look tense at all, and it's bold of him to have greeted them so daringly.
That being said, he does look more nervous than usual.
Despite being a boss in the underworld, he can't use that status nearly as effectively when dealing with actual great Imagines. After introducing him to everyone, Mayo Miles is seated next to Rigado, and we cut straight to the chase. Then Mayo Miles-kun, could I trouble you to explain the situation to everyone?
Roger that. I'll do my best with my limited ability.
Upon my instruction, he stands up to explain how the opening festival will be run.
2 days from now, on the evening before the opening festival, the town will celebrate the eve of the festival.
The guests will consist not only of those invited to the main festival, but also the visiting merchants and adventurers responsible for protecting them.
We plan to offer free meals and wine to these visitors.
Of course, this event will be announced to the public, so we can expect some peasants from the neighboring countries to be coming as well. Since they may very well be our future customers, we will have to welcome them with open arms. As for the guest hotel, we will be hosting a night feast there for any royalty and nobles. Regarding the dishes that will be served to said elite, they will be made between Shuna and Yoshida-san. Since most of the food prepared by them will likely be new cuisine, I'm also looking forward to it. Further, we have changed the feast serving style to that of a buffet so everyone can try a wider variety of cuisines without needing to eat too much. Now regarding the main event, i.e. the opening festival.
I will be giving a speech on stage in the morning.
I've thought through this over and over, and I've come to the conclusion that we cannot skip this part considering that I am going to announce to the public that I've become a demon lord. And since all my executives and guests here are aware of the situation, my proposal is approved. Next, we will be hosting a martial tournament at the Colosseum.
But we don't plan to just let them stand there and enjoy the one competition.
After all, it is our priority to let the other nations and towns get to know our country as more than just violent, so we can't have them stick to the web novel and have the readers read a boring-ass tournament arc from start to finish around to only watch the tournament from start to finish. That's why we have also planned to perform music pieces at the recently built classy opera house for them to enjoy. As for what type of program would be shown there, I have no clue. While I am somewhat worried about it, Mayo Miles is very confident. I will use the opportunity to show everyone that Rimuru-sama is also a man of culture. A cunning grin emerges on Mayo Miles' face while saying that. Almost as if she's playing along with his scheme, Shion seems to be grinning as well.
Could it be that? There's no use worrying about it.
Mayo Miles has already given me the guarantee, so I'll just take his word for it. After everyone finishes lunch, we will be holding a technological presentation at the museum. Gable and Vesta will be explaining the history of the healing potion to everyone. Karobi and Garm will be showcasing various gears.
By the way, the Opera House and Museum will only be open for civilian use on the second day of the festival.
On the first day, we will only be allowing royalty or nobility in. After all, there will be security concerns, so it is most effective to separate the two groups of visitors.
And then for the second day, we will be watching the main contestants, after the elimination round of the tournament.
Then, in the afternoon we will be hosting a delightful festival of cultural exchange, an activity in name only, which is basically just to serve as an excuse for free roaming. I will be staying at the VIP section of the Colosseum ready to discuss any matters brought forth by whomever wants to meet me. Maya Miles will be in charge of moderating this part, so all I need to do is to relax and enjoy the tournament. We will be assigning guides to guests based on the number of invitations, so we hope everyone will be able to shop and have fun during the festival, visit and savor our exceptional hot spring street or finish viewing the tournament.
It would be wonderful if everyone has an excellent experience.
And on the third day, we will be displaying the highly anticipated labyrinth available to the public. In the morning they can watch the finale of the tournament, and in the afternoon they can watch an adventurer's walkthrough of Labyrinth. Even without me, you guys were still able to build an absolutely majestic Colosseum.
Geld remarks, relieved. He's quite reassured to find that there are suitable successors for him. Indeed. You and Merd's apprentice Gobq worked hard to build it. It doesn't look rushed at all, and its durability also appears to be quite decent.
Although, while it might be a different case if the executives dueled each other, it is more than enough for individuals below rank A to battle. In terms of safety, the Colosseum is at the level where it should be able to stand up against greater spirits such as the flame giant, Ifrit. But, it probably wouldn't be able to hold if hit in some particular, weak, spots. Not to worry though, I will be present on the day of the main event and plan to apply a thin barrier of absolute defense just in case. That's why, as long as nothing too major happens, the audience should all be safe and sound. Gahahaha. By the way, I've also come up with the ultimate flavor with my teppanyaki.
Everyone should look forward to it. Ah, so he hasn't forgotten about it.
Given that his spirit to open a store is so high, we can only have him participate with his identity hidden. Speaking of which, for some reason Maya Miles has become quite acquainted with Veldora. He has been receiving many difficult tasks, favors, from Veldora, but now he seems to have gotten used to dealing with that dragon. Maya Miles is really something else. It truly impresses me as this guy is far stronger than I previously imagined. Alright, that concludes the explanations. Personnel who were previously on an expedition such as Diablo, Hakuru, and Geld appear intrigued by the proceedings. Their unfortunate absence seems to frustrate them a bit. I feel that I should give these three a bonus reward for their efforts. I'll give something to Geld when he finishes his work, and as for Diablo and Hakuru, they've already drafted the perfect battle plan.
With this in mind, I glance around at my executives thoughtfully.
Our plan is going smoothly. Does anyone have any complaints? If not, we can move on to Sue's report. Yes.
But I reached the conclusion too fast apparently. Ramirez raises her hand, rather vigorously. She appears to have a question, but it's probably nothing significant. What is it, Ramirez-kun? I've got a question. That's what I just asked. It's about the bottom level of the labyrinth.
Ramirez pauses to take a peek at Veldora.
It is followed by Veldora's loud laughter in an attempt to hide something.
Gahahaha. No, there's nothing there.
Nothing important at all. Isn't there a forest at level 95? For some reason, the forest has been growing and has now invaded all the way up to level 71.
Veldora chortles miscalculation. Levels 91 to 94 were already isolated from the outside, so it was not affected by the forest's takeover, but the unprotected levels now look like primal forests as the ventilation system for filtering magicules had been affected.
Hold up, now we have to clean all that up. That'll take ages.
Right.
That's why I've come to discuss this with you. Ramirez has decided to just be frank about it. Even though the issue is quite baffling, this is entirely due to Veldora.
Despite already being the person at fault, Veldora digs his grave deeper with, not only that, there is another problem.
Well, I don't really want to ask. What has to be done has to be done. With such a mindset, I query, what is that? Yet Veldora's answer is rather surprising. We didn't find any suitable monsters to be level bosses. Which is a problem I need to discuss with you.
Fortunately, he's not asking about anything dumber. It appears that the forest consumed the labyrinth's magicules too quickly for any stronger monsters to be created.
Which is probably why there hasn't been a monster born strong enough to be a boss of the bottom levels.
There was a ranker monster, a tempest serpent that is now the lord of level 40.
Initially, it was Veldora and Ramirez who argued that we shouldn't use trash like that for the position, but nowadays they want me to give it back to them, something I don't plan to do. I want to rebuild the elemental golem.
That's why I'm hoping you can help prepare some materials for me.
Just find a suitable lord candidate for me. Also, remember to clean the primal forest first. I understand what Ramirez meant.
We only plan to make the first 50 levels public this time, so we can think of ideas for that another time.
As for Veldora's proposal, I don't have to listen to him. Since there is still time, I'll tell him to figure out a way himself.
But just as I am about to refuse, 3 voices are raised all at the same time. If that's the case, there are some pretty suitable candidates. Rimuru-sama, how about we hand the work to those people? My master, there are indeed some pretty good candidates.
They are Shuna, Thraini-san and Ranga.
Shuna says that White Adalman is suitable for the role.
Hearing her comment, Gable nods in agreement.
His subordinates are all afraid of light, so they like to stay in caves or places away from the sun.
The inside of the labyrinth should be a pretty good place for them.
Aside from Adalman, his subordinates can't leave the sealed cave at all.
It is said that they come out to stroll at night, and whenever a merchant runs into them, they usually all come to complain.
That's only natural. Running into skeletons at night is guaranteed to make you piss yourself. Isolating them entirely in the labyrinth seems like a good idea actually. Besides, that guy practically treats Rimuru-sama as God, which is pretty intolerable. Shuna adds on, rather annoyed. They seem to worship me as their god, and considering Shuna is a Miko Hime, shrine maiden, that probably is quite annoying.
In that case, I decide to accept the proposal.
Then let's have Adalman as the boss of level 60. I'll start preparing the materials so Ramirez can go create an elemental golem and I'll tell Adalman to help as well.
Is that okay? Should be fine. That guy's specialty is knowledge. I think he can even help with researching. I understand.
Thanks a lot, Rimuru. And so, the search for a monster lord in levels 60 and 70 has been resolved.
Next it's Thraini-san's turn to speak.
Since levels 71 to 80 have less vegetation, she asks for Zijin and Apito to guard the location. These 2 executives are able to summon their vassals, clansmen, so exploration will be easier. Moreover,
she peeks at Ramirez and then turns to me.
If we can get him, Zijin, he should be able to fill the role as the boss of level 80. After all, he did a great job protecting the Trent before.
Thraini-san says, smiling. I see.
Rimuru, that sounds perfect. Let me train that guy to become a warrior worthy of the title as the boss of level 80. Zijin indeed seems stronger than I imagined.
When I last checked on him, he had already grown stronger than the Tempest Serpent of level 40.
But, he is still just an insect, barely the size of a small animal.
It would probably be pretty hard to train him. Never mind, all is well.
I already know that Veldora is a weirdo anyway, so if he really wants to, sure.
Right. Then, we can just do it your way. With my permission given, the problem is basically resolved instantly. At last, we come to Ranga's suggestion. The big boy sticks his head out of my shadow to talk.
Master, the Yoko, monster fox, that you left with me has awakened. It says that it really enjoys exploring the forest.
I think it would be quite interested in managing it entirely.
A small cute fox sits on his head waving 4 golden tails behind it.
That really is an adorable creature.
Do you want to give it a try?
I would like to.
The small fox nods at me, eyes shining. How cute indeed.
Since this small fox willingly accepted the job, I'll just hand it over to it. If it doesn't meet our expectations, we will just have to get rid of the forest.
Otherwise it can just explore the forest for us and form animal passages within the labyrinth.
All right, then.
I suddenly realize that there is a problem. When it was under Clayman's rule, this small fox and Yoko, previously known as the 9-headed beast, didn't actually have any name.
Before that, let me give you a name.
From today onward, you will be known as Kumara. Just like naming a pet, I thoughtlessly just gave it a name. But I am no idiot. I've learnt the lesson about not losing massive amounts of magicule over naming. That's why I've already set a limit. How strange?
My body suddenly feels exhausted.
I couldn't help but get unnerved.
Notice. This is the effect of naming.
Individual named Kumara has a massive pool of natural magicule storage.
Thus the magicule consumption of said action has exceeded expectation. I've been deceived by its miniature appearance. I now recall it to be some super rare incredible monster. It seems I got careless.
Moreover, after being named, Kumara grows almost instantaneously, and the number of its tails increases from 4 all the way up to 9.
In its battle against Ranga, it had 3 tails.
And all these tails were able to summon monsters, magic beasts, with special abilities.
In other words, now it probably will be able to summon 9 different beasts.
Thank you, Rai-Maru-sama.
I will do my best. Never mind, it's fine. Since I've already named it, I can't just undo it.
Either way, personally, I am safe and sound, so it seems everything is within the control of Wisdom King Raphael Sensei.
The way it announced exceeded expectation didn't sound shocked at all. It probably planned to transfer so many magicules from the beginning. Or else how could the newly named Kumara have grown another 5 tails? There's no use playing dumb. I've seen through it all. Kumara is absolutely delighted, so I'll hand levels 81 to 90 to it.
After all, there shouldn't be many adventurers who will make it there, so it'd be fine to have Kumara as a monster lord. With that, the problems raised by Ramirez and Veldora have been resolved. This labyrinth is our proud masterpiece, and the executives also seem to be looking forward to it, so we have to ensure the whole program remains on the right track. With that thought, I pet Kumara on the head. Finally, it seems that the report regarding the opening festival has now concluded. Next would be the investigation mission I assigned to Sue recently. Let's hear the reports. Then Sue, I'll trouble you to do the briefing.
Understood.
Sue's findings turn out to be unbelievable and far outside my predictions. A certain criminal organization called Slave Trade Union has been eliminated by the chosen hero. Additionally, the noblemen associated with them were reported to authorities as well.
Viscount Kazakh from Brumand Kingdom has also been arrested. Even the towns near Ingratia have been spreading this news.
The Slave Trade Union is an international criminal organization.
They possessed armed militia consisting of many slave warriors.
They even had magic beasts and magins as slaves, and their military power was said to be more than that of a small kingdom.
But they were eliminated by the chosen hero and his companions.
A slight smirk emerges on Sue's face as he says so. The chosen hero, Shining Masayuki, is said to be the most popular and allegedly strongest man within the Western nations.
It seems that Hinata's crown as the strongest has been replaced since her defeat by my hands.
Did becoming known as a defeated foe of the Demon Lord mean that she is no longer worthy to carry the hope of mankind? I feel somewhat sorry for Hinata. I hope she won't hate me for that. Oh yeah, that aside, I need to talk about this Masayuki.
There is too little information so far to judge his personality and strength.
But if his triumph over the Slave Trade Union and releasing elven slaves turns out to be true,
It seems that several elves were captured by the trade union. Masayuki apparently is bring them to our kingdom. If that's the case, I'd better give him my thanks. However, the problem is. How about it, Rimuru-sama?
Before things get dicey, should I go and take care of him?
No, don't do that. I want to meet him. Maybe have a chat with him. Understood.
That guy seems to be marching under the banner of eliminating the Demon Lord. I was planning to show him who's the boss and let him know his place. Right, just as his words indicated, the Western nations are all spreading the rumors that Masayuki is coming to eliminate me. Sue smiles cruelly at my suggestion not to interfere. Speaking of which, as we are preparing the opening festival and dealing with such important national affairs, it would be very bad if we provoke the chosen hero. Not only Sue, but I'm afraid that the two warmongers Shion and Diablo would act preemptively. When the chosen hero Masayuki comes here, let me handle things. Any action against him is forbidden, understand?
Understood. You guys sure are enthusiastic. It's only 3 days until the opening festival, and already, we have a problem.
The joyful atmosphere we worked so hard to build seems to have been completely wiped out by the others.
I feel a little frustrated.
Soon after. Almost as if to blow away the tiny unease in my heart, the jolly festival unfolds.